In the year 2025, the Earth's atmosphere faced severe pollution. The ozone layer thinned, and ultraviolet rays directly struck the surface, leading to the demise of numerous green plants and a depletion of oxygen, causing grave ecological damage. Global warming exacerbated, with massive glaciers in Antarctica melting, resulting in rising sea levels that submerged vast expanses of land, leading to the annihilation of many small nations by tsunamis. By 2030, societal unrest prevailed, with riots and wars frequently erupting, and the population plummeting to 4 billion. Yet, food, water, and housing remained the most pressing social issues. Humanity began constructing underground cities, migrating en masse beneath the surface. By 2040, humanity triumphed over the challenge of utilizing nuclear energy without pollution, successfully replacing electricity, kerosene, diesel, and natural gas. Thus commenced the nuclear energy era. By 2055, the United States led in achieving energy materialization, creating the first generation of perpetual motion machines capable of generating energy shields, and constructed the world's first underwater city of freedom. As a narration from a virtual player reverberated through the air, precious historical scenes unfolded, vibrant colors and three-dimensional visuals allowing a more tangible connection to history and the evolution of the times. This is one of the 9 underground cities of the Huashan Nation. Beidou City, specifically the classroom of Class 2, Senior Year, District 12, 6th Middle School. Currently, a history lesson was underway, devoid of a teacher, with only a smart virtual player displaying historical footage from 2025 to 2055. How dull. I've seen this footage 70 or 80 times already. A chubby boy pouted, lethargically resting his head on the desk, glancing at his deskmate, only to find him intently fixated on the front. In the front row sat a stunning girl with long hair. Her skin was as smooth as snow, her features exquisitely defined. She donned a light blue dress, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a blossoming daffodil. What's with this guy's obsession? The chubby boy furrowed his brow slightly, poking his deskmate's arm, whispering, adieu, since ancient times, infatuation only leaves lingering regrets. This sorrow is endless. You might as well give it up. The boy addressed as adieu turned his head, feigning confusion with a smile. Xiang, what are you saying? I don't understand. Du Bing, don't pretend with me, all right? We've grown up together since we were little. How could I not see who you like? The chubby youth sighed and continued. Zhao Shuefei is indeed beautiful, but she hails from a prominent family with a prestigious background. We are from entirely different worlds. You should stop your unrequited affection and focus on your studies. After all, the academy entrance examination is just over a month away, a matter that determines your fate. Du Bing's expression dimmed, a hint of melancholy clouding his gaze as he fixated on the girl's delicate silhouette. Yes, just over a month, and then I may never see her again. Seeing Du Bing's love-struck, sorrowful demeanor, Feng Xiang felt a surge of irritation, muttering under his breath, "Come on, can't you show some semblance of masculinity? You've harbored a crush since high school, and now that graduation is imminent, you've never dared to speak to her face to face. What's the point of this unrequited love? If I were you, I would have confessed ages ago." Confess? Du Bing was momentarily taken aback as Feng Xiang pointed out. He and Zhao Shuefei truly belonged to different worlds. Zhao Shuefei came from an esteemed lineage, her parents well-known merchants, residing in the renowned Green Vine Ecopark of District 12 in Beidou City, a place where every inch of land was precious, rumored to house many extinct green plants. In contrast, Du Bing was merely the son of an ordinary working-class family, with both parents employed at a heavy machinery factory, living in cramped factory dormitories, and earning the bare minimum to maintain a normal life. The disparity between their identities was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Such a gulf in status rendered a confession nothing short of a farce. In truth, Du Bing was not the only one harboring feelings for Zhao Shuefei. Many others pursued her as well. Among them were young men like Du Bing, who fancied themselves clever enough to win her heart with sweet words, hoping to ascend into a higher social tier and escape their impoverished existence. There were also well-bred young men with superior backgrounds, charming and carefree, seeking a moment of intimacy, yet ultimately, none succeeded. Observing these suitors repeatedly face rejection, Du Bing felt a secret satisfaction, burying his own affection deeply within, afraid to reveal is confessing, even worth it? Du Bing chuckled bitterly. He did not believe himself exceptional enough to capture the affection of a girl as regal as Zhao Xuefei. Fong Xiang scoffed. Confessing may seem futile, but at least it lets her know you're Du Bing and that you like her. Noticing Du Bing's indecision, Fong Xiang added, "You're really pathetic. More than half the boys in our class have confessed to Zhao Xuefei, and you lack the courage to even declare your feelings? How can you claim to like her? Who says I don't have the courage to confess?" Provoked by Fong Xiang, Du Bing felt a surge of determination. Gritting his teeth, "Tonight, I will confess to her." "Really?" Fong Xiang chuckled. "But tonight, the whole class is going to the Aurora Cinema to watch the newly released sci-fi blockbuster Alien Battlefield 7. Are you sure you want to confess in front of the entire class?" "Who said I would confess in front of everyone? I'll wait until after the movie and confess to Zhao Xuefei privately." Du Bing felt a twinge of uncertainty deep down. He knew that the chances of success in confession were as unlikely as winning the lottery. However, he pondered that his 3 years of high school were about to culminate. Given Zhao's Zufius background and academic prowess, she would undoubtedly gain admission into one of the prestigious 4 universities, while he and most of his classmates would likely head to various factories to apprentice. From that point onward, their life trajectories would diverge like 2 intersecting lines, gradually drifting apart with no further contact. First love is tender and beautiful. It ought to be remembered. Du Bing wished to avoid future regrets, and as Fong Xiang suggested, at the very least, he wanted her to know that he once liked her. Ding ling ling. With the final bell ringing, excitement erupted in the once dreary classroom. Finally, class is over. There's still an hour until the movie starts. Howsy. Hurry up. Alien Battlefield 7. Here I come. My favorite actress Deepika Padukone. A throng of boys cheered as they raced out of the classroom, where a variety of colorful and uniquely designed magnetic levitation bicycles awaited in the parking lot. The magnetic levitation bicycle, the most popular mode of transportation, powered by nuclear energy, could hover and soar just above the ground. Visually, the bicycle resembled a skateboard fitted with a handlebar over a meter tall. The rider grasped the handlebars, turned the magnetic accelerator, and the bicycle would lift off the ground, hovering in midair. At that point, pressing the launch button would send the bicycle soaring in a straight line, with direction, acceleration, and deceleration entirely controlled by the rider. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bicycles ascended rapidly, darting through the school gates and vanishing from sight. These silly boys are so reckless, don't they fear getting hurt? Many girls voiced their complaints, yet their expressions revealed an undeniable envy of the boys' carefree antics. Du Bing and Fong Xiang finally exited the classroom, spotting Zhao Xuefei standing amidst a circle of girls, her captivating smile enchanting all who beheld it. That Du Bing's heart stirred slightly should he extend an invitation for her to ride on his bicycle. As Fong Xiang, a companion who had grown up alongside Du Bing, comprehended his friend's intentions, he placed an arm around his shoulder and sighed, "Oh, come on, my friend. That young lady has her own chauffeur. Why would she ride our second-hand maglev bicycle? Moreover, the beautiful lady is wearing a skirt with a gust of wind. It might just blow away." Du Bing smiled faintly, but as he contemplated confessing his feelings to Zhao Xuefei after the movie, an undeniable anxiety welled up within him. Would she accept his heartfelt confession? Chapter 2. Sonic Mirage. Mounting their magnetic levitation bicycles, Du Bing and Fong Xiang set forth together, soaring towards the outskirts of the campus. Although their bicycles were second-hand, they boasted a commendable speed of 10.8 meters per second. During their flight, a delicate energy shield enveloped the handlebars, safeguarding them from the fierce wind currents generated by their rapid movement. The magnetic levitation vehicles had dedicated one-way lanes, with specific levitation height requirements for different models. Standard bicycles were permitted only within a 3-meter altitude, while magnetic levitation cars could ascend above this threshold. The expansive metallic corridor, circular in design, spanned 15 meters in diameter, providing ample space for navigation. As long as traffic regulations were adhered to, collisions were a rarity. The howling wind rendered voices inaudible, necessitating communication through wrist-mounted devices. These communication wristwatches, a remarkable invention born after humanity's descent into the subterranean cities, resembled ordinary timepieces, yet housed a sophisticated, intelligent core, functioning akin to miniature computers that responded to voice commands. Beep, beep. Du Bing noticed the watch on his left wrist flickering with a crimson glow, vibrating gently as a series of numbers flashed on the screen, followed by the name Fong Xiang. He casually issued a voice command to connect the call. The red light flickered briefly before transforming into a vibrant green hue. Fong Xiang's voice resonated from the wristwatch. Adieu. I've heard that this year's assessments at the Military God Academy are even more stringent than last year. They've introduced a new test for neural sensitivity alongside the foundational physical and theoretical examinations, reportedly aimed at selecting reserve talents for the newly developed mechanized battle armor. Damn it. I can't wait to don that mechanized armor and feel invincible. Du Bing chuckled softly, sharing Fong Xiang's admiration for the mech soldiers. In this day and age, all of humanity resided in underground cities, as the Earth's surface was fraught with harmful substances such as ultraviolet rays, infrared radiation, toxins, and other deleterious elements. Humanity was compelled to exploit subterranean resources for survival. Initially, mechanized armor was designed for exploration and excavation. However, the government soon recognized its significant potential in maintaining public order, safeguarding territories, and competing for resources, leading to increased investment in the development of mechanized battle armor. I've heard that the next generation of X-Series mechanized armor not only enhances diving capabilities, but also adds flight functionality, with weaponry far superior to the J-Series. A single mech soldier can easily decimate an infantry regiment. Du Bing could only imagine the might of the mech soldiers, having never witnessed their prowess firsthand. The sole path to acquiring a set of mechanized armor was admission to the Military God Academy, where rigorous training awaited. And only those who graduated could aspire to become mech soldiers. Getting into the Military God Academy is exceedingly difficult, Du Bing thought, shaking his head in dismay. Since entering the underground city, profound changes had transpired in education, economy, and military structures. Traditional universities were replaced by academies, the renminbi was supplanted by nuclear energy points, and diverse military corps were evolving into singular mech soldier units. Each underground city housed approximately 100 million inhabitants, subdivided into 12 zones, each accommodating over 8 million people. However, only 4 academies existed within a single underground city: the Science Academy, the Military God Academy, the Heavy Industry Academy, and the Super Nuclear Academy. Each academy admitted between 3,000 to 5,000 students annually, totaling a mere 20,000. Among 100 million, nearly 700,000 youths reached the qualifying age for academy assessments each year, resulting in over 680,000 students being eliminated, yielding a staggering rejection rate of 97.14. Moreover, each academy imposed unique requirements on applicants. The Military God Academy, for instance, demanded exceptional physical fitness, as operating mechanized armor necessitated considerable mental and physical exertion. Du Bing and Fong Xiang hailed from ordinary backgrounds. Their daily sustenance consisted of compressed starch foods, with essential vitamins and minerals obtained through supplements, rendering their physical condition inferior to that of affluent peers who consumed fresh vegetables and meat daily. Contemplating this, Fong Xiang felt a surge of frustration, unable to suppress a roar, though only Du Bing on the other end of the communicator could hear him. The books say that nobility and commoners are of the same essence, but it seems they truly have an advantage. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped overhead, the rush of air drowning out Fong Xiang's voice. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed 100 meters and vanished from their sight. Their bicycles swayed momentarily before stabilizing. Du Bing, astonished, exclaimed, "How fast? Was that a mirage among the magnetic levitation cars?" Fong Xiang gulped audibly. Damn. The wealthy are so ostentatious. That mirage was nearly approaching the speed of sound, priced at 800,000 nuclear energy points. I wonder whose vehicle that was. It seemed to be coming from our school. Chase it. Let us catch up and take a look. Fong Xiang shouted exuberantly. Du Bing shook his head in disbelief. Their speed paled in comparison, making it impossible to catch up. After approximately an hour, the duo finally arrived at the Aurora Film City. The expansive screen, measuring over 30 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide, displayed a series of crimson texts. Alien Battlefield 7 Screening Room 13. The film will commence in 5 minutes. Guests are kindly requested to enter promptly. As the text appeared, an audio prompt accompanied it. Wow! Fong Xiang exclaimed, urging, "Adieu. Hurry and secure us good seats while I grab some snacks." Du Bing nodded and proceeded towards the screening room. At the entrance, 2 young women clad in light blue uniforms stood, their faces adorned with subtle makeup and sweet smiles. Upon seeing the uniforms, Du Bing's eyes lit up. They were not the standard cinema attire, but rather the uniforms of the human interstellar brigade from Alien Battlefield 7, evidently designed to cater to the audience's enthusiasm. "Hello. Please present your movie ticket," one of the girls politely requested. "Oh, certainly." Du Bing lightly tapped his wristwatch, which flickered momentarily, projecting a miniature image of a movie ticket. With technological advancements, virtual projection had seamlessly integrated into daily life. Movie tickets were now ordered online, with the cinema's intelligent system automatically sending a virtual ticket projection to the customer's communicator upon receiving an order. The other girl verified the ticket number against her communicator's system and smiled. "The movie is about to begin. Please proceed inside and select your preferred seating." Du Bing nodded with a smile and walked through the now open door. Inside the screening room, the lighting was dim and the seats were arranged in a tiered fashion. The front rows were already packed, leaving no available seats, prompting Du Bing to venture further back. "Hey, Du Bing, where have you been?" A classmate seated in the front row greeted him. Du Bing smiled and nodded, continuing towards the rear. His gaze swept across the room and landed on a girl in a light blue dress seated in the center of the third row, Zhao Xuefei. She arrived so early. Could it be that she was in that phantom? When Du Bing left the school, Zhao Xuefei had yet to depart, yet now she had arrived before him. Throughout his journey, he had seen no sign of Zhao Xuefei, leading him to wonder how she had made her way there. The mere thought that Zhao Xuefei had arrived in a magnetic levitation sports car worth 800,000 energy points made Du Bing's heart race, providing him with a more vivid understanding of the disparity in their social standings. His resolve to confess wavered in his mind. Chapter 3. The Alien Visitor. As the film played for a minute, Fong Xiang hurriedly rushed in, bending over to scan the room in search of Du Bing. "Over here." Du Bing stood up and waved his arm. Fong Xiang, panting heavily, rushed over and plopped down onto the chair, which creaked under his weight. "Why did you pick such a seat at the back? Did I miss any thrilling scenes?" "Come on." Everyone filled the front rows. "What could I do?" Du Bing chuckled, glancing at Fong Xiang's empty hands. "And couldn't he help but ask, weren't you supposed to buy snacks?" Fong Xiang cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Don't remind me. When I finished buying, I collided with some pretty boy whose hair looked like it was licked by a dog, and popcorn and cola spilled all over him. If I weren't afraid of missing the beginning of the movie, I would have kicked him twice and demanded 10 buckets of popcorn and 20 bottles of cola as compensation." Du Bing couldn't help but smile at Fong Xiang's tale, not particularly concerned about the lack of snacks. Knowing Fong Xiang as he did, he could tell the collision and spilled snacks were true, but the part about demanding compensation was likely an exaggeration. He probably saw that the fellow was well-dressed and assumed he was from a wealthy family, thus avoiding any confrontation. Feeling a bit guilty, Fong Xiang fixed his gaze on the screen, excitedly exclaiming, "Look, the female lead is on screen." Du Bing's attention shifted to the film, which employed cutting-edge true projection technology. This technique surpassed ordinary two-dimensional projections, rendering scenes with astonishing realism, immersing viewers in the cinematic experience. Following the cliffhanger from Alien Battlefield 6, the male lead, Captain Hagley of the Starship Brigade, returned in Alien Battlefield 7. Throughout the previous 6 installments, Hagley had explored unknown planets and encountered intriguing alien races. In this 7th film, a beautiful alien woman crash lands her spaceship on Earth and falls in love with Hagley. The captivating plot and thrilling scenes captured Du Bing and everyone else's attention, making them feel as though they were part of the cinematic world, witnessing every moment shared between the protagonists. Simultaneously, whether by coincidence or fate, a triangular spaceship enveloped in a pale blue light sped toward Earth. As it approached, Satellites floating in space from various countries began emitting signals. Ground satellite monitoring stations immediately received these signals, and almost simultaneously, high-ranking officials from the United States, Russia, the new European Union, Japan, and China issued the same command: shoot down the spaceship and bring back its occupants at all costs. On the desolate ground, suddenly the Earth churned, revealing a nearly 3-meter diameter black cannon. A profound blue energy coalesced within the barrel, and ice rapidly formed around the cannon's base. The cannon trembled slightly, and a deep blue energy sphere shot forth. The sphere traveled swiftly, absorbing energy from its surroundings, increasing from 3 meters to nearly 30 meters in diameter. With unstoppable force, the blue orb collided fiercely with the spaceship that had just entered the atmosphere. At that moment, powerful energy cannons fired from 4 locations: North America, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and the Pacific. Within 10 seconds, 5 energy spheres struck the spaceship concurrently, causing its pale blue energy shield to flicker and eventually shatter as it entered the atmosphere. However, the spaceship did not disintegrate. Instead, it became encased in a thick layer of ice, resembling a colossal ice ball. Although its speed decreased, it continued to travel forward due to inertia before plummeting at a rapid freefall rate. In one of China's 9 underground cities, the central city, within a secret agency, a short-haired youth wearing frameless glasses reported, "Captain, we have received directives from higher-ups about an alien spacecraft crash landing on Earth. Based on trajectory calculations, it will land within 500 miles of North Star City in 3 minutes. The Snow Wolf organization from Russia may have already mobilized. Higher-ups have dispatched a mecha warrior battalion to intercept, and we must ensure that the spacecraft and its occupants are retrieved." A middle-aged man, round-faced and short in stature, nodded slightly and commanded, "Safety guards, depart immediately." As the film reached its conclusion, much like the previous 6 installments, Alien Battlefield 7 left viewers with a significant cliffhanger. "Are you kidding me? That damn director has dug another big hole," a disgruntled male viewer complained. "Oh, I hope Hagley can be with Fiss," a female viewer sobbed. Deeply moved, Du Bing, too, was stirred, his emotions tumultuous. The poignant love story between Hagley and the alien beauty Fiss, who faced persecution from humanity, saw Hagley sacrifice himself to save her, sending her away in a spaceship while he was imprisoned in an interstellar jail. Even in captivity, Hagley gazed at the stars, a smile gracing his lips, as if he were looking at his beloved. Such a touching scene brought tears even to some male viewers. Fong Xiang vented his frustration, cursing the director. "Why can't that jerk just let Hagley and Fiss escape together?" "Hey, do you think Hagley will ever see Fiss again?" Fong Xiang asked. Du Bing shook his head. "How would I know? Let us wait for the announcement of Alien Battlefield 8. Seated toward the back, they found that by the time they exited the screening room, the crowd had nearly cleared from the cinema's lobby. Fong Xiang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. Aren't you going to confess to Zhao Shuefei? Hurry up, she's about to leave." Seeing Du Bing hesitate, Fong Xiang glared at him. "Are you backing out? Don't make me lose respect for you." Du Bing quickly retorted, "Who's backing out? It's just a confession. I'm going now." As they rushed out of the lobby, Zhao Shuefei stood at the entrance, charmingly bidding farewell to several female classmates. Du Bing took a deep breath, approached her from behind. Fists clenched tightly, feeling incredibly nervous, the words stuck in his throat. Noticing someone behind her, Zhao Shuefei turned around, smiled gently, and greeted him. Hi. Du Bing felt his facial muscles stiffen, forcing a smile as he looked at Zhao Shuefei's radiant face. His cheeks flushed, and his heart raced, completely forgetting his purpose. At that moment, a black magnetic levitation sports car descended from the sky and landed smoothly in front of Zhao Shuefei. "Shuefei, have you been waiting long?" The car door swung open, revealing a handsome young man in a silver suit, a black shirt beneath, and a purple tie, adorned with a silver watch. His attire and accessories exuded an air of distinction. Du Bing glanced at him, but his attention was drawn to the young man's impeccably styled hair, which gleamed as if shaped by some styling product. Zhao Shuefei nodded at him, puzzled. "Why did you change your clothes?" The young man shrugged. wearing a look of feigned helplessness. Before the movie started, I bumped into a fat guy who spilled cola all over me. Before I could even get up, he had already run off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuefei could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Du Bing joined in the laughter. Recalling Fong Xiang's mention of having knocked someone down, could it be this fellow? We shall take our leave now, farewell, she said. Could it be that she doesn't even know my name? Observing the evident pause and awkwardness in Zhao Shuefei's tone earlier, Du Bing felt a pang in her heart. After 3 years of being classmates, the other party was blissfully unaware of her name. As the young man opened the car door, Zhao Shuefei was about to step inside when, in a moment of impulsiveness, Du Bing called out, "Zhao Shuefei, I like you." The movements of both Zhao Shuefei and the young man came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 4. Strange noises in the room. What did you just say? The young man in the silver suit furrowed his brow as he glared at Du Bing, his expression slightly displeased. One can eat recklessly, but one should not speak indiscreetly. Zhao Shuefei's face also bore a hint of surprise. However, it was not the first time someone confessed their feelings to her, so her astonishment was merely fleeting. I said, "My name is Du Bing, and I have liked you for a long time, Zhao Shuefei." Upon uttering these words, Du Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him, the flush of nervousness gradually fading from his cheeks. After confessing, a warm sensation enveloped every cell in his being. Du Bing gazed at Zhao Shuefei with hopeful eyes, and she smiled gently as she bent down to enter the magnetic levitation sports car. With a resounding thud, the young man in the silver suit slammed the car door shut, turning to Du Bing with a cold, disdainful smile. He approached Du Bing, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance. "Kid, I must commend your bravery. However, this is not a fairy tale. A princess would never fall for a lowly, impoverished boy. She would choose to be with a prince." His laughter dripped with smugness, completely disregarding Du Bing's feelings. His expression turned icy as he added, "Stay away from my fiancée. If I catch you pestering her again, do not blame me for being unkind." He concluded with a flourish, "By the way, remember my name, Gao Fushuang." The young man erupted into laughter, climbing into the car, which then pivoted to face Du Bing. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blasted towards him, and Du Bing had no time to evade. The force sent him rolling several meters across the ground. The car window slid down, and Gao Fushuang's triumphant laughter echoed once more. Ha! With that, the phantom car soared into the air, quickly shrinking into a distant black. Du Bing slowly rose from the ground, his expression grim. A dozen or so classmates who had not yet left the parking lot witnessed his embarrassing predicament, and they began to murmur among themselves. Several boys who had previously been rejected by Zhao Shuefei wore expressions of schadenfreude. Du Bing really overestimates himself, thinking he could court a swan while being a mere toad. He got what he deserved, scoffed one boy from a similarly modest background. Haha, this kid must be out of his mind with desire. Not only did he come unprepared with flowers or gifts, but he also confessed in front of her boyfriend, inviting humiliation upon himself. By the way, do you guys know who that guy was? He seems quite wealthy, driving a newly released phantom magnetic levitation sports car worth over 800,000 energy credits. Damn it. A bunch of rich second-generation kids. If I had a wealthy father, I could easily win Zhao Shuefei's heart too. The boys continued to grumble quietly before taking off on their magnetic levitation bicycles. At that moment, Fong Xiang dashed out from the film studio, noticing Du Bing's troubled expression. He sighed and patted Du Bing on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Adu, don't be too downcast. That guy is just wealthy. What is so impressive about that? Once we make it big, we can pursue beautiful girls like her too." Du Bing replied softly, not wishing to elaborate. In truth, he had long prepared himself for rejection, yet the hollow feeling inside him deepened as Zhao Shuefei entered the phantom car without so much as a glance back. Seeing Du Bing's mood darken, Fong Xiang changed the subject. "Who was that pretty boy? His hair looks like it was licked by a dog. I was lucky to dodge him. Otherwise, he would have made me pay for his clothes, and I certainly can't afford that. He said his name is Gao Fushuang." Whoa! Fong Xiang's body jolted at the audacity of that name, grinning as he said, "Is he serious?" Who names themselves that? Let us go home. My stomach is growling. Fong Xiang pulled Du Bing towards the parking lot, and the two mounted their magnetic levitation bicycles, soaring back along the path they came. After about an hour and a half, a pitch-black metallic factory came into view. Towering above were colossal concrete pillars, serving as the factory's exhaust chimneys, directly releasing waste gases into the atmosphere. Du Bing parked the bikes and walked towards the dormitory area of the factory, flanked by metal columns. The dim lighting of fluorescent lamps cast a familiar glow, and the two were well acquainted with this environment. Adieu. I'm heading home now. I'll wake you up for school tomorrow morning. Okay. After bidding farewell to Fong Xiang, Du Bing returned to his modest abode, a metal box of just 50 square meters. Inside, the furniture, including the table, chairs, and even the drinking cups, were all fashioned from metal, permeating the air with a distinct metallic scent that he had grown accustomed to over 18 years. This cold, steely aroma had become an integral part of his existence. Ever since humanity migrated en masse to the underground city, wood had become a rare commodity, and solid wooden furniture was exorbitantly priced. Du Bing's home contained only the simplest of metal furnishings, designed to minimize waste with hollow structures. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted the time was 6:45 p.m., just 15 minutes until his parents would return from work. He retrieved some compressed starch food from the refrigerator, placed it in the heating stove, added a small amount of water, about a cup's worth, and set the timer. As the temperature rose, the compressed food would absorb the water and swell, transforming from the size of a matchbox to 2 fists, soft and delectable. Having completed his preparations, Du Bing lay back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, the image of Zhao Shuifei flashing before his eyes. He had not anticipated that his first love would meet such an abrupt end. He remained lost in thought until a sudden, thunderous bang resonated, causing the furniture in his metal abode to tremble violently. Startled, Du Bing assumed it was an earthquake and rushed outside, only to find the dark sky filled with thick, white smoke. One of the exhaust chimneys had developed a gaping fissure, spewing waste gases uncontrollably. Oh no! Du Bing's face paled instantly. These toxic fumes posed a significant danger to life. If the chimney was not sealed promptly, countless lives could be at stake, especially since the direction of the leak was where his parents worked. Mom, Dad. Du Bing sprinted toward the source of the chaos, where a crowd had gathered outside the workshop surrounding the chimney. Upon seeing Du Bing rushing forward, someone blocked his way. Whose child are you? Why are you running around? There's a gas leak here. You need to leave immediately. Let me in. My parents are still inside. Du Bing pleaded urgently. The person hesitated, then reassured him. Don't worry. Each workshop is equipped with gas masks. Your parents will be fine. They are likely busy shutting down the machines to prevent the gas leak. You need to stay out of the way. Upon hearing this, Du Bing's expression softened somewhat, yet he remained unwilling to leave. After waiting for over 2 hours, his parents still had not emerged. Suddenly, Fong Xiang's father appeared. Xiao Bing, what are you doing here? Uncle Fong, where are my parents? Why haven't they come out yet? Du Bing asked anxiously, straining to see inside. Although many workers had exited, his parents were nowhere to be found. Fong Xiang's father smiled. Your dad figured you would be worried, so he asked me to check on you. I didn't expect to find you here. Rest assured, your parents are fine. They simply haven't identified the cause of the chimney explosion yet, so they may need to work through the night. Your parents are the night owls, while I am the early riser, and it is not until after 1 in the morning that I can return home. You should hasten home. There is no need to linger here, as the concentration of pollutants is quite high, and prolonged exposure could be detrimental to your health. Du Bing was persuaded by Fong Xiang's father to return home, yet he felt a lingering sense of unease, having not seen his parents arrive safely. As he extracted his keys, poised to unlock the door, he noticed it was ajar. It dawned on him that in his anxiety for his parents' safety, he had rushed out and forgotten to secure the door, silently chastising himself for his carelessness. Just as he stepped into the room, a sudden cacophony erupted from within, reminiscent of something having fallen to the ground. Chapter 5. The sharing of life. Startled by an unexpected noise emanating from within the room, Du Bing was taken aback. There were no pets in his home, no kittens or puppies to account for the sound of something crashing to the floor. Could it be a thief had entered while he was away? A sense of wariness enveloped him. since humanity had descended into the underground cities. While food and water were not strictly scarce, they had become resources in high demand. During the construction of these subterranean havens, many lives were lost to the harsh environmental changes, yet nearly 900 million people from the Huaxia nation survived, maintaining its status as a populous nation. If left unchecked, any disruption in the supply of food and water could potentially incite widespread riots and criminal activities. Under such circumstances, the government's stringent control over these essential resources had exacerbated the wealth gap. The affluent resided in lush ecological gardens, feasting on fresh organic produce and meat, while the vast majority toiled relentlessly for meager nuclear energy credits merely to sustain their basic needs. The stark polarization of wealth led to an increase in crime. The impoverished, driven to desperation, often infiltrated affluent neighborhoods to steal, kidnap, or even murder the wealthy. Furthermore, petty theft and extortion became commonplace in areas frequented by ordinary citizens. In an effort to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, the military assumed authority over public safety, becoming the sole armed force within the underground city. Following a prolonged crackdown by the military, criminal activities had become rare. However, occasional instances of vagrants stealthily entering residential areas to pilfer still occurred. With his parents absent, Du Bing pondered his next move. Should he seek assistance? Grabbing a mop from behind the door, he noted that such cleaning tools were ubiquitous in the common areas, while the affluent employed smart vacuums powered by nuclear energy. For the ordinary citizens, it was preferable to expend physical effort on cleaning rather than waste precious nuclear energy. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room once more. Had he merely been too anxious? Stealthily, Du Bing approached his bedroom, gently pushing open the door, the mop at the ready for defense. However, as the door swung wide, his body jolted in shock, his mouth agape at the sight on the floor. There lay a woman. Moreover, she was adorned in an unusual, form-fitting uniform crafted from silver fabric, accented with blue trim and cinched at the waist with a metallic belt, reminiscent of the attire from Alien Battlefield 7. A glance around revealed a peculiar purple liquid pooling on the floor, shaped into a distinctive circular pattern adorned with an array of bizarre symbols. With the woman resting at its center, where could this woman have come from? Curiosity piqued, Du Bing stepped forward, inadvertently crossing into the perimeter of the purple liquid. In an instant, a brilliant violet light erupted, engulfing the small metallic room in hues of purple. To his horror, he found himself immobilized, an unseen force binding his limbs, rendering his cries inaudible as if he had lost his voice. The symbols within the circular design pulsated with a vivid purple glow, appearing to come alive. The red-haired woman seemed to awaken, gradually levitating from the ground, not standing, but floating. Her fiery locks danced around a face as exquisite as jade. Her eyebrows matched her hair in crimson, delicately shaped like willow leaves. Her petite nose quivered slightly, releasing faint breaths. Her lips, tinted like cherries, parted as if she murmured something incomprehensible to Du Bing. Compelled by an unseen force, Du Bing was drawn closer to the woman until their bodies were pressed tightly together, and he distinctly felt the warmth of her form against his chest. His face flushed crimson as he struggled mightily to break free from the invisible grip. But the force was too powerful. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a mirror on the opposite wall, where he beheld a ghastly wound on the woman's back, resembling a savage claw mark, exposing bone beneath the darkened flesh. Blood of a purple hue seeped from the injury. She was wounded? The thought flickered in Du Bing's mind. Before he could ponder further, the violet light intensified, blinding him. The peculiar symbols began to float eerily, encircling both him and the woman, merging into their very beings. Du Bing shuddered as he sensed something flowing from within him into her, merging their consciousness and memories, stripping away all secrets between them. Du Bing's memories were simple, his life monotonous, primarily consisting of knowledge gleaned from classroom teachings. In stark contrast, the woman's memories were vast, inundating his mind with a deluge of information that nearly overwhelmed him. He had to force himself not to delve deeper into these memories. Gradually, he felt his body grow cold, his limbs stiffening as if vitality was being siphoned away, his consciousness fading. Moments later, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. As the woman absorbed the life force from Du Bing, her wound healed at an extraordinary pace, leaving behind only a faint scar. Simultaneously, a fiery red light and an icy blue light emanated from her, intertwining like rippling waves as they melded into Du Bing's being, causing his body to tremble in apparent agony. Time lost meaning, and eventually, Du Bing's form was equally divided between the fiery red and the icy blue lights, which gradually receded into him until they vanished completely. The violet glow also began to retract, and the circular design created from the purple blood vanished as if it had never existed. Du Bing and the red-haired woman gently descended to the ground, all returning to silence. A soft hum resonated from a metallic pin that had fallen to the floor. Gradually, a faint golden light emerged from Du Bing's previously still form. Initially subtle, this golden glow intensified over time, causing various metallic objects in the room to hum and tremble as if responding to an extraordinary force. Within the golden radiance, the previously vanished red and blue lights erupted once more, vying for prominence against the golden glow. The three colors, gold, red, and blue, flashed brilliantly, creating a tempest of energy in the room, as temperatures fluctuated wildly, oscillating between the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter. Gradually, the golden light gained dominance, slowly suppressing the red and blue hues back into Du Bing, as the metallic objects quaked more violently until, with a resounding hum, they began to levitate. If Du Bing were conscious at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the miraculous scene before him. The golden light lingered for a brief moment before gradually retreating into Du Bing's body, while the metallic instruments, seemingly devoid of their mysterious power, clattered to the ground. The woman slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of deep azure irises, her fiery red hair framing a pair of delicate, pale ears. She gradually sat up, gazing around in bewilderment at her surroundings and the unconscious Du Bing, as if recalling something, and uttered a peculiar sound, reminiscent of an extraordinary language. Life shared. Chapter 6. The World of Interstellar Civilization Earth? Beta City? The red-haired woman furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She had undergone a life-sharing ceremony with Du Bing, not only absorbing his life force to heal her wounds, but also sharing memories, thereby acquiring knowledge of Earth's language and culture. To her astonishment, she found herself on such a remote and underdeveloped planet, at a primary civilization stage where technology had yet to enable interplanetary travel. How terribly backward. Oh, my head aches. Du Bing let out a pained groan, opening his eyes. It felt as if a brick had been forcefully stuffed into his skull, causing unbearable pressure. The pain was excruciating, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Are you awake? A cool voice rang out. Du Bing turned his head to see the red-haired woman sitting beside him, and he couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Who are you? What have you done to me? Why do I feel so empty and devoid of strength? He struggled to sit up, only to discover his limbs were unresponsive, limp like overcooked noodles. The red-haired woman gazed at him with her striking blue eyes and replied casually, Haven't you already received my memories? I received your memories? Du Bing's expression turned to one of confusion, but any attempt to think only intensified the throbbing pain in his head. My head is killing me. The red-haired woman paused, then immediately understood the situation. My memories are far too vast for you. It seems you have yet to digest them. The human brain on your planet is only 10% developed, which explains why your technology is so primitive and your strength so feeble. Your planet? Du Bing furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a pointed ear peeking through her flowing red hair. The delicate ear was a pale, rosy hue, much longer than a human's, and it twitched slightly, reminiscent of a butterfly flapping its wings, an adorable sight. Yet, a chill ran down Du Bing's spine as a realization struck him, and he asked with a pallid face, You're not from Earth, are you? The red-haired woman nodded slightly, then suddenly stood, turning her back to Du Bing, leaving him unsure of her intentions. Suddenly, with a soft rip, a 4 to 5 centimeter slit appeared in the fabric covering her rear, and a serpentine red tail emerged, skillfully twisting and flicking in the air. Du Bing's face turned pale with fright, recalling the grotesque alien creatures from films that invaded Earth with sinister intentions, devouring humans and assuming their forms. Surely, he hadn't encountered such a malevolent extraterrestrial. I am Sophie Masso, a member of the fairy race, and I serve as the captain of the 5th Battleship Squadron of the Mott Kingdom in the Lorne star system. The red-clad woman paid no heed to Du Bing's expression and continued introducing herself. Do you have any questions? An actual alien. Du Bing's mind buzzed chaotically. The existence of extraterrestrial beings was indeed real. Although humanity had long believed they were not the only advanced intelligent life in the universe, this notion had remained unproven for centuries, leaving humans to satisfy their fantasies of unknown cosmic life through science fiction films. Yet today, a living alien stood before him. He felt as if he were losing his mind. What about the purple light? Du Bing remembered being enveloped by that violet glow before becoming incapacitated. He was completely unaware of the red and blue light that emanated from the red-haired woman after he had fainted, merging with his own body, nor of the golden light that emerged from within him. The red-haired woman's tail swiftly retracted, and the tear in her clothing sealed itself, leaving Du Bing astonished. That was the life-sharing magic circle I conjured. It is a unique life-preserving method of our fairy race, enabling the sharing of life force, memories, and abilities between two beings. You stepped into the magic circle, activating it. I absorbed your life force to heal my injuries, but your vitality was too feeble, nearly causing the spell to fail. Had it failed, we both would have perished. A cold sweat broke out on Du Bing's brow as he realized how close he had come to death. No wonder he felt so weak. A significant portion of his life force had been siphoned away. Are all aliens so malevolent? Malevolent? The red-haired woman scoffed at Du Bing's grimace. I merely absorbed a fraction of your life force. You will recover with some rest. However, I shared half of my ice and fire energy with you. I have no idea how long it will take to cultivate it back. Seems you have gained quite the advantage. Ice and fire energy. Du Bing was taken aback. He felt no such energy within himself. Could you assist me in sitting up? The red-haired woman glanced at Du Bing, bent down, and effortlessly lifted him, placing him on the only metallic chair in the room. Du Bing stared at her in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a seemingly delicate woman possessed such strength. Yet, remembering she was an alien, he found it somewhat understandable. In terms you Earthlings would understand, it should be referred to as a supernatural ability. You have absorbed my ice and fire energy, and your body will gradually generate a corresponding energy, enhancing your strength and granting you the ability to manipulate ice and fire. Is what you say truly accurate? Du Bing gazed at her, dumbfounded, feeling as if he were in a dream. Alien beauty, ice and fire abilities. These were all elements that belonged in science fiction films. I have no reason to deceive you. Oh, I forgot to mention, after the life sharing, our lives will enter a symbiotic state. In simple terms, if I am killed, you will die as well, and vice versa. Du Bing was overwhelmed with despair. He was inexplicably bound to an alien, sharing life and death. If this red-haired woman were to return to her Lorne star system, would he have to accompany her? At that moment, he had no interest in the ice and fire abilities. All he desired was to rid himself of this cursed life-sharing. Masso, is it? How can I undo this life-sharing? The red-haired woman frowned slightly. My name is Sophie. Masso is my surname. The life-sharing cannot be undone unless one party naturally dies. That is, their lifespan is exhausted. A shadow of despair loomed over Du Bing. It seemed he was fated to remain entangled with this alien until death. According to the latest statistics within Beta City, the average lifespan for men was around 75 years, while for women, it was 80. Although the application of nuclear energy had alleviated the energy crisis, shortages of food and water had diminished the quality of life, causing average lifespans to decline significantly compared to before 2025. I am 18 this year, so I have at least 57 years left. I wonder how long this alien can live. Seemingly reading Du Bing's thoughts, Sophie smiled smugly. The average lifespan of our fairy race is about 300 years, and with energy cultivation, it can increase slightly. Based on the memories I acquired from you, humans live only about a century. Thus, by the time you pass away, I will be free. At that moment, Du Bing realized that his life was now inexorably tied to this alien. It seemed she had no intention of harming him. which brought him some relief. Wait until I grow old? Aren't you eager to return to your star system? The red-haired woman's countenance was somber as she sighed softly, expressing her despair. Even if I wish to return, it is impossible. My spacecraft has depleted its energy, and the technology on your planet is woefully primitive. The level of nuclear energy employed is far too inadequate to facilitate my ship in surpassing the speed of light, thus entering the subspace realm. Even after a millennium of travel, I would not reach the fringes of interstellar civilization. The mention of subspace and interstellar civilization stirred a sense of excitement within Du Bing. At such a tender age, he was inherently filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown worlds beyond. How I longed to witness the interstellar civilization with my own eyes. Chapter 7. Metal abilities. In the desolate ruins of the city, a colossal beast lies lifeless on the ground. This creature, resembling a leopard, has two razor-sharp fangs protruding from its mouth and is entirely enveloped in glossy black scales, curiously adorned with 9 tails. However, where it's left I should be. There exists only a gory cavity, with blood and bits of flesh strewn across the earth. Damn it, this accursed interstellar monster has led to our mission's failure. A young man with disheveled long hair kicked the beast's corpse with such force that the massive body, weighing 1,000 pounds, rolled over. Enough, madman. What good does it do to vent your frustrations on a corpse? A commanding voice interjected. Nearby stood several figures, the foremost being a middle-aged man of modest stature, whose reputation for intimidation was well known among those familiar with him. Hey, Captain. I reckon the madman isn't upset about the mission failing, but rather frustrated that his attack couldn't penetrate the beast's scales, quipped a man dressed in traditional white attire, cradling a long sword, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The long-haired youth, having had his thoughts laid bare, roared back, "You scoundrel Zhang, if I hadn't engaged this beast, could you have pierced its eye with a single sword stroke? You crazy fool, how many times must I tell you not to call me scoundrel Zhang? I am the sword saint," the formerly jovial white-clad man retorted, now irate. The middle-aged man face-bombed in exasperation, muttering to himself about 2 lunatics. The few surviving mech warriors stood to the side, expressions peculiar, not daring to utter a word. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed humans could possess such extraordinary power. A single punch shattering steel armor, summoning a tempest with a mere wave of the hand. Suddenly, a peculiar magnetic levitation vehicle zoomed down from the sky, landing not far from the trio. A bespectacled gentleman descended, a look of excitement illuminating his face as he clutched a stack of notebooks. Upon seeing the enormous beast's carcass, he turned to the middle-aged man with confusion. "Captain, what happened here? Where's the spaceship?" The captain gazed northward, replying coolly, "This beast escaped from the spaceship. Its defenses and speed are rated S level, with slightly weaker attack power. While we were preoccupied with the monster, the Snow Wolf organization seized the ship. Although our mission has failed, we cannot say it was entirely fruitless. At least we have acquired a specimen of this beast. Glasses, send a message to those from the agency to retrieve the carcass." The excitement on the bespectacled man's face quickly turned to disappointment. He had anticipated studying an alien vessel, but now all that remained was a corpse. His fingers danced across the notebook as he reported, "I've already notified them. Before they arrive, I will scan this beast and store its information in my database. Damn it. In this day and age, even alien monsters can pilot spaceships." The madman cursed. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth paused, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Captain, when you discovered the spaceship, was there no pilot aboard?" The middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at the madman, who was the first to arrive at the scene. "Madman." The youth seemed to recall something and quickly added, "I remember when I discovered this beast, it was confined in a chamber, and there were purple bloodstains on the floor." "Purple bloodstains?" The bespectacled youth's tone brimmed with excitement. "It must belong to the pilot." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Madman, you and I will immediately search the surrounding area for 100 miles. Jianren, you stay behind to protect Glasses and guard the beast's corpse." "Understood," the white-clad man replied solemnly. With a flash of purple lightning, the middle-aged man vanished from sight. "Boss, wait for me," the long-haired youth exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he too disappeared like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, at Du Bing's residence, after consuming a light meal, he regained some strength and could move freely. Observing the metallic objects scattered across the room, he felt a wave of perplexity wash over him as he began to tidy up. He picked up a nearby stainless steel cup, engraved with the words "Happy Birthday." It was a gift from his father on his 6th birthday. Du Bing was taken aback, staring at his hand. He had clearly released his grip, yet the cup clung to his palm as if magnetized, refusing to drop. He moved his hand up and down, and the cup followed suit. Is there nothing else to eat at home? This tastes dreadful. Sophie, the red-haired beauty, entered with a bread-like food item. Upon noticing the cup stuck to Du Bing's hand, she gasped in surprise. Du Bing chuckled awkwardly. Having something to eat is already a blessing. You shouldn't be so picky. Come help me figure this out. Why is this cup glued to my palm? Sophie approached and gently grasped Du Bing's hand. His face flushed. It was his first time holding hands with a stranger. A swirl of red and blue energy emanated from Sophie's palm, and as it made contact with Du Bing's skin, a soft golden light emerged from beneath his skin, obstructing Sophie's energy probe. Metal abilities. Sophie's eyes widened with astonishment as she gazed at Du Bing. The energy I shared with you was ice-fire energy. Logically, you should awaken ice-fire abilities, yet you've manifested the power to manipulate metal. This could be a natural talent, or perhaps your environment has altered your physique. Awakening this ability through my energy stimulus. Manipulating metal as a talent? Du Bing sighed in exasperation. What kind of ridiculous gift is that? If I touch any metal, it'll just stick to me. How will I manage daily life? Sophie chuckled lightly. It's not that serious. You're simply unfamiliar with your new abilities and cannot yet control them perfectly. When I first awakened my ice-fire abilities, I would accidentally breathe fire or freeze my pets with a mere touch. Du Bing felt relieved that he had not awakened the same powers as Sophie. Speaking face-to-face and inadvertently unleashing fire would have been disastrous. What should I do now? Simply familiarize yourself with your abilities. If you can learn to control that faint golden energy, you won't stick to any metal, Sophie said, moving to the edge of the bed and burrowing under the covers. I need to rest a bit. You can continue with your tasks. Du Bing nodded, momentarily distracted by the metallic objects strewn about. He hesitated to sit down, worried he might stick to the chair. I'll stand and study instead. Hours passed unnoticed, and Du Bing, weary and eyelids heavy, still could not separate the cup from his hand. Whether he clutched it with his left hand or his right, it remained glued, and even trying to bite it left it affixed to his lips. He felt utterly defeated. Suddenly, his wristwatch beeped insistently, flashing red light, startling him awake. As he loosened his grip, the cup finally fell to the ground. It finally dropped. Du Bing activated the communicator, and Fong Xiang's voice came through. Bing, are you up? It's time for school. Oh, just wait a moment. Du Bing glanced back at Sophie nestled in his bed, anxiety creeping in. What if his parents discovered a strange woman hidden in his room? That would spell trouble. Yet he did not dare to allow Sophie to wander aimlessly. As their fates were now intertwined, should any misfortune befall her, his own life would be forfeit as well. Stay inside, don't roam about, he urged. I'll bring you something to eat shortly. It was unclear whether Sophie truly comprehended Du Bing's words or merely murmured in a half-conscious state. Du Bing placed some food within the room, secured the door to his bedroom, and then departed from the house. Standing outside the door, Du Bing instinctively cast a glance at the large crack in the factory chimney, pondering if she might have entered through that very opening. Chapter 8. 1,000 slots after a restless night grappling with his metallic abilities, Du Bing found himself in a rather lethargic state, yearning for slumber. His listless demeanor caught Fong Xiang's attention, leading him to mistakenly believe Du Bing was heartbroken over his failed confession. Adieu. As men, we must learn to let go, Fong Xiang remarked, shooting a furtive glance at Du Bing, only to find him completely unresponsive, which prompted a twinge of concern. Could it be that he has been too deeply affected, his mind clouded? As they approached the classroom, Fong Xiang turned to block Du Bing's path, hands firmly resting on his shoulders, his expression serious. Brother, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why limit yourself to our class? The beauty from the next class, Su Feifei, is equally charming, gentle, and from a family of similar means. I've had my eye on her for some time. as one of my prime candidates for a future wife. However, seeing you still trapped in the shadows of heartbreak, I shall graciously yield her to you." Du Bing stared at Feng Xiang for a moment before uttering a single word. "Jester." With that, he sidestepped Feng Xiang and entered the classroom, his gaze immediately landing on Zhao Xuefei seated in the front row. Today, she appeared as enchanting as ever, adorned in a white chiffon jumpsuit embroidered with delicate flowers, hugging her figure perfectly and accentuating her graceful form. Her fair legs were exposed, causing a stir among the male students, who could hardly contain their admiration. "Wow, Xuefei, that outfit is stunning. I've never seen you wear it before. Did your new boyfriend gift it to you?" one girl exclaimed. "I saw this dress at the Swan Mall, priced at 12,000 energy points." A group of girls gathered around Zhao Xuefei, exchanging envious remarks about her new attire. Zhao Xuefei maintained a serene smile, devoid of any hint of arrogance, engaging casually with the other girls. Du Bing, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but smile wryly, lowering his head as he returned to his seat. A dress worth over 10,000 energy points contrasted starkly with his parents' combined annual income of merely 20,000. Reflecting on his infatuation with Zhao Xuefei, he realized how fanciful it truly was. The bell rang, and a middle-aged man entered the classroom. This man was Wu Guang, the homeroom teacher of Class 6. With the widespread adoption of virtual projection technology in education, the number of teachers had dwindled, and now only subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and computer science had dedicated instructors, while other courses were self-taught via virtual projectors. The role of the homeroom teacher had shifted largely to management rather than education. "Students, I have received some exciting news from the Ministry of Education regarding the academy examination. I hope that after hearing this, you will seize the final month to strive for success," Wu Guang announced. "What is the good news, teacher?" a student inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Wu Guang's face lit up with a proud smile, and after building suspense, he declared, "This year, the 4 prestigious academies will be expanding their enrollment by 1,000 students." The classroom erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Some students displayed fervor, clenching their fists, while others jumped in elation, sensing a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, a few merely shrugged, indifferent to the news. Wu Guang observed the scene, choosing not to intervene, understanding the students' enthusiasm. 1,000 slots represented 1,000 opportunities for success. Feng Xiang, caught up in the moment, vigorously shook Du Bing's arm, exclaiming, "Ah Du, did you hear? They're adding 1,000 slots." 1,000? Du Bing glanced at him, coolly retorting, "What is it to you?" Feng Xiang paused, realization dawning upon him, and his expression fell as he slumped onto his desk. Damn it, what a false hope. With 680,000 students vying for a mere 1,000 slots, it was akin to an army clamoring to cross a narrow bridge. Both Du Bing and Feng Xiang barely ranked within the top 20 of their class, and when looking at the entire year, they were far beyond the hundreds. The prospect of competing for 1,000 slots seemed utterly absurd. As the chatter subsided, Wu Guang encouraged them further, though the slots are limited. "If everyone puts in the effort, perhaps our class could produce 1 or 2 dark horses who will enter the 4 academies, achieving great heights." The announcement reinvigorated many students hovering just above the enrollment threshold, and they threw themselves into their studies with renewed zeal. Feng Xiang, unusually diligent, began to read intently, while Du Bing remained preoccupied with thoughts of home, struggling to focus on his studies. Instead, he delved deeper into exploring his metallic abilities. "Why does the metal cup stick to my hand?" he pondered, pulling a key from his pocket, gripping it tightly. He flipped his hand, and the key clattered to the desk. Why didn't it stick? Du Bing scratched his head in confusion, resuming his experiments. The sound of the key dropping echoed repeatedly. Feng Xiang glanced over, frowning. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just a physics experiment." "Keep reading, ignore me," Du Bing replied without turning his head. Feng Xiang rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you think I can't see you're just playing around?" After a while, the sound of the key falling ceased. Du Bing gazed at the key now adhering to his palm, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Through repeated trials, he finally discerned the phenomenon. A faint golden light flowed between his palm and the key, penetrating its structure and permeating the tiny metal particles, creating a unique attraction that allowed the key to adhere to his hand without falling. Ah, I see. I just need to retract my ability, and the key will drop, Du Bing realized, focusing solely on the thought of retracting his power. Under the strength of this intention, the soft golden light retreated from the key, causing it to plummet to the desk with a crisp sound. Huh, so it's like that. My abilities are controlled by mental will. Du Bing glanced at Feng Xiang, eager to share his newfound joy, but suddenly hesitated. He realized that abilities like his were often relegated to the realms of science fiction. If he revealed such a power, would others see him as a freak? After careful consideration, Du Bing resolved to keep his abilities secret, as he could not explain their origin without involving the alien Sophie. Suppressing his exhilaration, he discreetly continued to explore other applications of his powers. Aside from lunch in the cafeteria and brief bathroom breaks, Du Bing remained glued to his seat, growing increasingly proficient in his metallic abilities. However, he was unaware that his peculiar behavior, sitting motionless all day and refraining from conversation, was being interpreted differently by those around him. A girl whispered to Zhao Xuefei, I heard Du Bing confess to you last night? He looks utterly dejected. Fiddling with that key all day like he has lost his mind. I think he has brought it upon himself. Trying to pursue someone like you without even looking in the mirror. Zhao Xuefei felt a stir in her heart at the sight of Du Bing's distracted demeanor. Shaking her head slightly. Du, what are you up to? It's already after school. Feng Xiang's voice resonated in his ears, jolting Du Bing awake. Is school over? As he stood up, darkness suddenly enveloped him, his body weakened, and he collapsed towards the ground. Startled, Feng Xiang swiftly reached out to catch him. Du Bing shook his head, gradually regaining his composure. What happened to you? Are you unwell? Just as Du Bing was about to respond, a gentle voice interjected. Du Bing. Looking up, he found it was Zhao Xuefei. With a nod and a smile, she turned to Feng Xiang and asked, May I have a few words alone with Du Bing? Feng Xiang glanced at Du Bing, who then gently pushed Feng Xiang's hand away and stood upright. I'm fine. My legs just fell asleep. Xiang, you can go ahead. There's no need to wait for me. Feng Xiang looked at Zhao Xuefei, then at Du Bing, and silently nodded before departing. Chapter 9. The call for help. At this moment, only Du Bing and Zhao Xuefei remained in the classroom. The events of yesterday's failed confession still lingered in Du Bing's mind, as he gazed at the beautiful girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you wish to say something to me? He finally managed to ask. Zhao Xuefei offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of regret. I would like to apologize on behalf of my friend for yesterday. He should not have treated you that way. Yesterday's incident? Your friend? Du Bing felt a flicker of hope that Zhao Xuefei might share some heartfelt sentiments with him. However, he was taken aback when he realized she was merely apologizing for the incident where a wealthy classmate had knocked him over with the gust from his magnetic levitation car, causing a slight sting in his heart. It's all right. I shouldn't have stood behind the car. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Du Bing replied, turning to leave. Hey, Zhao Xuefei called out. Du Bing turned back, puzzled. What is it? Seeing Du Bing's calm demeanor, Zhao Xuefei felt that she had overthought the situation. He was not as heartbroken by her rejection as she had imagined. How foolish of her to think she needed to comfort him. Never mind. By the way, the 4 prestigious academies are expanding their enrollment by 1,000 spots. You should really put in the effort. I plan to apply to the Military God Academy. If you also get in, who knows? We might have the chance to be classmates in the future. You plan to apply to the Military God Academy? Du Bing exclaimed, taken aback by Zhao Xuefei's ambition. Is that a problem? Zhao Xuefei straightened with pride, seemingly delighted by Du Bing's surprise. Who says only boys can apply? Girls can too. I aspire to be a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, to become the first female soldier king of Huaxia. Female soldier king? Du Bing chuckled, about to respond when a sudden whistling sound interrupted. A dark figure seemed to pierce through the dark sky, landing in front of the teaching building. A tall young man stepped down. From the window, he spotted Du Bing conversing with Zhao Xuefei, and his expression darkened. Damn, it's that guy again. Zhao Xuefei glanced outside and informed Du Bing, my ride has arrived. I must go. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Du Bing waved her off as she exited the classroom. The tall young man blocked Du Bing's path, coldly stating, "Kid, have you forgotten what I told you yesterday?" Du Bing, displeased by the young man's demeanor, frowned. "Who are you? Do I know you? Please step aside. You're blocking my way. Step aside." The wealthy classmate laughed in anger, crossing his arms. "What if I refuse?" Zhao Xuefei interjected. "What are you doing?" "I was just chatting with Du Bing. Let us go now." "Xuefei, don't interfere. This is a matter between men. I must teach this kid a lesson today." It seemed this guy was indeed a wealthy classmate. He removed his suit jacket and handed it to Zhao Xuefei, loosening his cuffs and revealing a silver metal chain tag hanging from his collar. Du Bing, standing close, clearly saw the words etched on the metal tag, Military God Academy. Class 27 student. "You're from the Military God Academy?" Du Bing asked, astonished. The wealthy classmate smirked. "Indeed, I am. I'm a Class 27 student and a trial fighter in mech training. Now, are you scared?" "Too late. What do you want?" Du Bing retreated a step back into the classroom. "What do I want?" The wealthy classmate sneered, entering the classroom and locking the door behind him. Zhao Xuefei outside was growing anxious, pacing and calling out, but he pretended not to hear her. "My father is one of the administrative officials in District 12. Even if I were to kill you today, no one would dare say a word." Du Bing felt a tightening in his chest. He had anticipated that this privileged young man was also well-connected. The highest administrative officer in each district is the district chief, supported by 4 deputy officers who share power to prevent personal dictatorship and ensure mutual oversight. Even as a deputy's son, the wealthy classmate possessed significant power and arrogance. "You dare disregard my words and pursue Xuefei? I'll make sure you remember today." With a sudden shift in tone, he threw a powerful punch towards Du Bing's face. Du Bing panicked. He had rarely fought anyone in his life and instinctively dodged. However, the wealthy classmate, trained at the Military God Academy, found Du Bing's evasive maneuvers clumsy and laughable. Missing his punch, he quickly swung his right leg in a vicious kick towards Du Bing. With a thud, Du Bing was struck in the side, sent sprawling against 2 desks. Unable to rise from the pain, the wealthy classmate laughed triumphantly. "I thought you were brave. Come on, get up and fight back. Trying to steal my girl? You're asking for death. Today, I'll break your 3rd leg and see how you think of women after this." As he spoke, he aimed a vicious kick at Du Bing's groin. Du Bing's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively reached out, his eyes fixed on the chain tag around the wealthy classmate's neck. In that moment, a faint golden light flickered in his hand. The wealthy classmate suddenly clutched at his neck, his face turning crimson as the chain tag embedded itself into his flesh, cutting off his breath. Desperately, he clawed at the chain but could not grasp it, frantically tearing at his own skin in a panic. Du Bing's hand fell limply, fatigue washing over him. Yet his eyes shimmered with an unusual brightness. Slowly rising from the floor, he regarded the gasping wealthy classmate, his neck marred with blood, his shirt stained red. "What? Cough, cough, do you want?" The wealthy classmate stuttered, his voice strained and fearful. Seeing him shrink in terror, Du Bing spat contemptuously, "Trash." He opened the classroom door and stepped outside, avoiding the astonished gaze of Zhao Xuefei as he mounted his magnetic levitation bike and sped away from the school. As he soared through the air, Du Bing felt exhilarated, unable to suppress a loud shout. Thanks to the energy shield, no one could hear his voice. "I almost killed him." His hands trembled from the earlier confrontation, yet a strange thrill coursed through him, a longing for power. Had it not been for his metallic ability, he would undoubtedly have been the one lying on the ground today. The wealthy classmate would have shown him no mercy. Finding a secluded path, Du Bing paused, observing his trembling hands, a smile creeping onto his face. Remote control of metal. Du Bing had not anticipated that in a moment of desperation, he could achieve something so extraordinary. When his metallic ability infused into the metal tag, he felt as if it were an extension of himself, as if he could tighten it at will. Placing his hands against the metallic wall by the roadside, a soft golden light emanated from his palms, seeping into the metal like ripples in water, expanding outward as though his thoughts were transmitted through the metal. This sensation was ineffably sublime. As Du Bing was immersed in his thoughts, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the metal, piercing the silence. "Help me! Save me!" The pitiful and desperate cries jolted Du Bing awake, causing him to retract his hands in a flash. What on earth? How can there be a voice crying out from within these metal walls? Taking a deep breath, Du Bing once again pressed his hand against the metallic surface. His metallic powers radiated outward, and he distinctly heard the cry once more. The voice was indeed trapped within the wall. Du Bing consciously directed his powers towards the source of the sound, which grew increasingly clearer, prompting him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. "It's here." Chapter 10. Tang Fei Fei Help. "No. I beg you, please let me go." The plaintive and desperate cries echoed through the dimly lit metal corridor. Yet the only response was the sound of mocking, lewd laughter. "Give up. No one can hear your pleas. Ha ha ha, little beauty, stop struggling. If you behave, perhaps you might leave here alive." This was a refuge within the metal corridor, approximately 100 meters deep, 3 meters high, and 4 meters wide, capable of accommodating 300 to 400 individuals simultaneously. One of the natural threats in the underground city was earthquakes. Although the site selection for the underground city had undergone rigorous detection and calculations, the deteriorating ecological environment on the Earth's surface, along with melting glaciers that continually raised sea levels, had submerged increasing amounts of land. To prevent disaster during potential collapses of the metal corridor, causing individuals to be trapped with no means of survival, refuge passages had been reserved approximately every 1,000 meters during construction. The metal walls of these refuges were specially reinforced to withstand ground collapses and pressures caused by earthquakes of up to 10 magnitude. In the 30 years since the city's establishment, Beidou City had never experienced an earthquake, rendering these refuge passages unused. However, some homeless individuals had appropriated these refuges as their shelters, turning them into prime locations for robbery and murder. Despite regular patrols by military and police, many tragedies involving passerby murders still occurred. When Du Bing detected the cries for help emanating from a nearby refuge using his metal abilities, he sensed that something dire was about to unfold. The entrance to the refuge had long been sealed by 3 homeless men, and the soundproofing was so effective that external noise was of no concern. "Ah, filthy woman, how dare you bite me?" One of the homeless men, enraged after being bitten, slapped the girl across the face, causing her head to collide with the wall, rendering her unconscious. "Damn it, you old pervert. Your strikes are too harsh. Try being bitten yourself. Stop." At that moment, a loud voice erupted from behind the 3, startling them. "Are you beasts? How can you treat an innocent girl like this?" When the 3 turned to see only a young boy, they collectively sighed in relief. One of the homeless men turned to his companion, glaring, "Did I not tell you to close the door?" The questioned man scratched his head in confusion. "I thought I did. How did this kid get in?" The last man cursed. "Who cares how he got in? He dares to ruin our good deeds. Let's kill him." With that, he pulled a sharp metal shard from his pocket, and the other 2 similarly brandished their weapons, a metal spike and a rusty dagger, charging towards Du Bing. With a cold gaze, Du Bing slowly raised his hands, pointing forward, and calmly declared, "Die." Suddenly, the sharp metal pieces, the spike, and the dagger slipped from the men's grips, swiftly plunging into their hearts, blood gushing forth. Even in death, the 3 were utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Du Bing staggered, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. After a day of studying metal abilities, his energy had been depleted. Manipulating the chain attack from afar had already pushed his limits. Now, simultaneously controlling the weapons of 3 men to eliminate them had completely drained his strength, leaving him both physically and mentally fatigued. A soft groan broke the silence as the unconscious girl stirred, clutching her injured forehead. "Do not fear, they are dead." "Who are you?" Startled by Du Bing's voice, the girl froze, her gaze falling upon the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood. "Did you save me?" Cough. Cough. Please get dressed first. Let us speak outside." Upon glancing down, the girl let out a sharp scream, covering her chest with her hands, her face flushing red. Stealing a glance at Du Bing, she found him already standing and moving towards the exit. Looking at the corpses of the 3 homeless men, fear gripped her heart, prompting her to hastily follow him. Are you also from the training camp? Noticing Du Bing's identical attire, the girl asked in surprise. Yes, I am Du Bing. I am Tang Feifei. Thank you for saving me. Tang Feifei? Du Bing halted, turning back to scrutinize the girl. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, bright eyes and white teeth, delicate brows, a petite nose, and slender shoulders, coupled with the remnants of tears on her face, she exuded a fragile charm that evoked a sense of affection. Ah, so it is you. Tang Feifei looked up in confusion. Do you know me? Du Bing shook his head with a smile, genuinely unfamiliar with her, having only ever had eyes for Zhao Xuefei, paying no mind to any other beauties. I do not know you. A friend mentioned your name. By the way, how did you become ensnared by those 3 homeless men? The mention of those 3 brought a shiver of fear to Tang Feifei's spine. This experience had been nothing short of a nightmare for her. Had Du Bing not arrived in time, she could hardly fathom her fate. My bicycle broke down, so I had to walk home. But I didn't expect to be intercepted by those 3 here. I see. It's too dangerous to walk alone. Allow me to escort you home. Thank you. Just as Du Bing was about to mount his bike, he suddenly remembered something, removing his jacket and handing it to Tang Feifei. Put this on. It might get windy. Tang Feifei accepted the jacket, feeling a wave of gratitude as she watched Du Bing's retreating figure. The magnetic levitation bike had an energy shield, rendering the wind harmless to its rider. Otherwise, at a speed of 100 meters per second, one could easily be swept away. Life in the underground city had brought significant changes to the system, categorizing residents into 4 main groups: workers, merchants, military, and government officials. Workers held the lowest status, yet comprised the largest demographic, earning the scantest energy points while contributing the most labor to society, ensuring the provision of essentials for all residents of the underground city. Merchants, military personnel, and government employees represented the upper echelons of society. Tang Feifei's parents were also workers, but unlike Du Bing's parents who worked in mechanized factories, they were employed at a waste sorting facility. This is my home. Please stop here. Du Bing brought the bike to a halt in front of the door. Hearing a noise, the door opened, revealing a woman in her 40s who bore a resemblance to Tang Feifei. Mom, this is Du Bing. He brought me home. Tang Feifei quickly introduced. Tang Feifei's mother smiled at Du Bing, expressing, "Thank you so much for your help. Feifei's father was hospitalized a few days ago, and we spent a fortune on energy points, so we couldn't recharge her magnetic levitation bike." Mom, Tang Feifei hurriedly interrupted, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. Du Bing, undeterred, politely responded, "Auntie, you are too kind. Helping each other is the right thing to do. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Be careful on your way home. Feel free to visit us anytime." Of course. As Du Bing rode off on his magnetic levitation bike, Tang Feifei's mother's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of disdain. "Feifei, how many times have I told you not to associate with such poor boys? You are beautiful, and you should aim to find a boyfriend with a respectable family background. Only then can your father and I benefit from your success and escape this wretched slum." Tang Feifei nodded silently, merely wrapping her coat more tightly around herself. Chapter 11. Father's hospitalization. On his way home, Du Bing's mind was incessantly replaying the scene of manipulating metallic objects to eliminate 3 homeless men. Strangely, he felt no fear. Rather, the sensation of saving someone brought him immense satisfaction. Power. Such is the advantage of wielding power. Had Du Bing not awakened his metallic abilities, he would not have been able to locate Tang Feifei in the refuge, let alone confront those 3 homeless men. It is likely that the outcome would have resulted in both Tang Feifei and himself losing their lives. He hoped that no one would discover the bodies of those 3. He accelerated the magnetic levitation bicycle to its maximum speed, hurrying home. Du Bing was far more anxious about Sophie being discovered by her parents than the possibility of the 3 corpses being found. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Upon pushing open the door, Du Bing was momentarily taken aback. In the room sat 2 individuals, a man and a woman, neither of whom were his parents, but rather Fong Xiang and Sophie. "Du, why are you back so late?" Fong Xiang exclaimed, a hint of urgency on his face as he stood up and approached Du Bing. Du Bing's heart sank. It seemed Sophie had been discovered. Just as he pondered how to explain to Fong Xiang, He was startled by Fong Xiang's next words. "Adu, your father has been hospitalized due to heavy metal poisoning, and your mother is at the hospital now. You must hurry and see him." "What? My father is hospitalized?" Du Bing's expression shifted dramatically as he turned and rushed outside, only to find Sophie following closely behind. "What are you doing following me?" Fong Xiang, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, thinking Du Bing was addressing him. "We're good friends. Your father is hospitalized, and in times like these, you need comfort. How could I possibly abandon you?" At that moment, Sophie's voice echoed in Du Bing's mind. "I used the ice shadow technique to reflect the surrounding light, effectively becoming invisible. He cannot see me." After sharing a life bond, there was another benefit: telepathy. Within a certain distance, they could communicate mentally without speaking aloud. "I will accompany you to the hospital. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "Stop dawdling. Now is not the time for sentimentality. We must leave," Fong Xiang urged. Snapping back to reality, Du Bing was once again astonished by the miraculous nature of his abilities, capable of rendering oneself invisible. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The hospital was of utmost importance. "Plumb on. I'll take you there." Du Bing communicated telepathically. At the Red Welfare Hospital, within the intensive care unit, a middle-aged man lay on the hospital bed. Prolonged hours of work had rendered his complexion pale, and his body was somewhat emaciated due to malnutrition. Beside the bed, a short-haired woman was gently tending to him, offering a soft laugh. "Old Du, don't worry. The doctor said that your heavy metal poisoning is not severe and is treatable." The middle-aged man was Du Bing's father, Du Jianqing, while the woman was his mother, He Shouqin. Both were 54 years old and were among the first generation of residents to move into the underground city. He smiled faintly, gazing at the metallic ceiling, lost in reminiscence. "I remember when the sky was blue, the grass green, the sun warming us during the day, and at night, the moon emerged, with stars twinkling. Such a beautiful scene. Alas, our children will never witness it." He Shouqin was momentarily stunned, for only those who had seen the sky, the ocean, and the earth could truly comprehend the grimness and despair of the underground city. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if we could continue living on the surface. Du Jianqing sighed, suddenly declaring, "I will not seek treatment for this illness." He Shouqin looked at her husband in shock. "Old Du, what are you saying? Among our factory workers, I am not the first to suffer from heavy metal poisoning. Years of exposure to toxic metal fumes have already permeated my bones. A single treatment costs 5,000 energy points, which would deplete our family's resources. Living is more important than anything else." "Dad." The door to the hospital room swung open, and Du Bing rushed in, causing the couple to halt their conversation abruptly. Upon seeing his father lying in the hospital bed, Du Bing's eyes welled with tears. "Dad, how are you feeling?" "Mom, what did the doctor say? Can my father's illness be cured?" He Shouqin turned, wiping her tears, and replied, "The doctor said he needs dialysis to filter out the metal toxins." Fong Xiang reassured them, "Uncle, Auntie, please don't worry. My dad said that if money is an issue, just ask him." Du Jianqing smiled. His bond with Fong Xiang's father mirrored that of Du Bing and Fong Xiang. They had grown up together, sharing joys and hardships, becoming as close as brothers. "Your dad has already visited. When I recover and am discharged, inform him to prepare a feast for me." "Sure thing." Du Bing felt a wave of relief upon realizing his father was not in immediate danger. However, the metal toxins have already permeated into the bones. Dialysis alone will not suffice. At that moment, Sophie, who remained invisible, suddenly transmitted her thoughts. "Your parents likely wish to spare you the worry, which is why they haven't disclosed the full truth." Du Bing, in a state of urgency, asked, "Do you have any solution?" "Why ask me? Heavy metal toxins are merely minuscule metallic particles that invade the body, disrupting normal physiological functions. As long as the metallic particles can be extracted, the illness will naturally resolve. Your metallic abilities are perfectly suited for this task. Can I really do it?" Du Bing inquired eagerly. "Currently, you are not capable. However, your metallic abilities can suppress the ice and fire powers I shared with you, indicating significant potential. Yet, potential is not the same as strength. You have only recently awakened, and to extract the metallic particles without harming your father's body, you still have a distance to cover. I have already mastered telekinesis. Isn't that sufficient? Telekinesis does not equate to extracting from within. Understand, you must extract metallic particles from the blood and bone marrow. Any damage could inflict immense pain on your father. You will be able to cure him once you can freely decompose metallic particles and alter their forms. Du Bing's heart, once filled with hope, sank into despair. In that moment, he yearned desperately to become stronger. Ah Bing, you and Fong Xiang should return home. Your mother is here to care for me. Just focus on eating well and getting enough rest. Concentrate on your studies. There's no need to worry about me. Upon returning home, Du Bing found himself devoid of appetite, consumed by thoughts of how to rapidly increase his strength. Sophie, how can I become stronger? At this moment, Du Bing could only turn to Sophie, the extraterrestrial. Sophie sighed and replied, to put it in your earthly terms, we are grasshoppers bound by the same string. Helping you grow stronger is also aiding myself. The cultivation of abilities requires, on one hand, a fortified spirit and will. A strong will facilitates better control over one's powers. On the other hand, it involves the accumulation of energy. The more energy stored within your cells, the greater your strength. However, your earthly physiology differs from that of my fairy kin. We do not possess meridians or dantians, so I can only guide you in your training. How will you guide me? Relax, do not resist my power. We share a life bond and communicate telepathically. I will now help you release some of the memories related to cultivation stored in your mind. Since the life bond between Du Bing and Sophie was established, they had exchanged memories. Yet, Du Bing's mind could not accommodate such vast knowledge all at once, and his brain instinctively protected itself by sealing this portion of memory. Sophie's voice resonated in Du Bing's mind. Now, concentrate and sense the existence of your metallic abilities within. Du Bing sensed her consciousness being guided by a formidable force of psychic energy, making her own mental prowess seem as insignificant as that of an ant. Suddenly, a golden speck of light emerged within her mind, gradually multiplying like a swarm of fireflies, eventually coalescing into a human form. Is this me? As Du Bing's mind trembled, the figure composed of golden orbs responded with a ripple of energy. Focus your thoughts. What you are witnessing is the latent metallic abilities hidden within each of your cells. Continue to attune yourself, and you will uncover the vastness of your potential. Chapter 12. The Curse of Poverty Through the Lens of the Spirit. One perceives the essence. This is the guidance of Sophie, a method of remarkable sophistication, achievable only with formidable mental prowess as its foundation. What is it? Under the telepathic influence of Du Bing, a series of red and blue luminous points suddenly manifested, gathering at a pace that far surpassed that of the golden points. In a brief span, the red and blue lights coalesced into two large spheres, rather than humanoid forms. The spheres were substantial in size, at least 10 times larger than the golden figure. This is the ice and fire abilities I share with you, concealed deep within your cells. When your mental fortitude becomes sufficiently robust, you will be able to unleash these extraordinary powers. Now, I guide you to absorb the metallic energy from your surroundings to amplify your abilities. The humanoid energy composed of metallic powers began to fluctuate, as if stirred by an invisible hand, causing the form to disintegrate. The golden energy commenced a spiraling motion, gradually accelerating into a golden vortex. Now, attempt to propel this vortex. Do not be too slow, for if the rotation lags, the vortex will collapse. Should it spin too rapidly, exceeding your control, it too will disintegrate. You must discover a speed that suits you, maintaining a uniform rotation of the vortex. Alright, let me give it a try. Du Bing's mental will merged with the vortex, urging its rotation. The vortex fluctuated in speed, and each time it teetered on the brink of collapse, Sophie's power infused it, stabilizing its form. Once, twice, thrice. After enduring 18 failures, Du Bing finally discerned a suitable rotational speed, and the vortex began to spin uniformly. Gradually, faint golden points of light emerged around the vortex, seemingly drawn to it, and upon nearing, they were absorbed within. Observing the increasing number of golden points being consumed by the vortex, Du Bing felt a surge of joy as he sensed the vortex expanding ever so slowly. With my current rate of cultivation, how long will it take to decompose metallic particles and retrieve the metal within my father. The energies of wood, fire, water, earth, and metal are among the most abundant in nature. The tiny points of light you are absorbing are metallic energies that roam freely in the air. However, the energy on your planet is exceedingly sparse. At this rate, it is estimated it will take 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months? So slow? Humph, be content. Without my assistance, you might not even accomplish it in 3 to 5 years. I must cultivate as well, having had half of my energy siphoned away by you. I will need at least a decade to recuperate. Upon hearing Sophie's complaints, Du Bing wisely silenced himself, focusing on his cultivation while pondering the applications of his metallic abilities. The only method he currently mastered was the ability to retrieve objects from a distance. No, perhaps it should be termed as controlling objects from afar. Could he then control metal to dance freely in the air? Could he soar by standing upon metal? Immersed in his training, Du Bing lost track of time until the watch emitted a series of beeps, startling him awake. The golden vortex collapsed, and the points of metallic energy vanished, retreating back into his cells. The spheres formed by the ice and fire abilities experienced a similar fate. During the cultivation process, Du Bing noted that although he had not actively harnessed the ice and fire powers, a few rare red and blue points representing these energies had also merged into his cells. After a sleepless night, Du Bing felt remarkably invigorated, though his stomach growled with hunger. If only cultivation could suppress hunger. Sophie replied nonchalantly, "It is not impossible. In the vastness of the interstellar universe, many powerful beings wander for years, often finding their need for sustenance negligible, eating merely for the experience." Du Bing, intrigued, asked, "Can you do the same?" Sophie huffed with pride, nodding. As the captain of an interstellar warship, her cultivation had long ascended to the realm of a superior controller. Naturally. Are you not in awe of your captain now? Du Bing chuckled, delighted. How wonderful. It turns out you do not need to eat. I shall no longer worry about your meals. Sophie's ice blue eyes widened in surprise, her fiery red hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, filling the room with a juxtaposition of warmth and chill, half aglow with red and half with blue. What did you say? Do you dare to neglect your captain? No, I didn't mean. Du Bing, startled by Sophie's anger, quickly explained, "You see, my family is struggling, and with my father gravely ill in the hospital. If we could spare one less mouth to feed, I would gladly volunteer." Sophie scoffed, then suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "I was merely teasing you. We are now 2 bodies, 1 soul. How could I allow you to starve?" Du Bing rolled his eyes at Sophie's antics, suddenly recalling something, and with curiosity asked, "How did you become invisible yesterday? Why could Fong Xiang not see you? Yet I could. That is due to the nature of my domain. Within my domain, I can choose who perceives me. The domain is a skill possessed only by beings of the controller realm, and given the energy levels of your planet, it seems unlikely that a controller would emerge. Merely a manipulator would suffice." Sophie cast a resigned glance at Du Bing, sighing that having lost half her energy to him, she had nearly fallen in rank, her strength diminished to that of a manipulator. Du Bing had intended to discuss with Sophie his ideas regarding offensive applications of his metallic abilities, but Fong Xiang arrived early to summon Du Bing for school. Reluctantly, Du Bing gathered a few needles for sewing from home, intending to experiment with them at school. On the way, Fong Xiang, noticing Du Bing's silence, assumed he was preoccupied with worry for his father's illness, and sought to distract him with conversation. "Hey, what did Zhao Xuefei say to you yesterday after school? Did she have a change of heart and agree to be your girlfriend?" Mentioning Zhao Xuefei stirred Du Bing's thoughts, leading him to recall another person. "Ah Xiang, you go ahead. I need to pick someone up." "Who are you picking up?" "Don't leave. I'll drop the subject of Zhao Xuefei." Fong Xiang frowned at Du Bing's departure, feeling bored and opting to wait for his return. Du Bing flew toward the waste processing plant, and not far along, he spotted a slender figure approaching. "Du Bing?" Tang Feifei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "What are you doing here?" Du Bing smiled, choosing to say little. Yesterday, Tang Feifei's mother inadvertently revealed that the magnetic suspension bicycle was not broken, but merely out of power, leading Du Bing to surmise that she might be walking to school, dressed in Du Bing's school uniform on top, and faded blue jeans below. With ordinary white sneakers on her feet, she appeared as a true commoner princess. Du Bing couldn't help but marvel at Tang Feifei's beauty, rivaling Zhao Xuefei. But her delicate and pure aura invoked a deeper instinct in men to protect her. Had she been born to a wealthy family or a military or political figure, Tang Feifei would surely be cherished like a princess. "Shall I walk you to school?" "No, it's all right," Tang Feifei replied, her gaze evasive as she softly insisted. "I can walk by myself." "Aren't you afraid of encountering any bad people again?" Du Bing pondered, then asked. "Are you worried that other classmates might see us together and misunderstand our relationship?" "No, that is not the case." Tang Feifei found herself at a loss on how to explain to Du Bing. As she matured, her beauty blossomed, yet her mother imposed increasingly stringent restrictions upon her. Time and again, she admonished her to avoid associating with boys from impoverished families, insisting that only by gaining admission to a prestigious institution and securing the affection of a wealthy scion could she alter her fate and ensure a life of comfort for her parents. Poverty loomed over her like an ominous curse, binding her tightly. Nevertheless, the dreadful events of the previous night filled her with trepidation. She had spent the entire night awake, haunted by visions of Du Bing. Although she was unaware of how Du Bing had dispatched the 3 homeless men, he instilled in her an unparalleled sense of security, a feeling she did not even experience with her own parents. "Hurry up and come up. It's not far from the school. I'll drop you off, so no one will see us." "Well, if that's the case." Chapter 13. The Art of Flying Needles. Adieu. Where are you? Feeling somewhat bored while waiting, Fong Xiang sent a message to Du Bing, playfully pestering him. "Are you secretly seeing other friends behind my back? How can you betray my unwavering support for 18 years? What about all the hardships I endured to raise you?" "Enough, I'm back," Du Bing called out as he spotted Fong Xiang from a distance and promptly shut off his communicator. Fong Xiang, wearing a mischievous grin, stood up, genuinely curious about whom Du Bing was speaking to. As Du Bing approached, he leaned in closer. "Oh, it's a girl, Tang Feifei." Fong Xiang's eyes lit up upon seeing the girl. He was about to make a teasing remark, but upon seeing her beauty, he gaped in astonishment. Pointing back and forth between Du Bing and Tang Feifei. "What is going on between you two?" Du Bing ignored Fong Xiang, turning to Tang Feifei and introducing. "This is my childhood friend Fong Xiang. I've heard him mention you." Tang Feifei smiled gently at Fong Xiang and softly said, "Hello." "You hello?" Fong Xiang scratched his head, wanting to ask something but feeling shy in front of Tang Feifei. "Let us hurry." Watching Du Bing and Tang Feifei take off, Fong Xiang gritted his teeth, muttering, "You little rascal, how dare you flirt with a stunning beauty behind my back? Just wait until we're at school." Before long, the trio arrived near the school gate. Du Bing slowly parked his magnetic levitation bike, and Tang Feifei stepped forward, her face flushed as she quietly said, "About last night. I didn't dare tell my family. Can I borrow your school uniform for a few days?" Du Bing nodded immediately, relieved that she hadn't mentioned it to her family. He feared they might call the police in a panic, leading to awkward explanations regarding the fate of 3 vagrants. "I also wish to keep last night's events a secret, just between us. You can wear the uniform for as long as you like. As long as you don't mind the smell. From now on, wait for me at the school gate after class, and I'll take you home." With that, Tang Feifei nodded, turned, and dashed into the campus. "What were you two whispering about?" "Tang Feifei was just asking for your contact number," Du Bing casually lied. Fong Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Really?" "Of course, but I didn't give it to her." "Du Bing, I'm going to kill you." Unable to endure Fong Xiang's incessant questioning, Du Bing had no choice but to silence him by saying, "You'll take Tang Feifei home tonight." After class began, Du Bing took out several sewing needles he had brought from home, carefully examining their structure. Through his metal manipulation abilities, he sensed a faint metallic energy within the needles. Among other metallic items in the classroom, such as metal desks, pencil sharpeners, hairpins, and necklaces, all concealed this metallic energy. He finally grasped why he could control objects from a distance. When he concentrated his mental energy, it resonated with the energy within metallic items. Now, to test the flying needle technique, Du Bing casually threw several needles towards the ground. As they neared the floor, a faint golden glimmer flashed in his dark eyes. a sign of his concentration. The needles abruptly halted just 1 centimeter above the ground, and he immediately commanded them to ascend, returning to his desk. It worked. Elated, Dubing contemplated testing the flying speed of the needles. However, with so many students around, he feared accidental injuries and decided to wait until after class to find a secluded spot for his experiment. Once class ended, he made his way to the playground, which was vast, 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. The field was covered in synthetic turf, resembling grass but composed of plastic fibers. At that moment, the playground was deserted. Most students were busy preparing for their entrance exams, leaving only Dubing with leisure time. Go. Dubing manipulated a needle to fly out, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. He sensed it landing approximately 300 meters away. It seems my mental control over metals extends to about 200 meters. The farther the distance, the weaker the effect. Retrieving the needle, Dubing approached a metal wall, standing several meters away, and sent the needle flying. With a clang, he felt the needle strike the metal wall, shattering into several pieces. Upon inspecting it closely, he saw a faint white imprint on the wall. From the distance and sound, he calculated it had reached a speed of 100 meters per second. Indeed, a lethal weapon. I wonder what would happen if I infused it with metallic energy? Curiosity piqued. Dubing channeled his metal manipulation energy into the needle, which began to shimmer with a soft golden glow, as if coated in gold. Go. With a dull thud, Dubing was taken aback, knowing without checking that the needle had penetrated the metal wall several centimeters deep. The power of the needle infused with metallic energy was exponentially greater than one without. The difference was unimaginable. What level is my ability at now? To Dubing, this flying needle technique was undoubtedly formidable. Ordinary individuals would stand no chance against it. Perhaps only a mechanical armor crafted from special alloys could withstand it. However, he soon recognized his limitations, distance being one. The infused needle could travel up to 500 or 600 meters, but beyond 200 meters, it slipped from his mental grasp. Moreover, weight posed another challenge. If he were to control something heavier, like a flying knife, both speed and piercing power would diminish. This made it increasingly difficult for him to manipulate metals to elevate himself. What is the upper limit of the weight I can control? Weighing 120 pounds. Even if I could fly, my speed wouldn't be remarkable. Coming to this realization, Dubing understood he was not invincible. Nevertheless, for assassination or stealth attacks, the flying needle technique was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, any metallic item on an enemy could become a weapon. This was likely the true terror of a metal manipulator. After honing his flying needle control skills, Dubing decided not to expend further energy on it. He had no intention of killing anyone. The technique was merely a means of self-preservation. Practicing the flying needle technique was merely preparation for extracting the metallic particles from his father's body in the future. Content. Dubing returned to his studies. Even if he might not gain admission to the academy, with his abilities, he could still grow formidable and provide a better life for his parents. As the school day drew to a close, the usually quiet Fong Xiang finally erupted. Dubing, do I look handsome now? When I see Tang Feifei later, should I ask her to go watch a movie with me this Sunday? Dubing rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically, handsome? You're so handsome you could drop gold bricks. Ha ha ha. After all these years, you finally said something sincere. As the two laughed, Zhao Xuefei approached, her expression tinged with urgency. Fong Xiang, could you step away for a moment? I need to speak with Dubing. Unaware of what transpired after school the previous day, Fong Xiang assumed there was something romantic brewing between Zhao Xuefei and Dubing, chuckling as he walked away. Zhao Xuefei exclaimed anxiously, Dubing, please be cautious on your way home after school. Dubing cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Xuefei, feeling indifferent towards her now. His mindset considerably more tranquil. Higi, the number of times we've conversed in the past few days has surpassed the total from the previous 3 years. Are you worried that your boyfriend might retaliate against me? Upon witnessing Dubing's playful demeanor, Zhao Xuefei furrowed her brow in displeasure and retorted, he is not my boyfriend. He is merely the son of a friend of my father's. Although I am unaware of how you injured him yesterday, from our interactions over the past few days, I perceive that he is quite calculating and will not let this matter rest. I have said my piece, the rest is up to you. Chapter 14. The Assassin, Beauty Brings Trouble. Du Bing sighed helplessly, never anticipating that a mere confession would embroil him with the affluent and handsome rival. He had already researched online, discovering that the highest administrative authority in the 12 districts of Beidou City comprised 5 officials, with the district chief holding supreme leadership. The remaining 4 officials managed various sectors such as inter-district trade, talent education, resource coordination, and urban planning. Among these 5, one bore the surname Gao Zhuobo, who oversaw inter-district trade. This individual was likely the father of his affluent adversary. Beidou City was systematically divided into 12 districts, each maintaining its own independent authority, governed solely by Central District 0. This independence resulted in significant disparities in economic, living, and educational standards among the districts, exacerbating class differences and wealth inequality. The emergence of inter-district trade somewhat alleviated these class tensions, facilitating the exchange of resources, economy, technology, and culture across districts, while also allowing a cadre of merchants to amass substantial profits and capital. The official in charge of inter-district trade was, by far, the most envied among the 5 administrative officers due to the immense benefits derived from this position. Gao Zhuobo's ascension to such a role indicated his formidable connections, perhaps even the backing of significant powers. 30 years prior, Gao Zhuobo's position would have eclipsed that of a mayor. However, times had changed. The underground city had instituted a war alert status and military control. The military had long assumed authority over police and armed forces, rendering the administrative officers powerless to mobilize military resources. In this regard, the officers held considerably less power than mayors. Du Bing pondered how Gao's son would retaliate against him, hoping it would not involve his parents. Du Bing harbored no fear of Gao's personal vengeance. His anxiety stemmed from the possibility of Gao leveraging his father's authority to inflict harm upon his family. Zhao Xuefei's warning weighed on his mind. Outside the campus, Fang Xiang and Tang Feifei were engaged in conversation, awaiting Du Bing's emergence. Du Bing furrowed his brow, concerned that he might inadvertently involve them in this mess. "Hey, love guru, why are you out so soon?" Fang Xiang teased, narrowing his eyes. "What secret did Zhao Xuefei whisper to you?" "I noticed the guy who usually picks her up after school didn't tease show today. Did they break up? How did you suddenly become so charming, attracting 2 stunning beauties at once? But I must warn you, Zhao Xuefei comes from a prestigious family. Dating her is bound to end badly. Tang Feifei, on the other hand, excels academically, is gentle, and her family background is similar to ours. If you win her over, you might benefit considerably in the future." Du Bing glanced at Tang Feifei, who stood quietly a short distance away, her head bowed in silence. She possessed beauty rivaling Zhao Xuefei, yet their temperaments were starkly different. Zhao Xuefei hailed from wealth, her attire meticulously chosen, her speech refined and polite. Her smile was like a breath of spring, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Tang Feifei, conversely, resembled a princess who had been overlooked, clad in a worn school uniform, faded jeans, and inexpensive white sneakers. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that lent her a pure and serene beauty, devoid of complex familial ties. As a result, Tang Feifei attracted more suitors than Zhao Xuefei, including affluent young men, though it remained uncertain whether their intentions were genuine or merely flirtatious. Du Bing sighed, "Stop it. If Tang Feifei were that easy to pursue, would I even stand a chance?" Fang Xiang's enthusiasm waned as he dejectedly recounted. Earlier, there were over 10 guys passing by who offered to take Tang Feifei home, including one in a fiery magnetic levitation vehicle, but she turned them all down. Watching from the sidelines was painful. The fiery magnetic levitation vehicle, valued at 130,000 energy points, was still a far cry from Gao's 800,000 point Sonic Phantom, yet it was not a car that an average person could afford. Well, don't be disheartened. In a bit, you'll be able to take Tang Feifei home and experience the feeling of a beautiful girl resting her hand on your shoulder. Du Bing encouraged. Please, you take her instead. Just thinking about that fiery vehicle makes my second-hand bicycle feel so shabby." Fang Xiang shook his head vigorously, clearly affected by the earlier encounter. Du Bing chuckled, disregarding his friend's complaints, and approached Tang Feifei. Tang Feifei, would you allow Fong Xiang to take you home later? Tang Feifei gazed at Du Bing in surprise. Aren't you coming with us? Du Bing shook his head. My father is ill and hospitalized. I plan to spend more time with him these days. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei refrained from further comments, though she secretly hoped Du Bing would accompany her home. I wish your uncle a swift recovery. Thank you. As Du Bing watched Fong Xiang whisk Tang Feifei away, he sighed in relief. His intention had never been to visit his father. He merely sought an excuse to distance himself from them. If Gao's son was truly as Zhao Shuefei described, a petty and vindictive individual, then his reprisal would likely be swift, perhaps even today. Du Bing mounted his bicycle, racing toward the hospital to ensure his parents' safety. Not long after his departure, a figure clad in black and masked appeared at the school gate. This must be the target, he thought. To eliminate an ordinary high school student, they dispatched me, a lone wolf. What an overkill. The masked figure lifted his head, revealing a pair of uncanny eyes, one aglow with an eerie red light. This was a modified mechanical eye, highly advanced, capable of detecting life forms within a kilometer, facilitating communication, storing various data, capturing videos, and possessing limited offensive capabilities, capable of firing 3 laser beams. I'm nearing the limit of my detection range. I'll follow him until I find a secluded spot to eliminate him. Du Bing, perpetually wary of Gao's potential retaliation, remained vigilant of his surroundings. With his mental acuity, he could sense an enemy within a 200-meter radius. However, unbeknownst to him, 500 meters behind, a pair of red glowing eyes fixated on him. If I were to unleash a laser now, I could easily dispatch this boy. It would be the simplest approach. For a killer operating in the shadows, taking a life was as routine as eating or drinking. With each assignment, he meticulously devised strategies tailored to his target, selecting the safest and most reliable plan to ensure his successful withdrawal post-mission. Yet, this assassination seemed exceedingly straightforward, so much so that he contemplated executing the boy with a single laser shot and returning to claim his payment. Not so fast. The employer insists on tormenting this brat before finishing him off, and they want a video recording. Is the employer a sadist? Following the employer's stipulations was a standard professional ethic among assassins. After a kill, it was customary for the assassin to retrieve a portion of the target's remains as proof, be it a head or an eye. First, I'll destroy his bicycle, leaving him with no means of escape. Detecting the absence of any onlookers, the lone wolf accelerated toward his target. He drove a second-hand magnetic levitation vehicle, hastily acquired from the second-hand market, a temporary mode of transport that could be discarded post-mission without fear of traceability. As he closed in on Du Bing, now within 300 meters, the lone wolf aimed at Du Bing's bicycle with his right eye. As the crimson light flickered almost instantaneously, Du Bing's bicycle was pierced through its base, rendering it utterly uncontrollable. He was propelled several dozen meters through the air before crashing to the ground, subsequently rolling another 10 meters. The metallic corridor bore a long trail of blood, leading to the unconscious form of Du Bing. The lone wolf parked beside Du Bing, disembarked, and checked for signs of life, confirming the presence of a heartbeat and breath. He then dragged Du Bing into the vehicle and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 15. The transfer in a humble motel room located in the commercial district of Beidou City, District 12, a figure clad in black and masked sat upon a sofa, deftly manipulating a curved dagger that danced between his fingers like a butterfly in flight. On the floor before him lay a bloodied young man, the unconscious Du Bing. Child, I am aware you are awake. There is no need for further pretense. Startled, Du Bing stirred momentarily before slowly rising. Upon meeting the gaze of the lone wolf, whose eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, he was momentarily taken aback, fearing he had encountered a specter. Who are you? Why is it that those on the brink of death invariably pose such trivial inquiries? The lone wolf sneered, his amusement evident as he regarded Du Bing. What you ought to be concerned about is how I intend to deal with you, rather than my identity. Suppressing his urge to seize the dagger from the assailant's grasp and retaliate, Du Bing inquired, And how do you intend to treat me? You appear remarkably unfazed. The lone wolf, intrigued by Du Bing's composure, continued. I find myself curious as to how you managed to incite my employer's wrath to the extent that he would expend 100,000 energy points to enlist my services for your demise. 100,000 energy points. A jolt coursed through Du Bing's mind. Indeed, his life had value beyond his expectations. Was it the wealthy gentleman who commissioned your services to eliminate me? Wealthy gentleman? The lone wolf momentarily faltered at the mention of the name, muttering, "How audacious to be called such. As assassins, we do not inquire about the names of our employers. We only require the name of the target. The moment I committed your name to memory, you became a dead man walking. Oh, then what are you waiting for?" Du Bing discreetly retrieved several sewing needles from his pocket, ready to launch them at high speed towards the assailant's eyes or heart with but a thought. The lone wolf remained oblivious to the looming threat, his discomfort growing as Du Bing's calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the frantic fear he was accustomed to witnessing in his previous targets, who either begged for mercy or fled in desperation. "My employer has instructed me to torment you to death, and I am contemplating the most effective means to satisfy his desires. Perhaps I shall sever your limbs, followed by the removal of your ears, nose, and tongue, ultimately extracting your eyes. What do you think?" He savored the thought. "Of course, if you plead for mercy, I might consider granting you a quicker end." The lone wolf rose and approached Du Bing deliberately, each step heavy with intent. He relished the sight of his prey confronting the specter of death, a perverse thrill coursing through him as he reveled in the power he wielded. Yet Du Bing's unwavering calm only served to frustrate him further. "Your employer must have concealed something of great significance from you. What is that?" The lone wolf's momentary confusion offered Du Bing the opportunity he sought. With lightning speed, the dagger in his grasp transformed into a wild stallion, breaking free to pierce the lone wolf's heart. Clang! The dagger tore through the lone wolf's attire, revealing a layer of silver armor beneath. Though it failed to penetrate, the force of impact sent him crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood. As he attempted to rise, a sharp blade suddenly appeared before him, pressed against his forehead. "Do not move. I would not hesitate to create a hole in your skull." The lone wolf froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he realized he had provoked an entity far beyond his reckoning. You are an ability user?" Fear gripped him. It was a sensation he had never before experienced, as he sensed the very breath of death drawing near. His mind seethed with resentment towards his employer, who had provided him with a profile of an ordinary high school student. How could this be an ability user? Had he known, he would never have underestimated his target or risked his life for a mere 100,000 energy points. Now it was all too late. You are aware of the existence of ability users. Have you encountered others? Du Bing, rising slowly from the ground, appeared gravely injured, yet most of his wounds were superficial, having protected vital areas with his metal abilities during his fall. At the moment of impact, he had experienced an inexplicable sensation, as though his metallic powers could allow him to meld into the metal itself, akin to raindrops merging with a river. However, to avoid drawing attention, he had feigned unconsciousness. The reason he had refrained from killing the lone wolf immediately was to ascertain his identity. Was he indeed sent by the wealthy gentleman? I have not encountered any, but I have heard whispers in the underground black market of the #1 assassin known as Shadow Demon, who is rumored to be an ability user. No one has ever laid eyes on his true form, as he always appears as a shadow. In the assassin world, there is a saying, "Where Shadow Demon treads, not a blade of grass remains." Shadow Demon? Du Bing's heart raced. This was the first ability user he had learned of beyond himself and Sophie. The powers attributed to Shadow Demon were exceedingly enigmatic, seemingly tied to shadows. Could it be that he could kill using shadows? Fortuitously. It was not him sent to eliminate me. At Du Bing's musings, the lone wolf scoffed. "You are not worthy of Shadow Demon's attention. He reigns supreme in the assassin realm. To summon him would require no less than 10 million energy points, and even then, it would depend on whether the target is deemed worthy of his efforts." How audacious, Du Bing thought, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Returning to the matter at hand, "You genuinely do not know who financed your mission to kill me?" As the lone wolf prepared to shake his head, a sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead, warm crimson liquid trickling down. He dared not move again. Speak, but refrained from unnecessary movements. Du Bing remained cautious. After all, the lone wolf was a professional assassin, and he was uncertain of any hidden assassination techniques that could lead to his demise. You have some superfluous items on you. It would be prudent to remove them. Du Bing sensed metallic objects on the lone wolf's person and directed the sewing needles to hover ominously above his forehead. He then brandished the dagger, slicing through the lone wolf's clothing to reveal a form-fitting armor beneath. He discovered a concealed dagger at the assassin's waist, a handgun tucked within his trousers, along with a silver card and 3 keys. The wrist communicator and metallic belt were swiftly disarmed, leaving the lone wolf's mechanical eye untouched, the only potential avenue for a comeback. A surge of anxiety gripped the lone wolf. He dreaded the thought of losing his mechanical eye, his sole chance of turning the tide. If granted even a moment to regain composure, he could unleash a lethal laser to eliminate Du Bing. Du Bing pressed the dagger firmly against the lone wolf's forehead, meticulously examining his possessions while commanding, "I will ask questions, and you shall respond. Should your answers fail to satisfy me, I will sever one of your ears, or perhaps your nose." The lone wolf trembled involuntarily. This was a method he often employed for tormenting others, and now it was being wielded against him. "Do not move about. I am exceedingly tense. Should you happen to sneeze, I might interpret that as a threat and end your life prematurely." The lone wolf swallowed hard, obediently responding, "Ask away. I assure you, I will not conceal anything I know." Du Bing nodded in satisfaction, picking up the metallic inner armor and inquiring, "What is your name? And what material is this armor made of? It is so lightweight. How can it withstand my strike?" "My name is Lone Wolf," he replied. "This armor is crafted from a special alloy. Even at close range, it can resist bullets. However, it is vulnerable to laser weaponry. I purchased it from the underground black market for 300,000 energy points." 300,000 energy points. Du Bing exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I didn't expect you to be quite affluent." Lone Wolf quickly added, "If you spare my life, I can transfer all my energy points to you." "Oh, all of them?" Du Bing felt a surge of excitement. This assassin seemed to possess considerable wealth. With such funds, he could ensure a better life for his parents. "Yes, all of them." Sensing Du Bing's interest, Lone Wolf's heart soared with joy. If he could survive, he would willingly relinquish any amount of wealth. Fearing Du Bing might change his mind, he quickly urged, "I can transfer the funds right now. Just provide me with your account number." After a moment's contemplation, Du Bing shared an account number he regularly used for tuition payments, tossing the wrist communicator to Lone Wolf. This communicator was, in fact, a smart microcomputer, akin to a smartphone, capable of communication, online shopping, and fund transfers. "You had better not play any tricks or send messages to anyone else. I am transferring the funds right now." Chapter 16. The maglev racing car. Du Bing remained unaware that the Lone Wolf was, in fact, a solitary assassin with no real friends. Even if he wished to seek help, no one would arrive in a timely manner. "Turn around." As soon as the Lone Wolf finished his words, Du Bing's communicator emitted a series of beeps. Upon checking, he discovered that his account, which previously held only a few nuclear energy points, had inexplicably swelled by 280,000 points. His parents worked tirelessly for an entire year, earning barely 20,000 points combined. After deducting living expenses, they were left with a mere 2,000 or 3,000 points. Thus, this sum of 280,000 nuclear energy points was nothing short of a fortune. Du Bing felt a surge of excitement. With this money, not only could he cover his father's medical expenses, but his family's financial situation would also improve significantly. However, his joy was short-lived. "What the hell? Are you playing tricks on me? You spent 300,000 on that shabby armor, and this is all the money you have left?" The Lone Wolf hastily clarified, "I truly have only this much left. Being an assassin is no easy task. I often get injured, and a significant portion of my earnings goes towards treating my wounds. Look at my eye. This was lost during a failed assassination attempt, and not only did I not earn anything, but I also lost over 1,000,000 nuclear energy points." Hearing this, Du Bing felt a twinge of sympathy for him. "Ahem, so what is this silver card?" "This is a pass. As far as I know, passes come in 4 tiers: black iron, silver, gold, and purple diamond, which signify status in the underground black market and afford different benefits. Those without a pass cannot enter the underground black market. Where is the underground black market located? Du Bing suddenly became intrigued. With this pass, he could also venture into the underground black market. Given his abilities, he surely could earn more than this lone wolf. The underground black market is actually situated in the abandoned city above ground. The people who enter are involved in all sorts of shady dealings and rarely show their true faces. Once someone's real identity is discovered, their status and identity in the underground city are entirely exposed. As for the lone wolf, he is a cold-blooded killer in the black market, possessing another identity in the underground city, straddling both light and darkness. This is his greatest secret. He can divulge his assassin alias to Du Bing, but he will never reveal his name in the underground city, for it could jeopardize the safety of his family. Behind the underground black market stands a powerful force that controls everything, with its own unique rules that no one can violate. The entrance to Zone 12 lies within the Big Dipper Bank, where those guarding the entrance only recognize passes, not individuals. Even after years of mingling in the underground black market, I remain deeply fearful of it. The waters run too deep, and I do not recommend you go. At the Big Dipper Bank, Du Bing was astonished. There was only one branch of the Big Dipper Bank per zone, responsible for managing and overseeing all nuclear energy point transactions, entirely controlled by the military. Could it be that the black market is operated by the military? If that were the case, the depth of the black market would be unfathomable. You need not concern yourself with that. Du Bing casually tucked the silver card into his pocket, having resolved to explore the underground black market at the very least. Selling the lone wolf's inner armor could yield him 300,000 nuclear energy points. I have shared everything you wanted to know. Please honor your promise and let me go. Wait, I have one more thing. Are you having second thoughts? The lone wolf felt a jolt of fear. He had become a startled bird. Du Bing sneered. I am not so despicable, but I need you to do something. You must have your employer's contact information. Arrange for him to meet me. I wish to see him. That is impossible. The lone wolf vehemently refused. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply cannot. According to our agreement, I only need to send a video of your death to a predetermined communicator, and they will send me the remaining payment. I assure you, the communicator's account is anonymous, and once the transaction is complete, it is immediately destroyed. I told you, they cannot expose their identities in the underground city. Du Bing sighed in resignation. Given the circumstances, the lone wolf would not deceive him for an unrelated employer. It appeared that arranging a meeting was futile, leaving him uncertain whether the employer was indeed a wealthy individual. If he confirmed that the employer was affluent, Du Bing would not hesitate to eliminate him to eradicate any future threats to his and his parents' safety. All right, you may leave. Thank you. The lone wolf sighed in relief. As he felt the blade leave his forehead, he slowly lifted his head, his intact left eye radiating a fierce light, while the red glow in his right eye ceased flickering, transforming into a deep crimson. Death's light, laser beam. Die. Just as the lone wolf thought he would successfully kill Du Bing, his laser eye suddenly shot out from its socket. The brilliance of the mechanical eye lay in its perfect synchronization with the ocular nerves, as long as the master willed it. The accumulated energy would be unleashed to claim a life. Yet now, an inexplicable force yanked it from his eye, inflicting a pain far surpassing that of losing a real eye. Du Bing's expression hardened as he regarded the mechanical eye, coldly stating, I initially intended to spare you, but since you sought my life, then you shall perish. And no. A glint of cold steel flashed, and the lone wolf's voice was abruptly silenced. His one eye filled with unwillingness and regret. A sharp dagger pierced his forehead, the handle sinking in. Du Bing gazed at the mechanical eye, feeling an overwhelming chill. Just as he planned to let the lone wolf go, he sensed a formidable energy coalescing within the mechanical eye that could threaten him. Without hesitation, he activated his powers, manipulating objects from a distance, and extracted the mechanical eye from the lone wolf's socket, dissipating the terrifying energy. That was close, just a hair's breadth away. All because of a fleeting moment of compassion, I nearly lost my life. Du Bing donned the inner armor beneath his clothing, wiping the blood from the mechanical eye on the lone wolf's corpse before collecting it. After all, it was worth 1,000,000 nuclear energy points, and it would be a pity to bury it with the lone wolf. Peering through the window to assess the outside, Du Bing realized he was on the second floor. Outside the window lay a narrow alley cluttered with black garbage bags. Opening the window, Du Bing stepped down using an iron plate he had found in the room, controlling its descent with his metallic power, landing effortlessly. Quickly exiting the alley, Du Bing utilized his wrist communicator to locate his position, only to discover he had ended up in the city center, hundreds of miles away from the factory residential area. How did this guy bring me here? Suddenly, he recalled the 3 keys, one of which had positioning, alarm, and communication functions. The keys with those functions could only belong to a car or a luxurious residence. The remaining 2 keys bore the same numerical code, likely hotel room keys, which he had carelessly tossed into the trash pile. He must have a car. Let's see which one it is. Start. Upon casually issuing a command, Du Bing was suddenly met with a deep rumble resonating nearby. Rushing to the parking lot adjacent to the hotel, he beheld a sleek gray maglev sports car, now lifted 30 centimeters off the ground. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He and Fong Xiang had long envied those who could afford such vehicles, often dreaming of the day when they would have the means to purchase one. Yet, they both understood that such aspirations were mere fantasies. However, that dream had now materialized. As he settled into the driver's seat, Du Bing was enveloped by a sense of disbelief. He had inadvertently destroyed a second-hand maglev bicycle, only to fortuitously acquire a second-hand sports car, along with a bounty of 280,000 energy points. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Even as a pre-owned maglev, the car's sophisticated onboard computer was remarkably advanced, automatically analyzing various routes to their destination for Du Bing's selection. The vehicle not only offered autonomous driving, but also featured a smart system capable of playing virtual films and music for the owner's enjoyment, eliminating any concerns regarding driving safety. The sole worry that occupied Du Bing's mind was how to explain the origins of this maglev sports car. And thus, they set off. Chapter 17. The Son of the Wind, the gray magnetic levitation sports car, surged forward like a small beast, reaching a velocity of 200 meters per second. The surrounding scenery transformed into a series of distorted, leaping lines, reminiscent of a natural abstract painting. The walls of the metallic corridor were embedded with dynamic response modules, capable of detecting any moving object, transmitting reflections into the intelligent computer of the levitating vehicle, which then rendered images and pre-analyzed trajectories to avert potential collisions. Du Bing couldn't help but marvel at the power of technology. My flying needle can also achieve a speed of 100 meters per second. I wonder if I could fly that fast. The sensation must be entirely different. Du Bing had long harbored the desire to attach metal to himself or beneath his feet to elevate himself into the air, and now, experiencing the speed of the magnetic levitation car, he could no longer suppress this thought. However, this notion was perilous if his nerve reaction speed was insufficient. He could easily meet with a fatal accident. His current limitations merely indicated his inadequacy. The experts among the stars could undoubtedly soar through the skies. Without a well-thought-out reason, he resolutely decided not to drive the car home. Thus, Du Bing parked it in a nearby lot and proceeded to a second-hand magnetic levitation bicycle market to purchase a bike that closely resembled his original one. With 28,000 energy points in his account, Du Bing was not overly concerned about this trivial expense. His thoughts were consumed with how to utilize this money to provide a comfortable life for his parents. When Du Bing arrived home, he was 2 hours later than usual. His mother was at the hospital caring for his father, leaving the house empty. "Sophie, are you home?" Du Bing intended to share the fruits of his victory with Sophie. But after searching for a while, he found no one there. He called out several times, but received no response. "Are you invisible? Hiding around to watch me make a fool of myself? I know you're skilled. Please stop messing around and come out." Initially, Du Bing thought Sophie was merely playing a prank on him. However, after calling for some time with no reply, he began to sense something was amiss. Where could she have gone? This place was unfamiliar to her. Surely, she wouldn't wander off and get lost, would she? After waiting for a whole hour, Du Bing lost patience and decided to search for Sophie. To his surprise, just as he stepped out of the factory residential area, he encountered a disheveled man squatting by the roadside, smoking and leering around with a predatory gaze. Du Bing instinctively became wary. He had often heard adults warn that some vagrants liked to come out at night, lurking by the roadside in search of targets for theft. As he passed by the man, Du Bing took a careful glance. The man's long hair obscured his face, and he wore a green outfit resembling a uniform. But his feet were clad in slippers. One hand held a cigarette, while the other scratched his foot, mumbling indistinctly to himself. Damn that little Zhou. Leaving me alone in this smoke-filled place, waiting for a rabbit to come by, what a joke. Since awakening his abilities, Du Bing's physical senses had sharpened significantly. His hearing, vision, and sense of smell were extraordinarily acute. Despite the man's low voice, Du Bing caught every word. Realizing that this was indeed a premeditated robbery, and there were accomplices involved. Not wanting to attract trouble, he quickened his pace. After walking about 100 meters, he instinctively glanced back only to find the man still squatting in place, showing no signs of movement. Hey, little guy, were you looking for me? A deep voice suddenly resonated in Du Bing's ear. He turned around in shock, discovering that a similarly disheveled young man in green had appeared before him. Cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Du Bing instinctively stepped back defensively, glancing over his shoulder, only to find the man who had been squatting by the road had vanished. What? Weren't you looking for me? Looking for my brother? I'm not looking for anyone. Du Bing replied, feeling a chill run down his spine as he turned back around and found that the speaker had also disappeared. Yet his voice echoed in his ears. Was he seeing ghosts? A shiver ran down Du Bing's back as he reached into his pocket for a few sewing needles he always carried, thinking, regardless of whether he was human or ghost, he would give him a few pricks. Hey, I'm right here. A loud shout erupted behind him. Du Bing turned to see the man who had previously squatted by the roadside, now waving at him. Could it be that he truly encountered a ghost? Ha ha ha. I'm not a ghost. A strange laugh echoed again in Du Bing's ear. This time, he did not turn around. Instead, he swiftly flicked his wrist, sending several needles shooting toward the source of the voice. What the hell? What kind of hidden weapon is this? Without needing to look back, Du Bing sensed that his flying needles had missed their target. A shiver of fear coursed through him. The other party had evaded his attack, and it was done with mere physicality. A human body moving at a speed of 100 meters per second was akin to teleportation in the eyes of an ordinary person. It was terrifying. Du Bing was now certain that the person before him was undoubtedly an ability user. His mental will could capture the presence of anything within a 200-meter radius, and his flying needles were entirely under his control within that range, moving at the utmost speed. Hey, little guy, stop. Don't let those little mosquitoes bite me. Ha ha ha. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Bring on more mosquitoes to chase me. These few are just too few. Hearing the taunts, Du Bing felt a sense of despair. He was convinced the other party was simply toying with him. The man had retreated to a distance of 200 meters only a few times, and then he ceased to flee further, instead circling within the 200-meter range. As if traversing the ground with ease, his shadow flitted across rooftops, roadways, and lamp posts, making it impossible for the naked eye to discern his true form. Return, Du Bing commanded, summoning the needles back. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. The flying needle technique he regarded as a formidable skill was akin to a child's water gun in the eyes of the other. Hey, why are we stopping? The man flashed, and a gust of wind swept by as he appeared right in front of Du Bing. Don't lose heart, play a little longer, and you'll hit me eventually. Du Bing's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he asked, Are you a shadow demon? A shadow demon? Upon hearing this name, the man paused momentarily, then scoffed. Pfft. That scoundrel is just a filthy rat that can't bear the light. How can he be compared to the magnificent me? The son of the wind? Now it was Du Bing's turn to be stunned. Given the man's terrifying speed and his myriad of fleeting shadows, he had assumed that this individual was the supreme assassin, the shadow demon. You're really not a shadow demon? The man ruffled his disheveled hair, looking displeased. How could someone as handsome as me be compared to that ugly creature who makes the sun retreat? Suddenly, a series of urgent beeping sounds erupted. The man nonchalantly opened a communication device in front of Du Bing. Hello, glasses, what do you want from me? Crazy, hurry over. I've locked onto the alien's activity zone. The speed of that wretch can't keep up with it. The boss wants you to come help right away. Ha ha ha. How could that wretch's speed compare to mine? I am known as the most beautiful man in the wind, the fastest in the world. Send me the coordinates. I'll fly over immediately. After receiving the coordinates, the man suddenly reached out and ruffled Du Bing's hair, laughing heartily. What an interesting little fellow. I'll come find you to play when I return. Upon hearing the conversation and thinking of Sophie's disappearance, Du Bing wondered if the alien the man referred to could possibly be Sophie. Du Bing felt a sudden panic and instinctively reached out to stop the figure. But as he grasped, he found only emptiness. The person's form gradually faded away, vanishing into the air. A mere afterimage. Du Bing was left in astonishment. Who exactly was this child of the wind? His heart sank further with worry. If the extraterrestrial mentioned in the communicator was indeed Sophie, could she possibly evade the pursuit of someone like the child of the wind? Du Bing yearned to give chase, yet was at a loss as to which direction to pursue, having not clearly witnessed the manner of the figure's disappearance. Sophie, please, do not come to harm. Chapter 18. The return of Sophie. For 2 consecutive days, Sophie had not returned, which left Du Bing's heart burdened like a heavy stone, pressing down on him with an unbearable weight, yet he had no one to confide in. The existence of the life-sharing contract reassured Du Bing that, at least for the time being, Sophie was not in mortal danger. Should she perish, he would follow suit. To prevent the possibility of Sophie returning and finding him absent, Du Bing took 2 days of sick leave to remain at home. Aside from Du Bing, another individual was equally anxious and restless, Gao Fushua. Ever since Du Bing had injured him with a metal ability that manipulated chains, Gao Fushua had harbored a deep-seated resentment. It was a profound humiliation for a distinguished student of the Military God Academy to be bested by a mere high school student. He yearned for revenge against Du Bing, but feared falling prey to the latter's peculiar methods once more. Thus, he contemplated hiring a hitman, a course of action that would not only relieve his pent-up anger, but also shield him from being implicated. The most proficient assassins were concealed within the underground black market. To ensure that Du Bing would suffer torment until his demise, Gao Fushua was willing to spend a staggering 100,000 energy points. It was known that a mere 10,000 energy points could secure the services of a low-cost assassin. Even such an assassin would find it effortless to eliminate an ordinary person. A hitman commanding a fee of 100,000 would possess a certain notoriety within the underground market. According to the agreed-upon timeline, the lone wolf would execute the target within a day and send a video of the target's torment. However, 2 days had elapsed with no word, causing Gao Fushua considerable unease. Could it be that the lone wolf had failed? That seemed implausible. He was a professional assassin, after all. How could he possibly struggle against an ordinary youth? Gao Fushua had perused the lone wolf's assassination records before making his selection. The records documented each of the lone wolf's missions, with an almost impeccable success rate. Even in the rare instances of failure, he managed to escape unscathed. These records were classified information, strictly confidential within the assassin organization. Any leak would result in relentless pursuit and extermination of all involved. With the absence of any communication from the lone wolf, Gao Fushua pondered the possibilities. Either the assassin had perished, or he had yet to make his move. He gripped a cheap wrist communicator tightly, awaiting news of the lone wolf's success. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling Gao Fushua from his reverie. Instinctively, he tensed in defense. The newcomer was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, clad in gold-rimmed glasses and sporting slicked-back hair that gleamed as if licked by a dog. Father. Gao Fushua recognized him as Gao Zhuobo, one of the 5 administrative officials of District 12. Gao Zhuobo wore a grim expression, clearly in a foul mood. I ask you, did you use my pass to enter the underground black market a few days ago? Gao Fushua's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated his father discovering this matter. He himself lacked a pass for the underground market, as Gao Zhuobo deemed him too impetuous and inexperienced to navigate such treacherous waters. Thus, he had never been granted access. Father, is something wrong? Gao Fushua stammered, unable to meet his father's gaze. I did go in, he confessed reluctantly. A few days ago, I went to pick up Xue Fei from school and had a confrontation with a boy. I thought to hire someone to eliminate him ridiculous. Gao Zhuobo interrupted sharply, his voice laced with disappointment. I have warned you numerous times. The underground market is fraught with peril. If your identity is uncovered, we shall meet a grim fate, and our family will suffer the consequences. Gao Fushua trembled at his father's admonition, his voice barely a whisper. I want to do it again. You still intend to try again? Gao Zhuobo shot him a disapproving glance, letting out an exasperated huff. I am looking out for your well-being. You are too young to understand the dangers. Is a trivial matter of jealousy truly worth hiring a hitman? After a moment's hesitation, Gao Fushua clenched his teeth. Father, the assassin I hired may have failed in his mission. What? Gao Zhuobo's eyes widened in alarm. He understood the formidable reputation of the assassins in the underground market. To eliminate certain threats and secure his position as an administrative official, he had previously funneled considerable sums into the assassin organization. What is going on? What level of assassin did you hire? Explain everything to me from the beginning. Realizing the recklessness of his actions, Gao Fushua complied, recounting the events. The assassin I hired goes by the name Lone Wolf, a silver-ranked killer. The boy I aim to eliminate is a classmate of Zhao Xuefei. I investigated his background. He comes from a working-class family and possesses no particular talents. Logically, a silver-ranked assassin should find a child's play to deal with such a minor character. Yet, 2 days have passed since the task was assigned, and I have yet to hear from him. I suspect a mere high school student. Gao Zhuobo's eyes narrowed as he noticed the bandage peeking from his son's collar. His expression sharpened suddenly as he demanded, "What happened to your neck?" Gao Fushua flinched, instinctively covering the bandage. He had always considered his injury at Du Bing's hands a source of shame and had refrained from mentioning it to anyone. He had concealed this detail when posting the hit on the assassin network, never imagining that his omission would lead to the lone wolf's demise. I faced with his father's stern gaze, Gao Fushua faltered. I'm not sure how it happened. I had already knocked that boy to the ground. But then he suddenly reached for me. It felt as though the chain around my neck was being violently tightened from behind, leaving me breathless. I struggled until I broke free afterward. He appeared exhausted. Father, could it be that this boy possesses some sort of supernatural ability? Upon hearing Gao Fushua's account, Gao Zhuobo's expression transformed, a realization dawning upon him. It was a possibility that could explain everything. Having never seen his father so visibly shaken, Gao Fushua cautiously inquired, Father, I have heard that before entering the underground city, many martial arts and Taoist sects existed. Masters of martial arts could break stones with their bare hands, and Taoists could exorcise demons. Could this boy be a Taoist? Gao Zhuobo slowly shook his head, his complexion gradually returning to normal. After a moment of silence, he replied, He is not a Taoist. While those martial arts and Taoist sects did exist, they have largely vanished by now. Curious, Gao Fushua asked, did their training methods not survive? Gao Zhuobo regarded his son with a sardonic smile. Of course they have. Some of the combat techniques taught at your military god academy are derived from martial arts. The truly valuable knowledge remains with those at the top. I suspect this boy may be an ability user. An ability user? Gao Fushua stared incredulously at his father, hearing this term for the first time. What is an ability user? Enough questions for now. Regarding the individuals with extraordinary abilities, I have merely heard tales of them without ever having witnessed their powers firsthand. It is said that they possess some peculiar capabilities, to the extent that even the military refrains from provoking them. Gao Zhuobo narrowed his eyes slightly, only to widen them abruptly, a chilling intent to kill gleaming within. If this young man is indeed one of those gifted individuals, it could spell trouble. You must change your attire quickly and accompany me to the underground black market. In the mechanized factory, at Du Bing's residence, after 2 long days of waiting in agony, Du Bing finally reached a realization. Rather than languishing in this seemingly eternal wait, it would be far more beneficial to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Having witnessed the ghostly speed of the wind's sun, he began to comprehend the adage that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. His flying needle technique seemed laughably insignificant in the presence of true masters. Within his mind, a vortex representing golden abilities slowly spun, absorbing the surrounding metallic energies. Suddenly, a wave of mental energy surged into Du Bing's consciousness. He opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Sophie. Chapter 19. Beidou Bank Du Bing opened his eyes in surprise. In the room, the air shimmered, and a familiar figure materialized. With cascading waves of fiery red hair and icy blue eyes, it was Sophie, who had vanished for 2 days. "Where have you been? I was worried sick," Du Bing exclaimed. Sophie's expression was grave, devoid of any smile. "We can't stay here. I've been discovered. For the past 2 days, someone has been hunting me. One of them possesses lightning abilities and is quite formidable, matching my own strength, and is incredibly fast. There's also a swordsman with immense attacking power." Later, another wind user appeared, swift and troublesome, though less powerful. I exerted considerable effort to shake them off, but I suspect they'll be trailing me soon. "Indeed, you've been discovered." Du Bing felt a twinge of surprise despite having anticipated such a turn of events. The wind user. It must be that wind child. His expression grew more serious. Having awakened his powers, he had initially envisioned using them to provide a better life for his parents. Now, however, he had attracted a myriad of troubles, with assassins targeting him. Du Bing was convinced that the wealthy rival was behind it, for he was the only one with a vendetta against him. Now Sophie was also being pursued by several potent ability users. The thought chilled him to the core. Their fates were intertwined. If one perished, the other would follow suit. How did they discover you? What should we do? Being just an 18-year-old youth with little experience in turmoil, Du Bing found himself at a loss, relying entirely on Sophie for guidance. They must possess specialized equipment to detect high-energy life forms. Fortunately, their detection range isn't vast. I led them on a wild chase around the underground city before managing to lose them. Sophie's brow furrowed. She had anticipated such a scenario, though she hadn't expected it to escalate so quickly. They appear to be from the same organization. In a one-on-one confrontation, I could easily defeat them, perhaps even kill them, but I fear that would attract more of their members. Thus, the best course of action is for me to vanish. Vanish? Du Bing looked at Sophie, puzzled. Precisely. If I disappear, they will lose their target and eventually give up the pursuit. But how can you disappear? By leaving this city for a place they would never think to look, or one they can't trace. Sophie gazed deeply at Du Bing, sighing. But your power is too weak right now. Our lives are linked. If you encounter danger, I fear I won't be able to save you in time. Therefore, it's south best to remain close. A place they wouldn't expect? A location they cannot search? Suddenly, an idea ignited in Du Bing's mind. The underground black market. In the abandoned city above, filled with chaos and intertwined forces, it would be the perfect hiding spot. According to the Lone Wolf, the supreme assassin in the underworld was an ability user. If the shadow demon could hide in the black market, Sophie, with her abilities, could blend in as long as she concealed her appearance. I know a place where you can hide without being discovered. Oh, Sophie shot Du Bing a surprised glance. After sharing their lives, she was well aware of all his memories. He had never left District 12 of Beidou City. So how could he know of such a secret hiding spot? Time is of the essence. They might come at any moment. Let us hurry. You name the place, and I'll take you there. No, that would attract too much attention. If someone sees us, or if we're caught on surveillance, we'll be exposed. We should drive instead. When Sophie caught sight of the second-hand maglev sports car, she was once again taken aback. Knowing Du Bing's financial situation, she found it impossible that he could afford such a vehicle. Where did you get this junk? Did you steal it? She asked curiously. Du Bing explained how he acquired the car and shared details about the underground black market. Upon hearing that Du Bing had nearly been killed, Sophie broke out in a cold sweat, realizing how close she had come to a grave fate alongside him. Her fiery red hair seemed to dance wildly, and her icy blue eyes radiated fury. Where does that wealthy rival live? I'll ensure his entire family pays for this. Such a threat cannot be allowed to linger. Your survival this time was merely a stroke of luck. With your current abilities, even a common assassin could take you down from 200 meters away with a sniper rifle. Du Bing felt a shiver of fear. Had the Lone Wolf known of his abilities, he would have been prepared, and the casualty could have very well been himself. Following military reforms, many firearms had been decommissioned, and mech soldiers became the norm. While ordinary citizens found it difficult to purchase weaponry, the underground black market had them readily available. Even a standard sniper rifle could reach 400 meters, while specialized long-range rifles could exceed 1,000. If an enemy targeted him from that distance, he would have no chance to react. By the time he perceived the bullet, it would likely be too late to defend himself. Do not concern yourself with this matter. If you use your abilities to kill, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of those pursuing you. Once they investigate, it will be easy to uncover my connection to the wealthy rival, and suspicion will fall upon me. Once you are safely hidden in the underground black market, I will handle the rest. Beidou Bank, located in the heart of the commercial district, operated around the clock in the underground city, which knew no day or night. The clientele was either wealthy or noble, each possessing their own enterprises, driving top-tier maglev sports cars, and adorned in exquisite attire. As a shabby second-hand sports car pulled into the bank's parking lot, disdainful glances were cast from those preparing to leave or just disembarking. Those who drove such dilapidated vehicles were unlikely to belong to the upper echelons, and many were curious to see who the unsophisticated driver was. The car door swung open, and two oddly dressed individuals stepped out. By their attire and stature, one was male and the other female. The man donned a sleek black suit with shiny leather shoes, yet sported a comical gourd mask. The woman wore a cheongsam adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, her fiery red hair and icy blue eyes captivating, complemented by a white fox mask. The edges of the fox's eyes were painted in red, exuding an alluring charm. Sensing the peculiar gazes of those around them, Sophie whispered, "Du Bing, are you sure this is all right? Why do I feel like people are looking at us strangely?" Du Bing also felt a twinge of unease. Blending into the underground black market required concealing one's true identity. Uncertain of how others achieved this, he opted for masks and a change of clothing. "I told you to let me buy you a male outfit, yet you insisted on dressing so provocatively. How could anyone not notice you? Isn't it said that beauty is a woman's nature?" "It's a universal truth," Sophie retorted. "Beauty comes at a price," Du Bing murmured. Realizing that this single cheongsam had cost 30,000 energy points, equivalent to over a year's salary for both his parents. Had Sophie not been so enamored with it, he would never have been able to justify such an expense. Let us proceed to the bank. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Du Bing and Sophie entered the establishment. With only one Beidou Bank in each district, its vastness was truly unimaginable. The hall spanned over 1,000 meters in width, patrolled by squads of fully armed soldiers, safeguarding the smooth operation of the bank's affairs. Good heavens, this was no mere bank. It resembled a fortress of war. Through the power of mental perception, Du Bing distinctly sensed that within the walls, columns, and ceiling of the hall were hidden mechanisms housing formidable firearms capable of targeting every corner of the space, leaving no area unprotected. "What services may I assist you with today?" Approached a young woman, her features sweet and inviting, adorned with a name tag that read Lobby Manager. Lu Xin. Du Bing refrained from speaking, aware that uttering a word could reveal his true age. He preferred silence whenever possible. Instead, he retrieved a silver card obtained from the lone wolf. It was an unremarkable card, devoid of any patterns or inscriptions. However, upon sighting it, the young woman trembled slightly, her tone shifting to one of utmost respect as she proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Chapter 20. General Li Beidou City is one of the 9 underground cities of the Huaxia Nation. Beidou Bank has existed since the city's inception, boasting a history of over 30 years. It stands as the sole banking institution within Beidou City, managing all transactions of nuclear energy points. To this day, nuclear energy points have become universally recognized currency within underground cities and even between nations. Daily life, encompassing clothing, food, housing, and transportation, is inextricably linked to nuclear energy points. Those fortunate enough to open an account at Beidou Bank, engaging in storage, transfers, and various financial transactions, are either affluent or noble, possessing wealth that ordinary individuals can only dream of accumulating in a lifetime. They reside in the Green Fern Ecological Park, rumored to resemble the fabled Shangri-La, the last pure land on Earth. Each residence within the park is a standalone villa, surrounded by genuine greenery, ornamental flora, and trees. The air is infused with high levels of oxygen, purified for breathing, while the food consists of naturally grown vegetables and organically raised livestock. These luxuries are unattainable for the common folk. Now, Du Bing, a poor boy hailing from the factory district, finds himself at Beta Bank, enjoying the same privileges as the wealthy. Please wait in this private room. Your client status exceeds my authority. I will summon a supervisor to assist you, Liu Xin said as he ushered Du Bing and Sophie into a completely secluded chamber before retreating. The decor of the room was not ostentatious, yet to Du Bing, it appeared lavish beyond measure. Ink-wash paintings of flora and fauna adorned the walls, while a fist-sized copper incense burner on the coffee table released wisps of smoke that dissipated into the air. A gentle inhalation revealed a unique fragrance that calmed Du Bing's racing heart. A nearly 2-meter-wide crystal chandelier cast a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the entire room. The plush, comfortable sofa made him reluctant to rise, surpassing the comfort of his own bed. Sophie was equally astonished by the environment, from Du Bing's memories. She had never encountered such opulence. She had assumed that humans on Earth lived in metal shanties similar to Du Bing's home. Oh my goodness, compared to this, your home resembles a doghouse, she remarked. Du Bing, masked as a gourd doll, concealed his expression, but Sophie, linked to him through their shared existence, sensed his emotions of surprise, astonishment, embarrassment, and a powerful yearning. Someday, I will ensure my parents live in such a house. Clenching his fists, his dark eyes sparkled with renewed intensity. Why have impoverished individuals often resorted to robbery in affluent areas? Before entering the underground city, they too had homes, complete with sofas, televisions, refrigerators, delectable food, and respectable jobs. Upon entering the underground city, all of that was stripped away. They were left to toil in factories for meager wages, consuming cheap, compressed food, and residing in cramped, cold metal shelters. Such a life breeds despair and collapse. Many, unable to endure, chose to escape through suicide. The more radical thinkers blamed the wealthy for stealing their previous lives, leading to a series of tragedies through their violent incursions into affluent districts they had once possessed, and thus could not accept the deprivation of such a life, setting them on an irreversible path. For youths like Du Bing, many were born into the underground city, never having known ownership, thus lacking that sense of grievance. However, it is precisely because they had never possessed anything that their desires surged when they glimpsed the life of the rich. Sensing Du Bing's emotions, Sophie sighed softly. Hailing from a distant interstellar world with superior living standards and cutting-edge technology, she found herself trapped on this barren planet, unable to return. Given a spaceship capable of spatial jumps, she would choose to leave Earth immediately for her homeland. Meanwhile, in another spacious room, a middle-aged man in military attire stood before a wall adorned with monitors. In the center of the room, several intelligent consoles were placed, while other uniformed researchers worked rapidly at their tasks. Generally, according to the data analysis from the supersensory scanner, these two individuals have no records of entering the underground black market and carry no prohibited items. However, both exhibit strong energy fluctuations. The energy analyzer indicates that the red-haired woman wearing a fox mask possesses an energy index reaching the level of an A-class esper. Given that this device's maximum testing limit is A-class, it is plausible that she may exceed this level, categorizing her as an extreme threat. The man with the gourd doll mask has an energy index of merely E-class, yet a vast energy lies dormant within him. If fully unleashed, it could surpass A-class. Currently classified as a level 3 threat. General Li furrowed his brow. As the highest commander guarding the entrance to the underground city, he bore immense pressure. Those who could traverse the underground black market either wielded great wealth and power or possessed formidable strength. Both types were akin to ticking time bombs, capable of causing immense destruction at any moment. How did such dangerous individuals surface in Zone 12 without any records? Could they have been cultivated by a prominent family? For individuals granted access to the underground city, General Li was least concerned about the wealthy, for their roots lay within the underground city itself. Once their true identities were uncovered by the military, the bank's intelligence system could freeze all their nuclear energy point transactions, severing their economic lifeline. In terms of power, who could rival the military in terms of personnel and weaponry? His greatest fear lay with those unrecorded hidden figures, possessing destructive power unhindered by wealth or status, free to act beyond the constraints of law and regulation. He detested this feeling of being beyond the bounds of order. Transmit all information on these two individuals to the Beidou intelligence system for storage and investigate surveillance footage along their route to ascertain where they appeared, he commanded. Yes, General, came the prompt response. However, astonishment soon followed. General, the magnetic levitation vehicle they arrived in appears to have been purchased from the second-hand car market, with no registration information. Surveillance footage along the route captured no images. They seemingly materialized out of thin air near the bank. An A-class esper, indeed not easily dealt with. It seems I must personally investigate. Dubang, I sense we are being monitored. Just now, I detected a peculiar wave passing over us, Sophie remarked, causing Dubang to tense once more. What is happening? He inquired. This room's walls have been specially treated to prevent mental infiltration, but they cannot block my domain power. Allow me to probe further. Dubing had witnessed the marvels of domain power before. Sophie, possessing both ice and fire abilities, wielded the domains of both elements. In the realm of ice, Sophie possessed the extraordinary ability to render herself invisible at will. She could choose whom to reveal herself to and whom to conceal from sight. This realm was a unique power bestowed only upon masters of their domain. According to Sophie, even within the interstellar civilization, masters held a certain status, while planets like Earth, teetering on the brink of decline with insufficient energy concentration, were unlikely to give rise to such formidable beings. A knock resounded at the door, and a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and tie entered, accompanied by a charming young woman, none other than the previous lobby manager, Liu Xian. Liu Xian carried a tray, upon which rested a delicate purple clay teapot and 3 matching cups. Esteemed guests, this is our bank's supervisor Li, Liu Xian announced. He will be attending to you from here on. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, extending his hand. I am Li Yi, the supervisor responsible for liaising between the underground city and the black market. Just as Dubing was about to shake hands with him, Sophie interjected with a playful smile. Is the military's budget insufficient, generally? Have you been compelled to lower yourself to working at a bank for additional income? Li Yi's smile instantly faltered, his gaze sharpening as it bore into Sophie. Dubing's outstretched hand also froze in midair. Chapter 21. Card levels as a high-ranking military officer. Li Yi's identity information is classified as top secret. Even those with higher ranks lack the necessary permissions to access his records. At Beta Bank, he oversees the surveillance of all personnel entering and exiting the underground black market, utilizing various channels and instruments to uncover their true identities, aiming for complete control and the elimination of security risks. However, this time, he was unable to ascertain the identities of 2 individuals, one of whom was an exceedingly dangerous figure. Thus, he resolved to meet them personally for a probing encounter. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, one of them preemptively revealed his true identity, leaving Li Yi in a state of shock. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary individual. Having ascended to the rank of Major General in middle age, his temperament and capabilities were exceptional. In an instant, his expression returned to normal, though the sharpness in his eyes intensified. The 2 individuals were indeed extraordinary, capable of discerning his identity with a mere utterance. You would do well to ensure that your subordinates refrain from recklessly wielding their weapons, or I will regard it as a hostile signal, said Sophie, her gaze icy as she scanned Li Yi. Dubing also focused his mental energy on Li Yi and Liu Xian, concealed needles within his sleeves poised to pierce their eyes at a speed of 100 meters per second. General, the energy levels within these 2 individuals are showing signs of escalation, indicating an increased level of danger. Please exit the room immediately. Before Li Yi could respond, he felt a sudden movement from the communicator in his ear, as if it were about to eject itself. He hastily covered his ear, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the communicator flew into Dubing's hands. Li Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, a metal manipulator, an ability user. Liu Xian, who had been standing silently behind him, suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Yi and reaching for the handgun at his waist. Liu Xian, stand down. Li Yi commanded sharply, halting Liu Xin's motion. In the presence of a metal ability user, you will have no opportunity to draw your weapon. Put down the tea tray and exit. General, that is an order. Yes. Liu Xin cast a reluctant glance at Du Bing, who wore a mask resembling a gourd, huffed, and placed the tea tray down before leaving. A metal ability user can transform any metal into a weapon, and it is feared that the moment a gun is drawn, the bullets might explode before even being fired. Moreover, a verified A-class danger exists nearby. Although Li Yi was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could survive in the presence of an A-class individual. According to military classifications of special ability users, there are 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. An A-class individual possesses the capability to easily annihilate an entire infantry battalion. Even a powerful mech warrior brigade would struggle against them. Li Yi then raised his gaze to a corner of the room, his tone imbued with authoritative gravitas. Shut down all surveillance. I do not wish for today's conversation to be disseminated. Destroy the surveillance records immediately. The military personnel in the monitoring room exchanged glances. Yet they dutifully complied with the order, shutting down video surveillance and erasing the footage. However, the analytical data concerning the 2 individuals was preserved and transmitted to the Beidou Smart Brain. The Beidou Smart Brain is the intelligence system governing the entire Beidou underground city, impervious to commands from any individual, operating solely under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Brain. The Dragon Brain is the pinnacle of intelligent systems research in China, far surpassing human capabilities. However, when the Dragon Brain was programmed, it was established that its primary mission was the perpetuation of the Chinese race. During wartime, the Dragon Brain could even assume control of all power. The Beidou Smart Brain is a subordinate intelligence developed autonomously by the Dragon Brain, akin to a manifestation of it, with each underground city housing such a powerful brain to oversee and safeguard its security. After issuing his command, Li Yi settled onto the sofa beside Du Bing, pouring tea for both Du Bing and Sophie before taking a sip himself. This was rain preceding Longjing tea, a rare delicacy since moving to the underground city. A consumable that could no longer be regenerated, available only to the affluent and powerful. Noticing that Du Bing and Sophie showed no inclination to partake, Li Yi smiled lightly. It seems that neither of you has any interest in tea. Let us get straight to the point. Based on our scans, you both appear to be newcomers to the underground black market, likely unfamiliar with its rules. What rules? Du Bing had only gleaned limited information about this mysterious underground black market from the lone wolf, and he did not fully trust it. As I understand it, every individual entering the underground black market conceals their identity. Your act of surveillance and scanning may actually be against the rules, Li Yi replied with a chuckle. However, it is my duty, and I have no choice. Li Yi clearly did not wish to elaborate further on the surveillance issue. Shifting the topic, he stated that the black market operates entirely outside the jurisdiction of the government and military, populated by a mix of individuals. Initially, it was merely a gathering of criminals, illegal immigrants, and anti-government elements left behind on the surface, but over decades, some formidable figures managed to consolidate this power into a force that could not be overlooked. Due to certain special circumstances, the military had reached an agreement with the leaders of the underground black market, opening some channels to allow certain individuals from the black market to reside in the underground city, provided they possessed a card. A card? Du Bing produced the silver card, having already examined it without discerning any particular significance. Li Yi glanced at the silver card without revealing any change in expression and continued. There are 4 categories of cards: black iron, silver, gold, and purple diamond. Only 5 purple diamond cards exist, each held by the leaders of the 5 factions that control the black market. Those possessing a purple diamond card have the privilege to issue gold, silver, and black iron cards. Gold cardholders can issue silver and black iron cards, while silver cardholders lack the authority to issue black iron cards. Different cards confer different privileges. For instance, those with silver cards can bring up to 3 individuals without cards into the underground black market, but cannot bring anyone into the underground city. Are you suggesting that one may leave but not return? Du Bing responded, surprised at the implication of Li Yi's statement. which indicated that if he and Sophie entered the underground black market, only one of them would be permitted to return. Is there a limit to the number of these cards? Lee nodded as if it were self-evident, sipping his tea before continuing. Of course, there is a limit. You can think of the cards as a form of governing tool. A governing tool? Du Bing found this concept bewildering. How could a mere access card transform into an instrument of control? Sophie, however, seemed to grasp the implication, sneering, "What a clever tactic. With a simple card, one can tightly bind the hearts of the people." "What do you mean?" Du Bing asked, puzzled as he looked at Sophie. Sophie sighed and explained. "Just imagine what you would do if you possessed a purple diamond card." "If I had a purple diamond card?" Du Bing pondered, and after a moment, he looked up in astonishment, having grasped the crux of the matter. Those who possess the purple diamond card undoubtedly wield the utmost authority, whether it be the gold card, silver card, or black iron card. Acquiring these cards necessitates serving the holders of the purple diamond card. The more one contributes, the greater their achievements, and thus, the higher the card's rank. The holders of the purple diamond card are keen to prevent gold card holders from usurping too many of their privileges, which is why they invariably restrict the number of gold cards in circulation. After all, those with a gold card possess the power to issue silver and black iron cards. In a similar vein, gold card holders are disinclined to allow an excessive number of individuals to possess silver or black iron cards. For both the silver and the most basic black iron cards grant access to the underground city. If everyone were to acquire a black iron card and thereby gain the right to inhabit the underground city, who would then be motivated to serve them with genuine loyalty? The more elusive and rare an item is, the more valuable it becomes. The 4 tiers of cards, black iron, silver, gold, and purple diamond, form a hierarchical structure reminiscent of a pyramid, with scarcity increasing and power amplifying as one ascends. It is likely that those who attain a gold card share an extraordinary connection with the holder of the purple diamond card. Otherwise, such a high-ranking card would be unattainable. The gold card grants the ability to issue silver and black iron cards, representing a significant degree of power. In the realm of the underground black market, it is the holders of the purple diamond and gold cards who occupy the ruling class. Thus, I must caution you, do not provoke those who possess gold cards. For even if you are an S-class powerhouse, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 22. Fully prepared after finishing a pot of tea. The conversation between Li Yi and Du Bing, along with Sophie, came to a close. Du Bing had indeed acquired a wealth of useful information regarding the black market from Li Yi. "Fate has brought us together. Here is my personal number. Should the opportunity arise, we may become friends," Li Yi said, handing over a pristine white business card, upon which a single phone number was handwritten in ink. The notion of having an additional friend opens up new avenues. After a moment of contemplation, Du Bing accepted the card. As a major general overseeing the pivotal Beidou Bank, Li Yi undoubtedly held considerable status in the military district of Area 12. In the event of unforeseen troubles, it might be advantageous to seek his assistance. It is indeed an honor to become acquainted with General Li. Seeing Du Bing accept the card, Li Yi was quite pleased. His initial intention was to get to know Sophie better. However, from the outset, Sophie had remained aloof, exuding an air of unapproachability. Yet, this demeanor was characteristic of an A-class powerhouse. Within the military, there are several A-class elites, each as elusive as a dragon. Even if one were fortunate enough to meet them, they might not regard you with any particular esteem simply because you are a major general. They value an individual's intrinsic strength over their rank. Now that Du Bing had accepted the card, it served as a bridge between him and this unfamiliar A-class powerhouse. "I will arrange for someone to escort you both to the entrance of the underground black market," Li Yi announced. Shortly thereafter, the door to the living room swung open, and Liu Xian, who had been dismissed earlier by Li Yi, walked back in. "Liu Xian, please take these two to the entrance of the black market." "Yes, General." Liu Xian maintained a stern expression, casting a disdainful glance at Du Bing, clearly still vexed by earlier events. "Follow me." Du Bing and Sophie trailed behind Liu Xian into a room cluttered with storage lockers. The underground black market was located beneath the surface, as the Earth's ecological environment had become utterly inhospitable for human habitation. Ozone layers had ruptured, and radiation and toxic gases permeated the atmosphere. To gain entry into the underground black market, one must don protective suits and oxygen equipment, each set costing a staggering 100,000 nuclear energy points, non-refundable once purchased. What? 100,000 nuclear energy points? Du Bing exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Having lived a life of financial struggle, receiving 28,000 nuclear energy points from the lone wolf had filled him with delight, as he believed he had stumbled upon a fortune. However, he soon discovered that wealth could dissipate just as swiftly as it arrived. The attire he and Sophie wore had already cost over 35,000 nuclear energy points. Now, with each of them requiring a protective suit and oxygen equipment at a cost of 200,000 nuclear energy points, he was left with only 30 to 40,000 nuclear energy points. Initially, he had hoped to use this money to treat his ailing father, but now it seemed insufficient. Witnessing Du Bing's startled reaction, Lu Exine, who had been maintaining a stern demeanor, now wore a radiant smile, her mind filled with curiosity. How could someone with a silver card, who could enter and exit the underground black market at will, be concerned about a mere 100,000 nuclear energy points? With a sweet smile, she explained, moreover, the oxygen in the tanks is limited, sufficient for a normal person's breathing for only 3 hours. Engaging in strenuous activity will hasten the consumption of oxygen, and refilling the tank costs 10,000 nuclear energy points. Additionally, if you wish to store your protective suits and oxygen tanks upon returning from the underground black market, you will need to rent a storage locker, charging 30,000 nuclear energy points per month. After hearing this, Du Bing nearly reconsidered his decision to visit the black market. The expenses were exorbitant. Breathing for 3 hours would cost 10,000 nuclear energy points. He suddenly felt the weight of each breath, unable to resist holding his breath to see how long he could manage without it. Sophie, aware of Du Bing's financial struggles and his father's serious illness, was particularly sensitive to this financial burden, feeling as though each expense was a slice from his flesh. I do not require the protective suit or oxygen tank. Are you certain? Du Bing gazed at Sophie in astonishment. I do not rely on oxygen for survival, Sophie replied telepathically. When you reach my level, you will understand. Lu Exine shot a surprised glance at Sophie, but quickly accepted the explanation upon recalling Sophie's A-class prowess. Do you require communication devices? I must remind you that the underground city lies hundreds of meters beneath the surface, where standard smart wristwatch communicators cannot transmit signals. Only our military-supplied Pangolin series smart wristwatch communicators can relay messages. Each watch costs 50,000 nuclear energy points. Du Bing resignedly lowered his head. He could not possibly save on this expenditure. Although he and Sophie could communicate telepathically, there were distance limitations, and even if Sophie remained in the underground black market, they would still need to frequently exchange information. Then provide me with a protective suit and oxygen equipment, 2 wristwatches, and rent a storage locker for the first month. Lu Exine nodded, promptly providing an account number, JF84456. Transfer a total of 230,000 nuclear energy points to this account. Sighing, Du Bing was about to proceed with the transfer when he suddenly remembered that his account was a personal student account provided by the school. If he used this account for the transfer, his identity would be revealed. A cold sweat trickled down his back as he glanced at the waiting Lu Exine and cleared his throat. I'm afraid my account balance is insufficient. May I use an equivalent item as collateral? Insufficient balance? Lu Exine regarded Du Bing with suspicion, her gaze landing on his comical expression, stirring within her a desire to give him a good thrashing. This was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar excuse. I'm sorry. We are not a pawn shop. We do not accept physical items. Du Bing scratched his head in frustration. He would never use his account for the transfer. Yet he could not afford to delay. Who knew when those pursuing Sophie would appear? The sooner they departed from Beidou City, the safer Sophie would be. Is there no way to make an exception just this once? I'm afraid I lack the authority for that. Lu Exine stubbornly shook her head, secretly delighted by Du Bing's anxious demeanor. Perhaps you should return for now and come back when you have the funds. Du Bing huffed, sensing the mockery in her tone. You claim you lack the authority? Surely, General Lee possesses sufficient authority. I could easily mention this to him. I hadn't anticipated needing to trouble him so soon. Upon seeing Du Bing produce General Lee's business card, Liu Xin was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she gritted her teeth. Fine. You don't seem to be lying. Perhaps you genuinely lack the funds. Here's what we'll do. You can use your items as collateral, and I will personally front you the money. Really? That would be splendid. Du Bing breathed a sigh of relief, reaching to unbutton his jacket and handing it to Sophie, then proceeding to unfasten his shirt buttons. Just a moment. I will be done shortly. Liu Xin, observing Du Bing shedding his garments, could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing? You pervert. You're not considering pawning your virginity, are you? Bah, as if I would sell it." Du Bing was too exasperated to engage further. After removing his final layer of clothing, he revealed an Under Armour worth 300,000 nuclear energy points. "This is my personal Under Armour. I will use it as collateral, and I shall return to redeem it later." As Liu Xin touched the warm Under Armour, the realization that it had been worn closely by Du Bing caused her cheeks to flush, her face heating up. "The inner armor you possess is crafted from discarded materials of obsolete mechanical armor, capable of withstanding gunfire, and its cost is merely 180,000 energy points, leaving me at a loss of 200,000. Du Bing couldn't help but grimace. Mechanical armor is a proprietary patent of the military, and even the remnants are classified items, utterly unattainable for outsiders. Yet, Lone Wolf managed to acquire this armor in the underground black market. If one were to claim that there were no military personnel involved behind the scenes, Du Bing would never believe it, even under duress. An item worth 180,000 is astonishingly sold for 300,000, yielding a pure profit of 120,000 energy points. The black market truly lives up to its name. LX88651, this is my private account. Once you come into your riches, promptly transfer the funds back to me. This wretched inner armor is nothing but refuse in my eyes." Liu Xin handed Du Bing the anti-radiation suit, oxygen equipment, and 2 pangolin wristwatches. The anti-radiation suit and oxygen equipment resemble diving gear, but the goggles have undergone specialized treatment to resist the damaging direct rays of sunlight. In the absence of the protective ozone layer, what was once gentle sunlight has transformed into a potent threat. With everything prepared, it is finally time to venture into the underground black market. Chapter 23. Selling Eyes. Is that the moon? Under the dim and frigid night sky, 2 figures stood on the desolate streets of a city, one gazing upward, murmuring to himself, "How beautiful! Those twinkling lights are the stars. They truly are exquisite." As he beheld the bright, serene crescent moon and the diamonds of stars, Du Bing felt a surge of excitement within him. In his childhood, each night before sleep, his parents would tell him stories to lull him into slumber. Each tale invariably revolved around the sun, the moon, and the stars, such as Ho-E shooting down the suns and Chang'e ascending to the moon. These stories encapsulated his parents' yearning for Earth and reminiscences of a once beautiful life. How many times had Du Bing dreamt of these tales? Now, at last, he stood upon the surface of the earth, gazing at the starry sky. When the opportunity arises, I must bring my parents to see this. Enough with the nostalgia. Someone is approaching. Sophie abruptly interrupted Du Bing's reverie, unable to comprehend the emotions of a boy raised in an underground city witnessing the vastness of the cosmos. It was akin to a bird breaking free from its shell, experiencing rebirth. The world scene was utterly transformed. Du Bing inhaled deeply, turning around to see figures emerging from the dilapidated buildings, a chill creeping up his spine. The moonlit ground resembled a layer of white frost, with dark, crumbling edifices looming ominously. Coupled with the silent, ghostly figures drifting about, it felt as though he had stepped into a realm of spirits. The individuals moved slowly, resembling elderly men nearing their end, their steps unsteady, cloaked in black. Beneath their hoods lay faces of varying shades of green and purple, exuding an eerie aura. Their gazes, akin to famished wolves, greedily lingered on Sophie's beautiful form, only to quickly avert their eyes, fearful of being noticed. Years spent in the underground black market had taught these individuals well about whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Those who did not wear protective gear or oxygen supplies were formidable figures. To provoke them could endanger their lives. Are you two guests visiting the underground black market for the first time? Would you like a guide? Just 10,000 energy points for an hour. The fastest of the group halted 3 meters before Du Bing and Sophie, his voice hoarse and dry, with sunglasses obscuring his violet-hued face. Du Bing could nonetheless sense the desperation and greed behind those lenses. The figures trailing behind him clamored to speak. Esteemed guests, how may we assist you? Oh, miss. Your beauty puts us to shame. I would gladly offer my services for free. The first figure to speak shot a fierce glare at the others, cursing them openly. You filthy, black-hearted scoundrels, step aside. These are my guests. Hey, Du Kong, these guests haven't even expressed a desire to hire you yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. You've already taken on 3 clients this month and earned plenty. It's time we got a chance to profit too. Do you want to earn a fist in the face? You should understand, in the underground black market, human lives are the most worthless. If you die, who will care for your pregnant girlfriend? Upon hearing the threat, Du Kang's violet face twisted in fury, his teeth clenched, yet he swallowed his anger and turned to leave. Your name is Du Kong? The sudden voice made Du Kong freeze in his tracks, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. As a resident of the underground black market, he had encountered many guests from the surface, who were often proud and fastidious, difficult to approach. However, if they spoke to you, it often indicated a willingness to hire you. At 30, Du Kong had a girlfriend 2 years his junior. Both were orphans who had been separated from their parents during the mass migration to the underground city, supporting each other through their struggles. Just 6 months prior, his girlfriend had become pregnant, a piece of news that filled Du Kong with mixed emotions, rendering him restless each night. The surface environment was harsh, and the survival rate for newborns was alarmingly low. Even if they survived, the costs of raising a child were beyond their means. Thus, ordinary people in the underground black market often chose not to have children, viewing them as burdens. Yet, Du Kong and his girlfriend opted to embrace the child, seeing it as a symbol of their love and a beacon of hope for a better life. A home without children felt incomplete. A life without children felt lacking. In pursuit of a better environment for their child and to alleviate his girlfriend's suffering in the underground black market, Du Kong had spent the past 6 months at the entrance of the market, hoping to assist more guests and accumulate enough energy points to obtain a black iron card for his girlfriend, granting her access to the underground city. Esteemed guests, my name is Du Kong, written as and pronounced as healthy. A muffled chuckle emanated from beneath the protective gear. What a coincidence. My surname is also Du. I never expected to meet a fellow clansman in the underground black market, so I shall hire you. Du Kang's heart leapt in joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I will get the vehicle ready. Please wait a moment. As he turned to leave, Du Bing was filled with questions as he observed Du Kang's unsteady gait. The onlookers, initially reluctant to disperse, chose to withdraw, fearing Du Kang's wrath, and gradually retreated into the dilapidated buildings. Without the protection of the ozone layer, the surface's nighttime temperatures were frigid, unbearable for ordinary people. Shortly after, a gray car emerged from an alley, coming to a stop before Du Bing and Sophie. Du Kong exited the driver's seat, opened the back door, and gestured invitingly. Esteemed guests, please enter. Du Bing marveled at the silver-gray vehicle, finding it fascinating. Once seated, he relished the comfort of the plush leather seats, akin to a soft sofa. Du Kong, what kind of car is this? Du Kong started the engine and pressed a button, allowing a gentle flow of air to circulate within the cabin. He glanced in the rearview mirror and replied with a smile. This is a BMW. Even 20 years ago, it was a luxury brand. After humanity migrated to the underground cities and developed clean nuclear energy, these gasoline-powered cars were phased out, leaving many behind on the surface, which benefits us. Du Bing's curiosity piqued. He inquired further, I noticed that you all seem to require no oxygen breathing apparatus. And why do you walk so slowly? A bitter smile creased Du Kang's face as he explained. That is because we practice a technique called turtle breathing. The greatest benefit of this practice is that it allows us to lower our breathing and heart rate significantly, reducing our oxygen needs. Thus, we only need to breathe in oxygen infrequently. Such a remarkable technique. Du Bing exclaimed, astonished, while even Sophie showed signs of intrigue. She had attained a low requirement for food and oxygen due to her high level of cultivation, yet she was surprised to learn that ordinary individuals could achieve something similar. Du Kong continued, indeed, it is quite extraordinary, but after practicing this technique, our breathing and heart rate slow, and our body temperature drops, causing our limbs to stiffen, making our movements sluggish, akin to a turtle. And how did you come to acquire this technique? It is the leaders of the underground black market who impart this knowledge, aiming solely to ensure our survival while profiting from our endeavors. By the way, where do you both wish to go? We have now entered the realm of the underground black market. Du Bing mused silently, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the black market leaders. Through the car window, he observed the once desolate and silent city gradually coming alive with light and shadow. Numerous buildings were adorned with colorful signs, and he could faintly discern figures moving in and out. I wish to sell something, a weapon. Do you know where I might fetch a higher price? In the underground black market, all commerce is monopolized. For weapon sales, one must go to Longxing Building, where transactions for buying and selling weapons are conducted. Very well, let us proceed there. Li Yi had previously informed Du Bing that the underground black market is ultimately controlled by 5 individuals possessing purple diamond cards. All transaction profits are equally divided among these 5. After approximately half an hour, Du Kong parked the car at the foot of a towering edifice. We have arrived. This is Longxing Building. Once you enter, you will be greeted by designated personnel. All right, you wait for us here. We shall return shortly. Du Kong hastily added. Time spent waiting will incur charges. He had encountered such situations before, where a lack of clear communication led the other party to perceive him as greedy, resulting not only in the absence of payment, but also in a severe beating. In the lawless environment of the underground black market, one could be killed without anyone intervening. Understood, you can rest easy. Du Bing led Su Fei into the building. At the entrance, several soldiers clad in black tactical gear and armed with machine guns stood guard, their expressions stern and their gazes fiercely aggressive. In the center of the lobby was a reception desk, behind which sat 2 strikingly beautiful girls in uniform. Upon noticing Du Bing and Su Fei's arrival, the girls promptly approached them. Dear guests, how may we assist you? Du Bing retrieved a metallic orb from the pocket of his protective suit. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a mechanical eye crafted from metal. This was indeed the laser-emitting mechanical eye belonging to the Lone Wolf. Du Bing recalled that the Lone Wolf had mentioned this mechanical eye cost him over 1 million energy points. His purpose in entering the underground black market was to dispose of the item acquired from the Lone Wolf. The personal armor had been pawned to Liu Xin, leaving only this mechanical eye as a potential source of income. Do you accept this item? One of the girls took the orb, examined it closely, and smiled as she said, Please wait a moment. I will take this to our internal weapons designer for further evaluation and testing before we can make a decision. The other girl added with a smile, This may take a little time. Please feel free to rest in the reception area. Du Bing felt a pang of anxiety. He was in urgent need of money. The inner armor, valued at 300,000 energy points by the Lone Wolf, had been dismissed as trash by Liu Xin, worth at most 180,000. He wondered how much this laser eye could possibly be worth. Chapter 24. Young Master. By an especially fortified room on the 27th floor of Longxing Building, a young man clad in a white suit stood tall, his face obscured by a pure black mask. Clad in white, with a black face, he epitomized a stark contrast, grasping a silver longsword in his right hand. He gazed ahead, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Suddenly, deep, guttural roars echoed as 2 ferocious beasts emerged from the shadows, resembling wolves yet twice their size. These creatures appeared akin to 2 small calves, their eyes ablaze with madness, and foul drool dripped from their yellowing teeth. They regarded the young man as if he were a sumptuous feast. In an adjacent room, several individuals observed the unfolding scene through a screen. One middle-aged man, donned in a white lab coat and resembling a researcher, expressed his concerns, stating, These wolves are a mutated breed imported from Africa, known for their savagery. After being transported to the laboratory, they underwent genetic modification, resulting in a power 5 times that of an average person and a speed reaching 50 meters per second, qualifying them as D-class mutant beings. Young Master Bai, will it be dangerous for you to face two of them alone? Ha ha ha, Dr. Liu. Do you lack confidence in the weapon you designed? A robust man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in black combat attire and wearing a tiger head mask, chuckled deeply. His voice, though low, reverberated throughout the room. Though young Master Bai has already attained the level of an intermediate warrior. I am certain that it will not take long for him to break through to the advanced level, rendering these wolves no threat to him. As the two conversed, the famished wolves unleashed a roar and charged towards the young man in white, one from the left and the other from the right. Their speed was astonishing. To Dr. Liu, it seemed as if only a fleeting shadow passed, and the wolves were upon the youth, their claws poised to rend him apart. Unable to contain his anxiety, Dr. Liu stepped forward, fixated on the screen. Yet, rather than retreating, the young man advanced, his silver sword quivering as it sang a melodic tune. A burst of silver light erupted as the blade met the sharp claws of the wolves in a fierce clash. The moment seemed to suspend in time as the two wolves and the lone warrior intertwined. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the gleaming blade, and the colossal wolves collapsed, their front paws severed cleanly, their hearts pierced, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Despite their D-class capabilities in strength and speed, these beasts lacked the intelligence and combat finesse, proving to be no match. The young man in white murmured to himself, pride evident in his dark, piercing eyes. Ha ha ha, young Master Bai is truly unparalleled in skill, his swordsmanship extraordinary. Dr. Liu and the others entered the room, laughter echoing as he approached. Young Master, are you satisfied with this sword? The young man nodded slightly, his tone casual. It's adequate, merely the materials are somewhat special. Dr. Liu's expression soured, though he dared not argue. After all, the young man was the son of one of the 5 purple diamond cardholders in the black market, and an only child at that. In this underworld, he was akin to a prince, privileged from birth with a golden card. Should his purple diamond card father pass, he would become the next owner, wielding power over the lives of countless individuals. The young man casually tossed the long sword to a subordinate wearing a tiger head mask. Take this back to my weapon collection room. A sword of such exquisite sharpness, so newly forged, was to be ensconced as a mere collectible. One could only wonder if this was fortune or misfortune. Yet, those in tiger masks seemed to understand their young master well. As a natural-born golden card holder, his status was unassailable, and whatever he desired was at his fingertips. Thus, his greatest interest lay in amassing rare treasures and the latest technological marvels, as well as indulging in a life of luxury where everything, including his chosen women, had to be of the highest caliber. Let us depart. As the young man and his entourage exited, Dr. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, ordering his subordinates to clean up the remains of the wolves. In the lobby on the first floor, Du Bing and Sophia waited in the lounge. One was clad in a protective suit, entirely wrapped up, resembling a diver, while the other donned a blue floral qipao, her red waves cascading over a curvaceous figure, exuding an alluring charm, complemented by a fox mask as if she were attending a masquerade ball. Together, they formed an odd juxtaposition, one quirky, the other ethereal. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Du Bing grew impatient, wondering why the assessment was taking so long. Could it be that they've absconded with the goods? Apologies for the wait, ladies. A voice of apology resonated as the girl who had taken the mechanical eye for assessment returned. Our weapon designer has evaluated it. The most powerful feature of this mechanical eye is that once charged, it can emit 3 laser beams for long-range attacks. However, due to its nature as an eyeball, it can only be sold to clients with visual impairments, making it difficult to market. Therefore, we can only offer you 600,000 energy points. Only 600,000. Although Du Bing had anticipated a lower offer, this price fell significantly short of his expectations. He had hoped to sell it for at least 800,000 energy points, leaving a gap of 200,000, equivalent to the price of a low-grade maglev sports car. Sir, will you sell it? If so, please sign the contract. If not, I will return your item immediately. Sigh, I suppose I must sell it. Du Bing resigned, knowing he had no avenue for disposal in Beidou City, where the underground market was monopolized. After signing the contract, the girl cheerfully inquired, "Would you prefer a direct transfer to your account or a deposit into your energy card?" "Into my energy card," the anonymous type. "Understood, sir, please hold on." The girl turned to leave, and as she approached the elevator, the doors opened to reveal a young man in white, donning a black mask, none other than young Master Bai. "Ah, is that not Xiao Mei? Were you waiting here for me? Have you decided to join me for a candlelit dinner tonight?" Young Master Bai's gaze was playful, his tone laced with flirtation. The girl's face flushed. She understood the esteemed status of this young man, knowing she was not someone of his caliber to associate with. Recognizing his comments were merely casual banter. "Young master, you misunderstand. A client offered a laser mechanical eye for sale, and I am going to the 5th floor to assist him with an anonymous energy card." "Ah, I see. It appears I was mistaken. Do hurry along." Young Master Bai, accompanied by his tiger-masked subordinates, walked past without a second glance, for to toy with a girl of her ilk was a trivial pursuit devoid of challenge, and such ordinary women could hardly ignite his desires. As he entered the lobby, young Master Bai instinctively glanced toward the waiting area, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "A gem. This is the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered. She is mine." Young Master Bai's eyes sparkled as he approached Sophie, while a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall behind him, quietly cautioned his master that these individuals appeared unfamiliar, likely newcomers to the underground black market. The elder had advised caution concerning such individuals until their identities were thoroughly discerned. Young Master Bai glanced back at the imposing figure, a hint of displeasure flickering in his gaze, and retorted, "Luo Ho, your duty is to perform your responsibilities, while my intentions are none of your concern." The burly man bowed his head, refraining from further persuasion. Both Du Bing and Sophie noticed the group surrounding young Master Bai. Sophie communicated telepathically that each of them emanated a peculiar energy, a sort of aura coursing within their bodies, with every individual possessing a strength surpassing her own. The most formidable among them was the tall man, who was nearly on par with the swordsman from her previous pursuit. Du Bing felt a tightening in his chest, recalling Sophie's mention of 3 exceptionally powerful individuals among her pursuers. One wielded lightning abilities, exhibiting terrifying attack power and speed. Another was a swordsman, strong in attack but slightly slower. The last was a wind-based ability user, possessing remarkable speed but lesser attack power. Du Bing speculated that the wind user might indeed be the one who had introduced himself as the son of the wind. The sudden appearance of this many individuals, each with energy levels exceeding his own, and one resembling the swordsman from Sophie's past, sent waves of anxiety through him. Had they discovered their whereabouts so swiftly? Sophie shook her head, suggesting they were likely not affiliated. "During our journey here, my domain power scanned the area and found no ambushes. While I did detect some individuals with energy fluctuations, they were feeble, weaker than even you." Her domain power was indeed remarkable in Beidou City. She had enveloped her maglev vehicle with it, rendering it invisible and untraceable. "Regardless, we should exercise caution. I can't shake the feeling that the one in white has an unsettling gaze," she remarked. Young Master Bai stood before Sophie, his eyes aflame with desire as he took in the delicate figure enveloped in her blue and white qipao. With a gentlemanly bow, he addressed her, "Beautiful miss, greetings. I am Bai, one of the shareholders of the Longxing building. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner with me?" Chapter 25. A visit to the casino. Upon hearing the stranger's self-introduction, Du Bing's heart involuntarily leaped with surprise. According to Du Kong, all arms and weapons transactions in the underground black market were monopolized by the Longxing building, and the true masters were the 5 holders of the purple diamond cards. Could this person be one of them? The identities of the 5 purple diamond card holders had always remained shrouded in mystery. Even the military's intelligence system could not trace their exact whereabouts or physical characteristics. It was known, however, that these 5 individuals resided on the surface and had never entered the underground city. Even their biological offspring might not have seen their true faces, as they perpetually donned masks. Observing the man in a white suit with a pure black mask before her, Du Bing sensed a youthful tone in his voice. Likely not much older than herself, making it improbable for him to be one of the esteemed purple diamond card holders. Sophie, this individual's identity is likely not simple. Why would he extend an invitation for dinner? First and foremost, you must understand that he is inviting me, not us. Secondly, you should realize that the allure of our fairy clan's beauties is formidable, even in the interstellar realm where suitors abound. Dubing glanced at him, pressed her red lips together, and said with a hint of apology, "I'm afraid I already have a dinner companion. Thank you for your invitation." The young master cast a glance at Du Bing. Her rejection was anticipated, yet he clearly had no intention of conceding. "Ah, I have overstepped. Is this your first visit to the underground black market? I wonder if I might have the honor of being your guide. It would be delightful to become acquainted." Du Bing furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of irritation rising within her. It appeared he would not leave without achieving his goal. "Thank you for your kindness. But we already have a guide. Moreover, we intend to leave as soon as our business is concluded, and it is unlikely we shall return. So I fear we may not have the privilege of becoming friends." Unlikely to return? The young master felt a surge of urgency. Missing out on such an exquisite beauty would be a tremendous regret. If gentler methods would not suffice, then perhaps a more forceful approach was warranted. He chose not to press further, merely nodding before turning away with his entourage. With that, Du Bing breathed a sigh of relief, shaking her head. "It seems this person possesses some semblance of reason. I had thought those in the black market were all ruthless individuals, quick to draw blades at the slightest provocation. Previously, the lone wolf's description and Li Yi's warnings had kept her on edge since entering the underground black market. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly, and there seemed to be no imminent danger, leading her to feel that Li Yi may have exaggerated the threats. Sophie stifled a laugh. "Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Afraid someone might truly pursue me away?" Du Bing rolled her eyes and retorted, "I fear he might see your tail and be frightened half to death. You mentioned that those individuals possess energy fluctuations within them. Could they be superhumans?" Sophie took on a serious demeanor, pondering, that should not be the case. Superhumans are those who have undergone significant genetic evolution, granting them the ability to manipulate particles like ice and fire. However, their genes appear no different from ordinary humans. They bear a resemblance to the energy within Dukong. Could they be practicing some form of cultivation? Since the nation relocated to the underground city, the common populace faced numerous restrictions in their daily lives. While provisions for food and water were among the lesser concerns, the most critical issue was the lack of opportunities to acquire various forms of culture. Students were only taught subjects like physics, chemistry, mathematics, language, English, and science, all solely aimed at preparing for entrance examinations. Tales of mythology and the supernatural had long been eradicated from discourse, and few dared to mention them. Knowledge of ancient martial arts was exceedingly rare. Encountering such intriguing phenomena for the first time, Du Bing felt a surge of curiosity and an irresistible desire to experiment with cultivation herself. "Perhaps," Sophie replied dismissively, showing no interest in the notion of life cultivation on this planet, as her own level of practice had long transcended such trivialities. "Sir, here is your anonymous nuclear energy card, totaling 600,000 energy points. The password is 6 zeros. Please verify." Xiaomei smiled as she handed Du Bing a silver card, which bore an account number and the words Beta Bank. Du Bing accepted the card, querying the account number through her smart wristwatch via voice command. After entering the password, a three-dimensional virtual projection appeared, displaying the number 600,000. Everything appears in order. It is indeed 600,000 energy points. Then we welcome you to visit us again. As Du Bing and Sophie exited the Longxing building, Du Kong, who had been waiting by the roadside, hurriedly opened the car door for them. "Sir, where do you intend to go next?" After selling the laser eyes, Du Bing's sole concern was to help Sophie find a safe and reliable long-term residence in the underground black market. "I'm not very familiar with this underground black market. Please take me to some lively and entertaining places, but above all, they must be safe." Lively and entertaining places, you say? If you're looking for fun, then the Iha building would be the place to go. After Du Kang's detailed introduction, Du Bing finally understood what the Iha building entailed. The underground black market had evolved from the ruins of surface cities, where various dark industry chains were remarkably well developed. There were markets for assassins, smuggling syndicates, weapon trading, and all manner of vice, all deemed legal. Thus, the underground black market was also known as the City of Decadence. This was precisely its allure, drawing countless individuals to squander their fortunes, and it was the reason those who had obtained access cards returned repeatedly. Originally a 5-star luxury hotel, the IHA building had been transformed into a comprehensive service establishment for leisure and indulgence. Over 99 of those who ventured into the underground black market would choose to enjoy themselves there. Then let us proceed to the IHA building. Just as Du Bing and her companions departed, an extravagant, extended Lincoln appeared on the street. Follow that car. Inside the vehicle sat only one person, the young master, who had now removed his mask, revealing a handsome face with a hint of mischief. He held a glass of red wine, savoring it with an expression of pure pleasure. My little beauty, you cannot escape from my grasp. Half an hour later, Du Kong parked the car in an underground parking lot of a tall building. Du Bing and Sophie stepped out. There is an elevator here that leads directly to the lobby on the first floor, regardless of which floor you wish to access. You must acquire the corresponding pass at the lobby. The trio boarded the elevator and arrived in the bustling lobby, where numerous armed guards were stationed at various entrances. The underground black market had its own rules. Any disturbances in the enterprises operated by the 5 purple diamond cardholders would result in immediate execution. This was the only law in the black market. The 5 purple diamond cardholders were the undisputed emperors of the black market. Their words were law, and none dared to defy them. Yet, there were still some newcomers to the underground black market who, feeling invincible, would continue to act as if they were untouchable, only to be warned by the guards and ultimately meet their demise. Fortunately, Du Bing had never considered herself a formidable figure. She remained cautious in her words and actions. Hello, how may we assist you? I would like to book a room for accommodation. Our rooms are 30,000 energy points per day. How long would you like to reserve? 30,000 a day? Du Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought that 600,000 energy points represented a modest sum, which would allow him to find a comfortable residence for Sophie. However, he was utterly taken aback by the exorbitant pricing. With 600,000 energy points, one could only afford a mere 20 days of stay. The attendant smiled and explained that all the rooms were shielded by energy barriers, impervious to any radiation. Moreover, the interiors were adorned with verdant plants, providing pure, natural oxygen, and the daily provisions consisted solely of organic, pollution-free vegetables and meats, prepared by top-tier chefs. Each morning and evening, guests could indulge in complimentary skincare treatments and health massages, while the hotel boasted a swimming pool and a gym. Du Kong, listening nearby, felt a surge of excitement, as if he too could partake in such luxuries. The longer one lived in the underground black market, the more despairing life became. Each day, they endured various forms of radiation, which mutated their skin and deteriorated their health. To prolong their lives, many chose to reside in basements, suffering through dampness and darkness. With food and water procured at exorbitant prices from the black market, barely enough to stave off hunger. With his girlfriend pregnant, Du Bing often went hungry himself, lying to her that he had already eaten, while secretly buying her an extra portion. Du Kong quietly remarked that the hotel in IHA building was the finest in the black market, and indeed, the price was not unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Du Bing chuckled bitterly. 30,000 energy points represented the annual living expenses for his family of 3. Gritting his teeth, he was about to book a 10-day stay for Sophie when she interrupted him. Let's not book a room just yet. Why don't we first visit the casino? A casino? Du Bing was taken aback. What for? Sophie smiled and replied, to win some money, of course. Du Bing sighed, but I don't know how to gamble. What if I lose everything? Sophie patted her chest confidently, declaring, don't worry, I'm here. I happen to be known as the Interstellar gambling saint. Seeing Sophie's unwavering confidence, Du Bing, albeit uncertain, procured a pass to the casino. To his dismay, the pass cost him 30,000 energy points. He winced at the expense. With the remaining 570,000 energy points, he exchanged 500,000 for chips, leaving him with 70,000 energy points, which would at least cover Du Kang's fees. Chapter 26. The Rogue Supreme. The casino within the EHA building spans 5 floors, from the 10th to the 14th. The 10th, 11th, and 12th floors cater to ordinary guests, while the 13th and 14th floors are reserved for VIPs. To access the 13th floor, one must possess a silver card and have chips exceeding 30 million energy points. The 14th floor requires either a gold card or chips surpassing 100 million energy points. These regulations were thoroughly explained to Du Bing by the staff prior to his visit to the casino. Each floor features dedicated changing rooms for guests, as it is impractical to allow patrons to gamble in protective gear. However, changing attire incurs a fee. To Du Bing's surprise, upon presenting his silver card, the attendant, after scanning it with a device resembling a card reader, permitted him to change into a new outfit at no cost. Du Kang also benefited from this, donning fresh attire as well. This prompted Du Bing to reflect that the silver card, after all, was not without its advantages. Du Bing had left his Halua mask in a storage locker at Beidou Bank, but fortunately, the changing room at the casino offered a variety of masks, presumably anticipating that many guests would wish to conceal their identities. He selected a golden mask adorned with a monstrous visage, exuding an air of grandeur and power. As Du Kang emerged from the changing room wearing a clown mask, he complimented Du Bing, saying, "Mr. Du, with that dragon mask, your entire demeanor has transformed." Flattery, a skill inherent to every black market guide, often yields unexpected rewards. A delighted guest might tip more than the guide's actual fee at the end of the night. The allure of serving as a free guide lies in the generous nature of underground market patrons. Some individuals who win substantial sums in the casino casually bestow chips worth 100,000 energy points to the dealers. Although Du Kang did not expect Du Bing to reward him, he hoped to leave a favorable impression, encouraging Du Bing to return as a repeat customer. "Is this what a dragon looks like?" Du Bing mused, touching the mask on his face, having never encountered a dragon motif before. "This is my first time seeing one." "All right, let us move. I can hardly wait to showcase my skills," Sophie urged, remaining in her elegant blue floral qipao, as she observed Du Bing and Du Kang lingering. Du Kang followed closely behind, balancing a tray that held 50 black chips, each representing 10,000 energy points. The casinos on the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors featured similar games: dice, poker, pai gow, mahjong, and sports betting, but with a myriad of variations. Take the dice game, for instance. Some tables utilize 3 dice to wager on high or low, while others involve shaking the dice within a cup to guess the outcome. The hall on the 10th floor was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 players at each table, all presided over by the house. "Mr. Du, is this your first time at the casino? I recommend trying the dice game or high-low. Both are relatively straightforward. With good fortune, you could win a considerable amount. And even if you lose, it won't be as devastating as poker," Du Kang cautiously advised, hoping for Du Bing's success as his guide. Du Bing glanced at him and inquired, "Have you played here before?" Du Kang nodded. "I have accompanied clients to this establishment in the past, so I have some understanding of the various games." Sophie smiled. "Oh, how easy that sounds. Let's play the dice game." The trio approached a table where a player, seemingly having lost a significant amount, shook his head and departed with his remaining chips. Du Kang placed the chips on the table and courteously pulled out chairs for Sophie and Du Bing. The dealer, a woman clad in a seductive bunny outfit adorned with rabbit ears and a black lace mask, was quite alluring. Beside her stood a notary, ensuring the integrity of the game from start to finish, preventing any form of cheating. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Allow me to briefly explain the table rules. Inside the cup are 3 dice. The sum of the upward-facing pips determines the outcome. 4 to 10 is considered low, while 11 to 17 is high, with odds of 1 to 2. Should all 3 dice show the same number, it is a triple, yielding odds of 36 to 1. Once bets are placed, no changes may be made," the dealer explained. "That sounds straightforward. Let us begin," Sophie exclaimed eagerly, while Du Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. The dealer presented the cup and dice, sliding them toward the table for inspection. Sophie nudged the equipment toward Du Bing for him to examine, yet he feigned understanding. glancing briefly before returning the items. The cup and dice were made of plastic, uniformly crafted, indicating no issues. This practice ensured the casino's transparency, alleviating concerns of accountability in the event of losses. Everything seems in order. We can commence, the dealer stated. After receiving a nod of approval from the notary, she placed the dice into the cup, the sound of clattering resonating as they collided. With a decisive motion, she set the cup down on the table, withdrawing her hands as she invited, "Please place your bets." Du Bing hesitated, torn between betting on high or low, when Sophie suddenly pushed the tray onto the table marked low, startling Du Bing. 500,000 all in. Du Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly leaping out of his skin at Sophie's audacity. "What are you doing? That's all our chips. If we lose everything, we want to have a chance to recover," he urgently conveyed through his gaze, attempting to signal her to retract the chips. "You must trust me. We will win," Sophie replied hastily, turning to the dealer. "Let us get started." The dealer reiterated, "Once the bets are placed, there can be no turning back." With a glance at the notary, she slowly reached for the cup, and as she did, Du Bing felt his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest, every nerve in his body taut with anticipation. Low, low, low. Du Kong seemed to be swept up in the atmosphere, his fists clenched as he whispered fervently. The cup was lifted, and the dealer announced, 3, 4, 1, 8 points low. "Congratulations to this guest. Your luck is commendable." As the dealer placed 1,000,000 chips in front of Du Bing, he let out a relieved sigh, soon enveloped by an exhilarating rush of joy. Feeling warmth spread across his face. "We won! We won!" Du Kong exclaimed, equally thrilled. "Mr. Du and Miss, your fortune is remarkable. Let us continue." Sophie beamed, her eyes sparkling at the dealer. The cup rattled once more, signaling the commencement of a new round. "Please place your bets." Sophie again pushed all the chips forward, declaring, "All in on low." A minute later, Du Bing and Du Kong stared blankly at the table. The tray that once held 50 chips now contained only 32, yet these were no longer black chips. They were red, each inscribed with the number 100. 32 million. Du Bing's mind buzzed with disbelief, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. In the span of a single minute, Sophie placed 6 consecutive bets, each culminating in victory, transforming her initial capital of 500,000 into an astonishing 32 million energy points. All in, she placed her bets on the high side. Du Bing observed with clarity as the dealer's hand trembled while shaking the dice cup, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Within that brief minute, she had lost 32 million to the casino, and Du Bing could hardly fathom the consequences should the losses continue. The dealers in the casino were specially trained. Through a unique technique of shaking the cup and acute auditory judgment, they could easily discern the outcome. Yet, each time the dealer completed her shake, it appeared as if the opponent could see right through the cup, unhesitatingly placing their bets. In truth, there was no need to open the cup. She already knew that the opponent had triumphed once more. The dice showed a score of 4, 5, and 5, 14 points, a high roll. As she witnessed this outcome, Du Bing's gaze towards Sophie shifted from disbelief to profound admiration. Du Kong regarded Sophie as a goddess of fortune. After all, how could one possibly guess correctly every single time? "Congratulations, here are your chips." The red chips doubled, amounting to 64, equating to 64 million energy points. The female dealer exchanged a glance with the notary, and after a deep breath, she said, "I apologize, but I must visit the restroom." Sophie waved her hand, encouraging her. "Go ahead, make it quick. I'm not finished playing yet." The dealer hurried off, closely followed by the notary. Once they departed from the gaming table, they arrived at the surveillance room on the 10th floor. Inside, a balding man was intently observing Sophie's table. The female dealer and the notary stood cautiously behind him. "Director Wang, do you believe these two are employing some form of cheating? How could they win every time?" The red-haired woman, unless extraordinarily lucky, was likely a skilled player. Yet, despite her substantial winnings, she showed no signs of stopping. After a moment of contemplation, the balding man, Director Wang, coldly remarked, "In a casino, wins and losses are commonplace. If she is enjoying a streak of fortune, we simply need to devise a means to reclaim her winnings." Isn't that man wearing a dragon mask in possession of a silver card? Let us elevate them to the 13th floor. The notorious supreme scoundrel is present today, and we can arrange for them to share a table. At the mention of the name supreme scoundrel, both the female dealer and the notary visibly flinched, clearly familiar with the individual. Few knew his true identity, but it was well known that he possessed a golden card. Chapter 27. A gamble of 700 million Sophie. This amount of money is substantial. It should suffice for now. Shall we consider it a good fortune and withdraw? In the face of hundreds of thousands and even millions, Dubing managed to maintain his composure. However, when confronted with 64 million energy points, he found himself momentarily gripped by uncertainty. He yearned to capitalize on his winning streak and amplify his gains, yet he feared losing everything and ending up with nothing. This is just the beginning. I haven't fully enjoyed myself yet. Then might I suggest that you refrain from wagering all at once? What if we lose everything? Losing is impossible, I assure you. Before every roll of the dice, I utilize my domain power to ascertain the outcome. I know precisely what the numbers are. Upon observing the cunning glint in Sophie's eyes, Dubing was momentarily taken aback. He had originally believed that Sophie was some sort of interstellar gambling sage, capable of discerning the dice's values through sheer auditory acuity, thus predicting every outcome flawlessly. To his surprise, she was resorting to cheating with her domain powers. In the realm of gambling, the rules are strict. Cheaters face severe consequences, ranging from severed hands to death. The intention is to deter those with nefarious intentions. What you're doing is cheating, Sophie. If you're discovered, the repercussions could be dire. Since we've already crossed that line, why not push our luck a bit further? Sophie replied confidently, rest assured, unless we encounter a true expert, it's highly unlikely anyone will notice. If we do get caught, just run. As long as you remain unharmed, no one can inflict damage upon me. Dubing felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized the enormity of his mistake in bringing Sophie to the black market. As an extraterrestrial with formidable powers, she held little regard for the laws and regulations of Earth. Had it not been for their life-sharing bond, which siphoned half of her energy into him, she would have been virtually invincible in her original state. Even now, with only half her energy, she remained among the elite in terms of power. Consider the implications. If Dubing were to fully absorb Sophie's energy, he would stand among the strongest, potentially acting without restraint. He found himself increasingly anxious about leaving Sophie alone in the black market. Was it a prudent decision? Given the circumstances, Sophie, perhaps I should take my leave. My presence here could become a liability should any danger arise. Sophie regarded him thoughtfully, nodding. Very well then. Take half of the chips with you. Their entire conversation had transpired through telepathy, leaving outsiders oblivious to their exchange. Just as Dubing prepared to depart, a bald man adorned with a mask approached them. Hello, esteemed guests. I am the manager of this 10th floor casino. You may call me Manager Wang. Dubing was momentarily startled. Surely, this man hadn't discovered anything amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to greet them. What brings you here, Manager Wang? Nothing of great importance, just adhering to protocol by congratulating you both. Winning such a substantial sum in a mere minute is truly fortuitous. Additionally, I would like to inquire if you are interested in visiting the 13th floor casino. I trust you are aware that the 13th and 14th floors are exclusively for VIP guests. To gain access to the 13th floor, one must possess a silver card and have a minimum of 30 million energy points. You two have just met both requirements. Guests on the 13th and 14th floors are typically worth over 100 million, often reaching into the billions of energy points. They are the true elite gamblers. Compared to sitting alone in this mundane venue, how could one resist the thrill of gambling against a cadre of wealthy opponents? 100 billion? Sophie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Dubing. Did you hear that? Our winnings are merely a drop in the ocean. Are you leaving? Or shall we ascend to witness this spectacle? Dubing hesitated. Such extravagant gambling opportunities are rare in a lifetime. To miss out would indeed be regrettable. Moreover, considering Sophie's ability to cheat with her domain powers, the prospect of losing seemed negligible. Realizing that returning now would be premature, he decided, I'll accompany you to see what it's like. Feeling a bit sheepish, Dubing rubbed his hands together. In truth, It was Sophie who would be gambling. He merely needed to sit back and await his share. Such a fortunate arrangement would be folly to refuse. Since both of you are interested, allow me to escort you personally. By the way, is this gentleman your servant, or? Manager Wang glanced at Du Kong, who stood nearby. I am their guide, Du Kong replied promptly. Manager Wang's gaze shifted away from Du Kong, dismissively stating, your duties conclude here. When our guests depart, a special vehicle will escort them away. Du Kong raised his head to meet Manager Wang's gaze, initially hoping to accompany them for a first-hand experience. But now his aspirations were abruptly dashed. Although he felt disgruntled, he dared not express it. In the eyes of ordinary underground market dwellers, someone like Manager Wang was a formidable figure, far from someone they could afford to offend. Yes, Manager Wang. Manager Wang again turned to Du Bing and Sophie, assuring them, you need not worry. On the 13th and 14th floors, our casino staff will be at your service, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Du Bing nodded, tossing 2 chips to Du Kong. Consider this your remuneration. Take good care of your girlfriend. Thank you, Mr. Du. Du Kong exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he bowed repeatedly. The 2 chips represented 2 million energy points. With this windfall, combined with his savings, he was nearing the threshold to acquire a black iron card. In the underground market, millions of energy points are common, yet a card is elusive. Even the most basic black iron card requires hundreds of thousands of energy points and connections to obtain. There's no need for thanks. It's what you deserve. When Du Bing initially hired Du Kong, it was out of sympathy. Life in the underground market is inherently challenging, yet Du Kong remained steadfastly devoted to his girlfriend, showcasing his loyalty and accountability. Manager Wang summoned a female attendant, who bore the chips and guided Du Bing and Sophie to the elevator leading to the 13th floor casino. Unlike the 10th floor establishment, the 13th floor casino was composed of individual private rooms. After a thorough selection process, guests were arranged in rooms according to their preferences and statuses. Shall we continue with the dice? Sophie inquired. Yes, that seems simple enough, Du Bing replied. Perfect. There's a guest in one of the rooms who also enjoys dice and is particularly generous. Allow me to escort you there. Manager Wang expertly led Du Bing and Sophie to a room, opening the door. Inside, an impatient voice echoed, where are my opponents? How long must I wait? I'm quite busy. Please, enter. Manager Wang gestured for them to proceed. Sophie's lips curled into a playful smile as she stepped inside, with Du Bing following closely behind. Within the room, a man clad in a black trench coat lounged at the gambling table, his feet resting on the surface as he sipped a drink that burned with blue flames, his expression one of clear impatience. Indeed, there was an unmistakable expression of impatience. Du Bing cast a surprised glance at the individual before him, who, astonishingly, was not wearing a mask. This person appeared to be quite youthful, resembling a young man. Yet his skin bore a purplish hue, similar to that of Du Kong, a result of prolonged exposure to radiation leading to dermatological changes. His eyebrows were slender and elongated, his nose prominent, and his lips thin, pressed together like 2 razor blades. Upon noticing Sophie entering the room, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he promptly removed his feet from the table. Hello, beautiful. I am Moing. Shall we be friends? Sophie glanced at the outstretched hand, disregarding it entirely, and replied coolly, I am here to gamble, not to make friends. Ha ha ha, you have quite the personality. The man turned to give Du Bing a cursory glance, slightly furrowing his brow in displeasure as he inquired, what business do you have here? He is my friend. Sophie interlinked her arm with Du Bing's, sitting intimately beside him. Mr. Moing, are you here to conduct a census or to gamble? My time is quite precious. Old Wang, fetch me 1 billion in chips for some entertainment. Moing snapped his fingers, grinning at Sophie, his face a mask of unabashed avarice. His gaze frequently swept over Du Bing, who felt an unsettling chill, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The bald-headed Manager Wang chuckled, Mr. Moing, you have already advanced 9.3 billion this month, leaving you with a remaining overdraft of 700 million. Thus, 1 billion may be. Mo Ying's expression darkened as he glared at Manager Wang, his slender brows knitting together in silence. Manager Wang trembled slightly before stammering. This is a decision made collectively by several bosses. I truly cannot defy it. Perhaps you could call them? Humph. Let it be 700 million then. Emoing seemed somewhat wary of the aforementioned bosses, rubbing his nose and muttering under his breath. Why are those old geezers still alive? Before long, the 700 million in chips appeared on the table, all gleaming gold. Each chip representing a value of 10 million energy points. 700 million. Bing found himself holding his breath. Although he had anticipated that the patrons on the 13th floor would be affluent, witnessing someone casually produce hundreds of millions in chips was indeed a profound shock. What lay ahead was undoubtedly going to be a grand gamble. Chapter 28. A contest of strength. Beautiful lady, how would you like to play? The enigmatic figure known as Emoing observed Sophie with a playful glint in his eye, casually tossing a golden chip onto the gambling table as if it were a mere coin. How about 10 million per round? Sophie shook her head, smiling as she replied. I must emphasize that my time is quite precious. With such a wealth of chips at your disposal, wagering 10 million per game would mean I'd be obliged to play for an extended period. Intrigued, Emoing raised an eyebrow and inquired. Then how do you wish to play? I am at your service. It's simple, Sophie said confidently. Let us play dice. Betting on high or low, one round to determine the victor. I have 64 million here. Should you win, it all belongs to you. If you lose, however, all your chips will be mine. Sophie provocatively met his gaze, tilting her exquisitely rounded chin. Do you dare? Indeed, it was a straightforward and bold proposal. Emoing was momentarily taken aback by Sophie's audacity, but soon chuckled. I do enjoy your spirit, but wagering 64 million against my 700 million seems rather imbalanced. Shouldn't you add something to the stakes? What do you desire? She asked. Yourself, he declared. At this, the previously unassuming Bing could not suppress a cough. Although he had faith in Sophie, he was reluctant to be used as a stake in their game. It felt slightly excessive. Yet Sophie appeared to ignore Bing's protest, nodding in agreement. That seems fair. Mo Ying's face, a peculiar shade of violet, broke into a sinister grin. It appears, little one, that you may need to find a new girlfriend. Bing frowned, disliking the condescending look Mo Ying cast upon him, particularly the dismissive tone that accompanied it. Mr. Mo Ying, your confidence is quite amusing. I hope you won't be too disheartened when you lose. Ah, what an entertaining little fellow. Mo Ying snapped his fingers, signaling the dealer. Let the game commence. The dealer nodded, displaying the betting implements to both parties. Once assured everything was in order, he began shaking the dice cup. With the cup set down and his hands retreating from the table, the sounds of the rolling dice gradually faded. Mo Ying wore a confident smile as he downed a drink ablaze with blue flames, burping as he exhaled a plume of azure fire, a spectacle akin to fleeting fireworks. Ladies first. Sophie chuckled, refusing to defer. I bet small. Then I shall bet large. He exclaimed. Dealer, let us see the results. The dealer stepped forward, slowly lifting the cup. 3, 2, 1, small it is. The lady has won. This is impossible. Emoing leaped to his feet, staring at Sophie in disbelief, shaking his head. It was clearly 5, 4, 5, 14 points. How did it turn into 3, 2, 1? You must be cheating. Sophie shrugged, winking at Emoing with a playful smile. Mr. Emoing, surely you can't be unable to accept defeat? What proof do you have against me? Throughout this game, I never touched the cup or the dice, nor did I even lay a finger on the table. Momentarily speechless, Emoing begrudgingly conceded, this round is mine to lose. I demand a rematch. Though Bing was unaware of the events that had transpired, he firmly sided with Sophie, smiling as he said, Mr. Emoing, winning and losing are but common occurrences in gambling. I hope you won't be too saddened. It seems you have no chips left. What else can you wager? We cannot gamble with a pauper. From the outset, Mo Ying's disdainful demeanor had unsettled Bing, and now, seizing the opportunity, he seized the chance to mock him further. By the way, there's still you. If you were a beauty, I might consider letting you wager yourself, but alas, you are a man, apologies. But I have no interest in men. Mo Ying's complexion, already a shade of violet, darkened further at Bing's taunt. If you have nothing of value to bring forth, I'm afraid we cannot continue this game. He turned to the dealer. Please convert my chips into energy points and deposit them onto this card. Du Bing handed over his anonymous card, and the dealer, glancing at Mo Ing for confirmation, collected the chips and departed. As Du Bing and Sophie prepared to leave, Mo Ing interjected with a laugh. Hold on. I almost forgot. I possess something of great value that I can wager. With a snap, he produced a golden card, slamming it onto the table. A golden card. Du Bing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze snapping to Mo Ing as he swallowed hard. General Li once mentioned that the 5 holders of purple diamond cards in the black market were shrouded in mystery, seldom making appearances. The true power within the underground realm belonged to those who possessed golden cards. There were only a handful of them, each a pivotal figure in the black market. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Cursing his misfortune, Du Bing lamented the rarity of golden card holders, akin to pandas, and yet here he was, encountering one who openly wagered such a card. His luck seemed excessively fortuitous. As he contemplated whether to refund Mo Ing's wager to avoid animosity, Sophie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "I'll bet with you." The stakes remained the same. Du Bing's eyes widened in alarm, and he hurriedly attempted to communicate telepathically, gripping Sophie's arm. "Do you not think this is escalating far enough? If we continue, the entire underground market will be after us. You may be fearless, but what of me?" Du Bing was not naive enough to believe that winning against Mo Ing would lead to a peaceful resolution. The golden card represented far more than mere access to the underground market. It symbolized supreme authority. One could not simply kill to acquire such a card. Sophie pouted, "But I'm in need of a card, and here it is being offered to me. Why would I refuse?" Mo Ing laughed. "This is a golden card, mind you. There are only 13 in the entire underground market. If you win, it's yours, and I assure you, you will enjoy the privileges of a golden card holder." Sophie communicated telepathically, having already won so much from him. What one more card? Du Bing felt a wave of frustration. Truthfully, the benefits of possessing a golden card were enticing, and he couldn't deny his interest. He wanted to slap himself for his earlier mockery of Mo Ing. Now, the situation was no longer about whether he wished to gamble. It was about the fact that if he refused, Mo Ing would never let them leave peacefully. "I hope this fellow does not become unhinged upon losing." With a resigned sigh, Du Bing nodded at Sophie. She immediately beamed, taking her seat once more. Mo Ing, too, settled back into his chair, confidence returning to his demeanor. This time, winning won't be so easy. "Young man, it's your turn to roll the dice." With the dealer absent, only Du Bing remained to take charge. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward to grasp the dice cup. With a shake, he set the cup down, the sound of the rolling dice coming to a halt. "Ladies first. I'll bet small again." "I shall continue to bet large," Mo Ing replied. As Mo Ing and Sophie exchanged a glance, it was as if an electric spark ignited between them, an invisible force enveloping the entire room. Du Bing sensed that the air had grown dense, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was almost unbearable. He instinctively reached for the shaker. Suddenly, the previously silent shaker erupted with the sound of dice rolling within. The noise intensified, crackling like popping beans in a hot pan, causing the shaker to shake violently, as if a tiny mouse were scurrying inside. "Sophie, what is happening?" Du Bing inquired, astonished, unable to suppress his telepathic query. Sophie's tone grew gravely serious as she replied, "This individual is an ability user with a rather unique power. He is contesting me for the outcome." Hearing this, Du Bing's expression darkened further. An ability user. Excluding Sophie, this was the second ability user Du Bing had encountered. The first was, of course, the Son of the Wind, whose terrifying speed had left him with nightmarish memories. Mo Ing was the second. Du Bing could not even sense the presence of his abilities, indicating that Mo Ing was not only stronger, but possessed a particularly rare power. "Can you win?" Du Bing asked, concern evident in his voice. "Rest assured, he is no match for me," Sophie replied confidently, though the deepening intensity in her ice-blue eyes suggested she was employing her true strength. Mo Ying's expression had turned sinister, the veins on his forehead bulging as he forced a smile. "I never expected to misjudge you, beauty. Though you are formidable, this round is mine." Vaguely, Du Bing perceived a shadow extending and growing behind him, gradually enveloping his half of the room in darkness, even swallowing the light itself. "Dream on if you think you can defeat me," Sophie exclaimed, her crimson hair swirling around her as red and blue lights flickered behind her. The portion of the room to her left was rapidly covered in a layer of frost, exuding an aura of chilling cold, while the right side was engulfed in flames, scorching the sofa and walls, plumes of smoke rising into the air. What had begun as a mere gamble had escalated into a formidable clash of powers between two ability users. Du Bing found himself in the unfortunate position of standing between them, immobilized by their overwhelming presence, unable even to speak. He felt akin to the Shaker, being crushed by two immense forces, as if he were destined to be flattened into a mere pancake. He had no choice but to summon all the energy within him to withstand this terrifying pressure. A faint golden light began to emanate from within him. Chapter 29. The Awakening of Ice and Fire in the corridor of the casino on the 13th floor. The dealer who had gone to exchange chips was reporting to the bald Chief Wong. "Chief Wong, Mr. Shadow lost. Those two guests asked me to exchange their chips. It seems they are preparing to leave." "Lost 700 million chips, and they lost it all so quickly?" Chief Wong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had only just left, and yet they had lost everything. It was utterly inconceivable. The dealer, half amused and half disbelieving, explained that they had only played one round and had wagered all their chips, which was why it ended so swiftly. "Ah, I see." Chief Wong pondered, a smile beginning to form on his face. Given his nature, he would never simply let a loss go unchallenged. "Let us wait a moment. Do not rush to exchange the chips." Chief Wong was well aware of Mr. Shadow's notorious reputation. His character was abysmal, and his gambling habits even worse. A veritable scoundrel. He often lost vast sums, sometimes exceeding hundreds of millions, yet he would never rest until he reclaimed his losses, even resorting to his powers to cheat. However, due to his unique status in the underground market, the casino owners often turned a blind eye to his actions. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a man in a white suit and a black mask, accompanied by several bodyguards wearing tiger masks. Upon seeing this individual, Chief Wong immediately approached with utmost respect. "Young Master Bai, what brings you here today?" Young Master Bai cast a disinterested glance at Chief Wong, exhibiting no inclination to converse. In a low voice, Luo Hu inquired, "Did a red-haired woman in a qipao and a young man come to the 13th floor casino?" Chief Wong's heart raced. Could the two described by Luo Hu be the very same he had just escorted upstairs? Did young Master Bai know them? A cold sweat broke out on Chief Wong's forehead. If they were indeed acquaintances of young Master Bai, he had committed a grave error. Yes, there are indeed two individuals that match Lord Luo's description. Young Master Bai's eyes brightened. He had been following Du Bing's car, eager to see where Du Bing would go next. Upon witnessing Du Bing and Sophie enter the Iha building, he had naturally followed, hoping for another opportunity to engage with Sophie. That young man selling low-grade laser eyes at Longxing Building seemed hardly wealthy. Coming to the casino, he likely sought to gain some fortune through luck. If I were to win all his money, he would surely become desperate to recover his losses, at which point I could propose he wager his own woman. The thought filled young Master Bai with smug delight. "Which room are they in? Take me to them." Chief Wong hesitated for a moment. Sensing young Master Bai's impatience, he tentatively asked, "May I inquire, young master, are those two your friends? If not, it might be prudent for you to keep your distance." Young Master Bai's tone was laced with irritation. To him, Chief Wong was merely a servant, and he dared to defy his wishes. "In this underground market, I go where I please. How dare you suggest I retreat?" Chief Wong trembled, quickly explaining, "Please, young master, do not be angry. I am not suggesting you avoid them because Mr. Shadow is present." "Mr. Shadow." Upon hearing that name, young Master Bai's expression shifted, revealing an intense loathing. Even Luo Hu instinctively took a step back. "Young master, it would be wise not to let that scoundrel know of your presence, or else." A shiver ran down young Master Bai's spine at the thought of that purple-green visage smiling at him. Few knew Mr. Shadow's true identity, but as one of the holders of the golden card, young Master Bai was certainly aware and quite familiar with it. That wretched Mr. Shadow is the assassin ranked first on the leaderboard. Young Master Bai had frequented the casino in the past, but on one occasion, he had encountered the man behind the alias, Mr. Shadow. That encounter left him utterly humiliated, having lost over 100 billion energy points. In his fury, he had dared to insult Mr. Shadow, only to be publicly shamed, paraded through the building stripped of his clothes while Luo Hu and others failed to intervene. That experience was one young Master Bai wished to forget. In his anger, he had sought out his father to exact revenge, yet his father had scolded him instead, confining him in a training room for 3 months to reflect and advising him to grow stronger if he wished to avenge himself. Since then, young Master Bai had trained relentlessly, hoping to one day defeat Mr. Shadow and reclaim his dignity. Yet even now, upon hearing Mr. Shadow's name, he would rationally choose to avoid confrontation. How cursed is my luck to encounter this scoundrel again. If my little beauty were to fall into his hands. Luo Hu cautiously reassured him, "Do not worry, young master. It is well known that while Mr. Shadow possesses poor character, he is not one to force himself upon women. He prefers mutual consent." Meanwhile, within the room, the battle between Sophie and Mr. Shadow continued. To withstand the immense pressure emanating from the two powerful figures, Du Bing dispersed his feeble metallic powers throughout his body, hoping to alleviate the strain and avoid being crushed under the oppressive force. Seeing Du Bing enveloped in a faint golden glow, Mr. Shadow's taut expression revealed a flicker of surprise. "So, this young man is also an ability user. Though he pales in comparison to me." Mr. Shadow fixated on Sophie across from him. Despite his bravado, he was inwardly astounded. At this moment, he had fully mobilized his powers, reaching the peak of his might, yet the pressure exerted by Sophie felt like an impenetrable fortress. No matter how hard he pushed, his dark shadow remained immovable, seemingly subdued instead. Damn it, where did this S-class ability user come from? And one with dual powers at that. Ability users were categorized into 6 ranks based on energy strength: E, D, C, B, A, and S. S-class represented the pinnacle of known strength on Earth. Countries had long compiled data on S-class users, and the underground market shared intelligence with the military. Possessing a golden card, Mr. Shadow had access to such information. In his memory, female ability users were already rare, and S-class women were virtually non-existent. "Beautiful lady, where do you hail from? Is your young boyfriend about to succumb? And will you continue to gamble? The game isn't over yet. Of course, I will continue." Sophie huffed, casting a glance at Du Bing, well aware of the immense pressure he was enduring. However, this was also a rare opportunity. The pressure exerted by 2 S-class users could potentially obliterate the entire building if unleashed without restraint. Yet both were S-class, and Sophie, wielding domain control, managed her energy with precision, confining their combined pressure within the room, creating a unique pressure chamber. Du Bing, hold on. Although Du Bing exerted every ounce of his metallic energy, it still seemed woefully inadequate in the face of S-class power. The golden glow began to dim, threatening to be reabsorbed into his body. The overwhelming pressure, akin to mountains and seas, bore down upon every fiber of Du Bing's being, every single cell. He could even feel his bones and internal organs trembling, as if they were about to be crushed into dust. Blood spurted from the ruptured capillaries on his arms, thighs, and face, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. His body had reached its limit. If the assault did not cease, death would come swiftly. The shadow demon glared at Sophie with a fierce countenance, issuing a stark warning once more. Yet Sophie remained silent, unwavering in her belief that Du Bing would not succumb so easily. Du Bing, think of your parents, the girl you cherish, your friends. You are still young. Life's wonders await you. Do you wish to perish like this? Will I die? No. I cannot die. I have yet to provide my parents with a better life. I have never experienced love. I have not yet realized dreams with my friends. Power. Power. I demand power. Du Bing roared within, his previously scattered consciousness coalescing anew under the fierce desire to survive, like grains of sand compressed into solid rock. His spirit was undergoing a transformation. Simultaneously, every cell within his body seemed to resonate with this newfound awareness, trembling with excitement as a latent force deep within erupted forth. Boom! Radiant hues of red, blue, and gold erupted from his being, the red and blue light cascading forth like a flood breaching a dam, suffusing every cell with their vibrant colors. In that instant, Du Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He tilted his head back, arms raised. The red light in his left hand ignited into a flame, while the blue light in his right coalesced into a swirling vortex of cold. Simultaneously, a golden glow enveloped every inch of his flesh and every cell, transforming his skin into a golden hue, rendering him as if sculpted from gold. Even his hair and body hair taking on a metallic sheen. The shadow demon's eyes bulged in disbelief, exclaiming, "3 distinct powers. His body has become an embodiment of abilities." Sophie's eyes sparkled with joy. She had awaited this very moment. Du Bing had absorbed nearly half of her ice and fire energy. Even so, she remained an S-class powerhouse, indicating the sheer magnitude and richness of that energy. However, Du Bing's physical constitution was too frail to bear such force. Driven by the instinct for survival, his cells sealed away this energy, transforming it into potential. Yet potential does not equate to capability. Without extraordinary opportunity, this energy might remain forever dormant. Sophie sought to harness the pressure exerted by the two S-class beings to awaken the ice and fire energy within Du Bing. Nonetheless, she lacked absolute confidence. Her domain power enveloped him, ready to rescue him if he faltered under the pressure. After all, their fates were intertwined, and she dared not push him to the brink of death. Fortunately, Du Bing succeeded. The stakes were about to be determined. Chapter 30. The situation escalates. Having played alongside you for so long, it is time to conclude this. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Sophie's lips. The previously grave expression she wore during her confrontation with the shadow demon vanished, replaced by a cunning, fox-like grin. What? The shadow demon trembled in shock, clearly taken aback. Could it be that the opponent's strength was still concealed? As he pondered, Sophie exclaimed, "Ice and fire domain." With that exclamation, the distinct icy and fiery elements that had occupied either side behind her suddenly intertwined, whirling madly until they transformed into a blue-red Taiji diagram. The ice and fire Taiji diagram manifested. Sophie's aura surged dramatically, her hands, as white as jade, clenched lightly in the air. Bang! It was as if something had been crushed. The once trembling dice cup abruptly stilled. The sound of rolling dice ceased entirely. The dice within the cup had disintegrated into a pile of powder. Nothing remained. 0 points, small. The outcome was decisive. At that moment, the shadow demon was struck as if by lightning. The chair beneath him shattered with a loud crack, and he squatted on the floor. The vast black shadow that had filled the room swiftly retracting into a figure standing behind him. How could this be possible? The shadow demon shrieked, as if receiving a tremendous shock, leaping up from the ground. How can your power surpass mine by such a margin? Sophie scoffed coldly. Her abilities were indeed of S-rank caliber, yet her realm exceeded that of an S-rank warrior. Otherwise, she would not have escaped unscathed from the entrapment of 3 S-rank foes. Why can't I be stronger than you? You've lost. Hand over the card. Hee. If you want the card, defeat me first. The shadow demon waved his hand, pocketing the cards from the table. Sophie's brows furrowed in anger, her voice sharp with indignation. How dare you cheat? The shadow demon laughed heartily. What of it if I cheat? Your strength surpasses mine, but in a fight, I, the shadow demon, have never feared anyone. Hearing that name, Du Bing, who had just awakened his ice and fire abilities, felt as if doused with ice water, shivering in sudden clarity. Sophie, he is the shadow demon. The #1 assassin in the underground black market. The top assassin shall die. Sophie appeared genuinely furious. The ice and fire energy within her erupted without restraint. Her formidable aura surging like a volcano, instantly enveloping the entire building. Those caught under this overwhelming presence felt as though plunged into an icy abyss. Their faces drained of color, trembling in fear. What is happening? In a lounge, young Master Bai, who had been savoring a cup of tea, was startled by the surge of power. His hand trembled, spilling tea all over his pants. Such terrifying energy. The only thought that crossed his mind was the shadow demon. Has that scoundrel gone mad? Rohu's expression also reflected uncertainty. Despite being an A-rank warrior, he knew that facing an S-rank warrior, especially one renowned for their peculiar abilities, would only result in utter defeat. Who has angered him? Is he truly going to kill? Under this oppressive aura, Chief Wong felt his legs turn to jelly. Simultaneously, atop another skyscraper, a middle-aged man dressed in a white tank suit, meditating on a cushion, suddenly opened his eyes. Two piercing rays of light shot from his eyes, leaving two hollow impressions on the opposite wall. What a powerful aura! He gazed in the direction of Iha building, murmuring to himself. This does not resemble the shadow demon's presence. Could another S-rank warrior have entered the black market? In a flash, the man on the cushion disappeared without a trace. As the captain of a warship in the Interstellar Kingdom, Sophie had always been a proud individual. Had her fleet not come under attack during a mission, resulting in severe damage to her ship, she would not have had to escape in a private vessel. However, she found herself in a lifeless star system, wandering for decades until she finally discovered a planet teeming with life. With her ship's energy nearly depleted, she had no choice but to land on Earth. Upon entering Earth, her vessel was struck by various nations' cryogenic ray high-energy cannons, breaching its energy shield. The impact caused malfunctions in several controls, leading to the escape of a star-level magical beast she had contained in her cabin. Caught off guard, she was ambushed and gravely injured, her life hanging by a thread. Before the crash, the ship had detected life forms underground. In a desperate bid for survival, she entered the underground city through the exhaust pipe. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, she had no time to select a powerful life form for sharing. After inscribing the life-sharing magic circle, she fainted, leaving her fate to chance. This led to an accidental life-sharing with Du Bing, absorbing not only his vitality, but also his memories. Influenced by Du Bing's recollections, and since he was her life-sharing counterpart, her temperament softened considerably. Yet, at her core, she remained the proud captain who commanded interstellar warships in battle. She possessed her dignity, which she would not allow to be trampled upon. For those who dared to harm or deceive her, she would show no mercy. The shadow demon's underhanded tactics irritated her, prompting her to teach this shameless scoundrel a lesson. Wrath of Fire. Sophie waved her delicate hand, the ice and fire Taiji diagram spinning and unleashing a red beam of light directed at the shadow demon. The shadow demon hastily retreated, but in a sudden flash, he vanished, leaving only a shadow behind. Boom! The red beam pierced through the shadow, crashing into the wall and leaving a gaping hole over 2 meters in diameter. Cold wind whistling through. Ordinary physical attacks, energy attacks are ineffective against me. The shadow seemed to come alive, moving about the room with mocking laughter. Killing me is not so simple. My ability is shadow manipulation. I can merge completely with darkness, becoming undetectable. No sooner had he spoken, the shadow vanished without a trace. Du Bing felt a chill run down his spine, his body bristling with goosebumps. It was the first time he had witnessed such a bizarre power. Humph, Sophie scoffed, seemingly unconcerned with the shadow demon's taunts. Child's play, merely the most elementary shadow stealth technique, and you dare to flaunt it before me. Is that so? A chilling voice echoed, and Du Bing saw a shadow swiftly dart from beneath the gambling table, wielding a pitch-black dagger aimed at Sophie's delicate, snow-white neck. Be careful, Du Bing shouted, extending his right hand to point at the black dagger, wishing to seize the weapon using his metallic ability. However, the black dagger merely hesitated momentarily before continuing its swift descent towards Sophie's neck. Du Bing cried out, no, but then, he sensed something was amiss. The black dagger pierced through Sophie's neck, yet no blood flowed, and her face bore no signs of pain. Why such a lack of confidence in me? Sophie's voice resonated within Du Bing's mind, and simultaneously, her figure dissipated like mist, vanishing from sight. Do you think you're the only one who can turn invisible? Du Bing exhaled in relief, recalling that Sophie could also become invisible. Yet, the thought that both of them could be hidden, rendering them unable to see each other, made Du Bing chuckle. How could they possibly fight? It was akin to two blind individuals brawling, only able to exchange verbal jabs. Sure enough, the shadow demon's eerie laughter echoed. I never imagined that cultivating ice and fire abilities would grant you invisibility. You truly are extraordinary beauty. Oomph. I told you, it is merely a trivial skill. Next, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a master. Suddenly, Sophie's figure materialized beside Du Bing, and she coldly uttered 4 words, "Coffin of ice." The temperature in the air plummeted rapidly, descending within moments to several degrees below zero, and it continued to drop. Du Bing had no choice but to channel the fire energy within him to warm his body considerably. The entire room, tables, chairs, floor, ceiling, and walls, was enveloped in a layer of icy blue chill, which crystallized into ice almost instantaneously. The thickness of the ice visibly increased, expanding from a few centimeters to a foot thick, even sealing the breach in the wall. Damn! A curse erupted from the sofa. I'm freezing to death. Du Bing was astonished to see that the air near the sofa was thickly coated in ice, within which lay a dark figure sprawled on the couch. The figure struggled a few times before becoming completely encased in ice. Sophie approached with a cold smile, lightly tapping the ice layer, which produced a crisp, ringing sound. Didn't you say I couldn't do anything to you? Come out. Du Bing looked on in shock. He had thought that, with the shadow demon's peculiar abilities, no one could capture him, yet he was now frozen within the ice by Sophie. No power is invincible. It merely depends on the depth of one's understanding of that power. Sophie seemed to be addressing Du Bing while simultaneously mocking the shadow demon. For your dishonesty, I shall leave you to freeze. Just then, a deep voice resonated in the room, as if someone were speaking within the confines of the space. I implore you to grant me this favor and release the shadow demon. Another one? Sophie's gaze turned icy as she looked out the window, through the ice layer on the wall, and faintly discerned a figure standing proudly atop a nearby building. What if I refuse? She retorted. That would be quite disrespectful. The voice seemed to harbor a hint of anger, but said no more. Break. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in the room, as invisible sound waves vibrated at an incredibly high frequency, shattering the ice, encasing the shadow demon. The dark figure darted out, crashing through the ice on the wall and escaping outside. Ah, damn it. A sneeze was heard from outside, followed by furious shouting. You wretched woman, come out. I want to battle you for 300 rounds. Sensing a lack of confidence, the shadow demon shouted, Old man, bye. This woman might be from America or the European Union. She is a dual system S-level ability user, quite formidable. We should team up to subdue her. It was the voice of my father. Young Master Bai's face lit up with joy upon hearing the voice from outside. Luo Ho, come with me to see what is happening. Yes, young master. Young Master Bai led several bodyguards straight to the guest room where Du Bing was located. Steward Wang immediately called for security on every floor, and a group of armed soldiers rushed to the 13th floor to secure the exits. At this moment, Du Bing realized that the situation had escalated significantly. Chapter 31. Escape refusing to concede defeat and calling for assistance. Is it? Sophie was not deterred by the presence of an additional adversary. Rather, it ignited her fighting spirit even more. She glanced back at Du Bing, declaring, I will see you safely away first, and then I shall settle the score with that scoundrel. Without allowing Du Bing to protest, she seized his arm and leaped through the hole in the wall. Du Bing gasped, instinctively wrapping his arms around Sophie's delicate form. They were plummeting from the 13th floor, a staggering height of over 50 meters. A fall from such a height would surely leave a person in a shattered state. Their descent was rapid, and just as Du Bing began to react, he suddenly felt a weightlessness beneath his feet, a sense of solid ground beneath him. Trying to escape? The chilling voice of the shadow demon resonated, having appeared on the ground and blocking the entrance to the underground black market. In his shadowy form, he seemed nearly invincible. Previously, he had been frozen by Sophie due to her entrapment in the room. Now, in the open street, surrounded by shadows, capturing him would be a nearly impossible task. Your Excellency, causing such chaos in the underground black market and expecting to leave without an explanation? A man clad in a white tang suit stood on the opposite side of the street, his face obscured by a piece of white cloth, as if hastily torn from his attire. The two men, one in front and the other behind, had effectively cornered Sophie and Du Bing in the center of the street. A powerful aura locked onto Sophie, and even she, formidable as she was, sensed a hint of danger emanating from the man in white. Du Bing, when the fight begins, you must run. I will hold them both off. But what about you? Du Bing replied, concern etched on his face. At that moment, he could not bring himself to chastise Sophie for her reckless actions. Their fates were intertwined, and if one perished, the other would surely follow. Perhaps we should return to the underground city together. Once we reach the entrance of the black market, we can take the elevator back to the Northern Star City. Even the shadow demon would not dare to pursue us there openly. Sophie stubbornly shook her head. What would be the point of going back? You can attend school and have friends to accompany you, while I would be left confined to your small room, suffocating in solitude. But if you don't return with me, where else can you go? When I entered Earth, my ship was shot down. Although it has run out of energy, my ship's defensive systems should still be intact. I intend to retrieve it. Perhaps it will afford me a chance to leave this planet. Then you must exercise caution. Indeed, seeing the determination in Sophie's eyes, Du Bing ceased his attempts to dissuade her. If he were to find himself stranded in a completely unfamiliar place, devoid of family or friends, confined to a small room and perpetually living in fear, he would scarcely wish to endure such a life for even a day. Rather than languish in isolation, it was far better to strive for a glimmer of hope in returning home. Let us proceed. Sophie propelled herself forward, her foot striking the asphalt road with such force that it cracked, spider-webbing outward. She harnessed her powers to shield both herself and Du Bing, surging like lightning towards the shadow demon. Get out of my way. A torrent of fiery heat erupted, engulfing the space around the shadow demon, scorching the earth into a molten mass. Sensing the impending danger, the shadow demon swiftly evaded. Did you truly believe I was an easy target? He sneered, his form manifesting 100 meters ahead, still shrouded in shadow. Grow. The towering shadow expanded, inflating like a balloon until it transformed into a colossal figure. Standing several dozen meters tall, the giant bent down, seizing two abandoned cars from the roadside as if they were mere pebbles, hurling them towards Sophie and Du Bing. Unfazed by the incoming vehicles, Sophie waved her hand, conjuring a thick ice wall before her. Boom, boom. The cars collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening roar as the wall shattered and the vehicles crashed to the ground. Run. Suddenly, Sophie grasped Du Bing and flung him with tremendous force. He felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming power, soaring into the sky like a cannonball, traveling over 1,000 meters before crashing to the earth. The fireball exploded, leaving a massive crater 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep, with Du Bing emerging unscathed from within. Ha ha ha. I never imagined you to be such a sentimental beauty. Protecting your little boyfriend in the face of death, the shadow demon laughed maniacally, while his transformed giant shadow wielded two streetlight poles as weapons, relentlessly thrusting them towards Sophie. Simultaneously, the man in the white tang suit made his move. Encased in a yellow glow, he showed no fear of Sophie's flames or icy chill, unleashing powerful shockwaves with each punch. His attacks were more ferocious and terrifying than the shadow demoness. Each strike carried an essence of primal simplicity, resonating with the forces of nature and pressuring Sophie. Why are you still here? You must flee. Sophie urgently communicated with Du Bing. He realized he could not assist her in this battle. Rather, he would only serve as a burden, compelling him to grit his teeth and leap from the crater. Sprinting toward the entrance of the underground black market. On the 13th floor, through the hole in the wall, young Masterby and others observed the unfolding scene on the street. Is that truly my father? That boy and the red-haired beauty. Who are they to provoke my father? Young Masterby felt a jolt of realization, understanding how close he had come to igniting a disaster. The red-haired woman's ability to attract both the shadow demon and his father indicated her power was on par with theirs. What a formidable energy attack. The shadow demon is being suppressed by her. With his father present, even S-level powers could not act recklessly within the underground black market. If the other four uncles were also present, their combined strength would render an S-level power without hope of escape. When young Masterby referred to his uncles, he meant the other four overseers of the black market. The underground black market was not singular. There were 5 in total, all established above the subterranean city to facilitate access to various resources. Typically, the 5 holders of purple diamond cards maintained their posts in the different black markets, each being an S-level power. If they united, their might would be truly terrifying. "Sire, look over there." Luoho pointed towards the direction of the falling fireball, spotting Du Bing scrambling from the crater. Young Master Bai chuckled coldly, waving his hand dismissively. The battle between S-level powers will not reach a conclusion anytime soon. That woman clearly cares for that boy. Capturing him will surely provoke her apprehension. Luoho, gather men and pursue. "Yes, young master." "Everyone, get in the vehicles and chase after them. We must intercept that boy before he reaches the military-guarded entrance of the underground black market. The one who captures him will receive a silver card and a reward of 100 million energy points." Upon hearing this, the security guards' eyes lit up with greed. Racing towards the elevators, and those unable to secure an elevator resorted to climbing the stairs. Du Bing sprinted down the street, his awakened ice and fire abilities enhancing his physical prowess, enabling him to outrun even the maglev bicycles. Time flew by swiftly. After a cursory estimation, Du Bing felt that his speed had reached at least 30 ms. In just a few breaths, he had sprinted a couple of 100 meters. Currently, he was still about 20 kilometers away from the entrance to the underground black market, which would take him at least a dozen minutes to reach. Gritting his teeth, Du Bing exerted his abilities to further enhance his speed. He understood that until he safely entered the underground city, Sophie would be relentlessly pursued by the shadow demon and the man in the white tang suit. The longer it took, the more precarious Sophie's situation became. Who could tell if there were hidden masters or other special attack methods lurking within the underground black market? Beep, beep. The piercing sound of vehicle horns echoed behind him. Du Bing glanced back to see several armed SUVs closing in on him from a few hundred meters away. Haha, this kid runs quite fast. But no matter how fast he is, he can't outrun a car. Step on the gas, and don't let anyone else get ahead. The sound of engines grew increasingly dense, and the headlights illuminated the streets. Oh no, they've caught up so quickly. Du Bing's expression shifted. If he continued to run down the street, it wouldn't be long before he was overtaken. He needed to take a shortcut. Du Bing turned and dashed into a nearby house, immediately searching for a back door or window to find a quicker route to the entrance of the underground black market. Damn it, that kid has gone inside. Get out and search for him. A group of people leapt from their vehicles, disengaging their firearms, and stormed into the house, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that echoed violently within. Damn, there's a back door. That kid must have escaped through it. Keep pursuing, he can't have gone far. At that moment, young Master Bai also arrived in a car. Luoho, take your men down and pursue him. Do not let that kid escape. I will head to the entrance of the underground black market to ambush him. Understood, young master. Luoho, accompanied by several bodyguards donning tiger masks, leapt from the vehicle and sprang onto the roof of a 2-story building like a large grasshopper. Surveying the area from above, Luoho commanded, "Spread out in a fan shape from this point. We must capture that kid." "Yes, boss." The bodyguards, skilled in agility, leapt away, disappearing between the streets and houses. Du Bing, using the buildings for concealment, temporarily evaded a significant portion of his pursuers. However, as more and more pursuers converged, his predicament became increasingly perilous. Ultimately, he found himself cornered. Chapter 32. The Escape Through Disguise on the 5th floor of a desolate shopping mall. Du Bing gazed through the glass window at the unfolding scene on the street below. Oh no, I didn't expect them to act so swiftly. At each end of the intersections leading to the underground black market, there were indeed sentinels stationed. Their numbers were few, yet each wielded a firearm. The variety of weapons varied in power. Even the most commonplace firearms could propel bullets at speeds reaching 300 ms, while certain rifles exceeded this, achieving velocities of 700 to 800 ms, twice the speed of sound. This meant that by the time one heard the gunfire, the bullet would have already struck its target. However, this was not Du Bing's greatest concern. He feared that if these individuals discovered his presence, they would immediately alert others, forming a tightening encirclement that would inexorably confine him within a building, leaving him truly without an escape route. Time was running out. Du Bing's expression grew grave as he noticed that many individuals had split into small teams of 2 or 3, entering each building to conduct thorough inspections. Nearly a carpet search. It was only a matter of time before they discovered this commercial complex. He had to act swiftly before they could establish a complete perimeter and dash across the street to the opposite skyscraper. Stealthily, Du Bing made his way to the first floor, cautiously peering out at the street on either side. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward with all his might. There were people. They spotted him. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed as someone fired. Almost simultaneously, Du Bing sensed within his range 2 objects containing faint metallic energy hurtling towards him. 2 bullets. Yet, in his mental perception, he discerned their trajectories would not intersect with him. Thus he did not flinch or evade, charging straight into the office building across the street. The guards on either side of the street immediately pursued him in vehicles, transmitting information through communication devices. Target located. The target is spotted near Lutai Avenue and has entered an office building. Teams within a 500-meter radius quickly converged on Lutai Avenue. A street away, a man wearing a tiger mask strolled down the street. Upon hearing the sudden gunfire, his gaze sharpened. Gunfire. It seems fortune smiles upon me, as I've stumbled upon an opportunity. In a flash, the masked man darted toward the sound of gunfire, his speed far surpassing that of Du Bing. On the 15th floor of the office building, Du Bing observed the surrounding streets from his elevated vantage point. Vehicles moved along several nearby streets, heading directly towards his hiding place. Just as expected, the closer one drew to the entrance of the underground black market, the greater the number of pursuers. Du Bing felt a growing urgency. 8 minutes had already passed, and he had covered over 10 kilometers, surpassing the range of his mental link with Sophie. If only my mental abilities were strong enough to enable flight. This time, under the immense pressure from both Sophie and the shadow demon, Du Bing awakened his ice and fire powers. However, his mental abilities had not improved. Only his mental sensing range had expanded significantly, from 200 meters to 500 meters, allowing him to manipulate his fine needles at will within this range. Although the ice and fire abilities were slightly more potent than his metal abilities, overall, Du Bing remained at an E level, merely having awakened 2 additional powers. Someone is approaching. The enlargement of his mental sensing range allowed Du Bing to distinctly perceive the metallic presence within 500 meters. The office building was constructed with reinforced concrete, undoubtedly containing steel. Through his sensitivity to the steel, the entire structure of the building vividly materialized in his mind. Although he could not sense the individuals armed with guns entering the building, he could clearly perceive their firearms and bullets. It was through the sudden emergence of these metallic sensations within the building's structure that Du Bing realized someone was coming. This is troublesome. The building's elevator is out of service due to a lack of power, leaving only the staircase and emergency exit, both of which are occupied. It seems I may have to resort to lethal measures. Du Bing's demeanor turned icy. While he might exhibit hesitance in matters of emotion, he was unequivocally decisive when it came to matters of life and death. His first act of killing was against the 3 homeless men. Had they shown even a hint of remorse, Du Bing might have spared their lives, but they sought to end his life and continue their malfeasance. For those beyond redemption, Du Bing showed no hesitation in delivering death. His second act of killing was against the lone wolf, a similarly treacherous character. Du Bing had contemplated sparing him, but upon detecting his hidden intent to kill, he decisively ended the threat with a single stroke. Now, with those involved in the black market seeking his and Sophie's lives, these individuals too deserved their fate. Du Bing descended a staircase, casually flicking his wrist as several sewing needles zipped forth with remarkable speed. In the pitch darkness, these silent, agile needles were far more difficult to detect than flies or mosquitoes. On the 7th floor stairwell, 5 individuals equipped with oxygen gear and firearms engaged in hushed conversation. I say, gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled and don't let the target escape. Hey, is there really any need to be this tense? We have so many people. How could we possibly fail to capture one? You don't understand. The opponent is certainly no ordinary person. Or else by Xiao Wunti have offered a silver card along with a reward of 1 billion energy points. With that silver card, we become free men. Thud, thud. The sounds of bodies collapsing echoed in the darkness, abruptly silencing their conversation. 5 slender needles flew from their ear canals, suspended midair, glistening with a trace of crimson fluid. A shadow gracefully descended from above, glancing at the lifeless 5, and removed the oxygen equipment from one of them, inhaling deeply. I can barely breathe. The air beneath the earth was exceedingly thin, insufficient to sustain the respiratory demands of a normal person during exertion. Without practicing the turtle breathing technique, one would not last 2 minutes before suffocating. Du Bing, due to his abilities, managed to endure for 8 minutes. These guards had methodically searched each floor, leaving 5 individuals stationed at the stairwell while others conducted room-by-room inspections. At that moment, on the 7th floor, over 10 men were scouring through various rooms. Du Bing wished only to hasten his departure rather than eliminate all these individuals, for with every passing second, the people from the nearby streets drew closer to the office building. He prepared to descend further, but suddenly halted, glancing at the corpses and smacking his forehead. How foolish of me. They don't know who I am. Why am I still wearing a mask? In a flurry, Du Bing removed his mask and clothing, donning the attire of one of the deceased. Letting out a self-satisfied chuckle, he knew that once the searchers on the 7th floor completed their sweep, he had to make a rapid exit from the building. Now clad in black combat gear, armed with an M4A1 rifle, and wearing an oxygen mask, Du Bing resembled those who frequented the black market. As he reached the 3rd floor, he heard footsteps below, causing his body to tense. Who goes there? A voice called out from downstairs. Who are you? Du Bing did not respond, but instead posed a question, raising the gun in his hand. However, it was merely for show. This was the first time he had encountered such a weapon and had no idea how to wield it. His true lethal weapon lay in the few sewing needles concealed within his sleeve. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and a man donned in a tiger head mask emerged into Du Bing's line of sight. The tiger head mask. Du Bing instinctively tightened his grip on the gun, for the mask left a profound impression on him. The bodyguard of the young master was indeed adorned with such a mask. Sophie had specifically mentioned that the tall bodyguard possessed strength comparable to the swordsman who had assaulted her, suggesting that the opponent was at least an A-level powerhouse. As for the other bodyguards wearing tiger head masks, Sophie had not deemed them worthy of mention, indicating that they were not a concern for her. Yet, being overlooked by Sophie did not imply their weakness. Damn it, how did they get involved? Du Bing was oblivious to the fact that the young master's father was the masked man in the white tang suit. The tiger masked guard cast a glance at Du Bing and spoke first, stating that he had rushed over immediately upon hearing the gunshot. Is the target still in this building? Du Bing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that his disguise had succeeded. Yes, he is indeed within this building, and we have already secured him above the 7th floor. Du Bing deliberately lowered his voice. Although the man did not know his appearance, he was familiar with his voice. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the tiger masked guard's eyes as he murmured to himself that this time, the credit would be his. Without further inquiry, he darted past Du Bing and raced upstairs. Du Bing exhaled in relief and hastily made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby of the office building, he discovered that several vehicles had already arrived and were parked below. Some individuals remained behind while others brushed past Du Bing, rushing into the building. The tiger-masked man moved with remarkable speed, reaching the 7th floor almost as soon as Du Bing arrived on the 1st. He discovered 5 lifeless bodies and, upon seeing one of the corpses stripped of clothing, he suddenly realized the grave error he had made. This is bad. The person descending must be the target. Chapter 33. The death of young master by the head of the tiger head guards examined the corpses of the 5 sentinels, noticing the blood trickling from their ear canals. His expression darkening significantly, he promptly dialed a communication number, and shortly after, a virtual image sprang forth from his communication wristwatch. The image depicted another man clad in a tiger head mask. Boss, the target has slain the 5 guards and donned the attire of one of them. He has just escaped from my position. Upon inspecting the bodies, it seems they were pierced through the ear canals by some object. dying simultaneously without a chance to call for help. On the other end of the communicator, Luo Ho's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. To eliminate 5 armed guards instantaneously and prevent them from calling for assistance was a feat even they could scarcely accomplish. It appears the adversary is also an ability user. As a formidable warrior, Luo Ho was no stranger to those possessing extraordinary powers. Ability users, a rare and fearsome group endowed with various incomprehensible abilities. Among them were shadow manipulators, capable of merging with shadows, rendering physical attacks ineffective. They could infiltrate any nook and cranny, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Even an A-class warrior could find themselves in peril when dealing with a mere E-class ability user if they were not cautious. The nature of the opponent's abilities remains uncertain, yet their method of attack is undoubtedly peculiar. A single misstep could lead to your downfall. Henceforth, refrain from reckless pursuit. I possess means to track him down. Aside from Luo Ho, the other Tiger Head guards were of intermediate warrior rank, equivalent to D-class ability users. The classification of warriors differs from that of ability users. Divided into 6 tiers: low-level, intermediate, advanced, elite, super elite, and master. Luo Ho is a super elite warrior, akin to an A-class ability user, which is why he holds such a high position in the underground black market, personally dispatched by young Master Bai's father to ensure his son's safety from powerful adversaries. After concluding the conversation with his subordinate, Luo Ho dialed young Master Bai's communication number. Young Master, the target has switched into our comrade's attire and has now vanished. The individual is an ability user, and their method of attack may be quite unusual. It would be prudent for you to avoid public exposure. I am on my way. An ability user? Young Master Bai nodded slightly and instructed, I will have everyone converge at the entrance of the underground black market, establishing a defensive perimeter 500 meters away. Upon leaving the office building, Du Bing sought a less populated route, hastening towards the entrance of the underground black market. The entrance itself was an elevator connecting the underground city to the black market, located within a now-abandoned residential complex. The military had stationed half a regiment there to safeguard the elevator and the individuals traversing to and from the black market. Within the complex, any armed forces were strictly prohibited, and fighting was forbidden. This regulation was specifically instituted for the black market denizens, as the initial chaos had led to numerous individuals uniting to eliminate cardholders to seize their cards, jeopardizing safety and straining relations between the black market and the underground city, almost prompting the military to seal off the passage entirely. Eventually, an agreement was forged. Anyone entering the complex was not to be pursued for any reason, lest they provoke military retaliation. Du Bing's objective was to enter the complex. However, at this moment, young Master Bai was stationed at the entrance with a contingent, having set up a quarantine zone 500 meters away. The military personnel observed the gathering black market individuals, sensing an air of tension. What do these people intend? Surely they do not mean to assault the underground city? Unthinkable. They must have a death wish. We are fortified with half a regiment and a squad of mecha warriors. Any advance would be suicidal. The majority of individuals in the underground black market were criminals, capable of any misdeed. With the number of assembled persons exceeding 500, all armed, they posed a significant threat. Should we report to Captain Zhou? One soldier suggested, feeling uneasy. Yes, I find it odd as well. A soldier quickly dialed the captain's office communication number, where a gruff voice responded. What is it? Captain, this is the duty room. We've observed a large gathering of black market individuals armed and with unclear intentions. Understood. I will bring reinforcements immediately. Continue to monitor the situation and activate the defense system if anything seems amiss. The entire complex had been fortified with barbed wire and high-voltage electricity along the perimeter and various detection devices, thermal, life, and movement detectors were installed within. In the event of concentrated artillery fire, a protective shield could be activated. This shield, an energy barrier, could envelop the entire complex in an instant, impervious to conventional munitions. Soon, a burly man in military attire arrived at the entrance. With a rugged face framed by a thick beard, he strode with an imposing presence. He was Captain Zhou Xiangbing. Observing the amassed black market personnel, he frowned. Such a significant assembly could only be sanctioned by the higher-ups of the black market. Given their stance facing outward, they must be attempting to thwart someone's approach. Chief of Staff, dispatch someone to inquire about their leadership, he commanded. Yes, Captain. Shortly thereafter, 2 soldiers sprinted from the complex to engage with the black market individuals. After a brief exchange, they returned. Captain, they claim a traitor has emerged within their ranks, having stolen something crucial. They are gathering at the entrance to prevent him from escaping into the underground city. A traitor? Zhou Xiongbing scoffed, shaking his head. If they are not targeting us, we need not concern ourselves. 500 meters away, the number of individuals in the black market had swelled to over 600, all ordered to remain stationary. With any advancement met with immediate execution. Amidst the throng, Du Bing felt a surge of wariness. The distance to the complex was 500 meters, across an open street with no concealment. At his current speed, he would require at least 17 seconds to reach it. Should he charge towards the complex, he would undoubtedly expose himself. He had no confidence in surviving under the aim of over 600 weapons for that long. It appeared they were already aware of his infiltration. Lingering here was not an option. He pondered who among them was the leader. Capturing the ringleader as a hostage might grant him safe passage into the complex. After observing for some time without identifying a leader, his anxiety mounted. Inside a nondescript SUV, young master by nonchalantly groomed his nails, instructing those around him. Search everyone now. See who possesses silver cards. Anyone with a silver card who cannot provide proof of identity should be detained. Young master by surmised that Du Bing's access to the VIP casino on the 13th floor meant he likely possessed a silver card. Although silver cards were relatively numerous, they paled in comparison to the coveted gold cards. Within the underground black market, only 2 types of individuals could obtain silver cards. The first were those who served the black market and made significant contributions, such as members of assassin organizations who could upgrade their black cards to silver after completing a certain number of assassination missions. These individuals formed the backbone of the underground black market, possessing commendable skills. The second category included high-end clients who spent over 1 billion energy points in a single transaction within the underground black market. It is a matter of one-time consumption rather than cumulative expenditure. Those who can afford such lavish spending naturally possess an extraordinary status. Individuals involved in the underground market are eager to cultivate relationships with such patrons, offering them silver cards that confer certain privileges. In contrast, the ordinary guards possess no silver cards, and even those with black iron cards are few and far between. They toil for the underground market, which provides them with sustenance and shelter, ensuring their survival. Soon, a subtle commotion arose within the crowd, capturing Du Bing's attention. What were they doing? The search was swift, and those determined to lack silver cards were quickly incorporated into the search, soon identifying individuals near Du Bing. Brothers, cooperate. Orders from above demand a search. Why search? Do you suspect something? No more chatter. You'll understand once it's done. These individuals maintained tight lips, and only after the search did they whisper a few words into the ear of the searched. That individual then joined the ranks of the searchers. Come on, cooperate. The order is to search. Hand over your weapon first. A man approached Du Bing, took the gun from his hands, and began to inspect his pockets. Suddenly, as he reached for Du Bing's chest pocket, a flicker of realization crossed Du Bing's face. He had an inkling of what the searcher was after. The silver card resided within the inner pocket of his chest. What is this? The man extended his hand into the pocket, and at that moment, a glimmer of gold flashed in Du Bing's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted abruptly within the crowd, followed by screams of terror. The man who was searching Du Bing was suddenly shot dead by another man behind him, who, with a face of sheer horror, exclaimed, "The gun misfired. I didn't kill him." However, his voice was soon drowned out by a barrage of gunfire. Du Bing's eyes sparkled with golden light as he maximized his metallic abilities, manipulating the triggers of those guns, causing bullets to rain down upon the nearby individuals. Those who were not controlled by the gunfire, gripped by fear of being shot, instinctively raised their weapons and began to fire at those around them. Chaos erupted. with gunshots and curses echoing everywhere. Inside a jeep, young Masterby observed the scene of self-destruction with astonishment and fury. What are these bastards doing? Stop immediately. Bang, bang. Several stray bullets shattered the car windows and struck young Masterby in the chest. He looked down at his white suit stained red, the colors in his eyes fading gradually. Young Masterby was dead. Chapter 34. The Mecha Warrior. Huijinxing. After 1 minute and 48 seconds. The final gunshot faded away. Of the more than 600 individuals, only a few survivors remained. The rest lay lifeless, their blood staining the entire street. The soldiers stationed in the residential area were left aghast, their mouths agape at the horrifying scene before them. Were these people insane, engaging in such self-destructive madness? Had they grown weary of life and chosen this place for a grotesque display of collective suicide? Surely, it must be an illusion. The shocking reality deeply unsettled these young soldiers, who had been dispatched here following their graduation from the military academy. Although they had undergone specialized training and even completed hunting missions, witnessing such a scene of 500 to 600 people exchanging gunfire and turning against one another was an unprecedented experience. Even from a mile away, the thick stench of blood was palpable. At that moment, they noticed a figure rising from the ground, glancing around before making its way toward the entrance of the residential complex. Du Bing exhaled deeply, gazing at the scattered bodies and pools of blood. The gravity of this slaughter far surpassed the feeling of taking down a vagabond or a lone wolf. After all, 600 lives had been extinguished. Even if they were the lives of dogs, one would still feel a pang of unease after such an act. Killing is a sin. A pure and kind-hearted individual, even if they accidentally took a life, would be tormented by their conscience, living in perpetual fear and regret. I do not kill them, they will kill me. I am not at fault, the fault lies with this world. Du Bing reassured himself repeatedly, as if this mantra would ease his burden. Young Masterby. A voice called out urgently. Du Bing turned to see a figure leaping from the walls and rooftops, moving with the speed of lightning toward him. It was him. Du Bing's expression shifted dramatically. He easily recognized the towering figure of Luo Ho. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, sprinting toward the entrance of the complex. At that moment, Luo Ho arrived, his heart sinking at the sight of the corpses and bloodstains. A dreadful premonition gripped him. Since the gunfire erupted, young Masterby had not sent a single message, indicating that something terrible had transpired. After searching among the scattered vehicles, Luo Ho finally located the car young Masterby had previously occupied. Upon seeing the bloodstains on young Masterby's chest, his eyes turned crimson with rage. He whirled around, fixating on the figure sprinting toward the entrance, seething, "I will make you pay for this." With a forceful stomp, the ground beneath Luo Ho cracked. The sound of air being rent apart resonated as his speed reached a level capable of producing a sonic boom. The sonic boom, a phenomenon occurring when an object approaches the speed of sound and encounters air resistance, indicated that Luo Ho's physical speed rivaled that of a phantom magnetic levitation vehicle. The terror of an A-class powerhouse was manifest. When Du Bing heard the sonic boom, it felt as though his scalp was about to explode. His speed barely reached 30 meters per second, while Luo Ho's velocity was tenfold. With 100 meters left to the entrance, Du Bing would require at least 3 seconds to reach safety. However, Luo Ho would close the distance in less than 2 seconds. He could not allow himself to be caught. Clenching his teeth, a frenzied expression crossed Du Bing's face as his pupils turned to gold, his skin shimmering as if cast in gold. Needle technique. 5 sewing needles, under Du Bing's mental control, transformed into 5 golden projectiles, hurtling toward the pursuing Luo Ho. Attempting to ambush me, you treacherous scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Luo Ho's keen eyes spotted the 5 golden needles, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gust of energy. The sound of 5 sharp explosions echoed, brief yet resonant, as the needles were reduced to iron powder by Luo Ho's strike. In that instant, Du Bing felt a sharp pain in his mind, a mental feedback from the destruction of his empowered needles. Luo Ho struck again, sending a visible wave of force hurtling toward Du Bing. Reacting instinctively, Du Bing spun around, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head in his left hand and a sphere of cold in his right. He thrust both hands forward, sending the fireball and the cold air to intercept the oncoming wave. The collision echoed like an egg hitting a rock. The fireball extinguished and the cold dissipated. Yet, merely a second had passed, and the wave showed no sign of abating as it continued toward Du Bing. With no choice left, Du Bing crossed his arms, summoning another burst of fire and cold to shield his chest. The wave slammed into him with a force indescribable, sending waves of agony throughout his body. It felt as though a train had struck him, every nerve screaming in pain, and blood erupted from his mouth. Nevertheless, he was propelled backward into the entrance of the complex, crashing to the ground. The golden glow surrounding him faded, and blood poured from the capillaries in his skin, rendering him a crimson figure. He lay motionless, as if devoid of life. Yet, Luoho was not inclined to relent. As soon as Du Bing hit the ground, he charged forward once more, his fist enveloped in a torrent of energy. "I will shred you to pieces and send your remains to young Master Bai." Just then, a dazzling beam of white light, as thick as a fist, shot forth from within the complex, reaching Luoho in an instant, compelling him to raise his fist in defense. The impact of the fist against the light produced a tremendous explosion, sending Luoho tumbling backward. His furious gaze landed on a towering figure made of metal that had emerged from the complex. This metallic giant stood 5 meters tall, its form resembling that of a human, radiating an unmistakable chill of cold metal. The Mecha Warrior. Luoho's expression darkened as he recognized the formidable entity before him. This was none other than the military's most potent combat unit, the Mecha Warrior. Constructed entirely from specialized alloys, the Mecha Warrior's internal energy source was a nuclear crystal, a highly compressed nuclear energy core capable of sustaining high-intensity combat for up to 2 weeks. It could unleash beams of energy like the one just witnessed thousands of times. Inside the mecha, an intelligent brain assisted in operation, allowing for rapid response and enabling remote single-soldier combat. "You have crossed the line." A chilling voice emanated from the mecha, clearing Luoho's foggy mind. The reason the Mecha Warrior stood as the military's premier combat unit was due to its terrifying capabilities in both offense and defense. Each new generation of mecha employed the latest breakthroughs from the brightest minds at the research academies. Though collectively referred to as specialized alloys, they were distinctly different materials, with specific names and formulas kept under strict military secrecy. As for offensive capabilities, the mecha was outfitted with the latest optical weapons, rendering outdated munitions like rockets obsolete. The advantage of optical weapons lay in their immense power and rapid speed. Had the operator not reduced the energy output, the recent blast could have severely injured Luoho. Nevertheless, A-class powerhouses capable of matching the mecha were exceedingly rare due to their exorbitant cost, making mass production impossible. After all, A-class powerhouses could reach near supersonic speeds, a feat the Mecha Warrior struggled to achieve, with its maximum speed barely exceeding 100 meters per second. Achieving supersonic speeds in combat had long been a subject of research at the academies. This individual has killed a significant figure in the black market. He must be dealt with. Rahu momentarily suppressed his rage, for 9 armored warriors had emerged from the residential complex in succession. He lacked the confidence to escape and scathed amidst the onslaught of 10 such warriors. The first to appear, with an icy demeanor, proclaimed, "This individual has entered our precinct. Thus, he is under the aegis of our military. Who dares to commit murder within these walls shall find themselves in opposition to us." Upon hearing these words, Raha's expression shifted dramatically. Opposing the military? Such a grave accusation was one he could not bear. Even the 5 possessors of the purple diamond cards from the underground black market would refrain from antagonizing the military unless utterly desperate, given their overwhelming power. That young man, having received a blow from me, is unlikely to survive. Rahu was confident. His strike was not something that just anyone could withstand. Let him await his demise in due course. Rahu refrained from uttering further words, swiftly turning to flee towards the location of young Master Bai. He retrieved the already cold body of young Master Bai from the vehicle and dashed away, simultaneously informing by S father of the situation through his wrist communicator. Within the residential complex, 10 armored warriors encircled Du Bing, gazing at his mangled form, some letting out sighs. "Captain, why are you saving this lad? He is already lifeless. It's truly pitiful for one so young to perish." The first warrior to arrive was Captain Hui Jinxing, leader of this 10-member squad. He activated the life scanner to assess vital signs, while also connecting to the Beidou Smart Brain database to retrieve any information about the individual. The armored warrior under Hui Jinxing's command emitted 2 beams of light from its eyes, enveloping Du Bing's body, one green, the other purple. The lights flickered in alternation, and soon the combat armor's intelligence system provided a response. Life sign scan complete. Both arms and the thoracic skeleton are shattered, multiple internal organs ruptured. Yet a faint heartbeat persists, with unusual energy fluctuations detected. Based on bone age analysis, the subject is estimated to be 18 years, 5 months, and 3 days old. Data matching is still in progress. Expected completion time is approximately 26 minutes. At this moment, the combat armor's intelligence system projected a virtual screen, rendering Du Bing's original visage. Upon seeing it, Hui Jinxing's expression changed dramatically, nearly causing him to bite his tongue in astonishment. Extraordinary. No, this lad is not the extraordinary one, yet he bears an uncanny resemblance. I recall my aunt mentioning that my uncle has 2 sons. With this thought, Hui Jinxing's expression grew considerably grave. Someone hastened to transport him to the medical bay, utilized the life treatment device on him. The other armored warriors were taken aback, exclaiming, "Captain, are you out of your mind?" Activating the life treatment device costs over 100 million nuclear energy points. We know nothing of this individual. Why save him? Moreover, activation requires authorization from Commander Zhou. "Captain, think carefully." Hui Jinxing retorted sharply, "Enough chatter. I will explain to Commander Zhou myself. We must save this lad." Chapter 35. The Mystery of Identity in the Treatment Room. Hui Jinxing was anxiously observing Du Bing, who lay naked within the life treatment apparatus. This coffin-like contraption enveloped him, with various tubes inserted into his body. Above the device was a transparent glass panel, allowing onlookers to observe the proceedings. The apparatus was filled with a green liquid that shimmered with a luminous glow. However, upon mingling with Du Bing's blood, the liquid transformed into a peculiar shade of red and green. It was faintly discernible that the green liquid was seeping into Du Bing's body, and his external wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, the door to the treatment room swung open, and a burly soldier with a thick beard strode in. "Captain Hua, I hear you've used the life treatment apparatus to rescue a stranger?" Hui Jinxing glanced at the newcomer and nodded. "Commander Zhou, this man is a friend of mine. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to report to you before activating the apparatus. I hope for your understanding." "Not a problem. Since he is your friend, it is only right to assist. However, the expenses for using the life treatment apparatus cannot be overlooked. This is military funding, and I cannot conceal it," Zhou Xiongbing replied, waving his hand, his tone notably courteous. Despite his official rank as a commander and his position as a lieutenant colonel, he was still somewhat overshadowed by Hui Jinxing, who was the scion of one of the 5 prominent families in Beidou City and a promising young officer, having attained the rank of major and leading a mecha warrior squad at a young age. "Rest assured about the treatment expenses, Commander Zhou. I will have my family transfer the funds immediately." "That can wait. Let us first assess your friend's condition," a staff member operating the treatment apparatus interjected. "Commander Zhou. Captain Hua, this individual is severely injured. His external wounds are nearly healed, but the recovery of his internal organs and bones will take a bit longer, at least 3 hours before he is fully restored." Zhou Xiongbing nodded and instructed, "Continue to monitor his condition closely. We must ensure he receives proper care." Hui Jinxing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Zhou. It's nothing. Our being stationed together is fate. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Zhou, and I shall address you as Brother Hua. How does that sound?" "Very well, Brother Zhou." "Haha, Brother Hua." Zhou Xiongbing chuckled, giving Hui Jinxing a friendly pat on the shoulder. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Take care, Commander." After Zhou Xiongbing departed, Hua Jianqing approached the treatment apparatus, gazing at the unconscious Du Bing, and dialed a number. After a short while, a holographic screen appeared on his communication wristwatch. Within the projection was a bespectacled young woman in her prime, clad in a sleek black business suit, seemingly engrossed in reviewing documents. Without looking up, she inquired, "Xiaoxing, what prompted you to call your aunt?" Hua Jianqing smiled at the busy figure on the screen. "Of course. I was thinking of you, aunt. It's been a while since we last met. You look even younger and more beautiful." The woman was Hua Xiaoyan, Hua Jianqing's aunt. Though she was 36 years old, her excellent upkeep made her appear little different from a woman in her 20s. Hua Xiaoyan raised her head, a smile gracing her lips, and teasingly scolded, "You little rascal, don't be so flippant. I know you well. Every time you come back from a break, you rush to see your girlfriend instead of visiting your grandfather. Now, tell me, what do you need from your aunt?" Hua Jianqing chuckled softly, but his expression soon turned grave. "Aunt, I've discovered someone and would like you to meet him." "Who?" Hua Xiaoyan asked, momentarily taken aback. Growing up watching Hua Jianqing, she had raised him with the expectation of him becoming the family heir. His temperament mirrored that of his father, calm, cautious, and decisive, capable of handling many matters independently without disturbing her over trivial issues. "Is it your new girlfriend?" "Certainly not," Hua Jianqing replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. When he was a child, his parents were preoccupied with managing the family business, leaving him largely in Hua Xiaoyan's care. They shared a close bond. As he grew older, Hua Xiaoyan often teased him about his love life, insisting that as the eldest son of the Hua family, he should court several women to secure future heirs. Each time, he could only flee in embarrassment. "Just take a look first," Hua Jianqing urged, directing the screen of the wristwatch toward the treatment apparatus. Upon seeing Du Bing, Hua Xiaoyan, who had initially appeared calm, suddenly leaped to her feet, her voice tinged with urgency. "Bing, what has happened to him? Why is he in the life treatment apparatus?" Hua Jianqing sighed. Hua Xiaoyan's reaction was entirely anticipated. "Aunt, please take a closer look." Concern breeds confusion. Hua Xiaoyan was typically a composed and astute woman, adept at navigating the intricate world of politics. Regaining her composure, she scrutinized the figure in the treatment apparatus and soon realized that the individual was not the person she initially assumed. "Wait, why does he resemble Bing so much?" She pondered, noting that while the man was slightly frielier, he lacked a distinctive mole on his neck that Bing had. Hua Jianqing nodded, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Aunt, I recall you mentioning that my second uncle had two sons, one named Bing and the other named you." Hua Xiaoyan seemed to drift into memories, a hint of regret shadowing her expression. "Indeed, our family was relocated to the underground city under military protection, but we encountered some troublemakers, sparking a violent uproar that broke through military blockades. Our family was scattered, and I was responsible for looking after you, but I ended up losing him." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Hua Xiaoyan's gaze fixated on Du Bing with fervor. "You mean to say he could be you?" "Yes. Only identical twins could look so alike." Hua Jianqing continued. "During the chaos, many were trampled to death. It appears he was likely rescued by a kind-hearted person. Aunt, please don't get too excited. Whether he is you or not is still uncertain. If he is you, he must have grown up and has his own family, his adoptive parents. Do you think he would abandon those who raised him for over a decade to return to his roots?" Hua Jianqing understood that this matter had long weighed on Hua Xiaoyan's heart, which was why she was so flustered. He sighed again, speaking softly. "Moreover, the military is still monitoring our family. They have already taken Bing away. Do you wish for you to fall into their grasp as well?" Hua Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Your second uncle committed a grave crime and has been held in secret by the military for many years. Bing and you are his only blood relatives. We must not allow the military to take them from us." "Indeed," Hua Jianqing agreed. "Aunt, please have my father transfer 1,000,000,000 energy points to you, which you can then pass on to me. I activated the life treatment apparatus to save this potentially long-lost you, and I do not possess such funds for medical expenses." "Understood. For the time being, this matter shall remain between the two of us. Until we ascertain his identity, do not inform Grandpa or your father. We wouldn't want them to worry. Furthermore, discreetly obtain a sample of his blood and give it to your third uncle for genetic testing to compare with your second uncle's DNA. That will reveal whether he is indeed your second uncle's child. All right, I will take care of it." After discussing further with Hua Xiaoyan, Hua Jianxing ended the communication. Meanwhile, within the depths of the underground black market, a middle-aged man clad in a white tang suit gazed upon the lifeless body of young Master Bai, drenched in blood, and let out a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. "Luohu, how could you fail to protect the young master?" His subordinate, Luohu, lowered his head, about to offer an explanation when he was suddenly struck in the chest, sending him flying backward. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he cried out, "My lord, spare me." "Spare you?" The man in the white tang suit shot him a fierce glare and coldly retorted, "If the young master cannot survive, prepare to accompany him to the grave." With that, he scooped up young Master Bai's body and rushed into a secret chamber. 3 hours later, Du Bing awakened groggily within the treatment apparatus, his eyes fluttering open to reveal an entirely unfamiliar environment. His mind was clouded with confusion. Where am I? Did I not just receive a blow and lose consciousness? Am I still alive? You are awake? With a swift motion, the lid of the treatment apparatus opened, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a smile gracing his face. Du Bing propped himself up, only to realize he was lying bare in a machine resembling a bathtub. The liquid inside the apparatus had lost all color, resembling ordinary water. "First, dry off and put on these clothes." Upon glancing down, Du Bing noticed his nakedness and offered an awkward smile. However, seeing that the other man showed no intention of averting his gaze, he reluctantly accepted the garments and stepped out of the treatment apparatus in his bare skin. After all, they were both men. What was there to lose? As Du Bing dried himself, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that all his injuries had miraculously healed, and he felt a latent strength coursing through his muscles, his spirits unusually high. What is happening? Once dressed, he looked at the man with a face full of confusion and asked, "Did you save me?" Hua Jianxing nodded with a smile. "I saw you were gravely injured, so I arranged for your treatment. My name is Hua Jianxing. What is yours?" Feeling a warm familiarity from Hua Jianxing's smile, Du Bing instinctively wanted to reveal his true name, but the words caught in his throat. "I am Feng Xiang. Thank you for saving me. Am I free to leave now?" "Of course, take this." Hua Jianxing handed Du Bing a mask, the very dragon-headed mask he had worn previously, along with a communication wristwatch. "Your original wristwatch has a tracking feature. It would be best if you don't wear it. This one is mine. Take it for now. My number is stored within, so you can contact me if needed." Tracking feature? Du Bing's expression changed as he cast a surprised glance at Hua Jianxing, hesitating to accept the wristwatch. "Why are you telling me all this?" Chapter 36. Yang Chenglin having just returned from the brink of death, Du Bing now regarded everyone around him with a wary eye. First, he had been rescued, and now he was informed that his communication wristwatch was malfunctioning. Why would a complete stranger go to such lengths to assist him? Unable to comprehend this, Du Bing refrained from accepting the wristwatch that Hua Jianxing had offered. "What ulterior motive do you possess? Are you after money?" Hua Jianxing observed this potential brother of his with a bemused expression, yet he understood that unprovoked kindness could indeed arouse suspicion. He had previously conferred with Hua Xiaoyan, deciding that it would be best not to disrupt Du Bing's current life, opting instead for a period of covert observation until the results of the genetic test confirmed Du Bing's identity. At that point, they would reveal everything. "Of course, the cost of saving you this time has been substantial. If you do not repay me, I would be at a loss." "How much?" Du Bing asked, momentarily taken aback, as his pockets were virtually empty. If the other party truly desired money, he had none to offer. He had sold his laser eyes for 600,000 energy points, spent 30,000 on a casino pass, and exchanged 500,000 in chips, leaving him with a mere 70,000 energy points. Sophie had used the 500,000 chips to win 64 million chips, and subsequently, she had won another 700 million chips from the Shadow Demon, totaling 764 million chips. Ultimately, Du Bing handed over an anonymous energy card to the dealer to cash in all the chips. However, The shadow demon insisted on gambling with Sophie once more. And when he lost, he resorted to underhanded tactics, leading to a brawl. Thus, the 764 million energy points slipped away. Reflecting on it now, Du Bing felt a pang of regret. How much? What do you believe your life is worth? Hui Jianxing asked with a smile. Whatever you think it is worth. Just repay me that amount. Du Bing's heart sank at the implication of Hui Jianxing's words, sensing the threat of an exorbitant demand. I prefer to be straightforward. How about 1 million energy points? 1 million? Hui Jianxing chuckled, bemused, thinking to himself that he had spent 100 million energy points. And 1 million was but a mere fraction of that. However, he did not genuinely intend to press Du Bing for money. He was merely teasing him while maintaining a connection. Fine, let's settle on 1 million then. Upon seeing Hui Jianxing nod in agreement, Du Bing felt a quiet sigh of relief, for to him, 1 million was by no means a trifling sum. Yet, he quickly added, I don't have that much on me right now. Can I pay you later? Feigning displeasure, Hui Jianxing frowned. Brother, this isn't fair. You were beaten so severely that your arms were crushed, your ribs shattered, and your organs ruptured. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been dead by now. You think you can just give me an IOU and walk away? Hearing the gravity of his injuries startled Du Bing. He touched his body, finding no signs of wounds, and began to doubt how he had survived. Just as he was about to explain to Hui Jianxing, the latter sighed and said, Well, I suppose I'm just unlucky. You certainly won't divulge your true identity, so at least leave me a way to contact you. Du Bing hesitated, then extended his hand. Could you give me your wristwatch? Once I have the money, I'll send you a message. Hui Jianxing, smiling, handed over the wristwatch. As Du Bing prepared to leave in the elevator, Hui Jianxing reminded him, Be sure to call me. I'm waiting for my repayment. The elevator descended steadily, eventually coming to a halt. Ding! The doors opened, and Du Bing stepped out into the same all-metal, enclosed room he had left. Inside, a squad of soldiers stood guard, one of whom approached and requested to see his pass. Du Bing produced a silver card, and after the guard checked it with a device, he waved Du Bing through. Exhaling deeply, Du Bing exited the room and retraced his steps to the vault, changing into the black suit he had worn earlier, though he did not remove the mask. This time, instead of leaving through the main entrance, Du Bing had learned from Liu Xian that the bank had a back exit specifically for those entering the underground black market. Upon exiting through the back door, he was surprised to find it was not far from the parking lot. He drove away in the second-hand maglev car, parked it near the maglev train station, and, amidst the crowd, removed his mask, swiftly blending into the throng. Fortunately, there were still some energy points left in the school fee account that Lone Wolf had transferred to him. Du Bing purchased a train ticket and returned to the station near the school, disembarking and walking towards the school gate. It was nighttime. Although the underground city lacked a clear distinction between light and darkness, people still adhered to the age-old rhythm of working at dawn and resting at dusk. Climbing over the wall into the school, he gazed at the familiar classroom and suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. In just a few days, the experiences he had endured far surpassed the entirety of his 18 years of life. He removed his suit and leaned over his desk, drifting into an unintentional slumber. Du Bing, Du Bing. The familiar voice echoed in his ears, and with bleary eyes, he opened them to see a chubby face, a smile creeping onto his lips. When did you come back to school? I went to your house this morning, but the door was locked, and you didn't respond to my messages. I thought you had gone missing. Fang Xiang looked at Du Bing with concern, remembering that Du Bing had claimed to be ill and taken 2 days off. It then struck Du Bing that he had linked his communication number to the Pangolin communication wristwatch, rendering his original wristwatch inactive and unable to receive messages. I ran out of communication funds and temporarily suspended the service. I'll top it up later. Stretching, he glanced at Fang Xiang and noticed bruises on his face, prompting him to ask, What happened to your face? Fang Xiang turned his head, his gaze evasive. It's nothing, I just tripped. How clumsy of you. Fortunately, you didn't break your nose. Otherwise, you might find it hard to find a girlfriend later. Chuckling, Du Bing genuinely believed Fang Xiang's explanation and did not dwell on it. Soon, the class bell rang. The teacher entered the classroom, distributing exam papers. With merely 20 days remaining until the academic examination, all necessary material had already been covered, rendering further classes pointless. They were now in the final sprint phase. Every 3 days, a mock exam was conducted to assess their abilities, identify weaknesses, and encourage self-improvement. Du Bing focused on his studies, reflecting on his recent journey into the underground market. He had witnessed extravagant gambling of 700 million, observed fierce battles among S-class powerhouses, and even personally ended the lives of hundreds, narrowly escaping death at the hands of an A-class powerhouse. All these experiences made him cherish his current, tranquil life even more. Sophie should have left the underground market by now. He wondered where she might be. Knowing he was still alive reassured Du Bing, yet he remained anxious for her well-being. Time at school was lighthearted and enjoyable. They attended classes, solved problems, and chatted during breaks. Eventually, the school day came to an end, and Du Bing and Fong Xiang walked home together, engaged in conversation. At that moment, a few individuals blocked their path. "Hey, you're Du Bing, right? We've been waiting for you to return to school for 2 days." The leader of the group, adorned in designer attire and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, regarded Du Bing with a mocking expression. Upon noticing these individuals, Fong Xiang's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to shield Du Bing. "Yang Chenglin, what on earth do you intend to do? Wasn't that matter already settled?" "Settled?" Yang Chenglin scoffed, pinching the cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke towards Fong Xiang, causing him to cough violently. "Your affair may be concluded, thus you may leave. However, my business with him is far from over. Step aside, or you shall once again experience the taste of my fists." The other members of the group also jeered. "You two should take a good look in the mirror and see what you truly are before daring to compete with our brother Yang for a girlfriend. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll never comprehend the meaning of humility." Du Bing furrowed his brow slightly, advancing to grasp Fong Xiang's shoulder, gently nudging him aside as he inquired, "Ah Xiang, what is truly happening? Did they do this to your face?" Before Fong Xiang could respond, Yang Chenglin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was I who pummeled him, and I even urinated on his face." Fong Xiang's expression turned dark, his fists clenching as he roared, "Yang, you wretch! Did you not promise that as long as I kept my distance from Tang Feifei, you would not disclose this incident?" Yet Yang Chenglin and his companions merely laughed heartily, disregarding Fong Xiang entirely. "You believe everything I say? You truly think yourself significant? In my eyes, you are but a ragged son of a worker, a mere filthy rat clothed in garments. Do I owe you any respect? I have come today to show Du Bing what he truly is." At that moment, a voice filled with fury rang out. "Yang Chenglin, what do you think you are doing?" A graceful figure rushed from a distance, her innocent countenance flushed with anger. The newcomer was none other than Tang Feifei. Dressed in Du Bing's school uniform, she positioned herself between Yang Chenglin's group and Du Bing, arms outstretched, resembling a protective hen shielding her chicks. "They are my friends. What business do you have sending them home? Why do you persist in troubling them? You have gone too far." Chapter 37. A meeting with the king of hell. Yang Chenglin's heart burned with fury as he witnessed Tang Feifei defending Du Bing and Fong Xiang. Ever since entering high school, he had harbored feelings for Tang Feifei, relentlessly pursuing her. Throughout the 3 years, many had cast their eyes upon her. But whenever she showed even the slightest kindness to others, Yang Chenglin, relying on his family's wealth, would rally some less fortunate students to act as his henchmen, secretly punishing those who dared to approach her. Consequently, few would openly pursue Tang Feifei thereafter. However, just days ago, Yang Chenglin discovered that a man had been escorting Tang Feifei home after school. This revelation ignited his rage. A brief inquiry revealed that it was Du Bing and Fong Xiang who were responsible for this. He immediately summoned a few lackeys and ambushed Fong Xiang outside the school, beating him and humiliating him before warning him to stay away from Tang Feifei. Yet, for the past couple of days, Du Bing had remained at home, concerned for Su Fei's safety, thus narrowly avoiding a confrontation. Today, however, news of Du Bing's return to school reached Yang Chenglin, prompting him to gather his men to confront Du Bing. "Feifei, step aside. This is a matter between men. Today, I shall teach these two brats a lesson." Yang Chenglin snarled, glaring at Du Bing like a rabid dog, pointing an accusing finger at him. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. You may escape the first strike, but you cannot evade the second. Today, I will vent my frustrations on you, and once I am satisfied, I shall no longer trouble you. At that moment, Du Bing finally understood the situation. It was his and Fong Xiang's act of accompanying Tang Feifei to and from school that had incited Yang Qinglin's jealousy, resulting in Fong Xiang suffering the consequences on his behalf. A bitter smile crossed his lips, born of rage. On what grounds do you strike us? Is it merely because of your family's wealth? Indeed, my family possesses considerable wealth. Even if I were to cripple you, compensating a few million would be trivial. Yang Qinglin retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Du Bing. Your poverty stems from your unfortunate parentage. You deserve to be bullied. But Feifei is different. Her parents bestowed upon her remarkable beauty, intended for her to ascend to a wealthy family, to marry someone like me and alter her fate. Yang Qinglin, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would wish to marry you? Tang Feifei, both embarrassed and furious, attempted to push Yang Qinglin away. However, he unexpectedly seized her wrists, pulling her into his embrace. Haha, if you want to marry me, who else would you choose? I once hoped to win your affection through love. But since you remain ungrateful, I shall take what I desire by force, he declared, holding Tang Feifei tightly while his hands began to roam inappropriately. All of you, teach these two brats a lesson. Once you're done, I'll reward each of you with 10,000 energy points, he commanded. The henchmen's faces lit up with excitement. Their financial situations were similar to Du Bing's, and 10,000 energy points represented a considerable sum. Furthermore, Yang Qinglin had promised them jobs at his father's company after graduation. A far better fate than toiling in a factory. Thus, they eagerly complied with Yang Qinglin's orders. The five of them surrounded Du Bing and Fong Xiang, confident of their advantage in numbers. What do you want? This is school. Aren't you afraid of expulsion? Fong Xiang asked nervously, glancing at the approaching group. Tang Feifei, now in tears, pleaded, Yang Qinglin, please don't harm them. I'll do anything. I'll be your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinglin felt an unexpected thrill, yet his fury escalated further. Previously, when he had attacked Fong Xiang, Tang Feifei had intervened but remained steadfast. Now, however, she was willing to agree to be his girlfriend to save Du Bing. A girl willing to sacrifice her own feelings for a boy signified something profound. She must have feelings for him. With this thought, Yang Qinglin's eyes blazed with rage as he shouted, beat them, hit them hard. The five henchmen, no longer hesitating, charged at Du Bing. With their fists and feet raised, they lunged forward. Du Bing's expression darkened, his gaze icy. This was school, and with onlookers present, he could not reveal his supernatural abilities. He had to rely on his physical prowess. However, after awakening his elemental powers, his physical attributes had significantly improved, allowing him to move at a speed of 30 ms, easily outmatching the ordinary attackers. With a series of swift kicks, Du Bing dispatched the five assailants, sending them crashing to the ground, faces contorted in pain, struggling to rise. Fong Xiang, wide-eyed, could hardly comprehend the transformation. He had prepared to distract three attackers, allowing Du Bing to handle the remaining two, but the unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn. Du Bing, when did you become so formidable? Fong Xiang exclaimed, astonished. Yang Qinglin, equally taken aback, seethed, you five useless fools, get up and keep fighting. The five, wincing in pain, managed to stand. But their gazes toward Du Bing were now laced with fear. They had been caught off guard, their bodies propelled backward by a single strike. That kid must have trained in martial arts. Bare-handed, we can't take him on. Grab weapons. One of them shouted. Exactly, even if we cripple them. Yang Xiao will take care of us, another chimed in. The five rummaged through their belongings, producing makeshift weapons, a sharpened pencil, a belt, and even a nearby hoverboard. Fong Xiang's expression turned grim as he pulled Du Bing aside. These guys have lost their minds. We need to find a teacher. Du Bing shook his head, pushing Fong Xiang away. You go save Tang Feifei. I'll handle these five. Fong Xiang, taken aback by the icy determination on Du Bing's face, felt an inexplicable surge of trust and refrained from asking further questions, turning instead toward Yang Qinglin. Let us do this. At that moment, the 5 assailants charged forward. The one wielding the knife lunged at Du Bing, aiming for his arm. I'll disable your hand, he shouted. Du Bing scoffed, stepping forward with lightning speed, grasping the assailant's wrist with precision. With a decisive twist, a sharp crack echoed, signaling the break of the wrist. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the attacker's side, sending him sprawling, clutching his arm in agony. Another, armed with a belt, swung it toward Du Bing's face. Rather than evade, Du Bing raised his arm, deftly catching the belt, yanking it with force, causing the assailant to stumble toward him. Du Bing seized the opportunity, driving his knee into the man's abdomen, rendering him speechless and collapsing to the ground. The remaining 3 hurled their hoverboards at him. Du Bing subtly redirected their trajectories using his metal manipulation abilities, ensuring none struck him. He advanced swiftly, delivering a punch to one, knocking him unconscious, before spinning around to kick another to the ground. When he turned to face the last remaining attacker, the man gulped, his resolve faltering at the sight of his incapacitated companions. Trembling, he sank to his knees, fear evident in his eyes. Du Bing, no, Brother Bing, spare me. Du Bing's face remained as cold as ice. He showed no mercy despite the pleas of the other party. At this moment, his mind was consumed by the image of Fong Xiang being besieged and beaten. Fong Xiang would rather endure this humiliation than reveal the truth to Du Bing, fearing that he might be unable to restrain himself from seeking vengeance, ultimately leading to his own disgrace. This anguish weighed heavily on Du Bing's heart. The two had grown up together, sharing meals, and even wearing the same pair of trousers, not bound by blood but bonded by a friendship deeper than that of brothers. Bang! Du Bing raised his leg and delivered a kick that sent one assailant flying into a bicycle, leaving him bloodied and howling in pain. Meanwhile, Fong Xiang was locked in a struggle with Yang Qinglin. Though Yang Qinglin was a privileged young master, he exhibited considerable skill, clearly having undergone training. Fong Xiang was no match for him, having suffered a broken nose and a face smeared with blood, a truly terrifying sight. Yet, Fong Xiang refused to retreat. He charged forward once more. Yang Qinglin, with one hand clutching Tang Feifei, was momentarily hindered. Fong Xiang, enduring a kick, seized the opportunity to grapple with Yang Qinglin's leg. Yang, today I shall beat you to a pulp, Fong Xiang shouted, sinking his teeth into Yang Qinglin's thigh, eliciting a scream of pain. Ah, are you a dog, or what? Yang Qinglin, disregarding Tang Feifei, pushed her aside and swung his fist towards Fong Xiang's face. Let go of me. Just as his punch was about to land, a hand seized his wrist. It was Du Bing. Du Bing cast a cold glance at him, and, with a sharp twist, broke Yang Qinglin's wrist with a sickening crack. Yang Qinglin, nearly brought to tears by the pain, glared fiercely at Du Bing, cursing, "You're courting death. You've injured me, and I will ruin your family. Then I shall be the one to send you to meet the king of hell." Du Bing's fury ignited upon hearing threats against his family. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Everyone, cease this at once. Chapter 38. Medical expenses. Upon hearing the abrupt reprimand, Du Bing turned to see a man approaching, his brow furrowing slightly. The surrounding students, surprised, also turned to look. A bespectacled man, appearing to be around 30 years of age, walked forward, prompting the students to retreat and clear a path. They recognized him as Yin Zhua, the director of the institution. Which study room are you from? Who is your lecturer? What audacity you possess to engage in open conflict within the institution. This is utterly outrageous. Yang Qinglin, upon spotting the director's arrival, shouted as if he had seen a savior. Uncle Yin, help. They're trying to kill me. Yin Zhua adjusted his glasses and took a few steps closer, recognizing the distressed voice. Little Yang, is that you? You too, release him at once. Do you wish to continue your violence in front of me? As soon as Fong Xiang noticed the director's presence, he loosened his grip. He tugged at Du Bing's sleeve, whispering urgently, Bing, stop fighting. The director is here. He is notoriously biased. Those privileged students have often offered him gifts, and he invariably protects them. Yang Qinglin calls him uncle, so you can be sure he has received his share of favors. Du Bing had heard of Yin Zhua's reputation, which explained her furrowed brow. It was said that Yin had a cousin who taught at the military goddess mansion, a cunning individual who had educated many students, including several wealthy heirs and officials' offspring. Many of those who entered the military maintained connections with him, accumulating considerable networking resources. Yin Zhuo himself was once a student who failed to gain admission to the military goddess mansion. After graduation, he was aimless until his family sent gifts to his cousin, who, leveraging his connections, secured Yin Zhuo the position of director at this institution. Over the years, as the director, he had ingratiated himself with affluent students, receiving numerous gifts and annually paying homage to his cousin. With such connections, even the institution's higher-ups turned a blind eye to his receipt of bribes. Occasionally, when privileged students caused trouble, Yin Zhuo would intervene, even threatening the beaten students to remain silent under the threat of expulsion. Many students harbored disdain for him, yet none dared to voice their grievances. Seeing Du Bing still grasping Yang Qinglin's hand, Yin Zhuo felt his authority as director was being undermined. Recognizing that he did not know Du Bing, he surmised she lacked any significant backing and thus acted without restraint. He approached her, pointing an accusatory finger, and without inquiring about the situation, he began to reprimand her. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me instruct you to let him go? Do you not regard me, your director, at all? Do you believe I want to expel you on the spot?" Fang Xiang hastily pulled at Du Bing, prompting her to release Yang Qinglin. As soon as Yang was freed, he began to wail loudly. Director Yin, you must support me. These two rascals not only injured my friends, but also broke my wrist. If you hadn't arrived in time, who knows what they would have done to me?" Upon hearing about Yang Qinglin's broken wrist, Yin Zhuo's expression softened with concern as he leaned closer. "Young Master Yang, is your wrist all right? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Yang Qinglin glared at Du Bing with malice, whispering through gritted teeth, "Uncle Yin, you must help me avenge this grievance. Put these two in their place, and my father will reward you handsomely afterward. Consider it done. This is a trivial matter. Watch what I do." Yin Zhuo nodded slightly, then turned to face Du Bing and her companion, adopting a facade of impartiality. "You two have shown such brutality against your classmates. If you dare to act this way today, you will surely resort to murder tomorrow. Regardless of your backgrounds, I hereby declare, on behalf of the institution, that you are both expelled." Expelled. Fang Xiang was momentarily stunned, his mind reeling. Although one could work in factories if they did not gain admission to the academy, being expelled beforehand would tarnish their records, making future employment exceedingly difficult. "Director, you cannot expel us." It was clearly Yang Qinglin and his group who initiated the conflict. "Ask anyone. They will attest to our innocence." Silence. "Even now, you show no remorse and insist on your innocence." Yin Zhuo sneered, glancing at the surrounding students. "I do not care who struck first. I focus solely on the outcome. One of you is unharmed, while the other merely has a broken nose. Yet Yang Qinglin has suffered a broken wrist, and the others are similarly injured. The truth is evident to all. Moreover, do not think being expelled will absolve you. The institution will file charges with the military police. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, prepare to pay 3 million in compensation to the injured students." Gasps of shock rippled through the gathered students. Expulsion wasn't enough. They were also expected to pay 3 million. Director Yin was practically a tyrant. I believe he should be called Yin the Skinner. Even if they sold everything they owned, Du Bing and her companion could never afford that sum. Best keep quiet. If Yin the Skinner takes a disliking to you, your fate will be far worse than theirs. Despite the murmurs of the onlookers, none dared to speak up for Du Bing and her companion, intimidated by Yin Zhuo's oppressive presence. Only Tang Feifei stepped forward, pleading with Yin Zhuo, "Director." It was truly Yang Qinglin who struck first. Du Bing and her companion were merely defending themselves. "Please, spare them this time." Yin Zhuo regarded Tang Feifei's tear-streaked face, a flicker of desire igniting within him. He had harbored thoughts about her, but Yang Qinglin treated her as a prized possession, forbidding anyone from approaching her, which had deterred him. No, look at them. They have not even offered an apology or shown remorse since the altercation. Such students are indeed a bane to the institution and must not be allowed to remain. No pleas will be entertained. Director Yin, Your handling of this matter seems rather unjust. A soft voice chimed in from the crowd. A strikingly beautiful girl stepped forward. Zhao Shuefei? Du Bing was taken aback, not expecting her to speak up on her behalf. Zhao Shuefei smiled at Du Bing before continuing, "We all know the events that transpired." Yang Chenglin, spurned in his pursuit of Tang Feifei, lashed out at Du Bing and her companion, rallying others to attack them. Had it not been for Du Bing's prowess, it is likely she would be lying on the ground now. Yang Chenglin's injuries were entirely self-inflicted. Director Yin, your decision to expel Du Bing without seeking the facts and demanding a compensation of 3 million appears rather biased, does it not? Yu Yinzhuo was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitant to lash out at Zhao Shuefei. Her family was more illustrious than Yang Chenglin's, and her support for Du Bing carried substantial weight, compelling Yinzhuo to reconsider. Zhao Shuefei, I have heard that Du Bing once confessed his feelings for you. Is it possible you have taken a liking to him, thus advocating for him? Yang Chenglin, consumed by hatred for Du Bing after his wrist was broken, was eager to retaliate. Anyone who obstructed his path would face his wrath. I know your father introduced you to a second-generation official boyfriend at the military goddess mansion. Are you perhaps trying to play both sides? Have you been unfaithful to your boyfriend? Which explains why he hasn't come to the institution to pick you up these past few days. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Shuefei was so enraged that her cheeks flushed with indignation. She wished to scold Yang Chenglin, yet realized her vocabulary for cursing was rather limited. After much contemplation, she finally managed to utter, "Justice lies within the hearts of the people. Do you truly believe that wealth can distort the truth?" With Zhao Shuefei taking the lead, other students who harbored grievances against Yang Chenglin began to echo her sentiments. Why is it that the aggressor goes unpunished while the one who retaliates faces expulsion? It is only just that Yang Chenglin should be the one expelled. Indeed, those who had been assaulted deserved their fate. They had long been complicit in bullying others alongside Yang Chenglin. If there are to be expulsions, let it be them all. Director Yin, it is time for you to demonstrate your unwavering integrity. The clamor for expulsion resonated through the crowd, even calling for the dismissal of the institution's director. In that moment, discontent surged. Yinzhuo's expression finally shifted. The students who had been shouting concealed themselves within the throng, leaving him unaware of who had instigated the outcry. He turned to Yang Chenglin and quietly remarked, "If this uproar continues and attracts the attention of the institution's higher-ups, we shall be in trouble. How about this? We do not expel them, but demand a compensation of 1 million energy points." Yang Chenglin's veins bulged with suppressed fury as he gritted his teeth, declaring no. 1 million is far too lenient. He must not be let off easily. 1 million may be trivial to you, young Master Yang, but for those from ordinary families, managing even 100,000 energy points would be a significant burden. If you were to create a scene at his home, his parents would likely bow in fear and beg for forgiveness. A malicious glint flickered in Yang Chenglin's eyes as he ultimately nodded in agreement. Yinzhuo rose and gestured for silence among the onlookers, proclaiming loudly, "Enough of the uproar. I have conducted a thorough inquiry. Yang Chenglin has acknowledged his mistakes and, recognizing his wrongdoing, has decided not to pursue legal action against Du Bing and his companion. The institution will not expel them." Tang Feifei looked at Du Bing with joy, her tear-streaked face still glistening. If Du Bing were expelled due to her troubles, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Not being expelled is wonderful. Feng Xiang also clenched his fists in relief, thinking of the consequences from his father if he were to be expelled. Du Bing smiled appreciatively at Zhao Shuefei, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement before attempting to depart. However, Yinzhuo cleared his throat and added, "While the death penalty may be avoided, lesser punishments cannot be escaped. This student, Du Bing, is it not? You have injured 5 of Yang Chenglin's peers. This is an undeniable fact, and you must bear the cost of their medical expenses." The smiles on Tang Feifei and Feng Xiang's faces froze, and Zhao Shuefei, who was about to leave, halted in her tracks. Du Bing, however, remained composed and calmly inquired, "How much do they demand?" Yinzhuo grinned and extended a single finger, stating, "Not much, just 1 million will suffice." Chapter 39. Do not underestimate the poor youth, 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Fong Xiang was utterly stunned. Tang Feifei was equally taken aback, frozen in place. Only those like them, whose parents were factory workers, could truly comprehend the astronomical significance of 1 million energy points. The surrounding students were also shocked. The vast majority hailed from similar backgrounds as Du Bing, coming from factory areas with modest family conditions. Their most significant expenditure had seldom exceeded 5,000 energy points. And that was merely for tuition. Yang Qinglin, noticing the speechless Du Bing, burst into triumphant laughter. "Pauper, do you now realize the consequences of your actions? Physical confrontations require capital too. Ha ha ha. I'll give you 3 days. If you cannot produce the funds, prepare for the military police at your door." Yanzhu reiterated, "Remember, just 3 days." After saying this, he assisted Yang Qinglin towards a sleek red maglev sports car that belonged to Yang. "Yang Xiao, wait for us. Take us to the hospital." The 5 beaten students, supporting each other, attempted to approach the vehicle but were met with a fierce glare from Yanzhu, leaving them dumbfounded as they watched the maglev car vanish into the distance. Tang Feifei approached, her face filled with guilt, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice quivering. "I'm sorry, Du Bing, Do not say that. This matter has nothing to do with you." Du Bing forced a light smile, gently wiping away the tears that had escaped the girl's eyes. 1 million? I can't possibly come up with that amount. Deep down, Du Bing understood that Yang Qinglin's threats were mere intimidation. He planned to visit the hospital soon to apologize, hoping to pacify Yang's anger. "Really?" Tang Feifei, clutching her sleeves nervously, hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps I should accompany you?" "Stop right there. You must not go. If he sees you with me, he might not cool down, but instead become even angrier. This is something you should not involve yourself in. Trust me, I can handle it." Looking into Du Bing's bright eyes, Tang Feifei felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She recognized that Du Bing was trying to comfort her. "You should hurry home. Be careful on the way. Xiang, let us go to the hospital." Fong Xiang was pulled along by Du Bing as they departed the school, boarding a maglev bicycle en route to the hospital. Bing, what should we do? Are we really going to apologize to that guy?" Fong Xiang's expression was grim. He felt a surge of anger, but the thought of compensating 1 million energy points made his heart sink. 1 million, even if I sold both my kidneys. It wouldn't be enough. Du Bing patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "If yours isn't sufficient, remember that I'm here too." "What? You can still laugh at a time like this." Du Bing found himself feeling overwhelmed. Having incurred debts of 1 million to Hui Jinxing and now another million to Yang Qinglin, totaling 2 million. He had also pawned a piece of inner armor to Lu Xine, needing 200,000 energy points to retrieve it. "By the way, when did you become so formidable? You took down those guys with just a few punches." Du Bing hesitated, deciding against revealing his abilities to Fong Xiang. "This secret shall remain hidden for as long as possible, as it pertains to my safety and that of Su Fei." Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse, his communication wristband chimed with a notification. Earlier that morning, he had relinked his communication account to his old wristband. A strange number? Du Bing paused, considering, before answering the call. "Who is this?" "It's me, Zhao Xuefei." Upon hearing her voice, Du Bing was even more surprised. He had only just left school, and Zhao Xuefei was calling him. "Oh, what is the matter?" It's hard to explain over the phone. Why don't you come to the Zishuan CAF on Leisure Street? I'll be waiting for you." "All right." Fong Xiang, overhearing their conversation, curiously inquired. "So what is your relationship with Zhao Xuefei? She has had private conversations with you after school twice now. Could it be true what Yang Qinglin said, that you two are dating? If that were the case, would I not tell you?" Without further ado, they turned around and headed to the CAF. Leisure Street, located near the mall, was a place Du Bing had visited only a handful of times, typically just to stroll. He had never actually entered any establishments for refreshments. The Zishuan CAF was quite renowned on Leisure Street, with even the simplest coffee priced at 1,000 energy points. Only those of wealth could afford to indulge there. Upon arriving at the CAF, Du Bing found Zhao Xuefei seated at a table by the entrance, sipping coffee while perusing a magazine. "Hey, Du Bing, Fong Xiang." Zhao Xuefei stood up and waved at them with a smile. "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Du Bing shook his head. No need, you call me here. Is there something you wanted to discuss? Zhao Shuefei playfully feigned annoyance, pouting. Even if we can't be more than friends, we're still classmates. Is it too much to ask for a coffee? Du Bing smiled wryly, ready to explain. But Zhao Shuefei waved her hand, instructing the waiter to bring her 2 cups of Nestle coffee with extra milk and sugar. Fong Xiang rubbed his hands together, grinning. Since the beautiful Zhao is treating us, I won't hold back. Yes, don't be shy. Let us enjoy our drinks while I share what I wanted to tell you, Zhao Shuefei said with a mysterious smile. You seem different since we last met. Really? Du Bing touched his face, puzzled. This was the first time he sat face-to-face with Zhao Shuefei, enjoying coffee and conversation. Of course, it would have been even better without Fong Xiang as a third wheel. Indeed, you used to be rather quiet and reserved. I hardly knew you until you confessed your feelings for me. At this point, Zhao Shuefei's cheeks turned slightly pink, and she continued. Then I realized there was a boy named Du Bing in our class. Later, when you clashed with the rich guy, I was genuinely worried he might cause you trouble. Today, you've surprised me even more. I had no idea you were such a fighter, taking on 5 at once. Fong Xiang, equally incensed, interjected. Yes, I grew up with Du Bing, and I had no clue he was this tough. He has really been hiding his skills. He added, in fact. It was I who encouraged him to confess to the lovely Zhao. Hey, stop talking while we're having coffee. Du Bing shot Fong Xiang an annoyed glance. Fong Xiang laughed heartily, casting sly glances between the two. After chatting for a while, Zhao Shuefei suddenly stood up and called towards the door. Dad, I'm over here. Du Bing turned to see a neatly dressed middle-aged man in a suit approaching them. This man was Zhao Shuefei's father, Zhao Shuqing. He was quite handsome, sharing a few similarities with Zhao Shuefei. Dad, these are the classmates I told you about, Du Bing and Fong Xiang. Du Bing and Fong Xiang quickly stood up, feeling a bit awkward. Hello, uncle. Zhao Shuqing smiled and nodded, his demeanor warm. Please, have a seat. Shuefei mentioned that one of her classmates is facing some troubles, and I'm here to lend a hand. Du Bing cast a surprised glance at Zhao Shuefei. Zhao Shuefei playfully winked at him, then clung to Zhao Shuqing's arm and whimsically exclaimed, Daddy, you have no idea how wicked Yang Chenglin is. He even insulted me in front of many people. He brought a crowd intending to beat Du Bing, but instead, Du Bing gave him a sound thrashing. Our school's director is equally blind to right and wrong. He sides with Yang Chenglin, extorting 1 million in medical fees from Du Bing and threatening to expel both of them. You must help them. After all, 1 million is nothing to you. Zhao Shuqing affectionately ruffled Zhao Shuefei's hair and nodded, saying, Since you've asked, how could I possibly refuse? Zhao Shuefei cheekily stuck out her tongue. Upon hearing Zhao Shuqing's agreement to assist, Fong Xiang was overjoyed and discreetly kicked Du Bing under the table. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by us. It's nothing. 1 million is indeed trivial for me. Zhao Shuqing fished into his pocket as if searching for something lost. He turned to Zhao Shuefei and said, Shuefei, it seems I left my communication watch in the car. Could you fetch it for me? Zhao Shuefei frowned, her beautiful eyes widening as she retorted, Daddy, how can you be so forgetful? Where did you park the car? Haha, I'm just too busy. It's parked in the spot at the street corner. Zhao Shuefei stood up and exited the CAF. As Zhao Shuqing watched his daughter walk away, his smile gradually faded, and he scrutinized Du Bing, his tone turning considerably stern. So, you are the one pursuing my daughter? I can offer you 1 million. But on the condition that you cease all harassment of Shuefei. She is my precious jewel, and I desire for her to find a worthy companion, not a poor boy like you. Fong Xiang stared in shock at Zhao Shuqing's sudden change in demeanor, then glanced at Du Bing, who was clenching his fists tightly beneath the table. I have inquired about you, and your academic performance is mediocre at best. It is nearly certain that you will not gain admission to a prestigious institution. If you cannot even enter such an institution, what prospects do you have for the future? Do not blame me for being blunt. Shuefei is unaware of today's conversation. If you agree to refrain from contacting her until after the entrance exams, no words exchanged, I will transfer 1 million to your account. Du Bing silently regarded Zhao Shuqing, then unexpectedly smiled. Since confessing his feelings, he had not received a response from Zhao Shuefei and recognized his lack of prospects. Yet, being spoken to in such a manner by Zhao Shuqing filled him with profound humiliation. He stood tall, resolutely declaring, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Although I may be poor, I possess my dignity. 1,000,000 cannot purchase my respect, nor can it buy my love. If I have feelings for Zhao Shuefei, I will pursue her until she willingly becomes my girlfriend." Zhao Shuqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed his cold smirk. Du Bing's reaction was entirely expected. If the other party was willing to forsake their dignity, he felt reassured, for he believed his daughter would never be attracted to such a person. "Young man, it's commendable to have spirit. However, success is not merely a matter of words." Du Bing held his head high, chest out, and replied, "Just wait and see. I will gain admission to a prestigious institution. You may keep that 1,000,000 for yourself." Chapter 40. The ace Du Bing exited the CAF with a grim expression, coincidentally encountering Zhao Shuefei, who had just returned to retrieve her communication wristwatch. Zhao Shuefei, taken aback, inquired, "Du Bing, where are you headed?" Du Bing glanced at her. Although Zhao Shuqing's words had wounded his pride, he did not wish to vent his frustration on Zhao Shuefei, as she sincerely wished to assist him. "Thank you for your kindness, Zhao Shuefei, but this trouble is of my own making, and I shall resolve it myself. I must take my leave." Zhao Shuefei watched as Du Bing swiftly departed, sensing the suppressed fury in his tone. She turned to see Feng Xiang, who had just rushed out, and quickly intercepted him. "Feng Xiang, what has happened to Du Bing?" Feng Xiang wore an expression of indignation, glancing back at the CAF, wanting to berate Zhao Shuqing, but refrained from doing so in Zhao Shuefei's presence. He sighed, pushed her hand aside, and followed after Du Bing. Puzzled, Zhao Shuefei entered the CAF, confronting Zhao Shuqing. "Father, did you intentionally send me away and say something unpleasant to Du Bing?" Zhao Shuqing scowled, retorting, "How can you speak to your father in such a manner? Am I the kind of person you suggest? I have never gone back on my word. It was your classmate who insisted on leaving." "But..." Zhao Shuefei furrowed her brow, still somewhat perplexed, though she ultimately chose to trust her father. On the street, Feng Xiang caught up with Du Bing, grasping his hand. Bing, why are you in such a hurry? Are we not going to the hospital?" "Not anymore. Who knows where Yang Chenglin is hospitalized?" Du Bing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Feng Xiang studied Du Bing carefully and cautiously remarked, Bing, Zhao Shuqing is indeed somewhat unscrupulous, presenting one face while concealing another. However, we need not make an adversary of Qian. Perhaps I should return and apologize to Zhao Shuqing to reclaim that 100,000? As he spoke, Feng Xiang observed Du Bing's expression, fearful that he might do something irrational. Du Bing regarded his childhood friend, managing a faint smile. Xiang, do not worry. I will bear the medical expenses myself. I do not wish to burden you." "What on earth are you saying?" Feng Xiang exclaimed, furiously striking Du Bing's chest. "Do you consider me a brother? Let Yang Chenglin face the consequences. If the school expels him, so be it. If he must serve 2 years in prison, I, Feng Xiang, am not the kind of person who would abandon his dignity for money." Du Bing suddenly enveloped Feng Xiang in a tight embrace, patting his back vigorously, feeling a sense of solace. True friendship shines brightest in adversity. This was indeed a true brother. "Are you done with the sentimentality? Why are you holding me so tightly? I am not Zhao Shuefei. Enough of that. Let us head home." On their way home, the two remained silent. It was only upon reaching the doorstep that Feng Xiang hesitantly asked, Bing, do you really have a way to settle this matter? Yin Zhuo is not an easy opponent. If he sees us at school tomorrow, he will undoubtedly make things difficult for us. Rest assured, I guarantee that nothing will happen tomorrow. Wow, your confidence is growing. You are becoming quite the master at boasting. Upon opening the door, they found the house eerily quiet. For the past few days, Du Bing's parents had been away, still receiving treatment at the hospital. He retrieved several compressed food packets, placed them in a pot to steam, and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The image of Yang Qinglin's arrogant demeanor and Zhao Shuqing's words loomed in his mind. Money. Oh, the root of all trouble. After pondering for a while, Du Bing rummaged through his pocket and produced a business card marked only with a communication number. It seemed he had no choice but to seek assistance from this individual. Taking a deep breath, he added a new number to his wristwatch. a nameless number he had acquired during his trip to the marketplace. The relationship between the communication number and the wristwatch was akin to that of a mobile phone and its SIM card. A single communication wristwatch could be linked to several numbers simultaneously. Following the number on the card, Du Bing dialed. Soon, the wristwatch emitted a slight vibration, indicating the call had connected. This was merely a voice call, not a virtual video call. "Hello, is this General Lee?" Lee, currently dining with his family, was taken aback by the unfamiliar number calling him. The number was not one used within military circles, but rather a private nameless card. Only a select few had knowledge of this card number for special communication. "Who is this?" "Ah, General Lee, you seem to have forgotten me. But I have not forgotten your pre-rain Longjing tea." Du Bing on the other end felt somewhat helpless that Li Yi did not recognize his voice, but it was understandable. After all, a general with a busy schedule would hardly remember the voice of a stranger. However, upon hearing pre-rain Longjing, Li Yi's body tensed, recalling Du Bing. As a level ability, users were rather rare. "Haha, so it's you. I did not recognize you at first. Did you call this number for something I can assist you with?" After carefully choosing his words, Du Bing replied with a smile. "I have a small matter that I would like to trouble General Lee with. I wouldn't normally impose on you, but I find myself unable to intervene directly, and I have no one else to turn to, which is why I thought of you." "Oh, please, go ahead and tell me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly do my best." Li Yi, an astute individual, did not readily agree but instead offered to do his utmost, thereby securing a bargaining chip for himself. "The situation is as follows. We have 2 students we wish to develop, intending to have them enter the Academy of Theology. We had arranged everything. But today these 2 fools got into some trouble. If we step in, it could be easily resolved, yet that would render them devoid of their value as spies. If General Lee is willing to help, we would be more than pleased to consider you a friend. As for the cost, please feel free to name your price." "Haha, you are being too courteous. Since we are friends, discussing money seems rather crass." Li Yi was secretly astonished. From the outset, he had sensed that Du Bing and Sophie were not ordinary individuals, and now, through Du Bing's fabricated narrative, he discerned that they were backed by some organization. An organization capable of recruiting A-level ability, users undoubtedly possessed considerable influence. To his surprise, a mysterious organization was lurking within District 12. Though the other party was unable to act directly, this presented Li Yi with an opportunity. He resolved to maintain a relationship with this organization, as it might prove beneficial in the future. Li Yi further inquired about the details of the incident, and, upon understanding, confidently declared, "Ah, so it's merely a trivial matter. 2 impoverished youths got into a scuffle with a wealthy heir, and now they are being asked to compensate 100,000. If they could afford it, it would indeed attract attention. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, I will satisfy you. Within 2 days, I will send someone over. Thank you very much. Should anything arise in the future, General Lee may contact me at this number." Certainly. After ending the call, Du Bing exhaled deeply. This was his first time engaging in such high-stakes negotiations, and he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, fearing that Li Yi might see through him. Although this revelation exposed his true identity to Li Yi, he would not deduce that Du Bing was, in fact, himself. Thus it did not amount to a complete exposure. "I must swiftly strengthen myself. I currently have no one to rely upon. My identity as an extraordinary being will eventually be uncovered, and Du Bing can only strive to augment his powers before that revelation occurs, so that when the crisis arrives, he will possess the strength to withstand it." He closed his eyes and commenced the cultivation of his abilities. Within his mind, golden specks of light swiftly coalesced into a golden vortex. With a slight impetus, the vortex began to whirl at an astonishing speed, drawing in countless golden particles from the surrounding air. In mere moments, the vortex's size remained unchanged. Yet Du Bing sensed its density increasing and its hue deepening. He opened his eyes in astonishment. How could his cultivation speed have accelerated so significantly? Could it be related to the awakening of his ice and fire abilities? Unbeknownst to Du Bing, after undergoing treatment from the life-healing device, his bodily cells had absorbed a substantial amount of life essence, greatly enhancing the quality of each cell and thus improving his physical condition. The life essence is a highly precious elixir developed by research institutions, extracted from various rare flora and fauna, and refined into a compound that maximizes cellular recovery capabilities, elevates cellular quality, and improves the human constitution. This elixir is also in limited supply within military ranks. Those in the black market seeking to acquire it would need to pay exorbitant prices. Hence, each activation of the life-healing device costs an astronomical sum of 100 million energy points and requires authorization at the rank of a regiment leader. Du Bing was fortunate to benefit from the generosity of Hua Jianxing, allowing him access to the life essence. As his physical condition improved, the latent power of ice and fire within him gradually began to unfurl, surpassing the rate of enhancement of his metal abilities. After all, the cultivation of metal abilities required Du Bing to slowly absorb from the environment, whereas the ice and fire abilities had long been dormant within him, merely awaiting release. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Du Bing opened his eyes, brimming with energy. He raised his hands upward in a grasping motion and called out. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a red fireball coalesced in the palm of his left hand, while a swirling vortex of cold air formed in the palm of his right. The fireball emanated a searing heat, distorting the very air around it, while the cold vortex radiated an icy chill, penetrating to the bone. Go! He thrust his hands forward, and the fireball and cold vortex shot out simultaneously, crashing against the metal wall opposite him. With a resounding bang, the fireball exploded, leaving a charred mark on the metal surface. The cold vortex shattered as well, coating the wall in a layer of solid ice. Observing his handiwork, Du Bing could not help but smile. 2 more powerful weapons had been added to his arsenal. Chapter 41. Breaking news. Gazing at the time, Du Bing realized that it was nearly time for school. He hurriedly freshened up, had a simple meal, and sat at home pondering the application of his unique ice and fire abilities while waiting for Feng Xiang to come and accompany him to school. Feng Xiang arrived much later than usual, his head hung low, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and exuding an air of lethargy. He had not dared to inform his family about the $1 million medical expenses, and the anxiety had kept him awake all night. How do you look like you haven't slept? Du Bing chuckled, withholding the knowledge that the matter had already been settled, eager to see Feng Xiang's surprised expression later. Feng Xiang shot him a glare and grumbled, I didn't sleep a wink. As he spoke, he yawned widely. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. The two mounted their bicycles and pedaled swiftly toward school. In the past, Du Bing had thought the speed of their magnetic levitation bicycles was quite fast, but now he found it rather slow, as he could achieve a speed of 30 ms solely through his physical prowess, a feat he would never have dared to imagine before. However, when he recalled Luo Ho's ability to create sonic booms, a chill ran down his spine. The saying, in martial arts, speed is paramount, held true. Once a person's speed reached the speed of sound, whether wielding a knife or a piece of paper, the distinction became negligible, as both could easily sever an opponent's throat, leading to their demise. Upon arriving at school, the bell rang for class, and the two hastily parked their bicycles and dashed toward the classroom. You two halt. A sudden voice from behind startled them. Turning around, they saw the stern face of the director, Yin Zhua, glaring at them. His expression was dark, as if he intended to devour them whole. Feng Xiang muttered under his breath, This shameless old man is blocking us early in the morning. He must have ill intentions. Du Bing nodded in agreement. The previous day, under the pressure from Zhao Shuefei and numerous onlookers, Yin Zhua had reluctantly let Du Bing and Feng Xiang off the hook, leaving him feeling humiliated and provoked regarding his authority as the director. Moreover, Yang Chenglin's father had learned of his son's injuries and was furious, promising Yin Zhua a hefty sum for ensuring that Du Bing and Feng Xiang would be dealt with appropriately to avenge his son. What are you two whispering about? The class bell has rung, and you've only just arrived. Do you know I've been waiting for you? Feng Xiang retorted. You wouldn't be here so early if it weren't for your own interests. What did you say? Do you dare to defy a teacher? Looking for a beating, are you? Yin Zhua glared, raising his hand to strike Feng Xiang. Today, I will teach you what it means to respect your teachers. At that moment, Du Bing's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward and seized Yin Zhua's wrist, preventing the slap from landing. What are you doing? Do you intend to strike a teacher? Do you want me to call your parents to educate you? Yin Zhuo felt a twinge of fear towards Du Bing. He had witnessed Du Bing single-handedly take down 5 individuals and break Yang Qinglin's wrist without sustaining a scratch, all while remaining unfazed. Yin Zhuo typically relied on his authority as the director to intimidate students and parents, but in a physical confrontation, he knew he would be no match for Du Bing. Even 10 times over. Let go of me. If you injure me, I assure you, I will see you imprisoned. Du Bing glanced at Yin Zhuo, contemplating the idea of giving this impeccably dressed man a beating. However, he was not keen on escalating matters. If his parents were to find out, they would undoubtedly worry and might even come to the school to plead for leniency, a scenario Du Bing wished to avoid. Within the school, you are a teacher, Du Bing said, releasing Yin Zhuo's wrist. I would never dare to lay a hand on you, but even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a person. Once outside the school, who can guarantee that you won't encounter some robbers on your way home? They could commit heinous acts. If a person dies, everything is lost. You dare to threaten me? Yin Zhuo trembled with rage, astonished by the audacity of such a student. Yet it was precisely this unfamiliarity that instilled greater fear in him, which he masked with anger. My cousin is an instructor at the Military God Academy. If he learns of any trouble I encounter, those robbers will meet their fate. Mentioning his cousin bolstered Yin Zhuo's confidence. Why did wealthy students willingly curry favor with him? And why did even the principal regard him with special consideration? It was due to his cousin's influential position. Over the years, he had used this connection to help several mediocre rich heirs gain admission to the Military God Academy, reaping personal benefits in the process. Yang Qinglin was merely his next client. While his academic performance was abysmal, his family was affluent, and his father had generously gifted Yin Zhuo gifts worth millions over the past 2 years, with the majority of the benefits going to his cousin. I have come to discuss the matter of medical compensation. This is the contract drafted by Yang Qinglin's lawyer. You two should take a look and sign it. The contract was, in fact, concocted by Yin Zhuo himself, solely for the sake of evidence. Du Bing took the contract, scanned its contents, which clearly stated that Du Bing and Fang Xiang had injured 5 of Yang Qinglin's associates and voluntarily agreed to pay 1 million energy points in medical expenses within 3 days, or face a lawsuit thereafter. Fang Xiang pulled Du Bing aside, signaling him urgently, Bing, we cannot sign this contract. If we do, we will be utterly at their mercy. Du Bing frowned slightly. With this contract, Yang Qinglin could brazenly seek retribution. However, he believed that Li Yi would keep his word and send someone to handle the situation. Even if they signed the contract, it would become nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Hey, what are you two discussing? Hurry up and sign. I don't have time to waste with you. Yin Zhuo impatiently urged from the side. Du Bing glanced at him, took out a pen, and swiftly penned his name. I was the one who did it, so I will bear the cost myself. There's no need for Fang Xiang to sign. Fang Xiang, hearing this, panicked and reached for the contract. However, Yin Zhuo was quicker and snatched it away, knowing that Yang Qinglin specifically wanted to deal with Du Bing, making Fang Xiang's signature irrelevant. How noble. Today is just the beginning. Go back and inform your parents, whether borrowing or taking out a loan, they must gather the 1 million. On the 3rd day, I will collect the money on Yang Qinglin's behalf. With that, he waved the contract in the air and swaggered away. Fang Xiang glared at Yin Zhuo's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. I truly wish I could stab that bastard. How can such a scoundrel be a teacher? Hearing Fang Xiang's fierce words startled Du Bing. He feared that Fang Xiang might act impulsively. He quickly reassured him, don't be rash. Didn't I tell you that I have a way to resolve this? Do you not believe in me? Fang Xiang opened his mouth, wanting to express his trust in Du Bing. However, having grown up together, he knew Du Bing too well and found it hard to fathom how Du Bing could possibly procure 1 million to appease their adversaries. Isn't your father your biological parent? Did your real father, a billionaire, come looking for you? Confound it. You can't possibly be my flesh and blood. Just trust me. All right. Du Bing chuckled and shook his head, at a loss for how to explain the situation to Fang Xiang, opting instead for vague allusions. What on earth is your plan? If you don't tell me, it's like there's a knife hanging over my heart, leaving me in disarray. Don't ask, all right? This matter has likely spread like wildfire through the class, so do not let slip a word. With that, Du Bing approached the classroom door, knocked lightly, and entered. Report. Come in. As they stepped inside, the attention of every student in the classroom was instantly drawn to them, the previously quiet atmosphere erupting into a buzz of speculation. Goodness, how can they still be in the mood for class? One student exclaimed, I heard Yang Qinglin is demanding $1 million in medical fees from them. If it were me, I would have fled by now. Flee? With no money? Are you suggesting they run away to become vagrants? True. It seems they are determined to face the heat. Thinking that even if they can't produce $1 million, Yang Qinglin wouldn't dare to harm them. The teacher at the podium, having evidently heard about the incident, furrowed his brow slightly. He was reluctant to take sides or utter any words that might exacerbate the situation. After a couple of coughs, he waved his hand, signaling for the two to come forward. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's continue with the lesson. Zhao Xuefei, seated in the front row, looked at Du Bing with concern. He returned her a reassuring smile and briskly made his way to his seat, ignoring the whispers around him. Feng Xiang, however, trailed behind with his head lowered, his face burning with embarrassment. The teacher's lecture was drearily monotonous, and the moment the bell rang, students hurriedly departed. The classroom erupted into chaos. Several male students crowded around, their intentions unclear, whether they were reveling in the misfortune or genuinely concerned. Du Bing, I heard you took on 5 by yourself yesterday. It's a pity I left early and missed it. Li Quan, why bring that up now? Du Bing, Feng Xiang, are you really going to pay Yang Qinglin $1 million in compensation? Isn't that just outrageous, trying to bankrupt you? Exactly. I've never liked Yang Qinglin's attitude. Just because he has a bit of money, why does he think he can pursue Tang Feifei while others cannot? Hearing these comments, Du Bing managed to remain calm, as he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Feng Xiang, on the other hand, was growing impatient. Have you all finished? This is none of your business, so step aside. Hey, Feng Xiang, watch your tone. Everyone is concerned for you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the classroom, with the sound of running footsteps echoing from above and below. Everyone, come quickly. Big news. $1 million news story. Chapter 42. Revenge. The commotion outside captivated the attention of Feng Xiang's entourage surrounding Du Bing, causing them to disperse in a rush, each eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. The classroom soon stood empty, prompting the dejected Feng Xiang to step outside to investigate. In this vast classroom, only 2 individuals remained, Du Bing and Zhao Xuefei. She approached Du Bing and seated herself before him, her brow furrowed with curiosity as she inquired, Why did you leave so abruptly yesterday? You seemed rather upset. What transpired? Du Bing rubbed his nose, contemplating that Zhao Shuqing had evidently refrained from relaying their conversation to his daughter. Not wishing to expose the situation and induce discomfort, he replied, It's nothing. I had a family matter that required my immediate attention. Really? Zhao Xuefei's beautifully delicate brows knitted slightly, her striking eyes filled with skepticism. Then tell me, what happened in your family? With a resigned smile, Du Bing explained, I'm not deceiving you. My father is hospitalized, which is why I left in haste. Oh, I see. That explains your pallor. She then retrieved a power card from her belongings and placed it on Du Bing's desk, exclaiming, This is for you from my father. It contains 1 million energy points. You can give it to that Yang Qinglin. Upon seeing the power card, Du Bing lifted his gaze to meet Zhao Xuefei's, his tone laced with complexity as he asked, If you don't like me, why extend your assistance? Is it merely because we are classmates? Would you do the same for others? Zhao Xuefei was taken aback, blinking in surprise. She opened her mouth, only to realize she had no substantial reason for her actions. Indeed, why should she help him when she harbored no affection for him? This internal inquiry lingered unanswered, yet she found herself compelled to assist Du Bing. Perhaps, ever since his heartfelt declaration of affection for her, a seed of intrigue had been sown within her heart. Subsequently, Du Bing's conflict with the wealthy and handsome had further piqued her interest as he triumphed over the elite students of the military god academy. It was then that she discerned the ordinary youth was anything but mundane, igniting a spark of curiosity and anticipation within her. Yesterday, Du Bing had exhibited a starkly contrasting demeanor. Typically gentle and reserved, he had unleashed a fierce ferocity without hesitation when confronted by Yang Qinglin's privileged status. This radical transformation had unknowingly intensified Zhao Shuifei's attention towards him, prompting her to desire an opportunity to assist him and witness if he might surprise her once more. I cannot accept this money. Please extend my gratitude to your father, but I will handle this matter on my own. Du Bing pushed the energy card back towards Zhao Shuifei, exuding confidence and vitality. He was no longer the same Du Bing. Zhao Shuifei frowned slightly, her heart swelling with indignation at his rejection. Here she was, offering genuine help, only to be met with skepticism and indifference as if she were meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Let us see how you resolve this. With that, she snatched the energy card and stormed back to her seat. When you find yourself expelled or apprehended by the military police, do not come seeking my assistance. Du Bing couldn't help but smile wryly, surprised that his refusal of help could incite such anger. Du Bing! Du Bing! Fang Xiang burst into the classroom, his expression ablaze with fury. That shameless Yin Ba Pai has posted the compensation contract as a notice in the hallway. Now the entire school is aware of this incident. Oh, really? Du Bing's face darkened, though his concern stemmed not from the exposure of the incident, but rather from his distaste for Director Yan's character. As an educator, engaging in such self-serving actions was nothing short of being a malignancy within the institution. I am beginning to entertain thoughts of using a knife against him. Du Bing lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating that, given his current capabilities, eliminating Yin Zhuo would be a trivial task. However, he knew he could not act upon such impulses, for Yin Zhuo was different from the individuals he had previously dispatched. The three vagabonds, the lone wolf assassin, and the members of the black market all shared a commonality. They lacked lawful identities. Their deaths would raise no alarms in the underground city. Yin Zhuo was a different matter. He was the director of the school's academic affairs and had a family. His identity was known and protected by the laws of the underground city. Should he meet his demise, it would undoubtedly trigger an investigation, especially since he had a cousin within the military god academy. Who could say if that cousin would intervene? Such a scenario would surely lead to suspicion directed at Du Bing, effectively inviting disaster upon himself. Fang Xiang interjected, "You mustn't act recklessly. I was merely speaking in anger. Murder is a crime, and if apprehended, one could be exiled to the surface. I've heard that life no longer exists above. It's all ruins, radiation, and toxic gases. A normal person wouldn't survive a day up there. The laws of the underground city dictate that minor offenses might result in labor reform. But egregious crimes such as murder or robbery, once discovered, lead directly to exile on the surface. For even graver offenses like espionage or trafficking in military supplies, the punishment is immediate execution. Thus, there are no prisons in the underground city, only labor camps. Rest assured, I was merely speaking hypothetically. Aware that Li Yi would send assistance, Du Bing wisely refrained from provoking unnecessary trouble. He attended classes and studied diligently, taking solitary moments on the playground to meditate and explore the nuances of his powers. After all, his awakening to these abilities was still recent, and his control over them remained rudimentary. Take his metallic powers, for instance. Initially, he only understood their capacity for manipulating metal. Yet, during the pressure exerted by Sophie and the shadow demon in the underground black market, he dispersed his metallic energy throughout his body, thereby grasping an alternative application of his abilities, physical transmutation. When he enveloped himself in metallic energy, his skin shimmered golden, albeit only a thin layer, rendering it as resilient as steel. Otherwise, he would have been shattered by Luo Hu's strike. Du Bing speculated that as his metallic powers grew stronger, he might eventually transform his flesh, bones, organs, and even every cell in his body into a metallic-like entity. At that juncture, the fortitude of his form could rival that of specialized alloys. Yet, this remained mere conjecture. He was still far from reaching that stage. On the following day, Du Bing resumed his studies as usual, perusing books and completing assignments during class, and engaging in running and exercise during breaks. However, His calm demeanor seemed to others as a sign of resignation and self-destruction. Tang Feifei concealed herself behind the wall at the playground's entrance, observing Du Bing sitting cross-legged, eyes closed and motionless. Tears of guilt trickled down her cheeks as she turned and fled. Finding herself in a secluded corner, she dialed a number, and a voice of surprise emerged from the other end. "Oh, Feifei, what a pleasant surprise. Were you worried about my injuries?" In the hospital ward, Yang Chenglin beamed at the incoming call, recognizing Tang Feifei's number. He had pursued her for 3 years, frequently bombarding her with calls, though she had never once answered. Yet, this number was etched firmly in his memory. "Rest assured, the doctor said my constitution is strong, and they've administered some precious nutrients. I should be discharged in 3 to 5 days. They say it takes 100 days for bones to heal." Yang Chenglin had his wrist broken by Du Bing. Yet astonishingly, he managed to recover within a mere 3 to 5 days, a testament to the advantages wealth can bestow. The life-rejuvenating serum, previously utilized by Du Bing, costs an astounding 100 million energy points for a single use, yet it allows for complete healing within 3 hours. The nutritional solution employed by Yang Chenglin, while effective, pales in comparison to the life serum, commanding a price in the hundreds of thousands of energy points. Tang Feifei wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. "Yang Chenglin, could you please not hold Du Bing accountable for the 100,000 medical expenses?" Upon realizing that Tang Feifei's concern was not for him, but rather a plea on behalf of Du Bing, Yang Chenglin felt a surge of anger and swept a plate of fruit onto the floor. However, her subsequent words ignited a spark of joy within him. "As long as you promise not to make things difficult for Du Bing and Feng Xiang, I am willing to do anything you ask of me." After uttering this, Tang Feifei covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Is that truly what you mean? What if I ask you to be my girlfriend?" "I can." Tang Feifei seemed to summon all her strength to utter those 2 words. Yang Chenglin replied with a smile, "Very well. I shall go to school tomorrow." Yet, as he ended the call, the smile gradually faded from his face, replaced by a sinister grimace. He had pursued Tang Feifei for 3 long years without success, and now she was willingly offering herself, but only for another man. Jealousy and resentment swelled within him. Thus, he plotted his revenge. "You wretched girl, if you harbor thoughts of another man, what use do I have for you? Tomorrow, I shall have my way with you. Then present you before that Du Bing, forcing both of you to kneel before me. Ha ha ha." Gazing at his plaster-encased right hand, a glint of apprehension crossed Yang Chenglin's face. What if that fellow went mad upon seeing Tang Feifei with me and truly ended my life? That would be disastrous. An idea struck him. His father had a friend who held a position in the military police. Perhaps he could enlist his assistance. If that scoundrel dared to act, he would be dealt with accordingly. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and he hurriedly dialed his father's number. As the saying goes, like father, like son. And indeed, Yang Chenglin's father was a mercenary businessman with a petty disposition. Upon hearing his son's scheme, rather than expressing anger, he offered his full support, promptly arranging for military police assistance. "Son, proceed with confidence. If anything arises, I shall handle it. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money." Chapter 43. This is getting interesting in the blink of an eye. It was already the 3rd day. As they approached the school gate, Feng Xiang felt increasingly uneasy. Stealing glances at Du Bing, he noticed his calm demeanor and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How is that guy becoming more composed by the day? It's the last day. Has he managed to gather 1,000,000 energy points?" Doubts swirled in his mind, yet Feng Xiang refrained from voicing them. Having chosen to trust Du Bing, he would see it through to the end. Upon entering the campus, they encountered the loathsome face of the director, Yin Zhua. He feared that Du Bing and Feng Xiang had merely been bluffing these past few days and would skip school on the final day. So he had arrived early to wait. Today was indeed the last day. How was the 1,000,000 coming along? Yin Zhua shot a sidelong glance at Du Bing, utterly convinced that he could not produce the funds. Regardless of the amount of compensation, he would pocket whatever was offered. Du Bing too felt a twinge of anxiety. Li had merely mentioned sending someone over within 2 days, and today was the deadline. If anyone were to arrive, it would have to be today. Director. Why the rush? This money is for compensating Yang Qinglin and his group, not for you. Besides, the third day isn't over yet. Yinzhua scoffed. Don't try to play tricks on me. I'll be right here at the school gate. If you can't produce the money before the afternoon dismissal, don't even think about leaving the school. With a chuckle, Du Bing thought to himself how dedicated the director was, and he felt no inclination to engage in further banter. He mused darkly that if pushed too far, he might just eliminate them all. As they walked through the campus, whispers and pointed fingers surrounded them. Yinzhua pinned the compensation contract to the bulletin board, ensuring that all students and faculty, from the principal down to first-year students, knew about the worker's child named Du Bing, who was expected to reimburse $1 million in medical fees today. Everyone was eager to witness this spectacle. Even Zhao Xuefei, who initially intended to assist Du Bing, was now waiting to see how he would resolve this predicament. Time slipped away quietly throughout the morning, and Du Bing's heart began to race, contemplating whether he should call Li Yi for an update. Lunchtime arrived, but the food felt tasteless in his mouth, devoid of any flavor. Fang Xiang was even more oblivious, completely in the dark and plagued by anxiety for days, eventually dozing off at the table after lunch. With nothing else to do, Du Bing left the classroom, intending to sit on the playground for a while. If Li Yi had indeed stood him up, he needed to prepare for contingencies. As he pondered, he inadvertently raised his head and noticed a girl hurriedly running out of the campus. Isn't that Tang Feifei? Why is she leaving the classroom during lunch? To Du Bing's surprise, Tang Feifei seemed to have dressed up today, donning a new outfit that accentuated her beauty. Curiosity piqued. He trailed her outside. Not far from the campus, a bright red maglev sports car awaited. Tang Feifei reached the vehicle, and the door opened automatically. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and climbed inside. That car belonged to Yang Qinglin, and students capable of driving such luxury vehicles were rare, making it easy to identify. What was going on? Du Bing refrained from rushing forward and instead utilized his metal-sensing ability to envelop the maglev car in his mental grasp. An invisible wave of energy spread out, encompassing all metal within 500 meters of him. Slowly, he infiltrated the car, clearly overhearing the conversation within. Feifei, you look stunning today. Yang Qinglin leered at Tang Feifei, akin to a wolf eyeing a lamb. Tang Feifei lowered her gaze, unable to meet his predatory stare. I've already promised to be your girlfriend. Can't you go to school and announce that you won't demand $1 million from Du Bing anymore? Why the hurry? It's merely a matter of words. Yang Qinglin smirked, extending his hand toward Tang Feifei's hair. She trembled in fear, pushing him away. I only agreed to be your girlfriend, not to get intimate. To hell with that. I want you as my girlfriend precisely for that reason. Just comply and stop resisting. Yang Qinglin shifted from the driver's seat to the passenger side, pinning Tang Feifei down. As she struggled more vigorously, his irritation flared, and he slapped her across the face. If you don't let me enjoy myself today, you and that Du Bing will both suffer. 100 meters away. Upon hearing that Tang Feifei was willing to sacrifice herself to absolve Yang Qinglin of his $1 million, Du Bing's eyes turned crimson. His singular thought was to make Yang Qinglin unrecognizable to even his father. In a fit of rage, Du Bing disregarded the need for stealth. In just 2 seconds, he closed the distance of 100 meters. Bang! A fist encased in golden light crashed against the car window, shattering it. Who the hell? Yang Qinglin gasped in shock, with even greater fear gripping him when he recognized Du Bing. Just as he attempted to retreat into the car, Du Bing seized his clothing and yanked him out, violently throwing him to the ground, eliciting a pained scream. Du Bing, what the hell do you want? Du Bing's face darkened as he coldly replied, I want to ruin you. Du Bing, stop right there. Yinzhua dashed out from the school, having been in the guardroom by the entrance. Initially, he thought Du Bing was attempting to escape, so he planned to apprehend him. However, upon seeing Du Bing's inaction, he hesitated until he raised his head after a sip of water, only to find Du Bing had vanished. He rushed out just in time to witness Du Bing pulling Yang Qinglin from the car and slamming him onto the ground. Yinzhua hurriedly helped Yang Qinglin up, pointing at Du Bing and scolding, Are you looking to increase your compensation to $2 million? If you can't pay, I'll have your parents sell a kidney. Before he could finish, a powerful hand clutched his throat, rendering him crimson and speechless. "I'll take your kidney first." Du Bing, seething with rage, didn't care that Yin Zhuo was a teacher. He punched him in the stomach, causing Yin Zhuo to curl up like a shrimp. In the meantime, Yang Chenglin swiftly dialed a number, shrieking, "Hurry, come quickly." Du Bing frowned slightly and stepped forward, crushing Yang Chenglin's wrist underfoot, shattering the communication device. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Chenglin shrieked and cursed like a pig being slaughtered. "Du Bing, you're finished. Just wait until my people arrive. You'll regret this." Du Bing sneered, pressing down harder on Yang Chenglin's wrist until it snapped with a sickening crack. "Ah, my hand. I'll make sure you rot in prison for life. As long as I'm alive, I will ensure your demise, along with that filthy girl, Tang Feifei." Suddenly, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Two maglev police cars, emblazoned with military insignias, raced towards them in quick succession. With a face soaked in tears and snot, Yang Chenglin burst into triumphant laughter. "Haha, my people are here. Du Bing, prepare to meet your end." Tang Feifei clasped her arms across her chest, her face streaked with tears yet to dry. She stood behind Du Bing and, with a trembling voice, urged, "Du Bing, you must flee at once." "Flee? To where? Even if I run, can I possibly outpace the speed of a maglev train?" Du Bing cast a deep, troubled glance at Yang Chenglin, his expression darkened by the realization that he had been ensnared this time. Two maglev trains halted before them, and before the doors had even opened, Yang Chenglin erupted with excitement, shouting, "Uncle Zhu, come save me. Arrest this brat and lock him away in prison." At that moment, Yin Zhuo had also regained his composure, glaring at Du Bing with disdain, sneering, "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why not try to act tough now?" Just then, the doors swung open, and four individuals emerged from each of the two vehicles. From the front train descended one woman and three men. From the rear, four men clad in military uniforms. Upon seeing the female soldier, Du Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be her? The woman was none other than Lu Xian, the lobby manager he had encountered earlier at Beta Bank. Clad in military attire, she stood tall and resolute, exuding a sense of competence and vigor. Lu Xian surveyed the individuals who had disembarked from the military vehicle and inquired, "What business do you have here?" A portly middle-aged man, his uniform straining against his form, straightened upon noticing Lu Xian's captain insignia, as well as those of the other three. He saluted and announced, "Greetings, officers. I am Zhu Maokai, the deputy chief of the Security Patrol Division for District 12. We received a report of violent conduct by students at 6th Middle School, hence our arrival to apprehend the perpetrators." Lu Xian nodded and then turned her gaze toward Du Bing and his companions, her brow furrowing in concern. "What are you all up to?" Yang Chenglin, half crying and half crawling, shouted, "Uncle Zhu, it's this kid. Just look at how he has assaulted me. You must arrest him." Yin Zhuo, clutching his abdomen, bellowed, "To commit such an act in broad daylight is utterly outrageous. Military police comrades, you must punish him severely." Tang Feifei wished to defend Du Bing, but was struck silent by the stern expressions of the military officers, her face paling in fear. Only Du Bing observed Yang Chenglin with a bemused expression, as if both sides had summoned reinforcements and unexpectedly collided. This situation had become rather intriguing. Chapter 44. The Heart's Desire. From the moment the military police arrived, Yang Chenglin's face radiated with unrestrained joy. Prior to his arrival, he had already devised contingency plans. Zhu Maokai and his companions had long been lying in wait near the school, and their absence alongside Yang Chenglin was deliberate. He wished first to indulge in a liaison with Tang Feifei before proceeding to humiliate Du Bing at the school, coercing him into compensating the 1 million in medical fees. Should Du Bing dare to refuse or retaliate, Yang Chenglin intended to summon Zhu Maokai and his associates to apprehend him. This strategy would enable him to establish his authority within the school, ensuring that all were aware of the dire consequences of crossing him. However, he did not anticipate Du Bing's unexpected appearance, which thwarted his plans and resulted in him being struck. Had it not been for Yin Zhuo's timely intervention, granting him a moment of respite, he feared he would not have had the opportunity to call for help. Now, with Zhu Maocai's arrival, Yang Chenglin felt as though he had been rescued, crying out for assistance while neglecting the sudden presence of Lu Xin and her companions. Uncle Zhu, please help me eliminate this brat. Yang Chenglin glared at Du Bing with a vengeful expression, his teeth clenched as if he wished to tear him apart. Du Bing, you insufferable pauper, this time you are doomed. Yin Zhuo wore a smug expression, having been thoroughly envious after Du Bing's earlier punch. Comrades of the military police, I am Yin Zhuo, the head of the senior class at 6th Middle School. I too am a victim. Look at what he did to me. You must stand up for me. It is not as it seems. Do not heed their one-sided tales. Tang Feifei's delicate face was awash with tears, desperately attempting to defend Du Bing. Yet, remembering Yang Qinglin's previous actions in the car, she felt too ashamed to voice her thoughts, tears streaming down her cheeks. It truly is not like this. Zhu Maocai's expression hardened, the fat on his face bunching up as he declared loudly, "What is not like this? The facts are clear. There are 2 victims accusing the perpetrator. Could there still be any injustice? Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, apprehend this brat first. Do not let him escape." Yes, Chief. The 2 young men behind Zhu Maocai responded promptly, one producing handcuffs while the other brandished a service pistol, striding directly toward Du Bing. Kid, put your hands behind your back and do not resist. Otherwise, the bullet does not discern. From the moment Du Bing laid eyes on Lu Xin, he felt a surge of confidence. Thus he refrained from hastily defending himself and allowed the military police to cuff him. Observing this scene, Yang Chenglin felt as though his pain had dissipated. He unleashed a maniacal laugh directed at Du Bing. You dare to act so arrogantly? I will ensure your days are numbered. With that, he charged at Du Bing. One of his hands had been broken by Du Bing, and the other crushed, leaving him with only his legs and mouth to move. I will bite you to death. Just as Du Bing prepared to kick him, he suddenly felt a sharp kick behind his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. 2 hands pressed down on his shoulders, rendering him unable to rise. Turning his head, he saw it was the military police officer who had cuffed him, who coldly smirked, "Be compliant." Yang Chenglin reached Du Bing, exhilarated to find him kneeling before him, and kicked him squarely in the chest. I told you not to hit me. These are all my people. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone present. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing it was the female soldier who had fired. Arrest Yang Chenglin and Yin Zhuo. Lu Xion's expression was as tranquil as autumn waters, revealing no hint of emotion as she issued her command. The 3 individuals accompanying her advanced purposefully to apprehend the 2. Commander, you must be mistaken. Yin Zhuo attempted to protest, but was swiftly seized by the arm. Twisted behind his back, a slight increase in pressure elicited a pained cry from him. Yang Chenglin was equally bewildered, shouting, Uncle Zhu, what is going on? Why are you arresting me? Zhu Maocai, equally confused, had anticipated Lu Xin and her companions were merely passing through and would soon depart, not expecting them to intervene so drastically, which was a blow to his pride. Commander, which department do you represent? This is our jurisdiction in the Security Patrol Division. Capturing criminals is our responsibility, and you seem to lack the authority to interfere, Zhu Maocai stated with displeasure. Lu Xin snorted softly, casting him a disdainful glance. You will soon understand whether I have the authority or not. Take everyone inside the school. With that, Lu Xin turned without a backward glance and proceeded toward the school, her 3 companions escorting Yin Zhuo and Yang Chenglin behind her. Yang Chenglin remained oblivious, shouting boastfully, Do you know who I am? My father is wealthy. Let me go. If you cross me, I'll have my father spend money to destroy you. Even Du Bing was taken away by Lu Xion's men, with Tang Feifei closely trailing him. In the meantime, Zhu Maocai and his associates stood in stunned silence. Chief, what on earth is happening? That woman is so arrogant. What department is she from? I've never seen her before. What do we do now that Yang Chenglin has been arrested? Humph. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even if they are formidable, they cannot create much turbulence without understanding the situation. I shall see what this young lady is truly capable of, Zhu Maocai grumbled, irritation evident as he watched Lu Xion's departing figure. Yang Chengling's father had provided Zhu Maocai with benefits, and he could not afford to ignore the situation, particularly with his subordinates present, as he could not bear the humiliation. Let us follow them inside and see. During the noon break, most students were resting in classrooms, with only a few wandering outside. The earlier gunshot had roused considerable interest. Lu Xin and her group soon appeared on campus, creating a stir akin to a whirlwind. Look, there are so many in military uniforms. It's the military police. What brings the military police to our school? Isn't that the director? And Yang Qinglin. That seems to be Du Bing from Class 2 of the senior year. Why is he handcuffed? Students rushed back to their classrooms, spreading the news, and soon the entire campus was abuzz, with more and more students emerging to witness the scene. Even the principal learned of the commotion and hurried over. The principal, an elderly man in his 50s, was rumored to be on the brink of retirement. Donning a pair of reading glasses, he scrutinized the situation and immediately recognized Zhu Maokai, approaching him with warmth. Ah, isn't this Chief Zhu? What brings you here in person? Hello, Principal Li, it has been a while. Zhu Maokai exchanged pleasantries before adding. I received a report about an incident involving students from 6th Middle School who assaulted someone, resulting in injuries that required hospitalization. I came to investigate. I did not anticipate witnessing an assault at the school gates. Can you identify if these students belong to your institution? Principal, I am Yin Zhua. Quickly, tell these military police officers to release me. I am the victim. The one who assaulted me is that Du Bing. Yang Qinglin shouted, that's right. That kid is a malicious criminal. Unable to compensate the 1 million in medical fees, he conspired with Tang Feifei to lure me out of the hospital, intending to kill me. They are a pair of scoundrels. Had it not been for Chief Zhu's timely arrival, I would have lost my life. Upon hearing Yang Qinglin's words, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the students. Is this for real? Many wondered, leaning towards the belief that it was indeed true. How could Du Bing, who owed 1 million in energy points, remain so carefree? It appeared he had long been plotting, intent on silencing his enemies with ruthless resolve. No wonder he found himself in handcuffs. Initially, I felt sympathy for him, thinking he had acted out of loyalty to a friend when he struck Yang Qinglin. Yet, I was taken aback by his malicious intent. One must not judge a book by its cover. However, one could argue that Yang Qinglin had pushed Du Bing into a corner. Had he not been so oppressive and malevolent, would Du Bing have contemplated murder? In that moment, the public sentiment swiftly turned against Du Bing. Among these impressionable youths, the notion of taking a life was, regardless of the circumstances, profoundly unacceptable. The principal, upon hearing the news, promptly voiced his disapproval. I cannot believe such a villain has emerged from my school. If the situation is indeed as reported, then Director Zhu, please proceed according to the law and take him away. Tang Feifei turned pale, her face drained of color. She rushed to embrace Du Bing, pleading, please, don't take him away. It's not as Yang Qinglin says. He bullied me, and Du Bing only acted in defense. Throughout it all, Du Bing stood tall, his head held high. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, justice resides within the hearts of the people. Yang Qinglin, you may bribe the authorities, but you cannot silence the voices of the masses. I refuse to believe that not a single person among this crowd will stand up for me. If I am to perish unjustly today, then so be it. I can only lament this world where right and wrong are obscured, where the weakness of others has enabled the likes of you to act with impunity. Du Bing's words pierced the hearts of the onlookers like a dagger, unleashing a tide of fervor. At the tender age of 17 or 18, they were filled with passionate ideals. They understood the true nature of Yang Qinglin. Many had suffered at his hands. Let Du Bing go. A voice rang out from the crowd. This shout, akin to a battle cry, stirred a wave of support. The students chimed in unison, let Du Bing go. Let Du Bing go. Let Du Bing go. The chorus rose to the heavens, resonating throughout the campus, as if it sought to pierce the oppressive gloom overhead and break through the layers of dirt clouding the sky, a fervent call echoing endlessly. Feng Xiang, amidst the throng, raised his arms alongside his peers, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Yang Qinglin and Yin Zhua appeared ashen, seemingly struck by a profound blow. Zhu Maokai and Principal Li exchanged alarmed glances with the surrounding crowd. Even Lu Xin exhibited a flicker of astonishment and shock. This was the voice of the people. Chapter 45. Gaozwub was since the large-scale relocation to the underground city, the lives of most ordinary people have become quite arduous, existing in a state of mere subsistence. The cataclysms on Earth have seemingly thrust humanity back to a pre-liberation era, witnessing a regression of civilization. Below the surface, televisions and the internet have become obsolete due to signal obstructions, and even books have been forcibly confiscated by the government. The common populace has lost their means of entertainment, leaving their spirits hollow and their hearts indifferent. Only in public educational institutions, banks, and military garrisons can one find the newly developed virtual intelligence terminals capable of accessing some information. The wealthy, devoid of compassion, are solely profit-driven. The impoverished endure in silence, merely concerned with their own troubles. This has seemingly evolved into a normalized phenomenon of society. In the early days of the underground migration, to quell the unrest, the military transformed from protectors of the people into butchers, ruthlessly suppressing and slaughtering, instilling fear in the populace, who then accepted their grim reality. The people have become silent lambs, no longer daring to voice their grievances. However, today, Liu Xian witnessed a thrilling scene. The voice of justice rang out deafeningly. Even Du Bing was taken aback by the immense response his words incited. The thunderous rallying cry from Du Bing filled him with a sense of righteous fervor. Liu Xian discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, her previously tense expression softening into a faint smile. Initially, when she received the order from Li Yi, she was reluctant to undertake this task, believing that handling a high school fight was not within her responsibilities. And it felt somewhat personal. Yet, as a soldier, she chose to obey orders. The duty of a soldier is to follow commands. Over the past few days, she had conducted a thorough investigation and had detailed knowledge of the identities and backgrounds of those involved, dispelling any notion that she was as uninformed as Zhu Maokai presumed. Raising her hands, she turned to all her classmates, gesturing for silence. The clamor gradually subsided. Students, please be quiet. I am Liu Xian, a member of the Discipline Investigation Team from District 12, tasked with investigating this incident. Here are our findings. Liu Xian held up a document, glancing at Du Bing before reading aloud. According to our investigation, Yang Qinglin harbored unrequited feelings for his classmate Tang Feifei and misdirected his anger towards others. 4 days ago, Yang Qinglin, along with 5 accomplices, violently assaulted Fang Xiang, a student from Class 2 of the 3rd year, outside the school. 3 days ago, they attempted to encircle Du Bing and Fang Xiang within the school, but were countered by Du Bing. The school's director, Yin Zhua, intervened without understanding the circumstances, arbitrarily deciding to expel Du Bing and Fang Xiang. However, upon pleas from other students, he changed his mind and imposed a demand for 1 million in medical expenses to quell the matter. Upon reaching this point, Liu Xian looked at Yin Zhua and asked, "Do you both acknowledge the aforementioned events, Yang Qinglin and Yin Zhua?" Yin Zhua swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Officer, I did not act arbitrarily. I was following school regulations. And the medical expense of 1 million was proposed by Yang Qinglin. It has nothing to do with me." Yang Qinglin shot a glare at Yin Zhua, but offered no defense, scoffing, "So what? He injured me. It is only right that I demand medical expenses." Liu Xian nodded and continued, "If you acknowledge this, I shall announce the verdict. Yang Qinglin is guilty of inciting others to harm another's life and has violated the Huaxia National Personal Safety Law. Although he did not inflict severe injuries, he shall be detained for 30 days for re-education through labor. As for Du Bing, who injured Yang Qinglin and his 5 accomplices in self-defense, no charges will be pursued. Regarding Yang Qinglin's demand for 1 million in medical fees, that is deemed extortion and will be dismissed." Upon hearing Liu Xian's verdict, Yang Qinglin's expression soured significantly. With only 20 days remaining until the entrance exams for the 4 prestigious universities, being detained for 30 days would mean missing them. "Uncle Zhu, you must say something. I can't go to jail. Ask her how much she wants. My father will pay." However, Zhu Maokai turned away, completely ignoring Yang Qinglin. Since learning that Liu Xian was from the Discipline Investigation Team, he wished to distance himself from the situation. The Discipline Investigation Team is a military department tasked with investigating internal disciplinary issues. Anyone targeted by them, regardless of rank, faces severe consequences if found guilty. As a mere section chief, how could he dare provoke someone from the discipline investigation team? Furthermore, his hands were not clean, and he regretted entangling himself in this mess. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhu Maokai quickly stated, "Officer, I barely know this kid. His father reported that his son was assaulted at school, so I came to investigate. After hearing your inquiries, I now understand and believe your judgment to be fair." Lu Xian shot Zhu Maokai a glance, uninterested in engaging with such a person. After all, Li Yi's order was merely to assist Du Bing and Feng Xiang, so she saw no need to complicate matters. She unclasped the handcuffs from Du Bing and released him. Yanjua sighed in relief and ingratiatingly remarked, "Officer, this matter has nothing to do with me. So may I be released?" "Released you?" Lu Xian smiled slightly at Yanjua, and in response to his eager gaze, she slowly stated, "Your situation is quite grave." Yanjua was taken aback and nervously asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Xian pulled out another report from the file and read, "Yanjua, the director of the third-year department at District 12's 6th High School, during your tenure, abused your power for personal gain, accepting bribes amounting to tens of millions, and facilitated cheating for admissions to the 4 prestigious universities. You are guilty of bribery and fraud. From the moment of this verdict, all your assets will be frozen, and all bribe-related properties will be confiscated by the state. Yanjua will be sentenced to 30 years of labor reform, effective immediately." Upon hearing this verdict, Yanjua's mind exploded with shock. He heard nothing further as his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The surrounding students, upon receiving this news, erupted in jubilation, cheering and celebrating. That old scoundrel, Yin, has finally met his comeuppance. 10 million in embezzlement, and he wasn't afraid of bursting with greed. I always wondered how that last year's son Sean, who had such poor grades, managed to enter the military divine academy. It turns out he was using backdoor connections. Yin, riding around on that second-hand maglev bike, was playing it cool all along. Lu Xian approached Du Bing, gently patting his head, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of an adult admonishing a child. "Little brother, try not to cause trouble in the future. Next time, you might not be so fortunate." Du Bing looked at her with a peculiar expression, as Lu Xian could never have imagined that this little brother before her was the very same individual donning a gourd baby mask within the Beidou Bank. "Officer Zhu, I leave the remaining matters to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lu Xian waved the folder in her hand. Speaking in a casual tone, "You must ensure to uphold the law impartially." Zhu Maokai chuckled nervously. "Rest assured, officer, I will not show favoritism." Watching Lu Xian's graceful figure depart, Du Bing exhaled, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, this trouble had been resolved. "A Bing, you really are fortunate." Suddenly, a figure lunged at Du Bing, embracing him with laughter. It was Feng Xiang. Fortunately, the discipline team members were likely here to investigate that old scoundrel Yin and happened to address your situation as well. Du Bing smiled and offered no explanation. He turned his gaze towards Tang Feifei, who stood nearby, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, yet her lips adorned with a cheerful smile. "Stop crying, and promise me you won't do anything foolish again." Du Bing gently wiped away the tears from her face, his heart aching for her. The memory of Tang Feifei's words with Yang Qinglin in the car stirred a tumult of emotions within Du Bing, akin to a pot of mixed flavors, difficult to articulate. Faced with the astronomical figure of 1 million energy points, Feng Xiang did not falter. He chose to endure the trials alongside Du Bing. This was the essence of brotherhood, and Du Bing felt fortunate to have such a companion. Zhao Xuefei implored her father to assist Du Bing. Although Zhao Shuqing's help was motivated by ulterior motives, Du Bing felt gratitude rather than sentimentality. For Zhao Xuefei, the expenditure of 1 million was trivial, yet for Tang Feifei, her silent sacrifices weighed heavily on Du Bing's heart, as if he owed a debt far greater than 1 million. "From this day forth, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. This is my promise to you." Du Bing gazed intently into Tang Feifei's eyes, the sincerity in his gaze causing her to shyly lower her head. Under the persuasion of the principal and numerous teachers, the gathered students returned to their classrooms, yet discussions about Du Bing continued unabated. Upon returning to class, the boys and girls erupted in cheers and applause. Whether premeditated or spontaneous, Du Bing looked at everyone, smiled, nodded, and bowed in gratitude, thanking them for their support. Zhao Shuefei observed Du Bing's smiling face with a complex expression. This somewhat slender youth seemed to radiate a unique charm. Witnessing the smiles of the crowd, she felt a slight pang in her heart. Originally, she had planned to intervene when Yin Zhuo pressured Du Bing for 1 million in medical fees, intending to offer her energy card containing the sum to help him out of trouble, thereby garnering his gratitude. However, the unfolding events had strayed far from her expectations. That passionate youth resembled a revolutionary pioneer. His heart-stirring words ignited fervor among the masses. Everyone shouted his name as if they were hailing their hero. Throughout the afternoon, the school resonated with an unprecedented vitality, laughter echoing in every corner. "A Bing, school is over. Let's go home together," Feng Xiang cheerfully exclaimed, having laughed nearly all afternoon. Du Bing, however, shook his head and replied with a smile. "You go ahead. I need to stop by the hospital to see my dad. Be careful on your own. I'm off then. Finally, I can return home for a good night's sleep." Feng Xiang waved goodbye and exited the classroom. Du Bing followed suit, only to find a charming figure standing at the doorway, her pretty face tinged with displeasure. "Oh, great hero, you truly shone today," Zhao Shuefei remarked, casting a sideways glance at Du Bing, her tone laced with sarcasm. Du Bing rubbed his nose and awkwardly smiled. "Just luck." "It was merely luck. Is it truly just luck?" Zhao Shuefei scrutinized Du Bing skeptically. She was not as oblivious as Feng Xiang. Given the confidence Du Bing had previously exhibited, it seemed overly self-assured. "Why do I feel as though everything was orchestrated by you?" Du Bing felt a slight jolt within. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Shuefei would harbor such suspicions. He feigned a bitter smile. "Do you truly believe I possess such capabilities?" Zhao Shuefei shook her head. Even her father could not access the military's disciplinary committee, so how could Du Bing possibly manage it? Perhaps today's events were indeed a mere coincidence. "By the way, I forgot to mention, the wealthy and handsome Gao Zhuobo visited our home a few days ago and inquired about you." A foreboding sense began to rise within Du Bing. Chapter 46. Communication Call. Ever since the incident involving the assassin known as the Lone Wolf, Du Bing had been eager to confront the affluent and handsome man to ascertain whether he had indeed hired the killer. However, following Su Fei's disappearance, Du Bing's concern for her safety kept him confined to his home, causing him to delay this matter. Upon hearing that Gao Zhuobo, the father of the wealthy man, was inquiring about him from Zhao Shuefei, Du Bing suddenly realized that he had overlooked this troubling issue. If it were true that the affluent man had contracted the Lone Wolf to eliminate him, it would mean that he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Du Bing, wishing for his swift demise. With the Lone Wolf now deceased and the mission a failure, it was conceivable that the affluent man might be concocting another nefarious scheme against him. Reflecting on Zhao Shucheng's words from yesterday in the CAF, a flicker of doubt crept into Du Bing's mind. Could it be that Zhao Shucheng's advice to distance himself from Zhao Shuefei was, in fact, a protective measure for him? Yet, given the relationship between Zhao Shucheng and Gao Zhuobo, he found it inappropriate to be forthright, especially considering their impending familial ties. With this thought, Du Bing felt a surge of gratitude. He looked up at Zhao Shuefei and said, "Please convey my thanks to your father. Also, let him know that I, Du Bing, am destined for greatness and will certainly gain admission to the Military God Academy, earning his respect." Zhao Shuefei gazed at Du Bing in astonishment, realizing that she increasingly found it difficult to fathom the confident youth before her. It was only after Du Bing had walked away that she regained her senses. With a playful scrunch of her adorable nose, she muttered to his retreating figure, "Why thank my father? The one you should truly be thanking is me." Du Bing, of course, was oblivious to her words. Since his father's hospitalization, he had only visited on the first day, and now he finally had the time to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found his parents dining on some ordinary compressed food and a packet of kelp strips. To save money, these provisions had been brought from home by his mother. Such sustenance merely filled the stomach and offered little nutritional value. The hospital did have a cafeteria with a variety of dishes, but the prices were prohibitively high for the average person. Vegetables and meats had become scarce commodities in the underground city, as the absence of sunlight and oxygen made widespread cultivation impossible. They could only be found in specialized experimental greenhouses. Livestock had all been slaughtered and frozen before the migration underground, and as time passed, their supplies would inevitably dwindle. Nevertheless, the government had been propagating that genetically modified vegetables and meats were in the cultivation phase, and once deemed safe, would be made available to the public. Father, mother. Du Bing pushed open the door to the ward and entered. He was taken aback to see how much his father's health had deteriorated in just a few days, while his mother also bore signs of fatigue, stirring a pang of concern within him. However, upon seeing their son, their faces immediately brightened with smiles. Xiao Bing, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Du Jiancheng waved to Du Bing, pulling him to sit by the bed, affectionately ruffling his hair. It's been several days since I last saw you. I must admit, I've missed you, you little rascal. Du Bing forced a smile and replied, I've missed you too, Dad. You seem to have lost weight. As he spoke, his nose tinged with warmth and his eyes reddened. Memories of his childhood illness flooded back to him. At 9 years old, he had suffered a high fever, and back then, magnetic levitation bicycles were not yet common. His parents had taken turns carrying him nearly 100 miles to the hospital. He had been delirious with a fever of 40 degrees, frightening his parents. Du Jiancheng had even run over 10 miles to spend over 1,000 energy points on an apple, praying for Du Bing's safe recovery. The next morning, when Du Bing awakened, the first thing he saw was that red apple. He had innocently asked his father if it was edible. It was his first experience with an apple, and the taste remained etched in his memory. Now, as he looked at his father lying in the hospital bed, he felt powerless. Du Bing clenched his fists tightly, filled with guilt and self-reproach. Noticing Du Bing's emotional turmoil, Du Jiancheng quickly reassured him. I've lost weight because the dialysis helped eliminate the metallic toxins from my body. The doctors say I'll be discharged tomorrow. Honestly, I'm starting to miss home. Discharged tomorrow? Du Bing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He turned to He Xiuqin, grasping her hand as he inquired, Mom, is Dad really better? Why not stay a bit longer? He Xiuqin patted Du Bing's hand and smiled. Don't worry, your father is much improved. Many of the uncles at the factory have had this illness, and they're fine now. No need to overreact. Yet Du Bing remained skeptical. Recalling Su Fei's words about the long-term exposure to metallic fumes leading to toxins permeating the organs and bones, which could not simply be cured by blood dialysis. Dialysis merely extracted metallic toxins from the bloodstream, serving as a temporary fix rather than a cure. True healing would require advanced treatment methods, the costs of which were far beyond the means of ordinary people. The price for a single nutrient injection after Yang Chenglin's wrist amputation had soared into the millions of energy points, something unimaginable for the average person. The only other solution lay in Du Bing's metallic abilities reaching a level that would allow him to extract the toxins from his father's organs and bones without harming his cellular structure. Su Fei had estimated that it would take him at least 3 to 5 months of training to achieve such a feat, however. Given the pressure exerted by Su Fei and the Shadow Demon, this timeline had been expedited by a month. I will first observe the distribution of the metallic toxins within my father's body. Du Bing quietly initiated his mental sensing, his metallic abilities silently infiltrating Du Jiancheng's body. Throughout the process, Du Jiancheng exhibited no reaction. Within Du Bing's mental perception, he discerned numerous metallic specks scattered throughout his father's body, with the most severe concentration in the lungs, resembling a golden film clinging to the lung walls. Casting a glance at his father, who seemed unaware of his actions, Du Bing decided to test his abilities and attempted to extract some of the metallic toxins from areas closer to the skin, such as the hands. The toxins had entered through the respiratory tract, settled in the lungs, and subsequently infiltrated the bloodstream, dispersing throughout the body. Thus, the lungs were the most affected, while the hands and feet had comparatively fewer toxins. However, as soon as he entertained this thought, a painful expression flashed across Du Jiancheng's face, and he dropped his chopsticks. Alarmed, Du Bing quickly asked, Dad, are you all right? He Xiuqin picked up the chopsticks, cleaned them, and handed them back, scolding. You old fool. How can you drop your chopsticks while eating, just like when Xiaobing was a child? Du Jiancheng rubbed his hand, chuckling despite the situation. I'm fine. I just had a cramp and lost my grip. Relieved by his father's assurance, Du Bing let out a sigh. He dared not conduct any further experiments. If he were to try something on the lungs, it might cause Du Jiancheng to cry out in agony or even cough up blood. Xiaobing, if you're fine, you should head home. Your father and I will be back tomorrow anyway. Mom, why don't I stay tonight to keep Dad company? You haven't rested in days. You should go home and catch up on sleep. It has been quite some time since I last saw my father, and I yearn to converse with him. Du Bing gazed at Xiaoqin with pleading eyes. Noticing her furrowed brow, which suggested her disapproval, he immediately grasped her hand and shook it incessantly, resorting to a childish display of affection. Please, just for one night. Du Jiancheng chuckled. Since Xiaobing wishes to spend time with me, let him stay for the night. Xiaoqin rolled her eyes in resignation at the two of them and huffed. You two are enjoying your familial bliss while I am left to return home to solitude. Rest assured, tomorrow our family will be reunited. After bidding Xiaoqin farewell, Du Bing returned to the hospital room, picked up the kettle, and said with a smile, Dad, let me fetch some hot water for you to soak your feet. Before long, Du Bing returned with the water, tested its temperature, and declared, The water is just right, Dad. Please immerse your feet. I will give you a massage. Du Jiancheng pressed his lips together, a glimmer of tears shimmering in his eyes as he reflected, Xiaobing has truly grown up. By the way, Xiaobing, you are about to graduate soon, aren't you? What are your plans post-graduation? This underground city is unlike the world of the past, where young people could roam freely in pursuit of their dreams. Now, stability is the aim. Why not return to work at our factory? With the three of us, father, son, and your mother, we can toil for a few years, save some money, and eventually find you a bride at the factory. That would ease your parents' minds before we depart from this world. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Du Bing raised his head, casting a displeased glance at his father, and straightened his chest, declaring, Why do you have no faith in your son? I aspire to earn admission to a prestigious academy and bring both you and Mom to reside in the Green Orchid Ecological Park. I have heard it is stunning. Upon hearing Du Bing's words, Du Jiancheng chuckled softly, considering it merely a jest, yet his heart was filled with warmth. Very well, Dad will await that day. The father and son continued their conversation for several hours until the hospital's designated lights-out time arrived, prompting them to conclude their discussion. Xiaobing, come sleep beside your father. Do not sleep on the floor. It is cold there. It's all right. I have a blanket. You should sleep quickly, Dad. I tend to kick off the covers in my sleep, and you know how it is. If I accidentally kick you off the bed, that would be quite unfortunate. You little rascal, then you should sleep early as well. You have to rise early for school tomorrow. He, understood, Dad. Lying on the floor, Du Bing found himself unable to sleep. My body has only begun to undergo the transformation into metallic form. If I could convert my flesh, bones, and internal organs into metal, it should allow me to thoroughly eliminate the metal toxins from my father's body. As this thought crossed his mind, he closed his eyes and prepared to channel his abilities for cultivation when suddenly, his pocket began to buzz incessantly. He abruptly opened his eyes and retrieved the object from his pocket, a communication wristwatch. The device flickered with red light, indicating an incoming call. Du Bing's expression darkened. This wristwatch was indeed one he had procured from the underground black market. Hu Jinxing. Chapter 47. New applications of superpowers. This communication wristwatch was a gift from Hu Jinxing to Du Bing upon his return from the underground black market, with the stipulation that Du Bing would repay him once he had the means. Du Bing, wary of potential tracking, promptly powered down the device upon arriving back in the underground city. However, at this moment, the wristwatch was inexplicably powered on. How could this be? Quietly, Du Bing exited the hospital room, careful not to disturb Du Jiancheng. Damn it, there must be something wrong with this wristwatch. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to answer the call to discern the caller's intentions. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he activated the voice command. The indicator light on the wristwatch shifted from red to green, and indeed, Hu Jianxing's voice came through. Hello, Feng Xiang. It's me. What do you want? Feng Xiang was the pseudonym Du Bing had provided to Hu Jianxing. Huh. I don't have much to discuss. Just wanted to confirm whether you've discarded the wristwatch. If you have, how am I supposed to collect that 1 million? Upon hearing the mention of 1 million, Du Bing felt a headache coming on. Having just extricated himself from Yang Qinglin, another debt collector had now appeared. The situation was even more precarious because Hu Jianxing was affiliated with the military and had seen Du Bing's true appearance. If he failed to repay the debt, Hu Jianxing could leverage military resources to uncover his real identity, which could spell disaster for him. Yet, he genuinely lacked the funds to repay the debt. I will repay you, but could you possibly grant me some time? I truly cannot produce that amount right now. Du Bing expected Hu Jianxing to react with anger, but to his surprise, Hu Jianxing seemed unconcerned about the repayment. Money can be dealt with, as long as you're alive to return it, he replied. What do you mean by that? Du Bing's brow furrowed, sensing an undercurrent of threat in Hu Jianxing's tone. Let me clarify, there's no intention of harming you. I called to share 2 pieces of news. What news? Recently, there was a fierce battle in the underground black market. Captured by satellites. 3 individuals, all super experts, engaged in combat, devastating 1/5 of the black market area. The military is now highly concerned. Du Bing's heart sank at this revelation. Those 3 super experts were undoubtedly Sophie, Shadow Demon, and the masked man in white. Each of them was an S-class powerhouse, capable of immense destruction, making it unsurprising that they could raise the entire black market. Hu Jianxing's mention of this had to imply further implications. Indeed, Hu Jianxing's next words plunged Du Bing's heart into despair. The second piece of news is that over the next 3 days, several groups have entered Zone 12, totaling more than 30 individuals, half of whom possess silver cards. Our intelligence suggests they may all be assassins from the black market. Have you stirred up trouble in the black market? Are they possibly after you? More than 30 black market assassins, each skilled in unique killing techniques. Even a superpowered individual could fall victim to them with a moment of inattention. Had he inadvertently killed someone significant? Du Bing suddenly recalled the towering man with the tiger mask, whose furious roar had seemed capable of tearing him apart. Had he slain that young masterby? The mere thought rendered Du Bing speechless. With over 600 people surrounding him, he had fired in self-defense. If he had mistakenly killed someone, that would indeed explain why so many assassins had entered Zone 12. Should they discover his whereabouts, his life would be in grave danger. However, Du Bing refrained from sharing his thoughts with Hu Jianxing. If the latter were merely probing for information and he foolishly confessed, it would be akin to jumping into a pit of fire. Thus, Du Bing replied, "This matter is not related to me, but thank you for the warning. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. I have memorized your number. Within a month, I will reach out to repay you. Goodbye." Du Bing cut off the communication before Hu Jianxing could respond. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of unease washed over him. He clenched his fist, causing the wristwatch to shatter into fragments, his skin shimmering with a metallic sheen, leaving no trace of scratches. On the other end, Hu Jianxing wore a wry smile, attempting to dial again without success. His wristwatch had remote activation capabilities. Even if Du Bing powered it down, he could turn it back on. The absence of a response confirmed that the device had been destroyed. This young man was indeed quite prudent. In the hospital, Du Bing returned to his room, anxiety gnawing at him. The news of black market assassins infiltrating Zone 12 filled him with a profound sense of crisis. He could envision the consequences if these assassins found him. Neither he nor his parents would be spared. Starting today, he resolved to devote more time to training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he entered a meditative state. Red fire energy, blue ice energy, and golden metallic energy coalesced into 3 swirling vortices, rapidly spinning and creating a unique gravitational pull that drew in similar energies from the void, merging them into the vortices. Upon awakening, the intensities of his fire and ice powers had become comparable to that of his metallic abilities. Yet, in just a few short days since his return from the underground black market, the vortex formed by the ice and fire energies had grown to twice the size of the metallic vortex and absorbed energy at an astonishing rate. This change had begun upon his return, though he had yet to comprehend its origin. Nevertheless, the feeling of growing strength brought him great joy. As the light in the hospital room gradually brightened, Du Bing opened his eyes. The lights in the hospital operated on a timer, dimming at night and brightening as dawn approached. Early in the morning, He Xiuqin arrived at the hospital, urging Du Bing to leave for school while she finalized the discharge paperwork and took Du Jianxing home. At the schoolyard, Du Bing sat cross-legged, aware that class was in session, yet he had chosen to skip it. The report of assassins infiltrating Zone 12 instilled a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to sneak out during class to practice. After days of contemplation, he had finally grasped several unique applications of his fire and ice powers, moving beyond simply summoning a fireball or a whirlpool of cold. This direct attack method was too overt and lacked stealth. A sufficiently swift opponent could easily evade it. Icicle, he murmured inwardly, as a vortex of cold air formed in the palm of his right hand. Compressing and condensing, it eventually transformed into a glistening, translucent ice needle, radiating an intensely frigid aura, its temperature plummeting to several degrees below zero. Go! With a thought, the ice needle shot forth, embedding itself into the metallic wall. Bang! The ice needle exploded, instantly forming a 1 centimeter thick layer of ice upon the wall. Fire needle. In his left hand, Du Bing conjured a small fireball, no larger than a ping-pong ball. 3 sewing needles shot forth from his sleeve, piercing into the fireball. In the blink of an eye, the needles were scorched to a fiery red. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Du Bing's eyes as the needles vanished in an instant, piercing through the ice layer and embedding themselves into the metallic wall. With a resounding bang, the 3 blazing needles detonated, producing a sound akin to bullets exploding, and the metallic wall fractured, resembling a spider's web with cracks sprawling across its surface. Through the keen perception of his metallic abilities, Du Bing effortlessly discerned 3 fist-sized holes that had been blasted through the interior of the wall. A smile graced Du Bing's face. By compressing the icy energy to form ice needles and merging the fire and metallic powers, the potency of his attacks had multiplied, and their variations had increased significantly. He rose and approached the wall, his left hand enveloped in a fiery glow as he struck the icy shell. The ice melted rapidly into water, which was then seared into steam by the intense heat. The steaming vapor enveloped him entirely, akin to a sauna. With a flick of his right hand, the steam was drawn towards him by the allure of his icy powers, coalescing into a mist. Observing this mist, Du Bing suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, "Ice can transform into water, water can become mist, and mist can obscure vision." With a mere thought, the mist swiftly expanded, enveloping Du Bing entirely, to the point where only a shadowy figure could be discerned. As the mist swirled, its density increased, and Du Bing's form completely vanished within it, as if he had become invisible. However, in the underground city, there was no occurrence of ice, snow, or fog, thus rendering a cloud of mist floating in the air rather peculiar. The mist surged once more, rapidly contracting until it only cloaked Du Bing's face, revealing only his 2 eyes, bright as stars, obscuring his true visage. This proved far more convenient than wearing a mask. Beneath the veil of mist, a subtle smirk played on Du Bing's lips. He had grown fond of the sensation of honing his powers. Each mastery of a new ability brought him a thrill akin to solving a complex mathematical problem. He pondered, when would he be able to become invisible like Susan? The thought of Sophie stirred a sense of worry within him. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside such thoughts and continue his training. Chapter 48. Ambush. Du Bing's repeated absences from class over the past few days finally aroused the suspicions of certain individuals. On the way home from school, Feng Xiang, who had been holding back for several days, finally spoke up. Bing, what has been going on with you lately? You seem to vanish every time class starts. Zhao Shuefei has asked me several times if you're too embarrassed to face her because of your boast about getting into the academy. With only 13 days remaining until the academy entrance exam, time was running short. Du Bing was so preoccupied with the fear of an imminent attack from black market assassins that he nearly forgot about the exam. The 4 prestigious academies were the Science Academy, Heavy Industry Academy, Super Nuclear Academy, and Military God Academy. Among them, the Science Academy was renowned for cultivating various technological talents. imposing the highest standards in terms of knowledge and intellect. It was often referred to as the cradle of technological civilization, offering advanced courses in fields such as genetic engineering, superalloy formulation, and emerging pharmaceutical engineering. Genetically modified foods, the alloys used in mech warriors, and life-repairing liquids were all products of research conducted at the Science Academy. The Heavy Industry Academy specialized in training mechanics, designers, and engineers, primarily focusing on the development and manufacturing of various types of mechs, warships, and weaponry, effectively serving as the military's arms factory. The Supernuclear Academy was dedicated to researching and developing new energy sources, encompassing various forms of energy transformation and application, including light, electricity, nuclear, plant, and wind energy. A particularly daunting project at the Supernuclear Academy was the creation of a perpetual motion machine. So far, only America had successfully developed such a machine, which enabled them to construct the first underwater city and access a wealth of living resources and strategic advantages. Lastly, the Military God Academy served as a training ground for military talents, with the lowest academic requirements among the four academies but stringent physical standards. After all, the Military God Academy trained soldiers who would fight valiantly to protect their homeland in critical moments. Thus, physical fitness was paramount. While Du Bing found it impossible to improve his academic performance in the short term, he held absolute confidence in his physical abilities. Over the past few days, he had tested himself and found that his running speed had increased from 30 ms to 45 ms, with muscle strength 4 times that of an average person. While an ordinary person could exert around 100 pounds of muscle strength, his own strength exceeded 400 pounds. This was the benefit of his supernatural training, enhancing his physical form. Noticing Du Bing's silence, Fong Xiang assumed he had guessed his thoughts and sighed. If only we had money. We could find someone like Yin Boppy to pull some strings for us. Indeed, if only we were wealthy, Du Bing echoed, lamenting his current financial predicament. Speaking of connections, he did have some. With Li Yi's status and influence, it would likely require no financial incentive to secure spots for 2 individuals in the Military God Academy. However, since Du Bing had already asked for his assistance once, he felt reluctant to impose again. Suddenly, Du Bing realized they were nearing home. Glancing at the nearby factory, he was slightly surprised, as it seemed he was arriving earlier than usual. A quick check of his watch revealed it was 1736. From the time he left school until now, only 30 minutes had elapsed, while his typical journey home took around 45 minutes. The speed of his maglev bicycle remained unchanged, and the distance was the same. Why had today's journey been so brief? Was his watch malfunctioning? Just as Du Bing was about to ask Fong Xiang the time, he turned around only to find that his companion had vanished. Alarmed, he quickly stopped and scanned the street, realizing he was utterly alone. What was happening? Du Bing felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. How could a living person simply disappear? Had Fong Xiang learned to become invisible? Suddenly, he noticed a change in his surroundings. The streetlights flickered ominously, as if about to extinguish. A tall shadow abruptly materialized on the street, and a chilling laugh sent shivers down Du Bing's spine. The shadow demon. The moment he laid eyes on the figure, the memory of its uncanny shadow transformation flooded his mind. Flee. Without a second thought, Du Bing turned and ran. To his surprise, the shadow did not pursue him but remained stationary. Strangely, its arms elongated at an astonishing speed, reaching out toward his neck. In an instant, Du Bing felt a constriction around his throat, as if 2 powerful hands were squeezing, leaving him gasping for breath. "Get away from me," Du Bing shouted, unleashing a radiant burst of red and blue energy from his hands toward the shadowy grip. He recalled that the shadow demon had once stated that physical attacks were ineffective against it. Even pure energy assaults would struggle to inflict harm. With a supernatural ability level 5 tiers below the shadow demon, the notion of injuring it seemed ludicrous. Yet, he had no alternative but to rely on his ice and fire powers. To his astonishment, the combination of ice and fire energy caused the shadowy hands to retract, emitting a faint, charred scent. Wait, this isn't the shadow demon. A spark of realization ignited in Du Bing's eyes. He slammed his right hand onto the ground. causing a burst of blue light to radiate from him, forming a 1 centimeter thick layer of ice that spread 50 meters outward. Following that, he summoned a red glow in his right hand and struck the ground, releasing an immense heat that melted the ice into water, which promptly evaporated into steam. In the next moment, the temperature plummeted and the steam transformed into dense fog, enveloping Du Bing and obscuring his figure. Amidst the fog, Du Bing faintly heard a surprised gasp, followed by a curse. "Damn it, I was told this guy only had one supernatural ability." Someone exclaimed in frustration. "How dare he injure my prized possession? I'll make him pay dearly." The fog swirled around him, and through his ice-based supernatural perception, Du Bing sensed a serpent-like entity swiftly weaving through the mist, seemingly searching for his location. It was indeed a malicious act. A chill ran down Du Bing's spine as he processed several thoughts. The assailant knew who he was. They were also a supernatural being. They could potentially be an assassin from the black market. These three deductions ignited a fierce determination within Du Bing. If they were aware of his identity, they likely knew the whereabouts of his parents. Anyone who threatened his family would face dire consequences. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, his skin transformed into a metallic hue, radiating a golden sheen. Just then, the serpent-like entity in the fog reached him and ensnared his leg. Its immense strength yanked Du Bing to the ground. He quickly dispersed the fog within a 10-foot radius, allowing him to see the creature clearly. It was a thick green vine, as wide as an infant's arm, slithering up his leg and wrapping around him as if trying to cocoon him completely. What is this thing? Du Bing was momentarily stunned, but he wasted no time. A fiery red glow enveloped his hands as he seized the vine. Instantly, it emitted a hissing noise, struggling violently as if it were a living creature attempting to escape. Du Bing let out a cold laugh, and a flicker of golden light flashed in his eyes as 3 sewing needles pierced into the vine, allowing him to finally release his grip. The vine abruptly vanished into the mist, swiftly retracting in a specific direction. Simultaneously, through the 3 needles embedded within the vine, Du Bing sensed that it had contracted to a point less than 100 meters directly in front of him, falling silent. So it was hidden here. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunged forward like a leopard, while the mist surrounding him also surged ahead. 100 meters at a speed of 45 meters per second required merely 22 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Du Bing arrived at the location, enveloping his opponent within the mist. What the hell? His opponent was clearly taken aback, and before he could react, a fist struck him squarely in the face. "Ah, damn it, who hit me?" Du Bing had long suppressed his anger. Initially, he had fallen into his opponent's trap, unable to comprehend the situation around him. Now, having ensnared his opponent within his own mist, while they could not see him, he could detect their size and position through his ice-based abilities by sensing the movement of water molecules in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Du Bing showed no mercy, raining down blows upon his foe like a torrential downpour. He did not strike with lethal intent, for he was still uncertain about Fong Xiang's safety. If he were to kill this opponent and there were accomplices, it could lead to Fong Xiang's demise in an act of vengeance, leaving Du Bing unable to find peace. "Ouch, damn it, stop it, it hurts. Please, stop, big brother, spare me." Within the mist, the man began cursing incessantly, then cried out in pain, ultimately devolving into sobs of pleading, his voice so mournful that it made Du Bing hesitate to continue. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, clearing the mist surrounding Du Bing entirely. He looked down to see a bruised and battered young man, clutching his leg and pleading desperately. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Fan Fan, do you still dare to claim you are the best in the world?" A peculiar laugh echoed, as a figure abruptly materialized less than 2 meters in front of Du Bing, with disheveled hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and clad in a mismatched yellow and green uniform. He wore a pair of flip-flops. Upon seeing this attire, Du Bing's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "The son of wind!" The man threw back his head and laughed triumphantly, running a hand through his wild, singed curls. "Ha ha! I am indeed the most handsome man in the wind." Du Bing couldn't help but shiver. This fellow, dressed so sloppily, had the audacity to call himself handsome. What a shameless person. However, his terrifying speed truly earned him the title of the fastest in the wind. The young man, bearing the marks of Du Bing's fists, erupted in curses. "I F your flower, you crazy fool. Didn't you say he only knows how to manipulate metal abilities?" Du Bing's body trembled as he looked incredulously at the Son of Wind. Did he orchestrate the attack against him? Why would he do such a thing? Chapter 49. Joining the Guardians of Security upon witnessing the confusion and incredulity in Du Bing's eyes, Feng Zhizi chuckled softly, assuring him that there was no need for alarm or trepidation, for it was merely a jest. "A jest?" Du Bing exclaimed, pointing to the bruised youth clinging to his leg. "What is his story? And where has my friend gone?" Feng Zhizi cleared his throat, maintaining an air of playful nonchalance. "This lad is Zhou Fan, also an ability wielder, whom I discovered in District 6. His powers encompass illusion and plant manipulation, as you have just experienced. As for your friend, he was subtly influenced by Zhou Fan's mental suggestion and has returned home. Illusion, plant manipulation, mental suggestion." Du Bing realized that his adversary possessed multiple abilities, and the sheer peculiarity of them had left him entirely unaware of the illusion he had fallen under. His throat tightened at the memory of that shadow, reminiscent of the shadow demon from his past, nearly terrifying him to death. The green vines he had encountered were undoubtedly the result of Zhou Fan's plant control. "What do you intend by obstructing me?" Du Bing questioned, refusing to naively believe that they were merely jesting. Before Feng Zhizi could respond, the battered young man proudly interjected, "We are members of a clandestine organization in Huaxia, known as the Guardians of Security. You have two choices. First, to join us. Second, to refuse and subsequently be compelled to join us after we administer a thorough beating. I suggest you consider the latter option." Feng Zhizi pushed him aside with a hand on his face, scoffing, "Go play elsewhere. You're not even a registered member yet. Don't steal my lines." Zhou Fan, undeterred, leaned closer with a shameless grin. "It's just a matter of registration, right? Brother Feng, this lad looks rather defiant. Why not give him a taste of your prowess?" Du Bing furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp the implication of their intentions. Feng Zhizi appeared to be a member of this secret organization, the Guardians of Security, and his purpose here was to invite Du Bing to join. "I wish to inquire, what benefits would joining your ranks entail? What would be expected of me? Benefits? Expectations?" Feng Zhizi scratched his head, retrieving a red booklet stained with his own scent from within his clothing. It was emblazoned with the title Guardians of Security Handbook, which he casually tossed to Du Bing. "Everything you wish to know is contained within. Take tonight to ponder it. We shall await your decision here by morning." Zhou Fan leaned in, brandishing an air of authority. "Think wisely, for Brother Feng is not to be trifled with. Should he become displeased, your home may well be razed." "Silence!" Feng Zhizi snapped, dragging Zhou Fan by his collar as he vanished like a fleeting breeze. Du Bing tucked the small red booklet into his pocket, his mind preoccupied with other matters. He needed to return home. Upon arriving, he was relieved to find his parents safe and sound. He then hurried to Feng Xiang's home to confirm his well-being, which eased his anxieties completely. A subtle probing revealed that Feng Xiang had no recollection of the events of the day, leaving Du Bing astonished at the efficacy of Zhou Fan's mental influence. In truth, Du Bing had overestimated Zhou Fan's capabilities. Zhou Fan's power lay in his ability to create illusions, bolstered by an innate strength of spirit that allowed him to easily hypnotize an ordinary person, even compelling them to self-harm through mental suggestion. However, when targeting Du Bing, the effects would be significantly diminished, potentially alerting him to the manipulation. Thus, Zhou Fan had first ensnared Du Bing in an illusion and then lured out his innermost fears, leading him to believe in the reality of the fabricated scenario. Yet, such illusions could not ultimately harm Du Bing, for they were but phantoms. Once he discerned the inconsistencies, his spirit would break free. The true lethal weapon was, in fact, the vine he commanded, capable of strangling its victim to death. After dinner, Du Bing retreated to his room, extracting the small red booklet gifted by Feng Zhizi and meticulously perusing its contents. Within minutes, he had absorbed all the information, gaining a clear understanding of the Guardians of Security organization. The Guardians of Security was an entity composed entirely of ability wielders, operating independently of military structures. Directly overseen by the nation's highest authorities, tasked with addressing matters unsuitable for public military involvement. Upon joining this organization, members would enjoy numerous privileges and benefits, and their families would receive generous support. However, with rights come responsibilities. In times of urgent missions deemed beneficial to the nation, members must be prepared to face perilous situations, even at the cost of their lives. In this regard, the guardians of security resembled soldiers. The handbook stated that joining would allow direct relatives to be relocated to the ecological zone, where they would enjoy state benefits and protections akin to those afforded to regular military personnel. Just this provision alone stirred Du Bing's heart. Faced with the troubles he had stirred up, he was constantly worried that adversaries might target his parents, threatening their safety. Should he choose to join, both his and his parents' records would be sealed and classified, rendering them impervious to external scrutiny. Conversely, if he declined, he would be monitored as a potential threat. His movements meticulously documented. Any infractions would result in relentless pursuit by the guardians. Reading this, Du Bing's expression darkened. This was nothing short of a coercive ultimatum, a blatant threat. The essence of the entire booklet conveyed two messages. First, join us and reap the rewards. Second, refuse and face dire consequences. Reflecting upon these terms, Du Bing began to see the purported benefits in a much less favorable light. The promise of relocation to the ecological zone and protection could equally be interpreted as a form of surveillance, turning his parents into hostages. If he were to betray them or engage in wrongdoing, he could escape, but his parents would be trapped. It appeared that he had little choice. Zhou Fan was likely coerced into joining as well. After a moment of contemplation, Du Bing ignited the booklet in flames, reducing it to ashes. This organization, the Guardians of Security, was likely the same one that had pursued Sophie. By joining, he could glean insights into their internal workings and perhaps serve as an informant for Sophie in the future. Resolute in his decision, Du Bing dismissed any further doubts. In the end, individual strength was insufficient. Aligning with a powerful organization would provide him with a much-needed safeguard, whatever the future held. Only by becoming stronger could he seize control of his destiny. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he commenced his training. The following morning, Du Bing and Feng Xiang made their way to school, where they unexpectedly encountered Feng Zhizi and Zhou Fan. Without any apparent action from Zhou Fan, Feng Xiang stood frozen, as if he were a statue, incapable of perceiving his surroundings. Zhou Fan flashed a triumphant smile at Du Bing, revealing that his facial injuries had miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. He appeared quite handsome, with long hair that lent him the air of an artistic youth, his age similar to that of Du Bing. Feng Zhizi, however, retained his disheveled demeanor. "Have you made your decision? Will you join us?" Du Bing inhaled deeply and nodded. "I am willing to join." The Wind Child listened, a smile gracing his face. However, Zhou Fan did not appear particularly welcoming towards Du Bing, evidently still brooding over the incident from the previous day. "Very well, you have made a prudent choice. Please inform your parents that we shall depart at noon today." "Where to?" Du Bing was taken aback. The Wind Child scratched his head and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. We are heading to our headquarters in Central City. We need to bring you two newcomers back for registration and talent assessment, while also introducing you to others." Central City, one of the 9 underground cities of Huaxia, is a gathering place for half of the nation's leaders and military officials. It is often referred to as the City of Elites, being the largest, most populous, and most fortified among the 9 underground cities. Although Du Bing had ventured beyond the underground city to the black market, he remained curious about the other underground cities. "How long will it take?" Zhou Fan cast a sidelong glance at Du Bing and teased, "Are you even a man? Why are you so indecisive?" Du Bing chose not to argue, instead turning to the Wind Child. The Wind Child, stroking his chin, contemplated before saying, "The journey is quite short. It will take just about a day for the round trip. Once at the base, we will conduct various assessments and provide guidance for your extraordinary abilities, swiftly enhancing your combat prowess. Essentially, once you arrive, it is best not to return. As for your parents, we can assist in relocating them to Central City, where the living conditions are superior, making it easier for you to meet." "You mean, I can choose to return, correct? Du Bing felt a pang of nostalgia for the environment he had grown up in, particularly for the people he knew. Feng Xiang, Zhao Xuefei, Tang Feifei. His parents would likely also be reluctant to leave. Having lived there for so many years, all their acquaintances were there. The thought of moving to Central City filled him with trepidation. Considering all this, Du Bing wished to remain in Beidou City, District 12. After all, humans are inherently sentimental beings, tethered to their roots. After drifting for too long, one inevitably yearns for the comfort of home. The Wind Child seemed to comprehend Du Bing's sentiments, nodding as he said, "Indeed, you can return. In truth, we seldom have missions, so we enjoy ample leisure time. Apart from training, you may go wherever you wish, but only at the base can you receive the finest training benefits." Understood. I will return to inform my parents, and then I shall depart with you. Chapter 50. Detection above the surface. A sleek, jet-black maglev sports car raced at an astonishing speed exceeding twice the speed of sound, leaving behind a wave of dust that stretched for over a kilometer, vanishing in an instant beyond the distant horizon. Wow, this car is absolutely incredible. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as his hands roamed restlessly, occasionally uttering praises. Shouldn't we get one too? Du Bing echoed with a look of anticipation. Previously, he believed that the Phantom Maglev car was the pinnacle of speed, nearing the sound barrier. Today, however, he realized that there existed even more advanced vehicles capable of surpassing twice the speed of sound. The power of technology was indeed formidable. The madman chuckled with pride. "Huh? Kids, this is no toy. It cannot be casually given to you, unless your abilities reach my level and you accumulate sufficient contributions to exchange for the black magic car. In truth, this car is not even the fastest. The military has developed a vehicle capable of reaching 3 times the speed of sound, known as the kamikaze car. You must understand, the most advanced technologies are always first applied in the military. Our Security Guardians organization, although independent of the military system, can also enjoy various research achievements from scientific institutions. Once we reach the base, I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. The development of maglev cars is merely a byproduct of the scientific institution's research into spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. As Earth's ecological environment deteriorates, experts predict that within 30 years, it will completely collapse. At that point, with oceans submerging the land, humanity, even if hiding in underground cities, will eventually face doom. Thus, nations have long set their sights on planetary colonization, focusing on developing transport warships for swift travel between planets, which remains the utmost priority. The maglev car, a tool that can only be utilized on planetary surfaces, is essentially a means for the military to amass wealth. The daytime Earth's surface starkly contrasts with nighttime. Without the ozone layer and atmospheric shield, the scorching sun beats down, rendering the landscape desolate as the ground simmers like a furnace, while nighttime brings a bone-chilling cold, with temperatures low enough to crack the earth. Such weather renders survival impossible, even for those with abilities. The howling winds whip up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring any signs of life. Approximately 5 hours later, a shadow of a city appeared on the horizon. "Ahead lies Urumqi," the Wind Child remarked. "The central city is constructed beneath the ruins of this city." Du Bing inquired curiously, "Why build it in such a remote location?" Zhou Fan grinned. "How do you not understand geography? Urumqi is situated in Xinjiang, and with rising ocean levels, the submergence of land is inevitable, the deeper into the inland, the safer it is." The Wind Child nodded in agreement. Zhou Fan is right. The central city is the earliest constructed and most time-consuming among the 9 underground cities. The ruins above have been transformed into military fortresses, now designated as military jurisdictions, permanently garrisoned by troops. Without special permits, no one can enter. However, we have our internal passage and need not use the militaries. Long before leaving Beidou City, Du Bing learned that there was more than one entrance leading from an underground city to the outside world. Most exits were controlled by the military, while a few were held by other factions. For instance, the Security Guardians organization possesses dedicated access points in each underground city, although they can also utilize military exits. When departing Beidou City, the Wind Child led Du Bing through a passage controlled by the military. Upon entering the city, Du Bing noticed numerous figures moving within many buildings, soldiers stationed throughout. The Wind Child drove into a residential district, parking in a garage with its doors shutting behind them. Zhou Fan paused. Mad bro, why did you bring us into this little dark room? You aren't planning to. I'm a straight man. You brat. Are you itching for a beating? Watch your mouth. Du Bing remained silent, sensing through his metallic abilities that the garage was, in fact, an elevator, operating so smoothly that one would hardly notice its descent. With a swish, the wall before them suddenly rose, illuminating the space. Get out. We're home, little novices. The Wind Child cheerfully declared as he exited the car, dramatically inhaling the air, murmuring about the sweet scent that enveloped him. Ah, my darling. The most handsome man in the wind has returned. Suddenly, a deep blue beam shot forth, and the Wind Child swiftly dodged. But the black magic car behind him was struck, instantly transforming into a block of ice. Both Du Bing and Zhou Fan, just having exited the vehicle, shivered at the sight. At that moment, a venomous female voice rang out. Damn you, madman. If you keep calling me that, I'll shred you to pieces. Du Bing turned to see a woman in the same uniform as the Wind Child, not far off, holding a small handgun. The freezing beam had emanated from that exquisitely crafted little gun. While the same uniform appeared awkward on the Wind Child, it suited this woman perfectly, as she was undeniably beautiful. Her short black hair framed a delicate face, her lively dark eyes sparkling, and her petite mouth exuding charm. Most striking, however, were her proud, perky assets, which strained against her top, causing the zipper to become stuck and revealing a tantalizing glimpse of skin. Is this the pair of newcomers you brought? The Wind Child chuckled. This stunning beauty is our base's chief administrator, Shui Qianjiao, nicknamed Nanny, a genetically modified warrior. Genetically modified warrior? Du Bing was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a concept, seemingly distinct from those with abilities. Upon hearing her nickname, Shui Qianjiao's forehead tensed with visible veins, her beautiful eyes reflecting fury. However, before she could unleash her wrath, the Wind Child, with a mischievous grin, vanished like the wind. I'm off to find my lovely Siyu. Nanny, you're far too fierce, not a hint of tenderness. You madman. If I catch you, you'll regret it. Shui Qianjiao shouted through gritted teeth. Once the Wind Child departed, Zhou Fan approached with a glint in his eyes, smiling lewdly. Hello, beautiful. I am known for my tall, handsome, carefree demeanor, the charming Zhou Fan. As the saying goes, handsome men are matched with beautiful women. Here, a flower for you. A radiant rose appeared in his hand, the result of his plant manipulation abilities. Zhou Fan's father was the CEO of a biological research company, a classic rich second generation, and through his father's connections, he secured many plant seeds to carry with him. The rose was vibrant and exuded a unique fragrance. Shui Qianjiao displayed a smile, seemingly pleased, as she slowly reached for the rose. Zhou Fan's smile grew more self-satisfied. He had won the hearts of many female classmates with this trick. In the cold, dreary underground city, a single flower held immense value. Yet, Shui Qianjiao's smile remained, but her hands suddenly clenched, crushing the flower and tossing it to the ground. You little brat, how dare you tease me? She pulled the trigger, and a blue beam shot toward Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan lacked the terrifying speed of the Wind Child and was immediately ensnared, transforming instantly into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Du Bing couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Shui Qianjiao approached, tapped the ice sculpture lightly, and with a smile remarked, Young man, when it comes to wooing, mere sweet words are insufficient. One must possess strength. Reflect on this. You won't freeze to death right away. Then, she turned to Du Bing, arching an eyebrow and asking, Why are you silent? Du Bing managed a faint smile. Having witnessed Zhou Fan's fate, he dared not provoke this enchanting lady. Hello, Miss Qianjiao, I am Du Bing. Ah, you are quite obedient. She replied, seemingly pleased with his response. Come with me. We shall conduct a test. Shui Qianjiao led Du Bing into a room the size of half a football field, filled with an array of instruments. She stood before one of the devices, manipulated it for a moment, and pointed to a black track on the floor. approximately 30 meters long. First, let's test your basic physical fitness. Run to the end of this track as fast as you can. Du Bing nodded, took a deep breath, bent forward, and propelled himself forward, reaching the end of the track in a flash. He returned, looking expectantly at Xue Qianjiao. Her response was nonchalant, instantaneous burst speed, 45 ms, average. Next, let's evaluate your physical strength. Lift that gravity sensor. Du Bing complied, and after the assessment, she stated, physical strength, 420 gene, average. Now, let's test your striking technique. Hit that punching bag with your maximum power. Punching power, 340 gene, technique, poor. Hearing her evaluations of average, and poor, Du Bing felt disheartened, questioning his own abilities. For the final assessment, she instructed, now, unleash your unique ability with full force. Taking a deep breath, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he concentrated intensely. His metallic powers erupted, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. His skin transformed into a lustrous gold. His hair and eyelashes shimmering in the same hue, resembling a golden statue. He pointed at a nearby iron disc, which levitated into the air. A series of reports emerged from the device in front of Xue Qianjiao. Metal manipulator, ill-level mid-range energy intensity. Ability traits, skin metallicization, enhanced defense. Slight increase in strength. Ability trait, telekinesis over metal. Xue Qianjiao recorded the results with a calm demeanor, clearly indicating that Du Bing's performance was not particularly remarkable. Just as she was about to ask him to cease, Du Bing suddenly conjured a fireball in one hand and a swirling vortex of cold in the other. The screen displayed detection of fire energy, ice energy, energy intensity, E-level late stage, detection of vast latent ice and fire energy, potential assessment, E-level, D-level. Xue Qianjiao stared in disbelief as the potential assessment letters fluctuated, climbing to A level before swiftly ascending to S level. S level potential, she gasped, astonished as she looked at Du Bing. However, at that moment, the previously stable letter began to tremble, and the characters on the screen shifted once more. Chapter 51. Acquaintances. Upon noticing the 3 question marks that suddenly appeared on the screen, Xue Qianjiao's rosy lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Jiao Jia, has the test concluded? Du Bing inquired, observing Xue Qianjiao standing motionless. What were the results? Startled, Xue Qianjiao snapped back to reality, instinctively responding, not bad, not bad. Du Bing retracted his ability, a frown of frustration creasing his brow. He had anticipated that possessing 3 types of abilities would surely earn him praise from Xue Qianjiao, only to be met with a mere not bad. It appeared that someone of his caliber was destined to be among the lowest ranks in the organization. At that moment, the door to the testing room swung open. A tall man with a stern expression and piercing gaze strode in, clad entirely in black, a leather trench coat, a black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes. His voice emanated a chilling tone as he spoke. Qianjiao, have you left something at the entrance? Just then, a drenched figure entered, sneezing and sniffling. It was Zhou Fan. He cast a resentful glance at Xue Qianjiao, but dared not speak further. The man in black glanced at Du Bing and nodded slightly before continuing. The boss instructed me to finish their tests and bring them to the conference room to meet everyone. I understand. I'll do it right away. Xue Qianjiao turned to Zhou Fan, sharply instructing, little rookie, hurry up and take the test. Once Zhou Fan's results were revealed, Du Bing felt a wave of equilibrium wash over him. Zhou Fan's speed, strength, and technique were even more dismal than his own. His plant and illusion abilities were rated E, with one in mid-E and the other in early E. He also possessed a mental potential rated B. After the tests, Xue Qianjiao led the 2 to the conference room. Upon entering, they found several individuals already present, 5 men and 2 women, including Xue Qianjiao, Du Bing, and Zhou Fan. There were precisely 10 people. The Wind Child and the stern man in the black coat were among them. A short, round-faced, middle-aged man occupied the center, exuding a formidable aura. He smiled and welcomed the 2 newcomers. Welcome to our little brotherhood. Xue Qianjiao introduced him. This is our security team's leader, Zhou Hongwei. An S rank with lightning abilities, codenamed Thunder God. S rank. Du Bing inhaled sharply, realizing the source of the pressure he felt from the man, who had evidently restrained his aura. This was the fourth S rank he had encountered. Sophie, the shadow demon, the man in the white tang suit, and now this Thunder God. Just by his title, one could imagine his might. The Wind Child lounged on a sofa more than 3 meters long, yet he was the sole occupant. He muttered, "Thunder God? I think Thunder Cannon sounds catchier." Zhou Hongwei seemed to hear him, turning his gaze. The Wind Child immediately straightened, giving a thumbs up. "Boss, you are our organization's top expert. You two should aim to follow his lead, understand?" Shui Qianjiao shot him a glare, adding, "This shameless fellow is Zhou Zifeng, a wind ability user, codenamed Madman, an A rank. His only talent is running fast." The Wind Child, Zhou Zifeng, feigned anger. "Jiao Jiao, how can you intentionally belittle me? I am clearly an S rank expert." Before Shui Qianjiao could respond, a young man in a white robe, holding a long sword as if he had stepped out of ancient times, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Madman, you truly are shameless. You might reach the S rank threshold with your speed, but your attack power is woefully inadequate." Zhou Zifeng sprang to his feet, unperturbed, retorting, "You scoundrel Zhang, this is pure jealousy. I am the most handsome man in the wind, simply faster than you." The white-robed swordsman reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaping up and unsheathing his sword. The blade shimmered coolly like autumn water, vibrating with an ethereal resonance. "You are the scoundrel. I am the sword saint, and I challenge you." Zhou Hongwei's expression darkened, and he interjected, "Have you two finished your antics? Do you not feel ashamed in front of the two newcomers?" The others, however, seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such behavior. Shui Qianjiao continued her introductions without faltering. "The one with the sword is Zhang Jianren, an A-rank warrior with formidable attack power, self-proclaimed sword saint." At last, she added, "This fellow is a narcissist and has a penchant for cross-dressing, so it's best to keep your distance." Zhou Fan couldn't help but chuckle, leaning towards Du Bing, whispering, "Zhang scoundrel? Who would name themselves that?" With a sharp, clear sound of the sword's resonance, Zhou Fan's pants tore, and his expression changed drastically. Clutching his pants, he hid behind Du Bing, casting a terrified glance at Zhang Jianren, no longer daring to speak out. Du Bing was equally startled, having missed the moment the sword was drawn. Yet he had surmised the identity of the sword-wielding man, the one who had pursued Sophie, with attack power rivaling that of an S rank, striking with lightning speed. In the room, 2 melodious laughs rang out, those of the 2 women. Both were exceedingly beautiful, and as they observed the flustered Zhou Fan and the bewildered Du Bing, they covered their mouths and giggled adorably. One girl stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Song Siyu." True to her name, Song Siyu was a gentle and graceful girl, her smile revealing 2 adorable dimples. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like stars, twinkling as they fixed on Du Bing. Du Bing was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to shake her hand. "Hello, I'm Du Bing." Song Siyu's delicate hand felt like it was made of silk, smooth and fair, a veritable beauty. She appeared to be slightly younger than Du Bing. Upon seeing such a delicate beauty, Zhou Fan's interest piqued, and he reached out from behind Du Bing to shake her hand. As Song Siyu lightly grasped his hand, she withdrew it with a smile, saying, "Thank you for calling me beautiful. You are much more serious than this scoundrel Zhou Fan, whose mind is filled with thoughts of pursuing girls." Both Du Bing and Zhou Fan froze, astonished at Song Siyu's words. Du Bing had merely thought to himself that Song Siyu was beautiful, but had not voiced it. How did she know? Zhou Fan was equally taken aback, as he had just contemplated how to win Song Siyu's affection. With her crescent moon-shaped eyes curving into a smile reminiscent of a clever little fox, she continued, "My code name is Listening Heart. My ability is telepathy, allowing me to sense the thoughts of other beings, animals, plants, any life form." No wonder. Du Bing was astounded by her ability to perceive others' thoughts. With such a power, what secrets could one possibly hold in her presence? Zhou Fan wore a pained expression, contemplating how he could maintain his suave demeanor with a girlfriend possessing such an ability. Song Siyu seemed to intuit their thoughts and laughed. "My ability is still quite weak. I can only sense thoughts through physical contact. As for the boss and the others, their abilities are stronger than mine, and unless they willingly open their minds, I cannot perceive their thoughts. Upon hearing this clarification, Du Bing finally felt relieved. It seemed that all abilities had their weaknesses. In moments of vulnerability, one often resorts to cunning and unconventional tactics for victory. Only after honing their skills does the true power of their abilities rise. Another girl stepped forward, extending her hand. I am Yin Jingjing. Du Bing hesitated for a moment before briefly shaking Yin Jingjing's delicate hand, quickly releasing it thereafter. Yin Jingjing, with her long black hair, an oval face, slender willow-like brows, a refined nose, and petite cherry lips, possessed exquisitely delicate features, adorned in a white dress. She gazed at Du Bing and suddenly remarked, You are wearing black underwear, aren't you? Du Bing's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, How did you know? Laughter erupted in the room, even eliciting a faint smile from the stoic man in black. Song Siu giggled, saying, Sister Yan's abilities include X-ray vision and healing. She is a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family and is also well-versed in Western medicine, earning her the moniker Miraculous Hand Yin Wang. Upon learning of her X-ray vision, Du Bing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Zhou Fan firmly clasped his legs together, entirely dismissing any thoughts about the women in the room. One with violent tendencies, another who could read minds, and yet another with X-ray vision. Indeed, female extraordinary beings are not to be trifled with. Xue Qianjiao proceeded to introduce the remaining two individuals. The bespectacled young man, Yan Xuejing, aged 22 and codenamed Glasses, was an intellectual prodigy with an IQ of 320. Possessing remarkable mental acuity and mastery over various fields such as physics, chemistry, mechanics, and design, in addition to being a doctoral advisor at a prestigious science academy. Du Bing couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. The man clad in a black trench coat, Li Xinxiang, a genetically modified warrior with the ability of eagle-eyed vision and night sight, had previously served in the military. He was well-versed in martial arts and had invented a unique style that integrated marksmanship with combat techniques. The Security Guardians organization housed exceptional talents. Finally, Xue Qianjiao introduced Du Bing and Zhou Fan's abilities, and thus everyone became acquainted. Zhou Hongwei smiled and said, Du Bing is proficient in 3 abilities, metal manipulation, fire, and ice. She can also transform her body with her powers and unleash energy attacks, so I will leave her training under the guidance of the madman. Zhou Fan, skilled in illusion and plant abilities, leaned more towards the mental realm, making him a fitting partner for Siu and Jingjing to train together, mutually enhancing their powers. Upon hearing that he could train alongside 2 beautiful women, Zhou Fan cheered, Boss, you are brilliant. Du Bing, however, gazed exasperatedly at the disheveled madman, covering her forehead, pondering the vast disparities among people. After a brief gathering, Xue Qianjiao guided Du Bing and Zhou Fan around the base, helping them familiarize themselves with their surroundings, as they were to commence a 7-day training regimen for their extraordinary abilities starting the next day. Additionally, Du Bing learned that the security guardians were not limited to their small group. There were branches in 8 other underground cities, each led by at least a B-level extraordinary being. Currently, Du Bing and Zhou Fan were the weakest among the security guardians. Nonetheless, Du Bing remained resolute, believing that she would grow ever stronger. Chapter 52, Yearning for Homebang. As Du Bing lay nestled in his warm bed, a sudden loud crash reverberated through the air as his door was forcefully kicked open. Rise and shine, rookie. It's time for some physical training. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Zifeng dragged the half-asleep Du Bing, clad only in his underwear, to the training room. Along the way, they encountered Yin Jingjing, the girl with the ability to see through things. Her playful smile made Du Bing wish he could dig a hole and hide in it. You crazy lunatic. I swear I will kill you. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Use your strongest attack against me. The training room was a completely sealed enclave, its walls composed of specialized alloys designed for the creation of mechanized warriors, capable of withstanding the full force of an A-class ability user. Frost Needle, Fireball, Mist. Du Bing had no sewing needles at his disposal, so he resorted to utilizing his ice and fire abilities to attack Zhou Zifeng. However, no matter what he conjured. He could not land a blow on Zhou Zifeng. A swirling vortex of wind surrounded Zhou Zifeng, rendering Du Bing's ice needles and fireballs into mere fragments the moment they approached the cyclone. This is unfair. What kind of training is this? It's clearly a case of the strong bullying the weak. If you have the guts, let us fight without our abilities. Du Bing glared defiantly at Zhou Zifeng, who unexpectedly chuckled and agreed. All right, I relish the sensation of fighting with my fists. Within a mere 5 minutes, Du Bing found himself crying out for mercy. Stop. I concede. Please, no more. Zhou Zifeng, blowing on his fist, looked at Du Bing, who was bruised and battered, and laughed heartily. Did you really think you could defeat me without your abilities? Clearly, you have yet to grasp the hierarchy among ability users. Allow me to enlighten you. Generally speaking, to be classified as an E-class ability user, one must possess physical strength exceeding double that of an ordinary person and a speed reaching 20 ms. D-class requires strength 5 times that of a normal person and a speed of 50 ms. C-class is defined by strength 10 times greater and a speed of 100 ms. B-class entails strength 50 times that of an ordinary person and a speed of 200 ms. A-class users are those whose strength reaches 100 times that of an average individual and whose speed approaches the sound barrier. What about S-class ability users? Du Bing inquired curiously. Zhou Zifeng shook his head. S-class individuals no longer rely on physical combat. They prefer energy-based attacks. Take our boss. For instance, one flick of his wrist could summon a bolt of lightning that would obliterate you. Lightning is particularly lethal to those with metal abilities. So beware if you ever encounter one. And what about genetically modified soldiers? Du Bing had wanted to ask this question during the introduction yesterday, but refrained due to the presence of Xue Qianjiao and Li Xinxiang. Now, emboldened by Zhou Zifeng's candid demeanor, he sought clarity. Zhou Zifeng, without hesitation, explained, "We ability users are essentially the result of genetic mutations that grant us special powers. Genetically modified soldiers follow a similar principle. Their bodies are infused with the genes of other organisms to acquire certain abilities. These soldiers are produced by the military, and the initial success rate is abysmally low. Out of 100, barely one survives. Some perish during the genetic fusion trials, while others undergo drastic personality changes, becoming like wild beasts driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed, ultimately exterminated by the military. Only a select few manage to survive, gain abilities, and retain their sanity." Upon hearing this, Du Bing's expression shifted drastically. He had not realized that genetic soldiers were artificially created. This revelation suggested that Xue Qianjiao and Li Xinxiang were both products of military experimentation. It was no wonder that one exhibited violent tendencies while the other carried an icy demeanor and was taciturn. Zhou Zifeng sighed, shaking his head. In truth, they are both pitiable souls. Xue Qianjiao and Li Xinxiang were among the earliest genetically modified soldiers, subjected to inhumane training, which explains their extreme personalities. Du Bing silently nodded, feeling a surge of sympathy for the two. What are their power levels? During the initial introduction, their levels had not been disclosed, and Du Bing lacked a clear understanding of their capabilities. Xue Qianjiao has integrated the genes of a jaguar, granting her explosive muscle power and remarkable speed. By sheer velocity, she ranks at C-class, with strength approximately 8 times that of a normal person, classifying her as D-class. However, considering her military assassination training and rich combat experience, she can be regarded as C-class. Du Bing's jaw dropped in shock, his confusion evident. Is that even possible? Zhou Zifeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Listen, kid. Do not be misled by mere statistics regarding speed and strength. A person's overall combat effectiveness cannot be distilled down to those factors alone. Take Zhang, for instance. Despite his speed not reaching S-class, in a real fight, even a typical S-class user might not stand a chance against him. Du Bing was struck by a realization, his face growing grave. This was akin to how he had slain the Lone Wolf. Although Lone Wolf was an ordinary person, his assassination skills and laser eye provided him the opportunity to potentially kill Du Bing in his current state. And what about Li Xinxiang? Was that his original name? Zhou Zifeng shook his head. Li Xinxiang's birth name was Li Fei, He was once a sniper in the military. Later, he participated in the genetic soldier modification program, successfully fusing with the genes of a falcon, gaining night vision and keen eyesight. Nothing escapes his gaze from a kilometer away. His physical strength is average, and his speed is not remarkable, placing him at D class, yet he has managed to kill multiple B class ability users. What? Du Bing exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Li Xinxiang's achievements. D-class strength defeating B-class ability users was an astounding feat. Zhou Zifeng appeared to have anticipated Du Bing's reaction, chuckling slyly. What is so surprising about that? After all, he wields a gun, with a sufficiently powerful weapon in hand. Taking down an A-class ability user is within the realm of possibility. Weapons are part of one's strength. Yin Xuejing, our organization's weapons design genius, will craft you a suitable weapon in a few days. Du Bing was left with a profound impression of this exceptionally astute and talented individual. All right, the tale has been told. It is time to commence your formal training. Based on your performance just now, your technique in utilizing your abilities is somewhat rudimentary, yet adequate for the moment. Therefore, your primary focus should be on accumulating energy and enhancing your physical condition. Du Bing steeled himself. His spirit ignited upon realizing the prowess of others around him. Whatever training methods you have, bring them on. The madman chuckled ominously and dragged Du Bing, still clad only in his underwear, into another room. Inside, there lay a massive iron ball with a diameter of 1 meter. Before the ball stood a staircase over 5 meters high. This is a training apparatus designed specifically for you. This iron ball weighs 600 pounds, and there are 33 steps in total. Your task is to use your metal ability to roll this iron ball up the steps, one by one, until you have exhausted every last ounce of your energy. Once you've replenished your energy through training, continue pushing the iron ball. I term this method the extreme training method. Du Bing gazed at the imposing black iron sphere, swallowing hard. Previously, he had only dabbled with sewing needles. Now he was faced with the challenge of maneuvering this colossal 600-pound mass. He had secretly attempted to lift the iron ball earlier and found himself utterly incapable of making it budge. Zhou Zifeng remarked that our base is equipped with a gravity chamber, a vacuum chamber, and a virtual combat energy room, which, I believe, Qian Zhao showed you yesterday. Henceforth, each morning, you should first engage in an hour of physical strength training in the gravity chamber, followed by 3 hours of metal abilities training here. Then 3 hours of ice and fire abilities in the vacuum chamber, and finally, hone your combat skills in the virtual combat energy room. Du Bing nodded in response, casting a somewhat astonished glance at the seemingly disheveled madman. He had not anticipated that beneath that chaotic exterior lay a remarkably sensible training regimen. However, once he delved into the actual practice, Du Bing truly grasped the extent of the madman's extreme training methods and their daunting nature. He propelled an iron ball using his metal abilities until every last fragment of his energy was exhausted, only to begin his training anew, repeating this grueling cycle. After 3 hours, the excruciating pain, akin to a splitting headache, almost drove Du Bing to madness. Yet, he persevered, for he sensed the benefits of such rigorous training. The gravity chamber is a training facility capable of adjusting gravitational forces. When Du Bing first entered an environment with double gravity, the formidable force seemed to bypass his physical form, directly impacting his brain, blood, and internal organs. Every movement here required immense effort, leading to rapid depletion of his stamina. Fortunately, the energy fluid provided within the base enabled swift recovery of his strength, replenishing the energy and nutrients his cells required, an invention supposedly conceived by the glasses-wearing scholar during his time at the Scientific Academy. The vacuum chamber is not a true vacuum, but rather a space with extremely low temperatures, simulating a similar vacuum state. Within this chamber, the motion of energy molecules is markedly sluggish, greatly diminishing the efficacy of energy attacks. To withstand the frigid conditions, Du Bing had to continuously expend fire abilities while simultaneously harnessing his ice abilities to attempt to condense ice blocks. At normal temperatures, he could form ice at just a few degrees below zero. However, in the vacuum chamber, with temperatures plummeting near absolute zero, He could only solidify robust ice blocks if the coldness of his ice abilities surpassed the ambient temperature. Finally, the virtual combat energy room. A space adorned with weaponry capable of launching freezing rays, flames, and wind blades, serves as the ultimate training ground for real combat scenarios. Initially, on the first day, Du Bing found himself on the brink of collapse from the relentless training. On the second day, he harbored thoughts of murdering Zhou Zifeng, the architect of this extreme regimen. By the third day, he even contemplated fleeing the safety of the base. Yet, by the seventh day, Du Bing began to acclimate to this form of training, even developing a fondness for the relentless pursuit of self-improvement and surpassing his limits. Consequently, he voluntarily extended his training schedule by 3 days, delaying his return home. In the virtual combat energy room, Du Bing lay on the ground, battered and bruised. A gash marred his face, a remnant of a wind blade's assault, revealing glimpses of his white facial bone. His right leg bore the marks of severe frostbite, while his left arm and chest were marred by burns from fierce flames. With a whoosh, the door swung open, and Zhou Zifeng entered, observing the exhausted Du Bing, whose eyes struggled to remain open. He shook his head, gesturing with a wave of his hand, enveloping Du Bing in a swirl of azure energy, lifting him effortlessly into the air. You truly are a masochist. Du Bing chuckled weakly, devoid of the strength to engage in banter with the madman. This had become a daily routine. After his training sessions, Zhou Zifeng would take him to Yin Jingjing for treatment, allowing him to emerge the next day revitalized and full of vigor. Madman, I yearn to return home. Chapter 53. Training Results. Treatment Room. Yin Jingjing gazed at the battered Du Bing, who lay sleeping in the treatment liquid, and couldn't help but shake her head, a hint of sympathy flickering across her delicate features. Crazy fool, what kind of training regimen have you devised that leaves Du Bing in such a state every day? Her beautiful eyes glinted frostily as she glared at Zhou Zifeng, embodying the fierce protectiveness of a hen guarding her chick. Zhou Zifeng managed a wry smile. I never anticipated this kid's madness. I thought he would take a break when it became too much for him. Yin Jingjing huffed. Do you think everyone is as sly as you? I'm too tired to argue. Let him sleep here tonight. Zhou Zifeng rubbed his nose and grinned mischievously. You two are alone together, both at that fiery age. I can't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Bah! You lunatic, you deserve a beating. Yin Jingjing retorted, her cheeks flushing as she brandished a scalpel at Zhou Zifeng, though she only struck air. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and they could faintly hear his manic laughter echoing outside. Returning to the side of the treatment pod, Yin Jingjing observed the boy, clad only in his undergarments and submerged in the healing liquid, a sudden warmth rising to her cheeks. For 10 consecutive days, Du Bing had sought her treatment, making her his most frequent acquaintance in the base, aside from the madman. While others overlooked Du Bing's transformation, Yin Jingjing perceived it distinctly. The originally slender boy, after 10 days of extreme training, had developed a more defined and chiseled visage, his physique becoming robust and upright, muscles well-defined, as if sculpted by a master artisan. You foolish boy, you have no regard for your own well-being. Collecting her thoughts, Yin Jingjing summoned forth a soft, milky glow from her palms, enveloping Du Bing entirely. The luminescence penetrated his skin, infusing his blood and bones. After absorbing this energy, every cell in Du Bing's body surged with vitality, rapidly dividing, growing, and healing. This was one of Yin Jingjing's unique abilities, healing. The treatment liquid Du Bing used was merely standard fare, far inferior to the life essence, which was exorbitantly costly at 100 million energy points per use, a price Du Bing could not afford for daily applications. Nevertheless, even the ordinary treatment liquid, combined with Yin Jingjing's healing prowess, yielded remarkable results. The lacerations on Du Bing's face gradually mended, while the burns on his left arm and chest began to heal, and the bruising on his right leg slowly receded. Almost as if on cue, Du Bing opened his eyes, having developed a conditioned reflex to the regimen dictated by his training plan. With a swift motion, he sat up in the treatment pod, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of the beautiful girl sleeping beside him, her long black hair cascading over her neck, revealing her exquisitely rounded profile, with the corners of her mouth gently curved, as if lost in a delightful dream. Jingjing, how did you end up sleeping here? Did she stay with me all night? The thought stirred a deep sense of gratitude within Du Bing. He cautiously climbed out of the treatment pod, careful not to disturb Yin Jingjing. The treatment room housed a changing area filled with spare uniforms, and since ENT brought an extra set of clothes, he would don a new uniform each time his attire was damaged. Dressed in the uniform, he admired himself in the mirror, feeling quite pleased. The upper half of the uniform was a green base with a yellow circle emblazoned on the chest, featuring a green cross in its center. The trousers were also green, complemented by comfortable white athletic shoes. This outfit was the finest he had ever worn. He quietly took an additional uniform top and approached Yin Jingjing from behind, draping it over her shoulders. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang, startling Yin Jingjing awake. Zhou Zifeng swaggered in, the only person in the entire base who would enter through the door with his foot. "What the hell, Xiao Bingbing, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, astonished to see Du Bing draping a garment over Yin Jingjing. Yin Jingjing, still bleary-eyed, turned to see Du Bing standing behind her, holding the clothing. Caught in an awkward moment, Du Bing stood frozen, uncertain whether to continue draping the garment. "I wasn't doing anything. I just didn't want Jingjing to catch a chill," he stammered. Zhou Zifeng, however, regarded him with a mischievous glint in his eye, winking suggestively. "Draping clothes, I get it. Many romances begin with such gestures. First, you drape. Then you undress. Ha ha ha." Yin Jingjing's face turned crimson, and she seized a bottle of an unidentified potion from beside her, tossing it at Zhou Zifeng. "I'll teach you to speak nonsense." Zhou Zifeng adeptly caught the vial, chuckling. "Whoa, little Jingjing is shy. But enough of that. I'm here to inform Xiao Bingbing that the boss has approved your return home." "Really?" Du Bing's heart soared with joy. He had been deeply concerned about his parents during his time away. Upon leaving, he had told them he was merely going to accompany for a brief internship. With graduation from high school approaching, most students, except those absolutely certain of their admission to prestigious institutions or those from affluent families, would seek employment in various companies. Even if it meant starting with menial tasks like cleaning or serving tea, as long as they could avoid factory work. Even Fong Xiang had been subtly influenced by Zhou Fan's mental suggestion, convincing him that Du Bing was indeed engaged in an internship, thus providing cover for him in front of teachers and classmates. "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you?" Zhou Zifeng produced a small green booklet from his pocket and tossed it to Du Bing. "This is your officer's certificate. With this, you can apply for your parents' relocation to the military housing district in Area 12 of Beidou City." Originally, Lei Shenzhou Hongwei had offered to assist in relocating Du Bing's family to Central City, but Du Bing had declined, fearing his parents would struggle to adapt to a new environment. Du Bing opened the officer's certificate and examined it. It bore his likeness along with his rank. Du Bing, Lieutenant, affiliated with the Special Classified Unit. "Not a small title, is it?" Zhou Zifeng remarked. The rank of lieutenant was equivalent to a company-grade officer, a position not easily attained. Zhou Zifeng chuckled. "It's merely a nominal title. You have no command authority. Your information has already been transmitted to the intelligence system of the Beidou City Military District, so there's no issue." Du Bing nodded, elated as he tucked the officer's certificate away. Graduates from the Military God Academy were awarded ranks based on their performance, with the best typically achieving only the rank of second lieutenant, while most held non-commissioned ranks like private, sergeant, or staff sergeant. For Du Bing, this was a meteoric rise. To protect his identity, upon returning to Beidou City, he would be arranged to attend the Military God Academy, which offered a favorable environment for training, ensuring that his parents' relocation to the military housing district would raise no suspicions. Given Du Bing's prior aspirations to attend the Military God Academy and his desire to return to Beidou City, Zhou Hongwei had facilitated his entry into the academy. Given their capabilities, arranging an officer's certificate and official information was a mere trifle for the security personnel. "By the way, can you help get my friend into the Military God Academy as well?" Now that he was on the ascent, Du Bing naturally wished to remember his good friend Fong Xiang. Zhou Zifeng furrowed his brow, glaring at Du Bing. "Do not overreach, young man. The benefits of our organization are reserved solely for immediate family. They do not extend to your distant relatives. Moreover, our leader despises such self-serving conduct. Du Bing sighed in disappointment. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to understand the organization's principles and Zhou Hongwei's character, which was undeniably upright, always prioritizing the nation's interests. However, Zhou Zifeng shifted his tone, a mischievous smile appearing. Occasional favoritism is permissible, but let this be a one-time affair. Du Bing nodded vigorously, feeling an unexpected fondness for the eccentric, almost wishing to rush forward and bestow a kiss upon him. Yes, yes, I assure you there will be no second time. Then let us proceed. Everyone is waiting for you in the conference room to bid you farewell. Du Bing hesitated. Before I leave, I would like to visit the ability testing room to assess the results of my training over the past few days. Very well. Take Xiao Jingjing with you. I will inform the others to join us. Before Du Bing could respond, Zhou Zifeng vanished like a gust of wind, leaving behind a perturbed Du Bing. The madman was always so tempestuous. The ability testing room was the same one where Xue Qianjiao had initially conducted tests on Du Bing. Yan Jingjing stood before the testing equipment, smiling and nodding at Du Bing. Ready? We can begin. We will first assess your speed, followed by strength, then striking technique, and finally, the intensity of your abilities. Du Bing nodded, taking a deep breath as he positioned himself on the track. Although the track was only 30 meters long, it was equipped with motion sensors to record instantaneous and average speeds. With a swift burst, Du Bing dashed to the end of the track and came to a halt. Next, he moved to the weight sensitivity sensor, then to the punching target, and finally unleashed his full ability. A golden radiance erupted, transforming his skin to a resplendent gold, emanating a luminous glow reminiscent of precious metal. His skin had undergone a metallic transformation, although his ability was still confined to the dermal layer. Du Bing sensed that his skin's hardness had more than doubled compared to 10 days prior, akin to a gilded coating now forged from pure gold. The quality had undoubtedly improved. In quick succession, two more formidable auras surged forth, an intense, blazing heat and a chilling, icy cold, each dominating one side of his body, presenting him as a magnificent figure, akin to a deity capable of wielding both fire and water. Yan Jingjing was momentarily astounded by the sight before her. Du Bing, enveloped in flames and frost, radiated golden light, resembling an impervious golden statue. At that moment, the door swung open, and a group entered, led by the Thunder God, Zhou Hongwei. Indeed, there is progress. It appears that our madman has proven to be quite an effective coach. Zhou Hongwei chuckled, casting a glance at Zhou Zifeng, who responded with a triumphant cackle. Ha ha ha. As the most handsome man in the wind, my disciples are certainly exceptional. Song Siyu inquired curiously, Sister Jingjing, how did Du Bing fare in his training? Yan Jingjing glanced at the screen, seemingly satisfied, and nodded. Speed has increased to 63 ms, with physical strength at 840 gene, equivalent to 8 times that of an average person. In terms of physical prowess, he has already entered the realm of D-class ability users. The threshold for D-class ability users is 5 times the strength of an average individual and a speed exceeding 50 ms. When Du Bing first arrived, his strength was 420 gene and his speed was 45 ms, already quite close to the standard. After 10 days of rigorous training, his strength had doubled, and his speed increased by 1/3, a feat largely attributed to the gravity chamber and the supply of energy liquid. The others were not particularly surprised by this. The metallic ability had reached the late E class. The ice and fire abilities had entered the mid-D class. Chapter 54, Biological Intelligence Brain, Ice and Fire Abilities. Has he entered mid-level D? Xue Qianjiao exclaimed in astonishment. Just 10 days prior, when she conducted a test on Du Bing, his ice and fire abilities were merely at the late E level. Now, not only had he ascended 1 level, but he had also traversed 2 stages. The classification of abilities consists of 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S, each of which is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. Generally, advancing from early to mid and from mid to late within the same level is relatively easier. However, Progressing from E-level to D-level and from D-level to C-level poses significant challenges. The higher the ability level, the more arduous the advancement becomes. Take Fengzi, for instance. His speed has long reached the S level, yet his energy and attack power remain stagnant at A level. Without a special opportunity, he might languish at A level for many years, or possibly indefinitely. The leap from A level to S level is substantial, which is why S level powerhouses are exceedingly rare, representing the pinnacle of their respective nations. Such remarkable progress. Zhou Zifeng was equally taken aback. In recent days, he had allowed Du Bing to train independently in the virtual combat energy chamber, refraining from sparring as they had on the first day. While the onlookers were astonished, none were more surprised than Zhou Fan. Having joined the security guardians alongside Du Bing, he too had been diligently training over the past 10 days, but his rate of improvement paled in comparison to Du Bing's. How has he made such strides? Zhou Fan's expression was peculiar. Deep down, he was a proud individual. After awakening his abilities, he felt distinctly exceptional, even a genius. A few weeks ago, Fengzi had confronted him, and after realizing their disparity, Zhou Fan sought to join the security guardians to enhance his strength. Although he had previously been defeated by Du Bing, he had held on to a belief that Du Bing's tripartite abilities merely countered his plant-based powers, hence his loss. But now, witnessing Du Bing's progress ignited a sense of discomfort within him. Yan Jingjing approached Du Bing, tiptoeing as if she were an elder sister admonishing her younger brother. She gently patted Du Bing's head with her delicate hand and earnestly cautioned, "Do not let pride consume you. Though your progress is commendable, your striking technique remains inadequate. With a physical strength of 840 pounds, you can only muster about 1,000 pounds of punch power, yielding a multiplier of approximately 1.2. That is still inferior to me." Du Bing could not help but smile wryly. Despite Yan Jingjing's seemingly fragile demeanor, her physical fitness had already attained the standard of a C-level ability user. With a strength tenfold that of an average person and a speed reaching 100 ms, the threshold for C-level abilities. Given half a month, he believed he could also elevate himself to C-level. However, enhancing physical capabilities, like advancing ability levels, becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. The improvement of physical fitness is essentially a holistic enhancement of all bodily cells. The energy expended during training is proportional to the energy liquid required for absorption. The Security Guardian's base stipulates that the supply of energy liquid only supports newcomers up to sea level. Should one wish to continue advancing, participation in missions is necessary to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for needed resources. Du Bing nodded, assuring Sister Jingjing, "Do not worry, I will strive diligently." The technique of exerting force is fundamentally the skill of amplifying one's foundational strength. Over the past 10 days, Du Bing had focused on training his body and abilities, without specifically studying striking techniques. Thus his punch power remained average. Zhou Hongwei smiled and remarked, "When it comes to striking techniques, the strongest in our organization is undoubtedly Jian Ren." Zhou Zifeng smirked and replied, "Though I loathe to admit it, I must concede that Jian Ren, as a peer, possesses notable skill. Filthy madman. If you dare call me Jian Ren again, I will slice you in half." Jian Ren retorted furiously, wishing he could chase Zhou Zifeng down if only his speed could match his. "I am the Sword Saint." "The Sword Saint." Zhou Zifeng chuckled, "Filthy saint indeed. Filthy saint." Song Xiu and Yan Jingjing, the two young ladies, stifled their laughter, accustomed to the bickering between the madman and Jian Ren. Eventually, it was Zhou Hongwei's cough that brought their verbal sparring to a halt. "Eyeglasses, hand over the item to Du Bing." Yan Xuejing nudged the glasses wearer, stepping forward to present a small green pentagonal object to Du Bing. "What is this?" Du Bing inquired, perplexed. Yan Xuejing held a unique position within the security guardians. His ability was an exceptionally high IQ, with average combat capability and physical fitness only reaching sea level. Generally, during missions, he served as a non-combatant, responsible for monitoring, scanning, infiltrating intelligence networks, and collecting and analyzing information. Additionally, he oversaw the development and design of weapons within the base. According to Zhou Zifeng, Zhou Hongwei had to enlist the highest authorities to secure Yin Shuejing's release from the military, allowing him to join the security guardians. Once there, Zhou Hongwei even established a research team for him, composed of elite talents from the 9 underground city scientific academies, nuclear academies, and heavy industry academies. Typically, he remained in the research lab, rarely making public appearances. This is the biological intelligence brain I developed. You merely need to cut your skin and let it absorb a bit of blood. It will then lie dormant beneath your skin. Its functionalities are numerous, but I'll refrain from detailing them. You can explore on your own. Yin Shuejing seemed disinterested in elaborating on its features. Nothing pressing. I shall take my leave, he stated before turning away. Song Siyu bounced forward, cheerfully raising her hand to reveal a green pentagram gradually materializing in her palm. We all possess a biological intelligence brain. It functions similarly to a communication wristwatch, but its capabilities are exponentially more powerful. The communication range can cover half the globe, and it can monitor our bodily functions and ability levels, even infiltrating some lower-tier networks to retrieve information, an excellent assistant for daily life. Upon hearing this, Du Bing looked in astonishment at the small object in his hand. It was his first encounter with such a powerful communication device, prompting him to muse that indeed, advanced inventions are often first deployed in military applications. If the security guardians possessed such technology, he was certain the military did as well, albeit possibly with some functional differences. Yin Jingjing added, "Eyeglasses is our leader's treasure. Many of his inventions are incredibly useful. Once you implant the biological intelligence brain within your body, you will connect to the virtual network of our headquarters, allowing us to communicate anytime, anywhere. Should you find yourself in danger, you can call for help from our members or even from the military." Virtual network? Du Bing, having only been at the base for 10 days, had yet to encounter many of its devices and secrets. The novelty of the concept piqued his curiosity, compelling him to want to try it immediately. He extended a finger, channeling his metal abilities, transforming his nail into pure gold. With a swift motion, he cut a small incision in his palm, allowing blood to flow and envelop the green pentagonal biological intelligence brain. Upon contact with the blood, the small object seemed to come alive, eagerly soaking up the blood like a sponge before burrowing into the incision, vanishing beneath his skin. How extraordinary! After the biological intelligence brain integrated into his body, Du Bing sensed a profound connection, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. The small device lay nestled beneath his skin, capable of traversing his body's surface at will. Shifting its position, Yin Jingjing stepped forward and grasped Du Bing's hand. Her delicate, snow-white hand gently brushed over the wound in his palm, and a soft, milky light flickered, healing the injury. "Thank you, Sister Jingjing." Perhaps it was due to Yin Jingjing's profession as a doctor that Du Bing always felt a sense of warmth towards her. In the underground city, the majority of children were only children, as the harsh living conditions made it nearly impossible to raise a second child. As an only child, Du Bing had longed for a sister or a younger sibling. Yin Jingjing smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhou Hongwei interjected, reminding Du Bing not to become complacent upon entering the military god academy. There are many practical skills to be learned there, such as combat techniques, stealth, assassination, and reconnaissance, all of which are quite beneficial. Moreover, the academy features a martial arts hall established by the military, where various martial arts can significantly enhance one's striking techniques. The martial arts hall? Du Bing's eyes lit up. When he first entered the underground black market, he had been intrigued by the mysterious technique of turtle breathing, which could lower one's heart rate and respiration. Many assassins in the black market were practitioners of martial arts. Young Master Bai's father, the middle-aged man in a white tang suit, was a formidable warrior, rivaling even the S-level fighters, with combat prowess surpassing that of Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren, seemingly harboring disdain for the military, scoffed, "Those guys in the army are nothing but selfish little men. If it weren't for them back in the day, our warriors in Huaxiao wouldn't have become so scarce." He paused, as if holding back something, before changing the subject, clearly expressing his aversion to the military. Zhou Hongwei waved his hand, saying, "All right, we are here to bid Du Bing farewell today. Let us not delve into unrelated matters." Du Bing shortly Li Xinxiang will escort you back. He has just returned from Beidou City and will be joining the Military God Academy as an instructor. If you need anything, feel free to seek his assistance. Ever since hearing of Li Xinxiang's impressive feat of defeating a B-level strongman, Du Bing had admired him greatly. Though Li Xinxiang was typically reserved, and Du Bing had seldom spoken to him due to his own training commitments. Then I shall rely on brotherly, Du Bing replied. Li Xinxiang, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded at Du Bing. Let us set off. All right. Du Bing bid farewell to the others and turned to Zhou Fan, who had accompanied him but would not be returning together this time. Zhou Fan, if you head back to Beidou City, remember to reach out to me. Zhou Fan smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Du Bing and Li Xinxiang departed the base in the black demon sports car, heading towards Beidou City. Unbeknownst to Du Bing, as soon as he left, Zhou Fan sought out the madman, tearfully pleading to be taken on as his disciple. Zhou Zifeng, exasperated by the persistence, decided to alter the training plans for Du Bing and handed them over to Zhou Fan. In the conference room, Xue Qianjiao looked at Zhou Hongwei with confusion and asked, "Boss, are you really letting him go just like that? His potential surpasses S level. If he matures, he will undoubtedly become a pillar among our guardians." Zhou Hongwei, with a profound gaze, responded, "A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. He has just joined and lacks a strong sense of belonging to the guardians. For now, let us follow his wishes. Besides, isn't Li Xinxiang there to protect him?" Chapter 55. Farewell Party in the vicinity of Beidou City, District 12. Near 6th High School, a sleek black maglev sports car came to a halt at the roadside. A youthful, handsome boy emerged from the vehicle. The window rolled down, and Li, known for his sharpshooting skills, remarked to Du Bing, "I will report to the Military God Academy tomorrow. Once you pass your exam the day after, we can meet at school. After your military training for new students concludes, I shall take you to the Beta branch to meet the other members." "All right. See you at the academy," Du Bing replied with a smile, waving as the black car vanished down the street. With half an hour remaining until school dismissed, Du Bing chose to linger at the entrance, anticipating his return home with Feng Xiang. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and a violet phantom maglev sports car approached, coming to a slow stop at the school gate. Upon sighting the vehicle, Du Bing and Appo's expression hardened. Indeed, it was him. The door swung open, and a dashing young man stepped out, his meticulously styled hair gleaming as if polished. "Ah, it's you, Du Bing," the young man exclaimed, his face adorned with a mocking smile. Not long ago, he had hired an assassin to eliminate Du Bing, but the plan had backfired, resulting in the assassin's demise at Du Bing's hands. Ever since, he had feared retaliation. His father, Gao Zhuobo, had visited the underground black market, using its intelligence network to gather information on Du Bing. It was concluded that Du Bing was indeed an awakened ability user, but still relatively new to his powers. To confirm this, Gao Zhuobo had personally inquired about Du Bing's performance at school through Zhao Xuefei. Being a seasoned figure in the political arena, he was not overly concerned about Du Bing, knowing that a newly awakened ability user without connections or influence resembled the lone wolf, capable yet hesitant to reveal their capabilities. The best approach to deal with such individuals was to confront them openly, for the more overt the actions, the less likely they were to retaliate. The laws of the underground city dictated that any public display of powers would attract the military's attention, leading to dire consequences. Thus, Gao Zhuobo instructed his son to continue pursuing Zhao Xuefei and to provoke Du Bing in front of others, ensuring that Du Bing would remain submissive. "Du Bing, it's been a while." Gao Fu, the young man, greeted with a disingenuous smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "I heard from Xuefei that you've been job hunting. Do you need my assistance?" Du Bing was taken aback by the unexpected friendliness. Could it be that the assassin was not sent by Gao Fu? After all, he had not offended anyone else prior. "What do you mean by this?" Du Bing retorted, declining the handshake. "You sent someone to kill me, and now you come offering goodwill? Are you asking for my mercy? Send someone to kill you? What a jest." Gao Fu maintained his smile, fully aware that Du Bing lacked any concrete evidence to implicate him. "By the way, I heard your father is hospitalized due to heavy metal poisoning. If you need help, feel free to ask." Gao Fu's gaze was condescending as he continued. What does being an ability user matter? You are still a pauper, unable to afford your father's medical bills. He plotted to humiliate Du Bing should he dare to ask for financial assistance. Just then, the school bell rang, and students began to pour out in throngs on their maglev bicycles. Du Bing, someone called out, waving enthusiastically. It was Zhou Xiaojia, a classmate with average grades, who approached with a bright smile. Aren't you Zhao Xuefei's boyfriend? A student at the Military God Academy? Gao Fu nodded with a smirk, casting a glance at Du Bing as if to say, did you hear that? I am her boyfriend. Zhou Xiaojia then patted Du Bing on the shoulder, saying, I heard you've been job hunting. You're back just in time. Our class is holding a farewell party tonight. Don't forget to join us. A farewell party? Du Bing was momentarily taken aback. Every graduating class held such a celebration before parting ways. A final chance to revel before embarking on different paths. Those accepted into the academy destined for bright futures, while those who weren't faced a life of labor. It's at the Kaohsiung Hotel. I'll head off now, Zhou Xiaojia said before nodding at Gao Fu, seemingly trying to curry favor. Soon after, Fong Xiang emerged, his face lighting up upon seeing Du Bing. Under Zhou Fan's subtle hints, he believed Du Bing had truly gone for an internship. Ah Bing. Haha, when did you return? You didn't even let me know. Fong Xiang exclaimed, dropping his maglev bicycle and rushing to embrace Du Bing. At that moment, Zhao Xuefei appeared with two female classmates. Seeing Du Bing chatting amiably with Gao Fu took her by surprise. How did you two meet? She inquired, recalling the previous tensions between them. Before Du Bing could explain, Gao Fu laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Du Bing's shoulder as if they were old friends. What a coincidence. Du Bing and I just bumped into each other at the entrance. I was just about to offer him a job opportunity. Gao Fu's sudden shift in demeanor left Du Bing unsettled. He frowned but refrained from showing his displeasure in front of Zhao Xuefei, merely stating, I wouldn't want to trouble young Master Gao. I'm job hunting merely as a precaution. If I get accepted into the Military God Academy, then I want to need a job. One of the girls accompanying Zhao Xuefei shot Du Bing a disparaging glance. Why are you so prideful? Young Master Gao's father is an official. He could easily find you a job far superior to what you could secure on your own. Another chimed in. With your grades, you won't even make the top 30 in class. You think you can get into the academy? Only someone as naive as Xuefei would believe your grand claims. Don't think that just because you made a grand speech last time, you're some sort of hero. If it weren't for the ethics committee intervening, you would have faced serious consequences after Yang Qinglin's incident. They continued, their words dripping with disdain. The two girls seemed intent on targeting Du Bing, their remarks relentless. Fong Xiang, growing impatient, finally interjected, what has Du Bing done to you two? Can't you show a little decency? Zhao Xuefei furrowed her brow, noting that these girls, usually amiable and easygoing, were behaving unusually today. At that moment, the affluent and handsome young man hastily stepped forward to mediate the situation, chuckling lightly, you are all classmates. Let us not allow such trivial matters to jeopardize our camaraderie. By the way, Fei, let us promptly head to the Kaohsiung Hotel. I fear that other classmates might arrive and struggle to find the venue. Zhao Xuefei nodded in agreement and turned to Du Bing, saying, tonight we are holding a farewell party, and the entire class will be attending. You should join us, too. Come on, let's go, Xuefei. Why bother with him? It's up to him whether he wants to come or not. The two girls linked arms with Zhao Xuefei and led her towards the luxurious sports car of the affluent young man. Once inside, he extended his hand out of the window, waved cheerfully, and with a smile, started the engine, swiftly vanishing into the street. Fong Xiang spat towards the direction of the car and cursed, "Pa, what is so impressive about him? It's merely a matter of fortunate circumstances. Let us go, Bing. We're not attending that wretched party." "Why not?" Du Bing retorted. "After all, we have been classmates for 3 years. Once we part ways, we may never see each other again." Fong Xiang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want you to go for your own good. You are unaware that those classmates in our class who struggle academically and cannot gain admission to prestigious institutions, yet maintain good relations with Zhao Xuefei, have all been swayed by that shallow fellow with the surname Gao. Did you not notice how those 2 female classmates have been speaking ill of you? Understanding dawned upon Du Bing as he realized why those classmates, with whom he usually got along, had turned hostile today. He turned to Fong Xiang and, with a playful smile, remarked, "Then he must have bribed you as well. What did he offer you?" Fong Xiang snorted and replied defiantly, "He tried to persuade me, but I won't fall for his tricks. He expects me to betray my friends? Dream on. My fate is tied to working in a factory. I can't enjoy the perks of a corporate white-collar job." Fong Xiang's words deeply touched Du Bing. "Good brother," he exclaimed, playfully punching Fong Xiang on the chest. "It was worth it for me to consider finding you a decent job while I was searching for one myself." Fong Xiang perked up immediately, eagerly asking, "Did you really find a job? Which company is it? What is the salary like?" "Ha ha ha. I won't reveal that just yet. Wherever I go, you will follow. The benefits will be the same." Du Bing teased, wary that Fong Xiang might let slip the details in his excitement. "Come on, let us attend the party. I am curious to see what else this affluent young man has planned for me." Chapter 56. The banquet commences. Beidu City is divided into 12 districts according to the 12 positions of the time. Each district is further categorized into 5 functional zones: factories and residential areas, public zones, commercial districts, luxurious residential areas, and academic zones, with schools located within the public zone. Cinemas, hotels, and companies reside in the commercial district. Among these, the Kuaishing Hotel stands out as a prestigious establishment in the commercial area, frequented by individuals of considerable status, with the least among them being white-collar workers from various companies. Traditionally, farewell parties were held in smaller hotels, where classmates pooled resources to create a lively gathering, sharing sentiments before parting ways. However, on the way to the party, Du Bing learned from Fong Xiang that the choice of the upscale Kuaishing Hotel for their gathering stemmed from the benevolence of a wealthy young man, who insisted on treating everyone to a unique farewell party for Zhao Xuefei, inviting all classmates to partake in complimentary food and drink. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to decline such an enticing offer. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fong Xiang exclaimed with a mischievous glint, "Since the wealthy gentleman is footing the bill, let us order the most expensive dishes and finest wines to see if he feels the pinch." Du Bing chuckled, finding Fong Xiang's antics somewhat childish. "Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation?" 2 male attendants greeted them at the entrance with a courteous bow. "We are here for the class reunion. The person who reserved the room is called Gao Fushua," Du Bing replied. Upon hearing the name, the attendants instantly brightened, as if they had anticipated their arrival. One of them produced a list and inquired, "May I have your names, please?" "Du Bing, Fong Xiang," they announced. However, after a thorough check, the attendant's demeanor shifted as he frowned and said, "I'm sorry, but your names do not appear on the list. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place?" "Impossible," Fong Xiang retorted, pointing at the list. "Take another careful look. You must have overlooked something." Feigning a closer inspection, the attendant shook his head, insisting, "There truly are no names listed." Fong Xiang, scratching his head in confusion, reached for the list, exclaiming, "This is strange. I distinctly remember it being here, and you just said it was reserved by Gao Fushua." "Apologies, but our hotel has a policy against disclosing guest lists," the attendant responded firmly. Despite Fong Xiang's attempts to argue, he was halted by Du Bing, who had begun to piece together the situation. It was evident that Gao Fushua had orchestrated this to prevent them from attending the farewell party. "May I inquire if Zhao Xuefei's name is on the list?" Du Bing asked. "Yes, her name is present, but since yours are not, I cannot allow you entry," the attendant replied, remaining truthful, as Du Bing could easily call Zhao Xuefei to confirm her whereabouts. Understanding the scenario, Fong Xiang fumed. "Damn it, that scoundrel Gao is deliberately keeping us out." Hearing Fong Xiang's insult, the other attendant's demeanor hardened, and he coldly stated, "Gentlemen, please take your insults outside. We are a hotel that only accommodates named guests and does not entertain those seeking free meals. Since we weren't invited, we shall pay for ourselves. Is that acceptable?" Du Bing said, unfazed, suspecting the attendants had received some incentive from Gao Fushua to block their entry. Fong Xiang pulled Du Bing aside and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? Do you know how much the dishes cost here?" I heard the vegetables and meats are sourced from the genetic food research base at the Science Academy, with the cheapest dish costing over 10,000. Do you have that kind of money? Du Bing smiled. We only need to blend in. We're not actually footing the bill, are we? Fong Xiang suddenly understood, giving Du Bing a thumbs up in appreciation. However, the attendants interjected, I'm afraid we must inform you that, due to previous incidents with individuals attempting to dine and dash, our hotel requires first-time guests to deposit 100,000 energy points to obtain a membership card. 100,000. Fong Xiang gasped, quickly covering his mouth. Du Bing frowned slightly. While he could produce that amount, he did not wish to reveal such wealth in front of Fong Xiang. As he pondered whether to present his officer SID to intimidate the attendants, two voices emerged from within the hotel. Fei, where are you going? I'm going to check on why Du Bing and the others haven't arrived yet. Perhaps they were delayed. You go inside first while I look for them. Upon hearing Zhao Xuefei's voice, Fong Xiang shouted, Zhao Xuefei. Zhao Xuefei. The attendants' expressions shifted, one of them admonishing, Sir, our hotel is a high-end establishment. Please refrain from yelling at the entrance, or we will have to call security. Oh, that sounds like Fong Xiang's voice. A familiar figure stepped out of the hotel, accompanied by a handsome young man whose eyes bore a shadow of displeasure. Zhao Xuefei, we're over here. Fong Xiang waved fervently. Zhao Xuefei approached, puzzled. Why aren't you two going in? Fong Xiang glared at the attendants and huffed. They insist our names aren't on the list, so they won't let us in. Zhao Xuefei's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure crossing her lovely face. What is going on? They are my classmates. How could their names possibly be absent? The attendants, clearly recognizing Zhao Xuefei, stammered, unable to respond. At that moment, Gao Fushua stepped forward, placing a hand on his forehead with an expression of regret. Oh dear, this is my fault. I completely forgot about this. He turned to Du Bing and Fong Xiang, expressing his apologies. Fei, remember the list you gave me? I specifically confirmed the names of the classmates who would attend. Fong Xiang mentioned he wouldn't be present, so I didn't include his name. As for Du Bing, he wasn't at school at the time, and I didn't realize he would return today, which is why his name was omitted. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Du Bing, Fong Xiang. Since you are here, please come inside. The attendants, now apologetic, completely reversed their previous demeanor. We sincerely apologize. We were merely adhering to protocol to prevent impersonation and ensure that only legitimate guests are admitted. It appears that certain individuals are resolutely opposed to our presence. Fong Xiang, still seething with indignation, found himself obstructed at the entrance of his own class's farewell party. Who could swallow such an affront? However, Du Bing discreetly gestured to Fong Xiang, urging him to refrain from further comments. The affluent young man had already acknowledged his mistake, and the two attendants had offered their apologies. Should Fong Xiang persist in his grievances, it would only serve to portray him and Du Bing as petty and narrow-minded. Du Bing smiled and remarked, Ignorance is no fault. Young Master Gao is correct. It was my and Fong Xiang's oversight for failing to inquire in advance whether our names were on the list. I even wondered if we had arrived at the wrong venue. Well then, since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us clarify and move on. Everyone is here now. Let us hurry inside. Zhao Xuefei smiled charmingly as she took hold of Du Bing and Fong Xiang's arms, ushering them in. Although the farewell party was funded by the affluent young man, she was undeniably the true protagonist. As the trio moved further away, young Master Gao's expression gradually darkened. Although Du Bing had ostensibly defended him, her words carried a hint of mockery. How ridiculous to inquire if one's name was on the list at a farewell party for Class 2 of Senior 3, where he was merely an outsider. The two attendants exchanged anxious glances and timidly confessed, Young Master Gao, we failed in our duties. We hope you will not take offense. Gao let out a cold snort, causing both to shudder, and without sparing them a glance, he turned and strode into the hotel. Inside the private room, all students of Class 2 had assembled, over 50 individuals seated at 3 full tables. It was their first time in such a luxurious hotel, and they appeared quite exhilarated, engaging in hushed conversations punctuated by laughter. Upon seeing Zhao Xuefei leading Du Bing and Fong Xiang into the room, all eyes turned towards them. Some greeted Du Bing and Feng Xiang, while others offered only lukewarm smiles. Feng Xiang scanned the room and noticed 2 vacant seats at the central table, prompting him to inquire, "Where shall we sit? It seems quite full." Zhao Xuefei glanced around and realized that indeed, only 2 seats were missing. "You may take the seats at the central table. I will arrange for 2 more." However, the 2 girls who had arrived with young Master Gao rose to declare, "Fei Fei, this is the main table reserved for you and young Master Gao. You 2 are the patrons of tonight's event. Who else could sit here?" Some people are quite inconsiderate, arriving late and attempting to usurp the spotlight. Hearing these remarks, Du Bing's expression soured, while Feng Xiang, ever the firecracker, was ready to contest. Had it not been for Du Bing's restraint, a heated argument might have ensued, igniting the crowd's ire. At that moment, young Master Gao entered, carrying a chair with a smile. "I know the seating is insufficient. I brought 2 more." He discreetly glanced at the 2 boys at the entrance, who promptly stood and rushed to take the chairs from him. "What a bother for young Master Gao. Allow us to assist. Step aside, everyone, and make space for Du Bing and Feng Xiang." The 2 boys placed the chairs beside their own seats and immediately moved to assist Du Bing and Feng Xiang, cheerfully insisting, "You 2 should sit here. The central table is filled with girls. Why squeeze in with them? It's far more lively for us gentlemen to sit together." Young Master Gao clapped his hands and declared, "Now that everyone is assembled, let us commence the feast." Chapter 57. Birthday Gift. The banquet commenced with great anticipation. Soon, a uniformed waitress entered the room, elegantly presenting a series of exquisite dishes that she arranged upon the dining table. The aromatic allure of vegetables and the delectable essence of meat incessantly tantalized the senses of the attendees. Du Bing could even hear the sound of his classmates swallowing in anticipation. Glancing at Feng Xiang beside him, he observed the latter also gulping, his stomach audibly rumbling. For the vast majority, this feast could very well be the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in years, perhaps even for the rest of their lives. Only during festive occasions did they indulge in such a delightful combination of vegetables and meats. The affluent and handsome gentleman sat beside Zhao Xuefei, embodying the role of the charming host, and gently prompted, "Xuefei, today marks your class's farewell party. Shouldn't you say a few words before we dig in?" Zhao Xuefei turned her gaze towards Wu Yong, the class leader from Class 2 of the 3rd year, seated at Du Bing's table. Wu Yong hailed from a family background similar to Du Bing's, yet his academic achievements were remarkable, and he possessed commendable leadership skills, earning him considerable respect among his peers. In the past, Wu Yong had courted Zhao Xuefei, only to be gracefully declined as she expressed her desire to focus solely on her studies, postponing any romantic pursuits until she secured admission to a prestigious institution. This incident was no secret. Wu Yong remained undeterred, declaring his resolve to attend the same esteemed academy as Zhao Xuefei to continue his courtship. Many girls in the class harbored secret affections for Wu Yong, touched by his earnestness. In contrast, Du Bing's earlier confession had seemed somewhat ludicrous, as Zhao Xuefei had merely dismissed him without a second thought. Wu Yong rose to his feet, a tall figure of 178 centimeters with a head of short hair, exuding confidence. His gaze towards Zhao Xuefei still bore traces of admiration, which irked the dashing gentleman, resulting in Wu Yong being seated at the table by the entrance. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to 2 individuals for this gathering and feast, our dear Zhao Xuefei and the esteemed Master Gao. One is the organizer, and the other the benefactor, providing us with this splendid environment. Let us all extend our applause to them. The room erupted in applause, acknowledging the 2. Wu Yong continued, "As we reflect on our 3 years of high school companionship, it is poignant to note that tomorrow marks the entrance examination for the academy. Following our exams, we shall part ways, perhaps to become strangers across distant horizons, or perhaps we shall ascend to greater heights, embracing brighter futures." At this juncture, Wu Yong paused, and an air of solemnity enveloped the room, as faces revealed a tapestry of emotions, reluctance, nostalgia, and reminiscence. Do not despair for the lack of kindred spirits ahead. Who in this world does not recognize you? I wish everyone well, regardless of the challenges or trials that may lie ahead. Face them with courage and hope. His gaze shifted to Zhao Shuefei as he imparted, "Those who gain admission to the academy should support one another and venture further together. Those who do not must maintain their bonds and not drift apart, even if life's demands render communication difficult. Let us not forget the indelible marks we have left on one another's lives." Indeed, our class leader speaks wisely. Let us not forget each other in our journeys, but rather look forward to a more beautiful reunion. A wave of emotion resonated among the attendees. "Come, let us raise our glasses in tribute to our youthful days. Cheers. Let us not forget one another in our adventures." Even Du Bing could not resist lifting his glass, gazing at the familiar faces, filled with sentiment, and downing the drink in one gulp. It was his first experience with alcohol. The liquid was both cool and fiery, as it flowed down his throat into his stomach. Warmth enveloped his body. With the alcohol coursing through him, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly vibrant, filled with laughter, toasts, and hearty meals, resembling a joyous celebration. "Come, Du Bing, let us drink together." Feng Xiang, his cheeks flushed from several drinks, eagerly insisted, dragging Du Bing into another round. Reluctantly, Du Bing complied, only to discover that Feng Xiang had a limited tolerance. After just a few glasses and minimal food, he slumped over the table. Occasionally, classmates wandered to other tables, raising toasts and sharing heartfelt sentiments. In this moment, the distance between familiar and distant friends seemed to dissolve, fostering a sense of closeness. Suddenly, a boy approached Du Bing, draping an arm around his shoulder, reeking of alcohol, and declared, "Du Bing, let us drink to your audacity in confessing your feelings to Zhao Shuefei. Even if you were turned down, I too have faced similar fate." Du Bing found himself at a loss for words. What a peculiar reason for toasting. Nevertheless, he could not refuse, and before long, he had consumed a fair amount, feeling a delightful haze enveloping him. Was this what it felt like to be intoxicated? A foolish grin spread across Du Bing's face as a thought struck him. Alcohol, after all, was merely ethanol and water, he mused. He quietly activated his ice-based abilities, now at the mid-D level, significantly stronger than before. The rapid enhancement of his powers stemmed from his improved physical condition, which had allowed the latent potential within him to flourish. The chilling energy circulated through his body, and Du Bing felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, the numbness in his limbs dissipating. To his surprise, his ice abilities proved useful in this context. With a smile, he raised his glass once more. Observing the others, he noted that most were inebriated, yet their spirits soared at the peak of excitement. "Luli, I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend?" A sudden outcry captured everyone's attention. A boy knelt beside a girl, tears brimming in his eyes as he confessed, "I have liked you for so long, yet I never dared to tell you. I feared rejection, but soon, we may never see each other again. If I don't speak now, I may lose my chance." Upon closer inspection, Du Bing recognized the boy as Zhou Xiaojia, who had greeted him earlier, and the girl, Luli, sat beside Zhao Shuefei, having previously mocked Du Bing. "Promise me, will you be my girlfriend?" Zhou Xiaojia clasped the girl's hand tightly, declaring through tears, "I will work hard, earn a living, and bring you happiness." The girls at the adjacent table, moved by Zhou Xiaojia's heartfelt declaration, clasped their hands together, visibly touched. Lu Li, covering her mouth with one hand, was awash with tears, her face a canvas of surprise and emotion. "Lu Li, please say yes. Xiaojia is a good man." The boys joined in, chanting for her to agree. In such an atmosphere, how could anyone retain their clarity? Even Zhao Shuefei's eyes shimmered with tears, her delicate hand gently covering her rosy lips, gazing at her friend with admiration and envy. Finally, Lu Li nodded, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhou Xiaojia erupted in joy, lifting Lu Li into a twirl. At this moment, another boy shouted, "Who else has confessions to make? Seize the day. If you miss this opportunity, these wonderful girls may end up with someone else." Feng Xiang, seemingly roused from his stupor, slurred, "What do you mean someone else? Bring me a pair." Surprisingly, amidst the revelry, more confessions arose, and astonishingly, many found success. Most of these individuals are unlikely to gain admission to esteemed institutions, yet their ability to forge a bond before graduation is a testament to fate. The affluent gentleman lightly tapped his wine glass with chopsticks, creating a delicate chime that captured everyone's attention. Today is truly extraordinary, having brought forth so many couples. To add to your joy, I shall cover the job-seeking endeavors of any couple that successfully confesses their feelings today. The couples, overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly expressed their thanks. Thank you, young Master Gao. Thank you. No need for such formality. After all, you are all dear friends of Shuefei. He waved dismissively, portraying himself as a benevolent benefactor while attributing all credit to Zhao Shuefei. The couples turned to express their gratitude to Zhao Shuefei, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. At that moment, Wu Yong rose and approached Zhao Shuefei. Shuefei? What is it, Wu Yong? Zhao Shuefei inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wu Yong, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, appeared flushed and unsteady, yet his tone was resolute. Shuefei, a year ago, I confessed my feelings for you, and you said you wanted to focus on your studies until you gained admission to a prestigious institution before considering romance. In 2 days, I shall surely gain entrance to the Military God Academy. Once again, I confess my feelings for you. Will you be my girlfriend once we both secure our places at the academy? A hush fell over the room, as no one anticipated Wu Yong's bold declaration before the affluent gentleman. Had he drunkenly forgotten whose banquet it was? Zhou Xiaojie approached and tugged at Wu Yong's arm, whispering, "Class leader, have you had too much to drink? Please, don't make a scene. Zhao Shuefei already has a boyfriend." Lu Li frowned and added, "Xiaojie, you should take Wu Yong home. He's clearly intoxicated." However, Wu Yong forcefully pushed Zhou Xiaojie aside, nearly toppling him. With a derisive laugh, he pointed at the affluent gentleman and said to Zhao Shuefei, "He is merely wealthy. I believe Shuefei is not the kind of girl who values wealth over character." Zhao Shuefei pressed her lips together, her expression uncertain, not knowing what to say, while her gaze inadvertently drifted towards where Du Bing was standing. The affluent gentleman chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed, and remarked, "Shuefei, being so exceptional, it is only natural that many admire you. However, not every toad can aspire to eat swan meat. By the way, I forgot to mention, today is not only your class's farewell party, but also a particularly significant day." "What day is that?" The crowd murmured in confusion, and Du Bing also wondered what the affluent gentleman was up to. Calmly, he retrieved an exquisitely packaged small gift box from the inside pocket of his suit. "Today is Shuefei's birthday. I had intended to wait until the banquet concluded and everyone departed joyfully to present my gift to her. However, some individuals seem oblivious to their surroundings and have chosen to create discomfort during this happy occasion. Therefore, I shall unveil the gift now to bring a smile to Shuefei's face." "Birthday?" Du Bing, standing not far away, blinked in surprise, beginning to grasp the theme of the banquet. The affluent gentleman unwrapped the gift box and revealed a stunning silver necklace adorned with a brilliantly clear sapphire that emanated an enchanting allure under the lights. "How beautiful! It is truly exquisite." Many girls gasped in admiration, while the boys stood in awe. A necklace of such caliber must be worth millions. They would never be able to afford such a gift for someone they cherished. Wu Yong's countenance darkened considerably in an instant. Chapter 58 Snow Fae. "This is a meticulously chosen gift just for you. Do you like it? Please allow me to adorn you with this present." The affluent young man cast a triumphant glance at the visibly displeased Wu Yong, then turned his gaze to Du Bing, snorting dismissively. "Compete with me? Do you even have the right? My feelings for you are akin to this sapphire, pure and unblemished." Zhao Shuefei's smooth, delicate face revealed little joy. She merely smiled gently as she allowed the young man to place the necklace around her neck. Setting aside his privileged background, he was indeed an exceptional individual. A prominent figure at the Military God Academy, consistently achieving outstanding grades, far from being a mere idle-rich heir. Thus, Zhao Shuefei did not harbor any aversion towards him. But as she had previously told Du Bing, she regarded him solely as a friend, neither affection nor dislike. Perhaps it was the fact that he was introduced by his father that instilled in her a sense of unease, akin to an arranged marriage. In comparison to her classmates, the affluent young man undoubtedly stood out as a remarkable candidate for a boyfriend. "Thank you for your gift." Zhao Xuefei said, her fair fingers caressing the blue gemstone. Coming from a wealthy merchant family, she was not overly concerned with such adornments. Rather, she valued the sentiment behind it. The young man contemplated for a moment before suddenly kneeling before Zhao Xuefei, gazing at her with deep affection as he professed, Snow Fei, though our acquaintance has been brief, I have already fallen deeply for you. For you, I am willing to give everything. Will you be my girlfriend and join me? Wow, how romantic. Snow Fei, you should accept him. Lu Li exclaimed dramatically, her excitement palpable. What are you hesitating for? A man this exceptional, willing to invest so much in you, is hard to find. The other newly paired couples joined in, cheering, accept him, be together. The remaining boys echoed the chant, while Wu Yong, his face darkened, stepped back. Sitting nearby, Du Bing wore a subtle smile, finally realizing that this so-called farewell party was merely a well-orchestrated confession show by the affluent young man. With several couples successfully declaring their feelings, it was possible that some were genuine, but it was unlikely that all these confessions were spontaneous. After 3 years of camaraderie, if one truly liked a girl, there would surely be some signs. Moreover, everyone was aware that Zhou Xiaojie had pursued Zhao Xuefei in the past. Yet now, the latter claimed to have secretly admired Lu Li for a long time. If there were no ulterior motives, Du Bing would never believe it. Each confession served to create momentum for the affluent young man's forthcoming declaration, establishing an atmosphere of fervor and emotion, allowing Zhao Xuefei, caught in the whirlwind, to be swept away by the excitement when he finally professed his love. However, he did not anticipate that Wu Yong would suddenly disrupt the proceedings, slightly tarnishing the ambience. Nevertheless, the larger scheme remained unaffected, for he held a trump card, the extravagant birthday gift, a sapphire necklace valued at 5 million. Once the necklace was revealed, the heartfelt declarations of others appeared feeble and self-deprecating. Noticing Zhao Xuefei still hesitating, the affluent young man discreetly signaled Lu Li and another girl. They rushed to Zhao Xuefei's side, persuading her while gently nudging her towards the young man's embrace. Snow Fei, you must seize your happiness. Do not let someone who truly loves you feel heartache. Choosing young Master Gao will certainly not be a mistake. Yet, an inexplicable sense of panic gripped Zhao Xuefei. As the crowd urged her on, she felt overwhelmed and was on the verge of acquiescing. However, another voice within her insisted, this is not the love you desire. In her confusion, she felt increasingly torn, ultimately closing her eyes, seemingly resigning herself to fate, preparing to utter the words of acceptance. At that moment, an unexpected shout startled everyone. Zhao Xuefei, I like you too. Everyone turned to see Du Bing, swaying unsteadily, his cheeks flushed, clearly intoxicated. In truth, Du Bing was feigning drunkenness. He could not overtly disrupt the event, so he resorted to this ruse. The flush on his face was a result of activating his fire-based abilities, causing his skin to heat up. Zhao Xuefei, be my girlfriend. I have a gift for you too. The affluent young man's expression shifted slightly. While he dismissed Wu Yong as an insignificant threat, he was acutely aware of Du Bing's background. As an ability user, Du Bing posed a far greater risk than Wu Yong, who knew what chaos he might unleash. The affluent young man quickly signaled to his cohorts, and those he had bribed surged forward, encircling Du Bing. Du Bing, why are you acting like Wu Yong, throwing a drunken tantrum? Enough with the embarrassment. Let's get you out of here. After drinking a bit, you've lost track of who you are. The group of 4 or 5 boys grabbed at Du Bing's arms and legs, attempting to drag him away. Du Bing sneered internally. With his physical strength 8 times that of an average person, even 4 or 5 more would not suffice to move him. The boys strained with all their might, their faces turning crimson, yet they could not lift Du Bing. What on earth has this guy eaten to be so heavy? One exclaimed. Anyone who drinks has a lot of strength. We need more people to get him out of here. As more approached, Du Bing scoffed. Exerting a slight force with his limbs, he suddenly sent the 5 boys sprawling to the ground, each one landing with a thud. He laughed, I'm not drunk. It seems you all are, unable to even stand. The affluent young man's expression darkened in an instant, and he feigned a cough. Receiving his signal, another group of 4 or 5 boys stepped forward, bringing the total to 10. Stop. What are you doing? Zhao Shuefei interjected, but was restrained by the affluent young man. He embraced her, feigning concern. Snow Fei, don't go near him. Du Bing is drunk and may not be in control of his actions. He could pose a danger to you. Du Bing, let's get you home. You've had quite enough to drink. Your parents will worry. While his words were laced with concern, his demeanor grew increasingly cold as the 10 boys lunged toward Du Bing. In a flash, Du Bing crouched low, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc. Before the boys could reach him, they were all knocked to the ground, nursing their injured ankles and unable to rise. Du Bing cast a glance at them. Devoid of sympathy, he had only utilized his speed to topple them, not employing excessive force. Otherwise, with his strength of 840 pounds, he could have easily broken their legs. Haha, why are you all lying on the ground? The floor is cold. If you want to sleep, go home. Du Bing laughed again, unsteadily making his way towards the affluent young man. The latter, frightened, hid behind Zhao Shuefei, exclaiming, Du Bing, what are you planning? With each step forward Du Bing took, the affluent young man retreated, and by the time Du Bing stood beside Zhao Shuefei, the young man had backed away to a group of girls. Leaning close to Zhao Shuefei's ear, Du Bing whispered a few words. The affluent young man and his cohorts strained to listen, yet heard nothing. However, Zhao Shuefei's expression shifted, her gaze towards Du Bing revealing a hint of doubt and a touch of anticipation. Du Bing extended a hand, his tone gentle as he smiled. Come with me. I assure you will not regret it. Zhao Shuefei hesitated for a moment, her gaze drifting over the sprawled boys on the ground, a scene of chaos. Exhaling softly, she placed her delicate white hand into Du Bing's palm. He flashed a triumphant smile at the wealthy and handsome rival, taking Zhao Shuefei's hand and approaching Feng Xiang, hoisting the inebriated lad onto his shoulder as he made his way toward the exit. He dared not leave Feng Xiang behind. Who could predict whether the furious wealthy youth would unleash his wrath upon him? Shuefei. The affluent youth attempted to intervene, but faltered, fearful of Du Bing's potential retaliation, hesitating to advance. By the time he burst out of the hotel, Du Bing had already whisked Zhao Shuefei away, leaving him at the entrance. His expression twisted in a feral snarl as he roared, Du Bing, I will not let you go unscathed. Not far from the hotel, in a resting area with a few chairs scattered about, Du Bing gently placed Feng Xiang onto a seat. Zhao Shuefei stood beside him, her hands clasped before her, sighing dramatically as she feigned disappointment. What about the gift you promised me? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Of course not, Du Bing chuckled, I promise. It is something you have never encountered in your life. This was precisely what he had whispered into Zhao Shuefei's ear earlier, a promise of a gift unlike any she had ever seen. Well then, present it. Zhao Shuefei extended her pristine hand, her heart fluttering with anticipation. A poor boy daring to claim he would present her with something unprecedented piqued her curiosity. She was eager to see what Du Bing had up his sleeve. In truth, her decision to leave with him was not solely for the gift, but also to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the crowd, to find a moment of quiet contemplation. Now close your eyes. Du Bing feigned mystery. Humph. Zhao Shuefei refrained from questioning further, shutting her eyes and awaiting the surprise. You may open them now, Du Bing softly instructed, and as she blinked her long eyelashes open, a flurry of white, feather-like flakes descended from the streetlights above, landing delicately on her face, melting in her palms. Cold and refreshing, she gazed upward in disbelief, a look of astonishment blooming on her face. Is this snow? How did you manage to do this? The snow swirled around them, pure as goose feathers. In that moment, Zhao Shuefei twirled joyfully like a child, embodying the spirit of winter. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Du Bing silently channeled his ice-based powers to sustain the falling snowflakes, drawing inspiration from Zhou Fan, who could conjure roses with his abilities. Du Bing, too, could create snowflakes with his unique talent. Become my girlfriend, and I shall reveal the secret, he teased. Humph, dream on, Zhao Shuefei retorted, tilting her head with a dismissive air, though the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. This was her first encounter with snow, and it was indeed the finest gift she had ever received. The snowflakes landed on the slumbering Feng Xiang's face, prompting him to slightly open his eyes. Glancing around, he quickly succumbed to sleep once more, murmuring, This must be a dream. I am witnessing snowflakes. Du Bing and Zhao Shuefei stifled their laughter at his words. After a while, the snowfall ceased, leaving only puddles behind. Zhao Shuefei, perched on a chair, tilted her head adorably, her gaze fixed on Du Bing. I find you increasingly enigmatic. You are like a riddle. The academy entrance exam is in 2 days. Are you feeling confident? Du Bing smiled. If a certain someone agrees to be my girlfriend, my confidence would certainly soar. Zhao Shuefei's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, murmuring to herself, if a certain someone fails the exam, he may never win a girlfriend. Chapter 59. Cousin snowflakes melt easily, and good times fade quickly. Not long after Du Bing and Zhao Shuefei spent time alone together, Lu Li and the other girls began sending messages to Zhao Shuefei, prompting the two to return. However, after escorting Zhao Shuefei back to her hotel, Du Bing did not enter, but instead rode his magnetic levitation bicycle home with Feng Xiang. After dropping Feng Xiang off, Du Bing returned home alone. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Du Jianxing hurried to the door. Upon seeing his son standing at the entrance, he exclaimed with delight, "You rascal! Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming back? Come in." "Hey, Dad, I just wanted to surprise you," Du Bing replied with a grin. Noticing the pallor on Du Jianxing's face, he expressed concern. "Dad, are you still unwell? You look a bit off." He Xiuqin, who had been resting, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Xiao Bing, you're finally back. Your dad and I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. We were worried something had happened to you." Du Bing's previous communication wristwatch was the most basic model, which had lost signal outside the underground city, especially since he had been miles away in Central City. I only learned at the company that they conduct closed training sessions, and communication with the outside world is not allowed during that time. Upon hearing Du Bing mention work, Du Jianxing and He Xiuqin became intrigued, eagerly asking, "What company is it? What do they train you for? How did it go? Did you pass?" Du Bing nodded with a smile, having already prepared his story. He spoke effortlessly without a hint of hesitation. "It's a security company, and the internal training involves combat skills, specifically for bodyguards of the wealthy. The benefits are quite good. I've passed their training assessment. They said I can report for duty right after my entrance exams, followed by formal training. The company even provides housing for employees' families in the affluent Green Vine Ecological Park." Du Jianxing nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "That's excellent. No wonder you're my son. Making a name for yourself. Ha ha ha. Once I move into Green Vine, old Fawn will be so envious. Look at you, so pleased. It's your son who is achieving." "Not you," He Xiuqin interjected, shooting her husband a knowing glance. She then took Du Bing's hand, expressing, "Son, isn't being a bodyguard dangerous? I don't care how successful you are. I just hope you remain safe and can stay by my side. A mother is always the one who cares the most." Du Bing patted his mother's hand, taking a deep breath. "Mom, don't worry. The position I applied for is as an internal security officer, which generally doesn't involve dangerous tasks, so it should be quite safe." That's good, that's good." He Xiuqin nodded, finally reassured. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she leaned closer to Du Bing, sniffing the air. "Xiao Bing, why do you smell of alcohol? Have you been drinking?" "Hee, just a little. We had a farewell party in class, and you should have seen Feng Xiang. He got so drunk that I had to carry him back." "Oh, I see. Then you should hurry to bed," she urged. Du Bing yawned, pretending to be exhausted, and waved his hand. "I'm off to my room. I need rest." The entrance exam is the day after tomorrow, and there's a physical checkup organized by the school tomorrow. Make sure to do well. Who knows? You might excel and get into the academy, and then we won't have to worry about that job anymore. I always feel uneasy about it." He Xiuqin reminded him before she and Du Jianxing retreated to their room to rest. The couple closed the door and began to whisper, unaware that Du Bing's enhanced physical abilities allowed him to hear their conversation clearly through the wall. "Sigh, I haven't touched alcohol in years. Today, the scent from Xiao Bing has rekindled my cravings," Du Jianxing remarked. "You old fool, do you not know your own state? The doctor said you shouldn't overexert yourself or drink. Why don't you speak to the workshop manager and see if he can assign you to a lighter position?" "What nonsense. Can a light position earn money? Xiao Bing hasn't settled down or started a family yet. I must keep working to save for him to marry. I'm looking forward to having grandchildren. Let us wait until Xiao Bing finishes his exams and starts working. He Xiuqin's voice quivered slightly, tinged with emotion. Old Du, about what happened back then. I'm sorry for not giving you a child all these years. Stop it. Don't bring that up again. If Xiao Bing hears it. Sleep. Let us go to sleep. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Du Bing felt puzzled. What happened back then? Not having a child? Did his parents want a second child? Once he received the notice from the War God Academy, he should arrange for his parents to move into Green Vine Ecological Park to enjoy a comfortable life. Unable to comprehend it fully, Du Bing shook his head slightly, cleared his mind, and entered a meditative state. Upon entering this state, he realized that the effects of his cultivation were significantly diminished compared to when he was at the headquarters. After a night of cultivation, Du Bing rose early, having grown accustomed to the biological clock from his time at the base. Since the awakening of his abilities, his physical condition had improved, reducing his need for sleep, which was a normal phenomenon of bodily evolution. After breakfast, Du Bing hurried to Fong Xiang's house, finding him still fast asleep after last night's revelry. Witnessing his friend's deep slumber, Du Bing couldn't resist the urge to play a prank. Utilizing his ice energy, he formed a thin layer of ice and quietly slipped it into Fong Xiang's blanket. Fong Xiang suddenly screamed and sprang up. What the hell? Rubbing his eyes, he squinted at Du Bing standing in his home. Du Bing, what are you doing here? Du Bing chuckled. Don't you remember? The school organized a physical checkup before the entrance exams. Hurry and get dressed. Don't delay. Ugh, stop bothering me. I want to pass anyway. It doesn't matter if I go for the checkup, Fong Xiang mumbled, burying his head under the blanket. Du Bing rolled his eyes. Although he had arranged for Fong Xiang to enter the War God Academy, he still needed to go through the motions. Reluctantly, he dragged Fong Xiang to school. The girls had already gone for their checkups, so Du Bing missed seeing Zhao Xuefei. Due to the large number of candidates and limited hospitals, it was not until the afternoon that Du Bing and Fong Xiang completed their checkups. The process was straightforward, measuring height and weight, inquiring about medical history, and conducting comprehensive examinations of the ears, nose, throat, and vital organs. All results were typically available the same day and sent directly to the archives of the War God Academy. After the checkup, they returned to school to declare the academy they intended to apply for. The school would send a virtual projection of the admission ticket to each student's communication wristwatch, allowing them to await the exam the next day. The examination papers would be prepared by the 4 major academies, each with its own focus. On the day of the exam, representatives from all 4 academies would supervise at each examination site, and any candidates caught cheating would be expelled from the examination room without exception. In District 12, at the Labor Reform Factory, the sound of clanging echoed throughout the workshop, accompanied by clouds of steam. A man wearing glasses and covered in grease stared blankly at the whirring machinery, the gears clicking ominously. Suddenly, he made a shocking move, thrusting a finger into the gears. The agony of having his finger crushed by the interlocking gears was unimaginable. The bespectacled man let out a loud scream. Yet deep within his eyes lay an undeniable resentment. This man was none other than Yan Zhua, the director sent to the Labor Reform Factory. Upon hearing Yan Zhua's anguished cries, nearby individuals rushed toward the source of the sound. What happened? My finger was crushed by the gears. A supervising officer clad in military attire cast a glance at the profusely bleeding Yan Zhua, furrowing his brow. How could you be so careless? Stand up. I will take you to the infirmary. Everyone else, while working, please pay attention to safety. Do not take your own lives lightly. Yan Zhua lowered his head, trailing behind the officer, the hatred in his eyes so profound that even the vast oceans could not wash it away. Sentenced to 30 years of hard labor, he had barely endured 10 days of this hopeless existence, and he had contemplated thrusting his head into the gears to end his life more than once. Yet he refrained, for there remained one task he had yet to accomplish. Upon arriving at the infirmary, the doctor assessed the injury and confirmed that the finger was irretrievably lost. All that could be done was to disinfect, staunch the bleeding, and bandage the wound. The doctor instructed the officer to wait outside and allowed a young nurse to attend to Yan Zhua first. He observed the empty infirmary, left alone with the nurse, and suddenly grasped her hand tightly. The young nurse, taken aback, nearly screamed. However, Yinjua fell to his knees, weeping and pleading, "Please, do not cry out. I mean you no harm. I merely seek your assistance. I have been here for over 10 days and miss my family dearly. I wish to contact them." Seeing Yinjua's pitiable state, the nurse felt a pang of compassion. Yet, regulations forbade personal communication through wrist devices. Yinjua gritted his teeth and prostrated himself on the floor, fervently bowing his head to the nurse. "I beg you, I implore you. I long for my family so desperately. If I cannot hear from them, I cannot carry on." "Very well, speak quickly, and do not let anyone else discover this." The nurse, biting her lip, lent her wrist device to Yinjua, who expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you. Please, hurry. I will do my best to buy you some time." The nurse shook her head and retreated into the inner chamber of the infirmary to distract the doctor. Yinjua swiftly dialed a number. Soon, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" "Cousin, it's me, Yinjua." Yinjua exclaimed with joy. "Yinjua? How can you contact me? Aren't you in the labor camp?" The voice on the other end sounded astonished and somewhat enraged. "You nearly got me killed. How could you let the disciplinary group catch you? I almost faced repercussions because of you. I had to expend a significant sum to smooth over matters and escape a calamity." Yinjua felt trepidation in the presence of his cousin and cautiously replied, "Cousin, listen to me. I certainly cannot get out this time, and I do not expect you to save me. However, I suspect that I was reported by a little brat from our school. You must help me deal with him. His name is Du Bing, from class 2 of the 3rd year." The mere mention of Du Bing's name made Yinjua's teeth grind audibly. "Tomorrow is the academic examination, cousin. You must find a way to visit 6th middle school. Someone is coming. I must hang up now." Hearing footsteps, Yinjua quickly ended the call, a vengeful satisfaction flickering across his face. "Du Bing, you have made my life a living hell. I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed." Chapter 60, Caught Cheating. The long-awaited academic examination finally arrived. Du Bing and Fong Xiang, armed with their examination permits issued by the school, arrived at the campus early. From a distance, they spotted several military and police vehicles parked at the entrance, where teachers were diligently checking students' permits. Each student was required to present their examination permit along with their identification card to gain entry. Upon entering the campus, the once bustling environment felt unusually desolate, as students from the 1st and 2nd year had been granted leave to return home due to the examinations. Familiar faces rushed by, their expressions grave and devoid of the usual ease and comfort. A palpable tension hung in the air, even causing the typically carefree Fong Xiang to feel a sense of unease, despite knowing that his usual grades would not meet the threshold for the academy. Every individual clung to a glimmer of hope, a hope that could alter their destiny. Du Bing and Fong Xiang were assigned to different examination rooms. They exchanged words of encouragement before parting ways to find their respective venues. "A Bing, you can do it. A Xiang, good luck, you've got this." Du Bing felt a sense of assurance, confident that he would gain admission to the Military God Academy. Though he appeared tense, his heart was relatively at ease, merely affected by the somber atmosphere surrounding the examinations. In stark contrast, Fong Xiang trudged toward his examination room, his steps heavy as if marching to a gallows. Du Bing located his examination room and checked his seat number, finding himself positioned at the back, which was akin to his usual spot in class. Gradually, more students filtered in, filling the previously sparse room. The students were scattered, minimizing the chance of encountering classmates or friends, effectively curtailing any possibility of cheating. A graceful figure resembling a willow entered the classroom, her long hair cascading down, delicate brows framing bright eyes, and a petite nose adorning a captivating visage. Dressed in a plain school uniform paired with faded jeans and white sneakers, her simple attire could not conceal her pure and elegant aura. A few gasps of admiration broke the silence in the classroom. "The campus beauty from class 3, Tang Feifei. She's in the same exam room as us. With her stellar grades, she's bound to get into any academy." Amidst the whispers of admiration for Tang Feifei's beauty and academic prowess, she lowered her head. Clutching her backpack as she scanned for her seat number, making her way to the back. What a coincidence. You're not sitting right in front of me, are you? A cheerful greeting startled Tang Feifei, who was caught off guard. Upon looking up, her surprise turned to joy at the sight of a boy whose face radiated a sunny smile. Du Bing. Du Bing nodded with a smile and inquired, "What is your seat number?" 21, she replied. Glancing at Du Bing's desk, she noted that his seat number was 20, placing them side by side in the back row. "I'm sitting next to you. Which academy are you applying for?" With 10 minutes left before the examination commenced, Du Bing and Tang Feifei engaged in quiet conversation, drawing the attention of several boys who cast envious glances their way. The calmness displayed by Du Bing in such a high-stakes environment earned him the admiration of many. "I'm applying to the Military God Academy." Du Bing was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Zhao Shuifei was also applying to the Military God Academy, aspiring to become a female soldier king. He shook his head in disbelief, pondering the choices of the current generation of girls. Why forsake the literary-rich Academy of Science for the grueling Military God Academy? As their conversation continued, two invigilators from an external institution entered with the examination papers. One of them glanced at the time and clapped their hands. "If anyone needs to use the restroom, hurry up. We start in 10 minutes, and no one is allowed to leave during the exam." Several students, feeling the pressure, hurried to relieve themselves. After 10 minutes, the official examination began. The invigilators outlined the examination rules and then distributed the test papers. "Please adhere to the examination regulations and do not entertain any thoughts of cheating. The 4 major academies have sent supervisors, and the penalties for being caught are severe." A collective breath was held as students listened. They had long heard of the esteemed reputation of the 4 major academies but had never encountered anyone from within. The 4 academies fell under the jurisdiction of the military, and entry was strictly forbidden to anyone without special permits. As the first exam commenced, a mathematics test lasting 100 minutes, the students anxiously picked up their pens, inscribing their names, seat numbers, and identification numbers on the papers. The examination hall resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. With hundreds of thousands of students vying for merely 20,000 spots, a fierce and ruthless competition. The second examination was a comprehensive science test. After the morning session concluded, many students wore expressions of dissatisfaction, indicating that their performance had not met expectations. As Tang Feifei gathered her belongings, she smiled and asked Du Bing, "How did you do?" Du Bing rubbed his nose. Although he had done his best, he could only confidently account for 95 of his answers, and he dared not guarantee accuracy. "It should be all right." Tang Feifei raised her fist in encouragement, urging him to continue striving in the afternoon session. They exited the examination hall together, where Feng Xiang sulked, looking as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Spotting Du Bing approaching, he dramatically exclaimed, "It's over, it's over. I'm doomed. I only answered 80 of the questions on my comprehensive science exam." Tang Feifei chuckled softly, bidding farewell to Du Bing before departing. Feng Xiang eyed Du Bing curiously and whispered, "How come you were with Tang Feifei? You two are in the same exam room." "Yes, I didn't expect to be in the same room as her," Du Bing replied, patting Feng Xiang on the shoulder. "Stop overthinking. Let us eat first. We have more exams this afternoon." The afternoon session featured a comprehensive liberal arts examination, which typically had lower scores and simpler content, as subjects like politics and history offered little assistance in the current state of humanity. Technology was the focal point for all surviving nations on Earth. Those achieving breakthroughs in technology would ensure their lineage endured longer. As the afternoon examination began, all students entered the examination hall. After filling out their names and seat numbers, Du Bing focused intently on answering the questions. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as several figures entered the examination hall, prompting many candidates to glance up. Even the invigilators stood attentively, their demeanor notably humble. The newcomers were dressed distinctly from the invigilators, each wearing uniforms in different colors and styles. The green uniform adorned with a ship emblem belonged to the invigilators from the Academy of Science, while the blue uniform with an energy furnace emblem indicated the presence of the Supernuclear Academy's invigilators. The red uniforms, emblazoned with a hammer emblem, identified the invigilators from the Heavy Industries Academy. At last, there stood a figure clad in a black uniform, adorned with crossed swords on the chest, representing the military god Academy's invigilators. Among the four, the one in the black attire was the most captivating. Towering at 6 feet tall, his demeanor was stern. His physique was a tapestry of taut muscles, harboring explosive strength. His piercing gaze swept across the room, instilling a sense of dread that dissuaded anyone from meeting his eyes. Du Bing lifted his gaze to meet the man's, sensing a faint aura reminiscent of the legendary marksman, Li, a unique military essence that radiated ironclad resolve. It was evident that the military god Academy was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. Lowering his head, Du Bing resumed his examination. The 4 invigilators meandered around the examination hall, but it was the representative from the military god Academy who exhibited the utmost seriousness, meticulously verifying each candidate's examination credentials. "Your examination number," came a deep voice, tinged with an oppressive aura. Du Bing glanced up, projecting the information from his communication wrist device in a holographic form. A glint of cold light flashed in the man's eyes, his gaze slicing through Du Bing like a blade. "Are you Du Bing? From class 3-2? Du Bing was taken aback, nodding in affirmation. The examination credentials displayed only the candidate's name, examination hall number, seat number, and examination number, with no indication of the class. "Yes, I'm Du Bing from class 3-2. The corner of the man's mouth twitched, revealing an elusive smile as he murmured to himself, "Very good, very good." Confused, Du Bing regarded him quizzically, unable to decipher the man's meaning. As the other 3 invigilators approached, the man pivoted and stealthily dropped a small piece of paper beneath Du Bing's seat before continuing his rounds to inspect the other candidates' examination numbers. What is this?" The invigilator in a red uniform from the Heavy Industry Academy caught sight of the paper as he casually glanced beneath Du Bing's desk. He bent down to retrieve it. Upon unfolding the note, his expression darkened, and he sternly commanded, "You, stand up." The sudden outburst startled everyone, drawing the attention of all students toward Du Bing. "Tell me, what is this?" The Heavy Industry Academy invigilator slammed the paper onto the desk. Du Bing looked down, his face paling as he realized it contained the answers to multiple-choice questions. "Teacher, this isn't mine," he hastily protested. "Cheating and still attempting to argue? Get out." The Heavy Industry Academy invigilator's face was a mask of fury, dismissing Du Bing's pleas without hesitation as he gripped his collar, ready to drag him away. The other 3 invigilators approached as well, but the representative from the Military God Academy wore a chilling smile. Chapter 61. Confronting the Instructor. Exam cheating. In the context of a typical high school examination, cheating may not seem particularly grave. Even if caught, one might only face a reprimand from the teacher. However, the grand examination of the 4 prestigious academies is an entirely different matter. These esteemed institutions serve as the nurturing grounds for talent in the nation of Huaxia, imposing rigorous standards on candidates. Those who gain admission are afforded abundant resources for their development, emerging as elites dedicated to the welfare of the people of Huaxia. Thus, any form of deception is utterly intolerable. Should a candidate be discovered cheating, the consequences extend far beyond mere expulsion from the examination room and nullification of their test scores. All results from other subjects would also be rendered void, effectively leading to an automatic rejection by the 4 prestigious academies. Furthermore, the incident would be reported to all high schools in the district, resulting in significant disgrace and embarrassment, even for one's parents. Outside the examination hall, for proctors regarded Du Bing with icy indifference. Despite Du Bing's repeated attempts to explain himself, none of them were inclined to believe his words. The proctor from the Heavy Industry Academy scoffed, asserting that no cheater would willingly confess to their wrongdoing. He declared, "I hereby announce that your examination eligibility has been revoked. Return home and await further notice." With that, the group turned to leave. Entering the Military God Academy had long been Du Bing's fervent aspiration. The Security Guardian organization had arranged a backdoor for him. However, if he were reported throughout the district, how could he ever face the gates of the Military God Academy? How would the students of the 4 prestigious academies perceive him? Fists clenched in frustration, Du Bing pondered the situation. Prior to the examination, the classroom had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of debris. Thus, the crumpled paper could not possibly have been there beforehand. Otherwise, he would have noticed it during the 2 consecutive morning exams. Clearly, someone had deliberately placed it beneath his seat. But who could it be? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the proctor clad in a black uniform from the Military God Academy, his expression changing dramatically. This very individual had approached him moments ago, inquiring about his name and class. Could it be him? Stop right there, Du Bing bellowed, halting the 4 proctors in their tracks. They turned around, their expressions darkening. They had never encountered such an audacious student willing to confront them so boldly. It was important to note that they were educators from the 4 prestigious academies, responsible for shaping the elite of humanity, having cultivated numerous talents with extensive networks. Even military officials treated them with great respect. As Du Bing approached, one of the proctors could not contain himself, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to assault us?" Attacking a proctor was not unheard of. There had been instances where students, unable to accept the consequences of being caught cheating, acted irrationally and resorted to violence, often resulting in severe repercussions. I advise you against foolish actions. This is Hu Shua from the Military God Academy, an esteemed instructor renowned for his unyielding demeanor and mastery in hand-to-hand combat. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against him? Hu Shua sneered, stepping forward. Moments earlier, he had felt disheartened by Du Bing's apparent cowardice in the face of adversity. Now, observing the anger etched upon Du Bing's face and the flush of his eyes, he felt an exhilarating satisfaction. This was the outcome he had anticipated. You caused my cousin to receive a 30-year sentence, and you have cost me a considerable sum of money. I will not rest until I make you pay for this. Hu Shua was, in fact, the cousin of Yin Zhua, the academic director at the Military God Academy. Upon receiving Yin Zhua's communication, he resolved to locate Du Bing at the 6th middle school and exact revenge for both Yin Zhua and himself. The act of tossing the paper and falsely accusing Du Bing of cheating was merely the first step. He hoped Du Bing would, in a fit of rage, attack the proctors, providing him with a legitimate excuse to deal with him, and should an accident occur, he would face no repercussions. Step closer, and you will regret it. Du Bing warned, locking eyes with Hu Shua. You claim I cheated, yet you have only a scrap of paper with answers written on it. On what grounds do you accuse me? Hu Shua retorted, what grounds? It was found beneath your seat. Whose could it possibly be? Du Bing scoffed. If what was discovered was not a crumpled paper, but rather a check for 1,000,000 energy points, would you claim it belonged to me as well? You sharp-tongued brat. You truly possess a knack for twisting words. Although Du Bing's argument seemed tenuous, Hu Shua had to acknowledge the boy's quick thinking. His intentions were clear. Everyone desires benefits while casting blame upon others. Du Bing then turned to the other 3 proctors, adopting a respectful demeanor. One of you must be from the Science Academy, correct? I have heard it is a hub for technological talent, a cradle for the scientists of Huaxia. The proctor clad in green, adorned with a ship insignia, stepped forward, seemingly enjoying the flattery. I am indeed an instructor from the Science Academy. Speak your mind, boy. There's no need for flattery. I'm not flattering you. I'm merely stating a fact. If you all believe that paper belongs to me, then surely the handwriting and my fingerprints should match. I propose we employ the Science Academy's technology to scan the handwriting and fingerprints for comparison. It should not be a difficult task. This way, I can clear my name, and you can avoid being labeled as unjust. You little. The proctor from the Heavy Industry Academy's expression darkened. He had been the one to discover the paper and apprehend Du Bing. Naturally, the label of unjust would fall upon him, which incensed him further. He pointed at Du Bing, furiously stating, "Fine, let us conduct the scan." The proctor from the Science Academy glanced at Hu Shua and the proctor from the Supernuclear Academy, seeking their opinions. Upon hearing Du Bing's words, the proctor from the Supernuclear Academy seemed to soften his stance, even offering a word of support. This is indeed a unique situation for me. While I typically do not condone cheating, this student's demeanor suggests he may be wronged. Let us grant him the opportunity to retake the exam. Hu Shua, however, replied sarcastically, even if the paper lacks your fingerprints, it does not absolve you of suspicion. It could very well be that someone passed the answers to you. The proctor from the Heavy Industry Academy nodded in agreement. Indeed, such scenarios are not unheard of. You almost had me fooled. Du Bing had begun to suspect that Hu Shua was the one who had thrown the paper, yet he lacked evidence and dared not voice such accusations, for fear of wrongfully implicating him, which would also carry severe consequences. Very well, he said, his expression serious as he stared at the four proctors. If, after the examination, we scan and compare all fingerprints and handwriting, and if one matches all conditions, I will concede to being guilty of cheating. However, he continued, his tone resolute, if no match is found, then I will have been wronged, and you will publicly apologize to restore my reputation. Since you four were present in the examination room, you should also submit to fingerprint and handwriting verification for fairness. Unreasonable disturbance, Hu Shua shouted angrily, noticing that the other three invigilators seemed to waver in their opinions. Swayed by Du Bing's intentions, if they truly proceeded to fingerprint verification, he would be exposed. Get out of my school. Hu Shua strode forward, his large hand reaching for Du Bing's neck, intent on forcibly expelling him. It appears some individuals are feeling guilty, desperate like a cornered dog, Du Bing retorted, no longer maintaining a polite demeanor, his face turning cold as he struck Hu Shua's hand with a punch. Dare to lay hands on me? Huh? Truly unaware of your own mortality. Upon witnessing Du Bing's attack, Hu Shua felt a surge of delight rather than anger. As an instructor at the Military God Academy, his hand-to-hand combat skills were unparalleled, far surpassing those of mere affluent students. He altered his grip, transforming his palm into a claw, aiming for Du Bing's wrist. Joints are the most vulnerable points in the human body. Once seized, no matter how strong one is, they become a mere puppet. Du Bing, undeterred, continued his assault. Hu Shua's hand had already latched onto his wrist, a grin spread across his face, but the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he were gripping steel. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge his opponent. Bang! Du Bing's fist collided with Hu Shua's chest, the force propelling Hu Shua backward several steps, nearly colliding with the three individuals behind him. Hu Shua stared at Du Bing in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Du Bing, too, was slightly astonished, although he had intentionally restrained his strength to a mere 20%, equating to a formidable force of 160 pounds. Hu Shua appeared relatively unscathed. Had it been an ordinary person who received Du Bing's punch, they would likely be sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, perhaps even spitting blood. Instructor Hu, are you all right? The invigilator from the Heavy Industry Academy stepped forward to support Hu Shua, his gaze toward Du Bing, filled with curiosity. A high school student managing to force a senior instructor of the Military God Academy to retreat was indeed a surprising spectacle. What is happening? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the corridor. A stern man clad in the black uniform of the Military God Academy appeared. Instructor Li, the divine marksman. Both Hu Shua and Du Bing recognized the newcomer simultaneously, albeit with contrasting emotions. One was somewhat alarmed, while the other felt elated. Instructor Li approached, his expression unchanged, seemingly unfamiliar with Du Bing. Here's the situation. The invigilator from the Science and Literature Academy recounted the events, ultimately turning to Du Bing and stating, "This young lad ended up fighting with Instructor Hu. His physical capabilities seem commendable. He might be quite suitable for your Military God Academy. Instructor Li, what do you propose we do about this?" Instructor Li responded with a simple, "Return and continue the examination." Hu Shua's face darkened, yet he refrained from further comments. He had inquired about this suddenly arrived Instructor Li, but no one seemed to know much, although the head instructor of the academy treated him with utmost respect, leading many instructors to speculate about Instructor Li's extraordinary background. "Thank you, Instructor." Du Bing feigned gratitude towards Instructor Li, beginning to grasp the intentions behind his superior Zhou Hongwei's arrangements for Instructor Li's arrival. Chapter 62. A double blessing. Du Bing's return to the examination hall naturally astonished everyone, including the two invigilators, who were momentarily dumbfounded. It was the first time they had witnessed a student caught for cheating yet allowed to continue with the examination. However, with the intervention of Li Xinxiang, This minor inconvenience was effortlessly resolved. After completing the comprehensive examination, students applying to the Military God Academy were required to undergo an additional physical fitness test, which this year included a new assessment for neural response sensitivity. These were supplementary criteria, contributing additional points to their overall scores. The physical fitness evaluation consisted of long-distance running, sprinting, and weightlifting, testing speed, stamina, and strength respectively. The neural response sensitivity test was unique, conducted using specialized equipment brought by the Military God Academy, testing only 5 individuals at a time for 30 seconds each, with varying content for each participant. The testing apparatus resembled a helmet, referred to by the Academy's personnel as a virtual sensor. Once donned, one's consciousness would enter an illusory realm, akin to stepping into an alternate world. Du Bing's test involved navigating a maze within 30 seconds, characterized by intricate white lines that could easily lead to confusion at first glance. Nevertheless, perhaps due to his extraordinary abilities, Du Bing's mental acuity allowed him to successfully traverse the maze within the allotted time. He recalled the astonished glance of the testing personnel, who said nothing further and merely permitted him to leave. He was not overly concerned about the results. He was confident in his physical fitness. Upon exiting the testing room and waiting for Fong Xiang on campus, Du Bing suddenly felt a slight tremor in his palm as a message materialized in his mind. A communication request from Li Xinxiang? Having already explored the marvels of the biological computer, Du Bing understood its nature, a synthesis of plant life and technology. Possessing a natural neural network that, once parasitized within the human body, transmitted information solely through mental waves. This mode of communication resembled the telepathic connection he shared with Sophie, allowing thoughts to be conveyed effortlessly. Connection established. Du Bing, this is Li Xinxiang. I have investigated Hu Shua's background. He has a cousin who serves as the director at your school. Recently, he was sent to a labor reform facility, allegedly related to you. Earlier that morning, Du Bing had discreetly communicated with Li Xinxiang, suspecting Hu Shua's involvement in the cheating incident. Li Xinxiang promptly relayed the information to the headquarters. The intelligence system at the security guard headquarters, developed by Yan Xuejing, was a super biological intelligence far surpassing the Beidou system, only slightly inferior to the long brain of Huaxia. Yan Xuejing had directly infiltrated the Military God Academy's intelligence system in Beidou City, uncovering a linked clue regarding Hu Shua's ancestry. Although Du Bing had joined the security guards, he refrained from divulging all his circumstances, fearing that knowledge of his relationship with Sophie might lead to her being coerced. It turned out that Hu Shua was indeed Yan Zhuo's cousin, which explained his animosity toward Du Bing. Would he attempt to sabotage Du Bing's admission to the Military God Academy? A sense of unease washed over Du Bing. Hu Shua had taught at the academy for many years and undoubtedly wielded considerable influence, which would facilitate the quiet admission of some mediocre science into the institution. This individual possessed a notable background, seemingly connected to a faction within the military, rendering it inconvenient to act against him. If Hu Shua were removed, it might attract the attention of higher-ups in the military, thereby exposing Du Bing's identity. Li Xinxiang paused before speaking. The military has never been particularly fond of our organization. Should they discover our ability to place individuals within the Military God Academy at will, it would incite their suspicion and create unnecessary complications. The boss has instructed that if your identity is ever revealed, you must sever ties with the academy. Do you understand? Du Bing nodded, recalling that the military had always regarded the security guards, an entity independent of their system, as an uncontrollable force, having repeatedly pressured the highest authorities to disband the organization. Zhang Jianren, in particular, harbored significant discontent toward the military, seemingly entangled in some special insider issues. Both Xue Qianjiao and Li Xinxiang had once been genetically modified soldiers in the military, later extricating themselves with the assistance of Zhou Hongwei. Furthermore, the prior endeavor to seize the technological genius Yan Xuejing had led to multiple frictions between the security guards and the military, resulting in a tense relationship. I shall endeavor to avoid provoking him, lest he persistently seeks to trouble me. Do not fret, he is merely a new recruit instructor. Once your training period concludes, he will be powerless against you. Besides, I will be watching out for you from the shadows. Just await the admission notice from the Military God Academy. The following day after the exams, with little to occupy his time, Du Bing devoted himself to honing his abilities, experimenting with various techniques. Suddenly, his communication wristwatch vibrated. Despite possessing the biological intelligence, he retained the old wristwatch to avoid drawing attention. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a message that brought a smile to his face. Notice from the Military God Academy, Class 2, Senior Year, 6th High School, Du Bing has excelled in the academy examination with outstanding physical fitness. You have been admitted to the Military God Academy. Please report to the Academy's administration within 7 days of receiving this notice. Meanwhile, at Feng Xiang's home, he anxiously awaited the results. Today, the results should be announced. Feng Xiang paced restlessly, aware that he might not qualify, yet a flicker of hope remained. Buzz. The communication wristwatch vibrated, causing him to flinch. He stared at the unfamiliar message with trepidation, swallowing hard. After much hesitation, he spoke in a dry voice. Open the message. A flash of light illuminated the wristwatch, projecting a miniature image. Notice from the Military God Academy, Class 2, Senior Year, 6th High School, Feng Xiang has excelled in the academy examination with outstanding physical fitness. You have been admitted to the Military God Academy. Please report to the Academy's administration within 7 days of receiving this notice. Boom. Feng Xiang was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind swirling in confusion, utterly incapable of coherent thought. While he had yearned to gain admission to the Military God Academy, it had always seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, upon its realization, he found it surreal. After a considerable time, he regained his senses, rubbed his eyes, and reread the notice from beginning to end. I must have read it wrong. Let me check again. After perusing it no less than 10 times, Feng Xiang finally accepted the truth. Haha, I truly am a prodigy. Having been admitted to the Military God Academy, he was about to contact Du Bing to share the joyous news when he hesitated, his expression fluctuating, murmuring to himself. No. What if Du Bing didn't pass? How would he feel? Du Bing always thought of helping me find a good job. How could I be so selfish? After much contemplation, Feng Xiang became increasingly distressed. This was a momentous occasion, yet he could not share it with his best friend. What a torment that was. I must tell Du Bing. I have just 7 days to report. If I leave without informing him, it would hurt him even more. Should I tell him or not? Feng Xiang was tormented by his own thoughts, unable to summon a smile or shed a tear. This perplexity left Du Bing, who awaited Feng Xiang's triumphant return at home, in a state of confusion. Having grown up alongside Feng Xiang, Du Bing knew him well. He was the type who could never keep secrets, always seeking counsel for any matter. Under normal circumstances, such a momentous achievement as being accepted into the Military God Academy would prompt immediate communication. Yet as night fell and his parents returned from work, Feng Xiang still had not come to seek him out. Du Bing began to wonder if something unfortunate had transpired. When Feng Xiang's parents arrived home and saw him sitting gloomily in the living room, they exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Feng Xiang's father, attempting to lighten the mood, laughed heartily and sat beside him, embracing him. Son, as men, we must learn to rise and fall gracefully, keeping our sights forward. A minor setback should not lead to despair. So what if you didn't get into the academy? It's hardly the end of the world. Countless others faced the same fate. Feng Xiang's mother, equally concerned, looked at him and said, Xiang, since you didn't get into the academy, lift your spirits and seek employment. Didn't Xiaobing find a good job? He mentioned he would help you as well. You could go together. Feng Xiang lifted his head, glancing at his parents, and bitterly smiled. If only I hadn't gotten in. Hearing this, both of Feng Xiang's parents were momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Without further explanation, Feng Xiang opened his messages and showed them the acceptance letter. His parents were stunned, then filled with joy. Ha, my son has achieved success. I need to share this with old Du. This is a momentous occasion for our family. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. Ha, Lao Feng, I have great news to share. Open up. Hey, it's truly old Du. Fong Xiang's father, brimming with delight, opened the door to find Du Jianqing, unable to contain his excitement. My son has been accepted into the military god academy. My son has been accepted into the military god academy. The two engaged in identical exclamations, both momentarily stunned. What did you just say? Your son got into? They stared at each other, astonished, before Du Bing chimed in. Uncle Fong, I was accepted into the military god academy. Upon hearing the news, my dad immediately brought me here. Fong Xiang's father erupted in laughter. What a double blessing. Both Xiao Bing and Xiao Xiang have been accepted into the military god academy. What splendid news. We must celebrate tonight. Let us prepare for a future of enjoyment. Du Jianqing laughed heartily. What do you think I came here for? I'm here to partake in the festivities. The two families gathered together. The adults discussing their affairs while Xiaoqin and Fong Xiang's mother hurried to the food supply point to procure some snacks for the occasion. Meanwhile, Du Bing and Fong Xiang joyfully conversed in the bedroom. You rascal, getting into the academy without telling me. I've been gloomy all day, fearing you hadn't made it, and I didn't want to discourage you. Haha, you should be grateful, had I not dragged you for the physical exam. You wouldn't have even registered, Du Bing teased. Bing, I have a question. Fong Xiang suddenly ceased his laughter and grew serious, looking intently into Du Bing's eyes. Don't deceive me. Tell me honestly, did you do something that ensured my acceptance into the military god academy? Du Bing paused, playfully punching Fong Xiang's chest. We are brothers. We shall never leave each other behind. The road ahead, we will walk together. Chapter 63. The celebration on the day the students receive their acceptance letters from the academy. The school is also notified. Typically, the school gathers the admitted students for a celebratory event. The celebration serves two purposes. Firstly, to allow the successful students to meet one another, exchange contact information, and potentially assist each other in the future, marking the first step in building a network. Secondly, the teachers wish to take this opportunity to strengthen their relationships with the students, which may prove beneficial later. The venue for the celebration is the Winding Hotel, a respectable establishment, albeit inferior to the Kaohsiung Hotel. Given that the school is hosting the event, it refrains from selecting an excessively lavish venue. Yet it seeks to maintain a certain standard, thus choosing this hotel. Previous celebrations have also been held at Winding Hotel, but this year is notably different. It boasts the highest number of students admitted to prestigious universities in the history of the 6th middle school. Du Bing and Fong Xiang are naturally among those invited. Upon their arrival at the hotel, they are greeted by the school's teachers at the entrance, each guiding their respective students inside. Ah, Du Bing, Fong Xiang. You two have finally arrived. The homeroom teacher warmly acknowledges them. It is Du Bing's first experience of such treatment, and Fong Xiang is equally taken aback. We apologize for keeping you waiting. Our home is a bit far, Du Bing replies humbly. Despite his acceptance into the academy, he retains a modest demeanor towards the teachers. The homeroom teacher reflects. Honestly, I never thought you two would amount to much. He chuckles awkwardly before continuing. But now it's clear that you both stand out, unlike some who adopt a rather arrogant attitude post-admission. Well, enough of that. Let us head in. The rest of the class is already here. As Du Bing and Fong Xiang follow their teacher into the banquet hall, they find it spacious enough to accommodate over 100 guests. At this moment, dozens of attendees, both young students and older teachers, are already present. You two go ahead and enjoy some food and drinks or mingle with your classmates. I'll step outside to welcome the others, the homeroom teacher suggests before leaving. This year, 8 students from Class 2 have succeeded in gaining admission, much to the delight of their teacher, who feels a sense of pride. I feel a bit out of place, Fong Xiang remarks, adjusting his attire and observing the well-dressed peers around him, sensing a disconnect. Du Bing, dressed in ordinary clothing, shares this sentiment, feeling uncomfortable in this unfamiliar social setting. Such delightful delicacies, we rarely get to enjoy these. Let us find a quiet corner to fill our stomachs first, Du Bing suggests. They both unceremoniously grab a plate and fill it with an assortment of unfamiliar treats, fruits, vegetables, meats, and pastries. Finding an unoccupied corner, they squat down to eat, their demeanor somewhat undignified. Ah Bing, this is delicious. You must try a bite, Fong Xiang offers. This pastry is divine. After indulging in these, how will I ever go back to those bland compressed foods? As they indulge, a soft, timid voice interrupts them. See, can I join you? Du Bing looks up and smiles, recognizing Tang Feifei. Today, she appears quite different, adorned with a butterfly hairpin and dressed in a bright yellow floral dress. Her delicate arms exposed and her legs elegantly displayed, complemented by a new pair of white canvas shoes. Her cheeks carry a shy blush, and her gentle smile radiates a refreshing purity, akin to a blooming white lotus. Du Bing finds himself momentarily entranced by her beauty, feeling as if a small deer is racing wildly within his heart. If you're not embarrassed, then please do join us, he replies. Fong Xiang eagerly nods, his mouth full of food. Come, sit with us. Du Bing shifts aside, allowing Tang Feifei to kneel between them, holding her dress as she begins to eat, creating an atmosphere that feels more comfortable for them all. Several students, noticing the trio nestled in the corner, can't help but stifle their laughter, their expressions suggesting, "Look at those three, they truly seem out of place. I've been looking for you for quite some time. Turns out you were hiding here." A melodious voice cuts through their enjoyment. Du Bing looks up to see Zhao Xuefei, clad in a blue gown, beaming as she approaches. Du Bing offers an awkward smile. "I was getting a bit hungry and wasn't sure when everyone would arrive, so I thought I'd grab a bite. Would you like some?" Zhao Xuefei declines with a smile. "Please, don't drag me down with you. Too many eyes are on us. Come on, get up. The principal has arrived, and the banquet is about to commence." The trio exchanges glances, reluctantly setting down their plates, wiping their mouths, and merging into the crowd. The banquet hall is now bustling with nearly 100 attendees. Shortly thereafter, Principal Li, wearing reading glasses, appears at the podium to deliver a congratulatory speech. "I am delighted today, as I witnessed so many talented individuals emerge from our school before my retirement. This is a point of pride not only for our institution, but for all the teachers, and certainly for me, Li." Although aged, Principal Li remains astute, aware that the audience prefers brevity over clichés. After a few words, he unveils a pleasant surprise. To celebrate, the school has decided to award each student accepted into a university with a scholarship of 10,000 energy points. Additionally, I personally will grant each of you a further 10,000 energy points. The envelopes are prepared. Please come forward as I call your names." Fong Xiang exclaims in delight. "What a wonderful surprise. I'm so glad I came." Other students from Class 2 gather around, drawn in by Zhao Xuefei's presence, forming a small group. One girl whispers, "The principal is certainly generous this time. With over 80 students admitted, that's at least 800,000 energy points." Zhao Xuefei seems indifferent to the amount, as her monthly allowance exceeds 100,000. Regardless of the sum, it's the sentiment that counts. With 800,000 energy points, we gain connections with 80 future achievers. It's the principal who truly benefits. "By the way, where's Wu Yong?" Fong Xiang inquires. Glancing around, with his academic performance, he should have been admitted. Did something prevent him from attending? A girl's expression shifts slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she responds. "Wu Yong was injured the night before the exam and couldn't participate." "How could this happen?" Du Bing exclaims, clearly taken aback by the news. He holds Wu Yong in high regard, recognizing his integrity and care for the class as their monitor. "Which hospital is he in?" The young woman shook her head, seemingly not quite understanding. "I learned about it from Ruli, who mentioned it was merely a flesh wound, and he should be discharged and back home soon." Du Bing, how about we visit Wu Yong after the celebration? Zhao Xuefei looked at Du Bing, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of pleading. Du Bing's heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. The banquet lasted for over 3 hours, during which many attendees engaged in conversation with Du Bing, exchanging contact information and making promises to assist one another in the future. The principal and teachers also spoke warmly with the students, frequently uttering flattering remarks and requesting their contact details. On the way back, Fong Xiang laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "Haha, you nearly had me in stitches." "A Bing, did you see the principal's expression when he shook your hand? When the military police arrived, he showed no support for you and immediately let them take you away, insisting on following protocol. Yet just now, he praised you for your sense of justice and heroic spirit. What a shameless display. Du Bing merely shook his head and smiled, harboring no strong prejudice against Principal Li. After all, at their age, they had all experienced significant upheavals, leading them to place a greater emphasis on human sentiments. Xiong, you know where Wu Yong lives, right? Of course, I've been there once. How shall we get there? Feng Xiang glanced back at Zhao Xuefei, who was wearing a dress, and, recalling a previous jest he had made to Du Bing, he chuckled to himself. Today, Zhao the Great Beauty is wearing a dress again. Heh. Zhao Xuefei shot them a strange look and huffed. What are you two whispering about? My car is parked over there. You can direct the driver to take us. Du Bing understood Feng Xiang's remark, recalling his earlier intention to invite Zhao Xuefei to ride his bicycle before they went to the cinema. At that time, Feng Xiang had teased him, noting that Zhao the Great Beauty was dressed in a skirt, and a gust of wind might expose her. Du Bing shook his head and extended a hand, inviting, "My lady, would you dare to ride in our humble vehicle?" Zhao Xuefei paused, glancing at the simple black bicycle beneath him and then at her own dress, seeming somewhat hesitant. Yet, the memory of that snowy night made her heart race. "Fine. I'll ride it. This lady aims to be a soldier queen, so why would I fear your little bicycle?" With that, Zhao Xuefei lifted her chin proudly, like a queen, extending her snow-white hand into Du Bing's warm palm. "Little Du, let us take off." With a laugh, they pedaled away, the wind blowing past as her skirt fluttered in the breeze. Du Bing felt a rush of warmth beside him as Zhao Xuefei's gentle voice floated to his ears. "When my next birthday comes around, I want to see snow again, and you must be there." "At your command," he replied with a grin. Feng Xiang, watching the pair recede into the distance, called out, "Do you two know the way?" At Wu Yong's home, he lay in bed with his leg encased in plaster, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the three visitors. "Thank you all for coming." Zhao Xuefei sat by his bedside, holding his hand and comforting him. "Don't worry, focus on your recovery. Once you're healed, I'll introduce you to my father's company. A person as outstanding as you will shine wherever you go." Wu Yong's tears flowed freely, and he was too choked with emotion to speak. In the presence of the girl he once admired, he lacked the courage to confess. "I like you," for their paths had diverged further after he missed the entrance exam. Before they left, however, Wu Yong held Du Bing back, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. "You must be cautious of the wealthy and charming ones." Chapter 64. New classmates upon receiving their admission notices. Du Bing and Feng Xiang bid farewell to their parents and boarded the maglev train bound for the Military God Academy. In the underground city, there are no summer or winter vacations. From elementary school to high school, students are continuously immersed in a rigorous accumulation of knowledge. In terms of the volume of knowledge acquired, they surpass even university students of the past. This intense preparation contributes to the unprecedented difficulty of the Academy's entrance examinations, which are more challenging than graduate school exams, resulting in a high elimination rate. In this underground city, there are only 4 academies, each admitting around 20,000 students annually, making every student a rare gem. The Academy District is located in a public area shared by 12 districts. If the entire Beidou city is envisioned as a circle, the Academy District lies at its center, under military jurisdiction, commonly referred to as Zone 0. The maglev train can only reach the periphery of the Academy District, where checkpoints are established, guarded by hundreds of soldiers. Entry requires either an admission notice or a pass. Upon their first visit to such a heavily fortified location, Du Bing and Feng Xiang felt a twinge of nervousness. However, after the soldiers checked their admission notices, smiles broke out on their faces, and they arranged for transportation to the Military God Academy. Along the way, they encountered numerous checkpoints, signifying the military's high regard for this place. After more than half an hour of travel, the vehicle finally came to a stop. The soldier accompanying them cheerfully encouraged, "You two should strive to bring honor to us from Zone 12. Stepping out of the vehicle, Du Bing and Feng Xiang were left in awe by the scene before them. Was this truly the Military God Academy? A deep blue energy dome loomed overhead, resembling a massive inverted bowl that enveloped the entire academy. The area directly in front of them spanned over 10,000 square meters. leaving them to ponder the vastness of the entire institution. Is there no entrance? They wondered, standing dazed outside the energy dome. The dome was perfectly rounded, with no visible seams, prompting them to question whether they had arrived at the correct location. Suddenly, the energy dome rippled, sending out waves akin to water, and a figure emerged from within. Welcome, new students. I am Jiang Lin, a 27th cohort student of the Military God Academy. You may call me Senior Jiang. Jiang Lin sported a stylish bob haircut, her large, double-lidded eyes sparkling with a carefree smile. Her skin bore a healthy wheatish tone, a rarity in the underground city. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her figure was both elegant and alluring, accentuated by the snug black academy uniform that highlighted her captivating curves. 27th cohort. Du Bing recalled seeing a metal tag around the neck of a handsome student, inscribed with the same designation. Hello, senior. I am Du Bing, here to report to the academy. Fong Xiang chimed in. Senior, I'm Fong Xiang. Jiang Lin smiled upon observing their attire, deducing their family backgrounds. She produced 2 silver metal tags from her pocket and handed them to the pair. These are your identity tags. They contain energy sensors that will emit a corresponding energy wave when you approach the energy dome, allowing you to pass through freely. Du Bing examined the tag, which read Military God Academy, 28th cohort. Fong Xiang, filled with excitement, donned the necklace and, gazing at the deep blue energy dome, tentatively asked, "Will this allow me to pass?" Jiang Lin nodded, explaining, the Academy's energy shield is rated 4 stars, comparable to some military fortresses. Even in the event of ground collapse, it remains intact. The energy within the dome fluctuates at specific frequencies, and only our tags can pass through. However, your tags are not yet fully activated. Once you report to the administration office, your information will be registered, and then you will be able to access certain special areas within the academy. Follow me. I will take you to the administration office. Turning, Jiang Lin approached the energy dome. As she neared, the tag around her neck emitted a gentle blue light, enveloping her before she seamlessly merged into the dome, creating ripples akin to a droplet entering the ocean. Du Bing, let us go? Fong Xiang eagerly ventured forward, and Du Bing, filled with anticipation, could not resist the urge to discover what the legendary Military God Academy was truly like. With a flash, the world before them illuminated brilliantly. Du Bing squinted slightly, gradually acclimating to the brightness. Lush grasses and verdant trees surrounded them, adorned with exotic flowers and plants, while a distant brook babbled and waterfowl frolicked nearby. Gazing upward, they beheld a cerulean sky dotted with drifting clouds, where a radiant golden orb floated, casting endless light and warmth. Du Bing was profoundly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. Is this paradise? Fong Xiang echoed his astonishment, murmuring, have we crossed over? Observing their reactions, Jiang Lin covered her mouth with a chuckle, recalling her own initial shock upon her first visit to the Military God Academy. It is widely known that the surface ecosystem has been utterly devastated, with flora and fauna nearly extinct, and even sunlight rendered harmful. Humanity has dwelled in underground cities for over a decade, accustomed to the cold, grim surroundings. Thus, encountering such beauty can elicit an overwhelming sense of disbelief, akin to emerging from hell into heaven, a stark contrast, like night and day. Jiang Lin elucidated. The 4 academies have been designed by scientists to reconstruct a natural ecosystem. Green plants produce oxygen through photosynthesis, providing breathable air, a sanctuary for humanity. Du Bing's voice turned bitter as he retorted, then why not expand this environment to the entire underground city, allowing everyone to enjoy it? For 18 years, we subsisted on compressed food and treated seawater, confined to cold, cramped metal quarters, with darkness as our constant companion. Growing up in such an environment breeds a suppressed mindset. Discovering that some live in such paradisiacal conditions ignites a sense of anger. Fong Xiang gritted his teeth, asserting, is this privilege? Shouldn't this be a right for everyone? Jiang Lin sighed, her expression tinged with sadness as she reassured them, you need not feel this way. Every newcomer to this academy shares your sentiments. If the military had the capability to extend this environment to the masses, they would surely do so. for we all emerge from ordinary backgrounds. However, maintaining such an ecosystem demands immense resources. The four academies merely serve as experimental bases. Through Jiang Lin's explanation, Du Bing and Feng Xiang grasped that the creation of this ecological environment aims to research methods for restoring the Earth's original ecosystem. Humanity remains uncertain of how long they must reside in the underground city, perhaps just a few years until the polar ice caps melt and oceans engulf the continents. Even the finest ecosystem cannot prevent humanity's extinction. The establishment of the four academies fundamentally seeks to prolong human existence. To thrive, one must harness more resources. Resources are finite. Thus, one must strive and compete for them. Wars are perpetually unfolding, though as ordinary individuals, we remain oblivious to their occurrence. To acquire life's necessities without enduring the brutality of war is indeed a form of happiness. Therefore, you both must comprehend that the food and drink you enjoy are earned through the valiant efforts of soldiers on the front lines. One day, we too shall step onto the battlefield, sacrificing our lives to protect our families and all the people of our great nation. Though Jiang Lin is a woman, her tone is resolute, showing no sign of fear or retreat regarding the battlefield. At that moment, Du Bing sensed an aura of feminine strength emanating from her. Who says women are inferior to men? Senior sister, we understand now. Du Bing steadied her emotions, acknowledging that she had allowed her feelings to cloud her judgment. The balance of gain and sacrifice is reciprocal. The students of the four prestigious academies enjoy such advantageous conditions because they labor for the continuance of 900 million citizens, rather than indulging in selfish pleasures. After bringing the two to the administration office, Jiang Lin recorded their information and then led them to the military supplies section of the academy, where they received their uniforms and equipment. Each was given 2 sets of uniforms, boots, bedding, and other essentials, along with military communication wristwatches. Well then, my task is complete. Your wristwatches contain the Academy's map and answers to various common knowledge questions. You may proceed to the new recruits' dormitory. I must attend to other newcomers, she said. Goodbye, senior sister. After Jiang Lin departed, Feng Xiang could not help but exclaim his surprise at the presence of such a beautiful girl like Jiang Lin in the military academy. Du Bing nodded in agreement. The military academy had the lowest ratio of females among the 4 academies, with 9 boys for every girl, a classic case of scarcity. A girl like Jiang Lin must have numerous admirers. Feng Xiang's eyes widened as he remarked, when Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei arrive, they will surely attract many gazes. They are the school flowers from our 6th high. We cannot let others take advantage. Huh, what are you thinking? This is not about forming an internal clique at 6th high. Come, let us first check out the dormitory. The two equipped their wristwatches, which contained an integrated map of the military academy that could automatically detect their location and provide voice directions, making it easy for them to locate their dormitory. Inside the dormitory building, several new students had already settled in. Room 3319 found it a Bing. Feng Xiang and Du Bing were assigned to the same dormitory. Whether by coincidence or by the design of the legendary marksman, Li Xinxiang was uncertain. They opened the door to find 7 or 8 boys around their age engaged in lively conversation, fostering camaraderie. New brothers have arrived. Hello, I am Su Chong. From District 8, greeted a freckled boy with a friendly demeanor, stepping forward to introduce himself. Du Bing smiled and shook his hand, responding, Hello everyone, I am Du Bing. From District 12, Feng Xiang quickly added, I am Feng Xiang, also from District 12, and we are from the same school. At that moment, a tall, slightly dark-skinned boy cheerfully exclaimed, I am also from District 12. It seems we are fellow townsmen, haha. My name is Wang Jing. From now on, we shall be brothers sharing this dormitory, living together day and night. Who knows? We may even find ourselves on the battlefield together, sharing life and death. Let us support one another in the days to come. The group of boys from various districts quickly warmed up to each other, spontaneously forming a small community within their dormitory. Chapter 65. Iron-blooded elites in each dormitory. There are 12 bunk beds, accommodating exactly 12 individuals, which aligns perfectly with the composition of an infantry squad. As dinner time approaches, Su Chong stands up, his freckled face alight with enthusiasm, suggesting that everyone head to the cafeteria together. "The food at the Academy's cafeteria is exceptional," he exclaims. "They serve fluffy white buns and stir-fried dishes with meat. Such luxuries would only be enjoyed at home during the new year." Upon hearing this, Fong Xiang cannot resist wiping his mouth and raises his arm in excitement, calling out, "What are we waiting for? Brothers, let us go." 10 of them excitedly rush towards the Academy cafeteria, while 2 of their dorm mates, including Du Bing, have yet to arrive. Su Chong, having arrived early, has already explored various areas of the school, visiting the cafeteria 3 times a day. Upon reaching the cafeteria, he surveys the bustling scene. The expansive ground floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters, is teeming with students clad in black uniforms. The attire of the students differs from that of the instructors. The latter sport a badge with crossed swords on their chests and typically wear rank insignia during formal occasions. Ordinary students lack ranks and are classified merely as privates. The group members each collect a tray and queue at the food stations, where the offerings vary, yet all are nutritious, blending both meat and vegetables. Many students hail from ordinary families and require substantial nourishment to bolster their health. Du Bing, indifferent to culinary preferences, chooses a less crowded station to wait, having agreed with the others to dine on the second floor. After a short while, it is finally Du Bing's turn. Just as he prepares to serve himself, a commotion erupts in the crowd, drawing many onlookers. At the center, 2 young men are embroiled in a heated argument. "Hey, classmate, why are you cutting in line?" One exclaims. "Who the hell is cutting in? I was right here, just stepped away to take a call." Retorts the other. "You're lying. I clearly saw you just arrive. Go to the back of the line. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Do you even know who I am?" With that, a punch is thrown, knocking one of the boys to the ground. "What are you doing?" A tall, dark-skinned youth steps forward, glaring at the student who struck the blow. The assailant smirks, pulling out 2 chain tags, one silver, signifying a student, and the other a fiery red, emblazoned with the words "iron-blooded." "Newcomers, are you? Keep your eyes open. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." The tall youth, unaware of the significance of the red tag, only notes the silver one bears the inscription War God Academy. Class 27. Just because you're a senior doesn't make you special. Apologize to my classmate, or I won't let this go. The assailant laughs, as if hearing the grandest of jokes, and mockingly gestures. "Big guy, I'm curious to see how you plan to make me apologize." Fuming, the tall youth lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch. The assailant effortlessly sidesteps and retaliates with a swift kick, sending the tall youth crashing to the ground like a rag doll. "Du Bing, it's bad. Su Chong and Wang Jin have been attacked." Fong Xiang finds Du Bing, panic etched on his face, dragging him towards the crowd. "What is going on?" Du Bing is taken aback. "Just arrived at school, and already there's a fight?" Fong Xiang hastily explains, "It seems someone cut in line." And when Su Chong confronted him, he got hit. Wang Jin stepped in to defend Su Chong, but it turns out the attacker is a Class 27 student. And he was extremely arrogant, refusing to apologize, even striking Wang Jin. "Our dorm mates have already gone over. Cutting in line and hitting people?" Du Bing's anger flares. "This is intolerable. Class 27 students have undergone comprehensive training and possess ample combat experience. How could Wang Jin and the others, mere novices, stand a chance?" By the time Du Bing and Fong Xiang squeeze into the throng, they find it too late. Apart from Su Chong and Wang Jin, the rest of their dorm mates lie on the ground, some bloodied, others clutching their stomachs, groaning in pain. The assailant, treating the situation as trivial, claps his hands and laughs. "Is there no one else willing to stand up for these fools? I enjoy helping newcomers acclimatize to their new environment. The War God Academy is no paradise. It's a place where the strong prey upon the weak." Whispers ripple through the crowd as people speculate about this audacious individual. Who is this guy? So brazen. Fighting without consequence? Doesn't the Academy care? Is he a newcomer? One seasoned student, seemingly annoyed by the assailant, scoffs. "That guy is Qian Hai, ranked 11th in the combat competition among Class 27. He was absorbed into the Iron-Blooded Elite Association shortly after completing the new student training, making him a figure of notoriety within the school." With 3 to 5,000 new students each year, only the top 100 in the competition are considered true elites, and the academy places utmost importance on them. How formidable! The gathered newcomers cannot help but feel a chill run down their spines, realizing the weight of a student association capable of influencing the academy's higher echelons. Qianhai scans the crowd, noting the silence, and smirks before returning to fill his tray, now devoid of any cues due to the earlier scuffle. Witnessing his brazen demeanor and the suffering of his friends, Du Bing seizes a tray filled with food from a nearby student and hurls it at Qianhai, reacting swiftly to the sound of rushing air behind him. Qianhai ducks, evading the tray, though its contents splatter all over him. Fuming at his disheveled state, Qianhai turns, enunciating each word with menace. Who threw that? The student from whom Du Bing snatched the tray steps back, panic-stricken, and points at Du Bing, exclaiming, "It wasn't my fault. He took it and threw it. It was me. So what?" Du Bing boldly meets Qianhai's gaze. Qianhai's eyes narrow, his face contorting with rage as he fixates on Du Bing, muscles twitching in anger. As an elite student, he has never faced such humiliation and now resembles a furious beast ready to pounce. "You're asking for death, kid. I assure you, you'll regret this more than these fools." Wang Jin and the others shout, "Du Bing, you need to get out of here. You can't take him on. He's too powerful. Even if all 5 or 6 of us attack together, we wouldn't stand a chance. Feng Xiang, pull him away." Around them, whispers of disbelief spread. "Wow, we really have someone fearless here." I observed that Qianhai appeared utterly enraged. I wondered if he might seriously harm that young man. Youth often succumbs to impulsiveness and rashness, seeking confrontation without cause. However, I find myself rather admiring this lad. The youthful visage betrayed no hint of trepidation, and his dark eyes brimmed with fury. Du Bing slowly raised a hand and pointed at his adversary, demanding an apology for his roommates. Feng Xiang stood his ground, unwilling to retreat. With his companions already downed, how could he remain a mere bystander? "Yes, you must apologize." The 2 overconfident young rascals thought it amusing to demand an apology from him, which struck Qianhai as utterly ridiculous. He brushed off the remnants of his meal with a scoff, declaring, "No one has ever dared to treat me this way. You shall pay dearly for this insolence." Before his words had fully settled in the air, Qianhai lunged forward, propelled like an arrow aimed at Du Bing. Gasps escaped the crowd as they witnessed Qianhai's swift approach. In just 2 strides, he was upon Du Bing, delivering a punch that cut through the air with a whooshing sound. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Du Bing remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike. And the onlookers braced themselves for the grim outcome that awaited him. A resounding thud echoed as a figure was sent sprawling to the ground, and the spectators were left in shock. The one who had fallen was not Du Bing, but rather Qianhai himself, his expression a mix of surprise and fury. Rising slowly, he brushed off the imprints left on his attire, realizing he had just been struck in the abdomen by a kick from Du Bing. "Remarkable," he mused. "It seems I underestimated you. You possess some strength. Now, things shall become interesting." Qianhai rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, a grave expression settling on his face. "Prepare yourself, young man," he bellowed, charging once again at Du Bing, this time with even greater speed. Du Bing remained composed. Through their initial exchange, he had gauged Qianhai's capabilities. His strength was indeed impressive, reaching nearly double that of an ordinary person, with a speed approximating 12 ms. His pure punching power had already reached the threshold of an E-rank superhuman, coupled with his exceptional combat skills, making him a formidable opponent among the average populace. Yet, for Du Bing, whose physical prowess had attained D-rank status, it was hardly a match. "I'll teach you a lesson," he declared, moving to engage. Suddenly, a melodic voice rang out, "Stop," and a graceful figure interposed itself between the 2 combatants. With a series of sharp sounds echoing through the air, the 2 began to exchange blows, and in the blink of an eye, the newcomer had already matched Qianhai strike for strike. They both retreated momentarily, eyeing each other with intensity. Qianhai's expression darkened as he barked, "Jiang Lin, what business is this of yours? Why do you interfere?" The newcomer was none other than Jiang Lin, the the senior who had escorted Du Bing and Feng Xiang to the academy. Standing tall and poised, her presence radiated confidence and vigor. Observers were captivated not only by her beauty and grace, but also by her ability to hold her own against Qian Hai, prompting many to cheer her on with fervent admiration. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Jiang Lin, ranked 9th in the combat competition among the 27th cohort, is the only female in the top 15, earning her the title of Jiang Jinhua. With such beauty and prowess in combat, she is truly remarkable." Chapter 66. The three major factions. Qian Hai, you truly seem to be regressing with age, resorting to violence against several new students. Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Lin cast a playful glance at Qian Hai, her tone dripping with disdain. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Show me what you are capable of. Jiang Lin. Qian Hai roared, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly, clearly lacking confidence in confronting Jiang Lin. Despite his disdain for her, he had to admit that her strength surpassed his considerably. What I choose to do is my own affair, and I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, do not think that Gu Shuai's protection will shield you from me. My elder brother Qian Jiang is not someone to be trifled with. Once he emerges from his seclusion, the first thing he will do is challenge Gu Shuai. After he has brought him down, I wonder how long you will remain smug. Upon hearing Qian Hai mention his elder brother, Jiang Lin's expression grew grave. She and Qian Hai were from the same cohort, and she was aware of his elder brother's presence in the military academy. He was a member of the 25th cohort and a significant figure within the Iron Blood elite society, possessing formidable strength. If he truly intervened on Qian Hai's behalf, only a handful within the academy could stand against him. However, Jiang Lin, having taken the risk to confront Qian Hai, had considered the consequences. She scoffed. Stop boasting about your brother. What if he ends up unable to lift his head after being defeated by Senior Gu Shuai? Wouldn't that be quite the embarrassment? You. Qian Hai's forehead pulsed with anger, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white, finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well, we shall see. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. And you, don't think that this woman can protect you." Knowing that he had no chance of gaining the upper hand with Jiang Lin present, let alone teach Du Bing a lesson, Qian Hai could only leave with a frustrated remark, his eyes filled with malice as he passed by, causing everyone to part ways in fear of incurring his wrath. All right, everyone disperse. Jiang Lin turned to the onlookers, waving her hand. Seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to behold, the crowd gradually dispersed, though some stole glances at the strikingly beautiful and formidable senior. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Lin was not only stunning but also exceptionally skilled in combat. Du Bing stepped forward, a broad smile on his face, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance. I am truly grateful." Jiang Lin shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of surprise in her eyes as she retorted, "Stop flattering me. You appeared quite composed earlier, as if you didn't need help. Perhaps I was meddling where I shouldn't." Du Bing scratched his head, feigning embarrassment as he replied, "Senior, please don't jest. I rarely engage in fights. If it weren't for Qian Hai's carelessness, I would never have landed that kick." The few students from Du Bing's dormitory also got up. Although Qian Hai had struck them harshly, he had exercised restraint, causing only superficial injuries without any serious harm. Thus, even if the academy's instructors sought to reprimand him, the punishment would not be severe. They all expressed their gratitude to Jiang Lin for her timely intervention. Jiang Lin waved her hand dismissively, shaking her head. "No need for thanks. This time, you faced some hardship, which is a good lesson. The military academy is not like your previous high school. Patience is paramount. Without absolute strength, do not provoke trouble lightly." Su Chang, covering his face, expressed his unwillingness. "What is so great about Qian Hai? Once I complete the freshman military training and learn some combat skills, I'll settle the score with him." Wang Jin clenched his fists, a furious expression darkening his features. "I won't let him off either. You newcomers truly are unaware of the dangers that lie ahead." Jiang Lin shook her head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. However, Du Bing had some questions he wished to ask her. He grinned and offered, "Senior, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to treat you. Please, have a seat while I fetch your meal." Jiang Lin chuckled, chiding him. I didn't realize you were so cunning. The academy meals are complimentary. Do you really think you can treat me? You've done us such a great favor. We ought to show our appreciation. Ah Xiang, hurry and get the food. The senior is hungry. Du Bing signaled to Fang Xiang, who promptly nodded and rushed to the serving window. Du Bing half-guided Zhang Lin to a table recently vacated by others, inviting her to sit down. He then inquired, Senior, who was that person earlier? I overheard mention of the Iron Blood Elite Society. What exactly is that? Are you part of it? Zhang Lin shot him a sharp glance. So you are indeed not here just for a meal. You have ulterior motives. Du Bing awkwardly laughed. Eating is one thing, but chatting is another. You see, we are all newcomers, unfamiliar with the academy and its people. Thankfully, you are here to help us. If we were to provoke someone again, who would save us? We hope you can guide us through this. In truth, Jiang Lin held a slight fondness for Du Bing, not only for his courage in standing up after his friends were injured, but also because she had been the one to guide him into the academy. Hence, she had decided to lend her assistance. With a sigh, she conceded, Very well, since you are keen to learn, I shall enlighten you about the academy's dynamics. Du Bing and the others perked up, eager to listen intently. Within the military academy, besides your cohort of new students, there are also 3 older cohorts above you, the 27th, 26th, and 25th, with the earlier cohorts displaying greater strength. Therefore, do not provoke any senior students. For I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Among the older students, there are 3 major factions, the Iron Blood Elite Society, the Cold Door, and the Moderate faction. Qianhai belongs to the Iron Blood Elite Society. To join this faction, one must either have an illustrious family background or possess exceptional personal strength, which is why, despite its small number of members, it wields considerable influence within the academy. Du Bing nodded slightly, gaining insight into the Iron Blood Elite Society. It was evidently a collective of wealthy heirs, officials' offspring, and elite students, whose influence, while not overwhelming on its own, was bolstered by their family connections, creating a vast web of interests. Curious, Du Bing glanced at Jiang Lin and asked, Which faction do you belong to, Senior? With a proud smile, Jiang Lin replied, I am part of the Cold Door. The Cold Door? What is that? Fang Xiang, returning with food, chimed in with curiosity. The Cold Door was established a few years after the Iron Blood Elite Society and consists entirely of elite students from ordinary backgrounds. The members within are more united. After years of development, the Cold Door now stands on equal footing with the Iron Blood Elite Society and, under the leadership of its current head, seems poised to surpass it. Du Bing and the others were left astonished, struggling to comprehend the implications. A faction of elite students from humble origins could rival a group backed by powerful families. Clearly, the Cold Door must have formidable support behind it. And what of the moderate faction? The Cold Clan and the Iron-Blooded Elite Society hold such formidable power. How could they allow the emergence of a third faction? The neutral faction, in essence, signifies a group of individuals who remain indifferent and mediocre. These students maintain neutrality, neither aligning with the Cold Clan nor the Iron-Blooded Elite Society. The majority of them possess rather average qualifications, yet they harbor fears that the two factions may oppress and encroach upon them. Thus, for self-preservation, they establish this faction, which remains relatively loose and lacks a solid foundation, allowing both factions to tolerate its existence. After listening to the introduction of the 3 major factions, Du Bing and others gained a preliminary understanding of the internal power dynamics of the academy. Now that they have provoked Qianhai, they are undoubtedly entangled in a significant predicament. The Iron-Blooded Elite Society is a faction that values face immensely and harbors a strong desire for revenge. Should they be embarrassed, they will not rest until they reclaim their dignity. Jiang Lin advised, therefore, during the freshman military training period, you must strive to perform well. If you excel, gaining the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, the Iron-Blooded Elite Society will be somewhat cautious. Of course, you may also choose to join our Cold Clan, provided you achieve at least a top 100 rank in the martial arts competition. Top 100? That sounds quite challenging, Du Bing remarked, rubbing his nose and chuckling awkwardly. Moreover, I am not particularly interested in factional disputes. Perhaps I should pass. However, I appreciate your gallant assistance, senior sister. Should you require my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Du Bing's purpose for attending the Military God Academy is straightforward. Firstly, to fulfill a dream and experience life at the academy. Secondly, to secure a legitimate identity that would allow his parents to reside in the Green Vine Ecological Park, enjoying a better life. If he were to join the Cold Clan and become embroiled in factional struggles, he might inadvertently expose his identity and be forced to leave the Military God Academy. Since that's the case, you may wish to take care of yourselves and steer clear of Qianhai, Zhang Lin said before picking up her meal and departing. Su Chong, Wang Jin, and the others exchanged glances, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Damn it, had I known Qianhai was so formidable, I would have swallowed my pride, Su Chong sighed regretfully. I'm truly sorry, brothers. I have dragged you all into this, especially you, Du Bing. Wang Jin patted him on the shoulder, frowning. What are you saying? Since we are brothers in the same dormitory, we should naturally face challenges together. Otherwise, when others bully us, will we just retreat like turtles? Then what are we doing at the Military God Academy? We might as well go home. Fang Xiang also slammed the table, declaring, exactly. If that Qian dares to come, we'll give him a taste of our resolve. Once we grow stronger, we shall reclaim our dignity, right, Bing? Du Bing smiled and nodded, clenching his fist. As long as we stand united, no one will dare to bully us. Qianhai, let him come. Chapter 67. Zhao Weiyang. On the final day of the reporting period, Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei arrived at the Military God Academy, filled with awe and wonder as they confronted this new environment. The azure sky, white clouds, blooming flowers, lush trees, flowing streams, and chirping birds all seemed so beautiful and genuine, as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. As fellow classmates from the same high school in District 12, Du Bing and Fang Xiang naturally took it upon themselves to guide the two girls. They first led them to the administrative office for registration, then assisted them in collecting their daily necessities, and finally accompanied them to the girls' dormitory to drop off their belongings. Of course, Du Bing and Fang Xiang could not enter the girls' dormitory. They waited downstairs for over half an hour before the two girls descended hand in hand. At that moment, both girls had changed into black student uniforms, the elastic fabric perfectly accentuating their figures, showcasing their graceful curves. Du Bing, what do you think? Zhao Xuefei's lively smile lit up her delicate face as she struck a few elegant poses, unabashedly flaunting her tall and charming silhouette. Aren't we striking? Indeed, you look splendid. Du Bing nodded in acknowledgement. With the student uniform, Zhao Xuefei displayed less of the spoiled demeanor of a young lady and exuded a more valiant and spirited aura, though perhaps a tad less than Senior Zhonglin. Standing beside them, Tang Feifei also radiated beauty, her graceful stature swaying like a proud plum blossom in the snow. A slight blush adorned her delicate face as she lowered her head, seemingly shy under their gaze. Feifei looks wonderful too. You two were the beauties of our high school. And now at the Military God Academy, you are the Academy's flowers, Fang Xiang remarked. I must say, you two are truly enchanting. I dare wager that if you walked around the Academy, all the boys would be utterly captivated. Zhao Xuefei giggled. Fang Xiang, your flattery is sweet, unlike Du Bing, who is as wooden as a log. By the way, who is Senior Zhonglin? You two arrived just a day earlier and have already started pursuing her. After saying this, Zhao Xuefei cast a scrutinizing glance at Du Bing, her small hands flailing like a pair of little lobsters in front of him. Be honest. If you dare to conceal anything, I shall ignore you. Tang Feifei, too, looked at Du Bing with curiosity, her face adorned with a pleading expression. Women, especially those of exquisite beauty like Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, often possess a strong sense of confidence regarding their appearance and care deeply about others' opinions. Hearing Du Bing praise another girl, even if unspoken, stirred a hint of jealousy within them. Du Bing couldn't help but slap his mouth in realization, regretting bringing up Zhang Lin at such a moment. He chuckled wryly. It's not what you think. Senior Zhang Lin is merely the one who guided us through the registration process. Before Du Bing could finish explaining, Zhao Xuefei's wristwatch suddenly vibrated, indicating an incoming communication. She glanced at it and gestured for silence to Du Bing and Fong Xiang before answering the voice call. "Hello, Feifei, where are you?" A voice tinged with excitement emanated from the watch. "You didn't inform me of your arrival at the academy. Tell me your location, and I will come find you immediately to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Zhao Shuefei replied, "There's no need for you to come over. I'm with my new dorm mates. We girls are just wandering around. It would be awkward for you to tag along. I'll contact you later." With that, she ended the call, pursing her lips and exhaling a sigh of relief. "Feifei, do you have a friend at the Military God Academy?" Tang Feifei blinked her beautiful eyes at Zhao Shuefei, puzzled by her apparent lie. Du Bing and Fong Xiang, however, recognized the voice on the other end as belonging to the affluent and handsome young man. Tang Feifei, who had never met him, was left in confusion. Zhao Shuefei shook her head, offering a somewhat helpless smile. "It's not exactly a friendship. We're merely acquaintances. Our fathers have some business dealings. Ever since he learned of my acceptance into the Military God Academy, he's been bombarding me with messages. I've been trying to avoid him, which is why I reported on the last day." "Oh," Tang Feifei nodded, half understanding, and chose not to probe further. Noticing the atmosphere had grown a bit chilly, Fong Xiang chuckled. "Why does it feel odd when you both call each other by name? Feifei and Shuefei sound almost like calling oneself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuefei and Tang Feifei exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "It does sound rather amusing. From now on, Feifei, you can call me Shuefei. And you all should do the same to avoid confusion." Du Bing nodded, jokingly adding, "Then shall we continue our exploration, my ladies?" "Of course. In such a beautiful place, we must wander and behold as much as possible." The four of them continued forward, casually exploring, drawn to whatever caught their eye. With the built-in map and voice prompts in their communication wristwatches, they were assured they wouldn't get lost. In the combat arena, a bald youth stood bare-chested in the center of the stage, surrounded by 8 senior students clad in uniforms. It was a 1 versus 8 scenario. Surprisingly, the 8 seniors appeared tense, while the bald youth maintained an expressionless demeanor, standing casually. "Let us stick to the old rules, all at once," the bald youth said indifferently. The 8 seniors exchanged glances and nodded. Suddenly, 2 of them lunged forward, shouting as they launched powerful punches toward the youth's back. Concurrently, the other 6 also attacked, targeting the youth from all directions. To onlookers, the outcome seemed inevitable. The bald youth would surely suffer a crushing defeat. However, as the 8 approached, the youth unleashed a formidable aura, surging forth like a tidal wave in all directions. The 8 were momentarily unsteady, revealing vulnerabilities. Yet, the bald youth did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. He simply stood still. The 8, undeterred, pressed forward against the forceful wave, each delivering their blows. At that moment, the bald youth calmly uttered 3 words: "Air shield technique." The rushing energy that had surged outward suddenly reversed like a mighty river, coalescing around the bald youth to form an invisible barrier. A faint sound of whirling airflow could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. The strikes against the barrier echoed like powerful impacts on a wooden barrel. Though the barrier quivered, it quickly regained its form. Yet, dissatisfaction flickered in the youth's eyes as he shouted, swinging his arms forcefully, shattering the barrier with a resounding crash. The ensuing gust struck the 8, forcing them to squint against the force. In that instant, the bald youth unleashed a flurry of punches, striking each of the 8 in their midsections, sending them flying backward with muffled groans. "Bravo! Zhao Shixiang is magnificent." Cheers erupted as several youths leaped onto the stage, gazing at the bald youth in the center with expressions of awe. The 8 young sparring partners rose to their feet, rubbing their chests and abdomens in disbelief. "I never expected you, Brother Zhao, to have mastered the Qi shield technique so swiftly. Truly, you are a martial arts prodigy," remarked the bald-headed youth, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face as his gaze shifted to several newcomers stepping onto the arena. "Qian Hai, Gao Fushuang, Lu Hong, are you here to practice as well? Care for a few rounds with me?" These young men were none other than Qian Hai, who had clashed with Du Bing in the cafeteria yesterday, and the well-off Gao Fushuang, who was pursuing Zhao Shuefei. The last of the group, Lu Hong, was also a member of the Iron Blood Elite Club, having trained alongside Qian Hai and Gao Fushuang. He ranked 7th in the martial arts tournament but lacked a notable family background, thus holding a relatively low status within the club. How could we dare to spar with you, Brother Zhao? You have already cultivated the Qi shield. Even the seasoned members from the 26th cohort might not stand a chance against you. Qian Hai and the others quickly waved their hands in refusal. The Zhao they referred to, Zhao Wuyong, was actually a peer of theirs. It was unusual for members of the same cohort to address one another as brother, yet Zhao Wuyong was an exception. If Qian Hai was considered a prominent figure within the academy, Zhao Wuyong was a legend. In the 27th cohort's martial arts tournament, Zhao Wuyong had swept through all contenders with an invincible stance, claiming first place and earning the title of the rookie king of their cohort. Originating from an ordinary family, he had attracted the attention of both the Cold Door and Iron Blood elite factions, each offering generous incentives for him to join. Ultimately, he chose the Iron Blood elite due to their superior conditions. Subsequently, Zhao Wuyong entered the martial arts hall to train, and in merely a month, he had attained the level of Qi entry. Within 3 months, he had reached the intermediate martial artist level, astonishing everyone with his rapid progress and earning the reputation of a once-in-a-decade martial arts genius. Now 6 months had passed, and Zhao Wuyong had even mastered the Qi shield technique, a defensive skill only advanced martial artists could wield. Gao Fushuang clasped his fists and congratulated him, saying, "Brother Zhao, you have now become an advanced martial artist. Surely, you will be the next leader of our club." The leader of the Iron Blood Elite Club, or Hui Shou, is a position held by 3 members in each cohort. When the current leaders graduate, new ones are elected to succeed them, wielding significant power and resources, and able to converse on equal footing with the academy's upper echelons. Upon graduating and entering the military, they immediately become rising stars, commanding considerable military authority. Zhao Wuyong shook his head with a smile, replying, "Though I have mastered the Qi shield technique, my physical capabilities still fall short of those of an advanced martial artist. Moreover, the pace of cultivation slows significantly as one progresses. I fear I may linger at the advanced martial artist stage for a year or even longer. By the way, Qian Hai, your elder brother Qianzhang has been at the advanced martial artist stage for a year now. I imagine that after this retreat, his skills will have further improved. When he emerges, please facilitate an introduction. I wish to spar with him." Qian Hai nodded with a smile. "No problem. Leave it to me." Zhao Wuyong nodded in satisfaction and then casually inquired, "I heard that you clashed with Jiang Lin in the cafeteria yesterday. I trust you didn't suffer too much?" Qian Hai's expression darkened significantly at this. Realizing that this incident had reached Zhao Wuyong's ears, it seemed many were already aware. Jiang Lin, and that pesky brat. I will make them pay for this. Chapter 68. Enemies on the same path, that wretched woman Jiang Lin, emboldened by the support of Gu Shuai from the prestigious Han family, dares to meddle in my affairs and disregards me, causing me public humiliation. And that insufferable brat. How dare he kick me? The mere thought of Du Bing fills Qian Hai with a seething anger. Upon returning home yesterday, he immediately dispatched people to inquire about Du Bing and his companions' identities and whereabouts. After all, with 4,000 to 5,000 freshmen, the Iron Blood Elite Society seldom recruits from the newly enrolled, making it challenging to find informants among them. Locating Du Bing and his group would require considerable time and effort. Gu Shuai? At the mention of this name, Zhao Wuyong's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. Gu Shuai is a legendary figure within the Military God Academy, a seasoned student from the 25th cohort. When he first entered the academy, he had little reputation among the freshmen and placed a mere 57th in the freshman combat competition. However, from his second year onward, after undergoing numerous arduous tasks, he emerged like a polished gem, gradually revealing his brilliance. After becoming an elite student, he entered the martial arts hall for training, showcasing exceptional aptitude. He was subsequently embraced by the Han family and has now attained a position of great significance within it. Rumor has it that Gu Shuai has reached the pinnacle of advanced martial artists and is on the verge of entering the ranks of first-class warriors. How could such a figure not capture Zhao Wuyong's attention? Before Gu Shuai graduates, I must challenge him, Zhao Wuyong declared, his dark eyes brimming with an unusual fervor. Although he possesses confidence in his own abilities and talents, he acknowledges that he entered the academy 2 years later than Gu Shuai. Thus, he expresses his desire to compete with him before the latter's graduation. Qian Hai, suddenly exhilarated, chimed in, "My elder brother has also mentioned that upon his return, he intends to challenge Gu Shuai. If we can defeat this iconic figure of the Han family, it would undoubtedly suppress their arrogance." Indeed, Zhao Wuyang agreed. However, the Han family's foundation is already solid. It will be challenging to completely subdue them. As for this year's freshmen, I have already consulted the teaching department. There are several promising newcomers we can recruit to inject fresh blood into our Iron Blood elite society. Turning to the wealthy and handsome student, Zhao Wuyang remarked, "I recall you mentioned recently that you have a new girlfriend who should also be among this year's freshmen. I hear she is quite the beauty. Why haven't you gone to accompany her?" Qian Hai, Lu Hong, and others looked at the affluent student with playful curiosity, teasing. The Military God Academy has the fewest female students among the 4 major academies. Aren't you worried that your little girlfriend might be swept away by some other freshmen? High and Mighty, however, has never been fond of second-hand goods. By the way, if your ex-girlfriends cross paths with your current girlfriend, there might be a confrontation, they joked. Laughing heartily, the 8 senior students accompanying them stifled their laughter, unable to join in. The wealthy student shook his head helplessly, feeling exasperated by their antics. "I just spoke with her. She is out exploring the academy with her dorm mates. It wouldn't be proper for me, as a man, to tag along. Besides, as long as she is within the academy, we will have plenty of time to meet. I'm not in a hurry. All right, I should head to the martial arts hall now. Are you all staying here to practice combat, or are you coming with me?" Zhao Wuyang asked, donning a shirt handed to him by a fellow student while looking towards Qian Hai and the others. "Never mind. Further practice yields little progress. I'll wait until I accumulate enough contribution points to advance to a 4-star student, granting me the eligibility to study in the martial arts hall. Perhaps even becoming a warrior." Qian Hai, filled with anticipation, expressed his desire. His elder brother is a warrior, and he hopes to follow in those footsteps. However, whether he becomes a warrior depends not on his will, but on his talent. The affluent student added, "My contribution points are nearly sufficient as well." Qian Hai, "Shall we collaborate on a significant task?" Qian Hai's eyes lit up, clapping his hands in agreement. "Absolutely. I've been searching for a good partner. The academy has a lucrative task of capturing the Iron Ring snake." As they conversed, they exited the combat arena. Lu Hong, having matters to attend to, parted ways with them, heading in another direction. 100 meters ahead, a left turn leads to the academy's combat arena, accessible to all star-level students. Upon hearing the voice prompt from their communication wristbands, Du Bing and his companions exchanged bemused expressions. They had encountered many intriguing places along the way. Yet the wristbands incessantly reminded them that only star-level students could gain entry. "Finally, we find a place where newcomers can enter. I thought this academy resembled a prison, with so many restrictions. It's utterly dull," Fong Xiang scoffed, feeling disgruntled by the academy's stringent access rules. Zhao Shuefei blinked, saying, "The combat arena, by its name. It's a place for practicing combat skills, right? Since we can enter, it implies we will also need to train in combat later. Why not take a look inside?" She turned to Tang Feifei, shaking her arm, urging, "Shall we go? Shall we go?" Tang Feifei, unable to suppress a smile, nodded. Previously, she and Zhao Shuefei had only been acquaintances, having seen each other but never spoken. However, upon entering the academy, they naturally became friends, both hailing from the same place. Tang Feifei found it challenging to refuse Zhao Shuefei's requests, as she genuinely found her quite charming. "Yay, let us hurry. Perhaps we'll catch some students in action, and we can feast our eyes," Du Bing remarked, rolling his eyes. "That is called combat, not a brawl." However, to the girls, there seems to be little distinction between the two. The 4 turned left towards the combat arena, and, upon looking up, were met with a group approaching from the opposite direction, who also recognized them. Qian Hai and the affluent student exchanged startled glances, their faces lighting up with surprise. "It's that insufferable brat. Is that Shuefei?" But soon after, the wealthy student's expression soured dramatically. Moments ago, he had contacted Zhao Shuefei, who claimed she was out with her dorm mates. Yet here she was, with Du Bing. Fury coursed through him. Previously, on the night of the farewell party, he had meticulously prepared a declaration of love, only to have Du Bing ruin it and whisk Zhao Shuefei away, nearly prompting him to flip the table in anger. When Zhao Shuefei returned, he had inquired about where Du Bing had taken her and what they had done. Zhao Shuefei merely mentioned visiting to see the birthday gift Du Bing had given her. When he pressed for details about the gift, Zhao Shuefei offered no explanation, further fueling his suspicions. He even began to wonder if Du Bing had sullied Zhao Shuefei. This thought gnawed at him, intensifying his animosity towards Du Bing. Why is Du Bing even at the academy? The wealthy student was unaware of how Du Bing had gained admission. Seeing him clad in the black student uniform only darkened his mood further. If looks could kill, Du Bing would have been utterly annihilated. Qianhai glanced at the affluent student, furrowing his brow. Do you know those people up ahead? One of them is the brat I clashed with at the cafeteria yesterday. I've been wanting to find him. Upon hearing this, the wealthy student felt a surge of delight. He sought to teach Du Bing a lesson. However, with Zhao Shuefei present, he knew he couldn't act as he wished. But if Qianhai initiated the confrontation, he could distance himself from the blame. Oh, in front of me stand two young ladies, one of whom is my girlfriend. As for the two young men, they are former classmates of my girlfriend, with whom I am not particularly acquainted. I only recall one being named Du Bing and the other Feng Xiang. Not familiar? That is quite fortunate. Qianhai chuckled darkly. Addressing the affluent gentleman, you should keep a close watch on your girlfriend. I plan to teach this brat a lesson, and if she intervenes, it would be unfortunate if she were to get hurt in the process. The wealthy gentleman nodded, initially intending to caution Qianhai to be careful, but the presence of Zhao Wuyang beside him provided him with considerable reassurance. Having previously suffered at the hands of Du Bing, he was aware that Du Bing possessed the ability to manipulate metal as a weapon. However, apart from that, Du Bing's combat skills were rather lacking, rendering him no different from an ordinary youth. Thus, deep down, the affluent gentleman harbored a wariness of Du Bing, yet he did not fear him. With so many witnesses present, this young man would undoubtedly hold back, refraining from using his supernatural abilities, which would leave him vulnerable to Qianhai's whims. Regrettably, such a splendid opportunity should not slip away from me, the affluent gentleman lamented internally, yet the thought of witnessing Du Bing being thoroughly trounced brought him immense delight. Hello, Shuefei. The affluent gentleman approached with a broad grin, while Qianhai mirrored this expression, albeit with a facade of insincerity juxtaposed with an overtly sinister grin. Oh no, what a coincidence to encounter him here, Zhao Shuefei stammered, glancing anxiously at Du Bing. She had not anticipated running into the affluent gentleman in such a vast academy. The affluent gentleman had long harbored a strong prejudice against Du Bing, particularly after Du Bing had previously injured him. Only after Zhao Shuefei intervened and pleaded for Du Bing did he reluctantly agree to let the matter go. However, on the night of the farewell party, the affluent gentleman's hatred for Du Bing had been palpable, a sentiment Zhao Shuefei had keenly observed. In her heart, Zhao Shuefei believed that Du Bing's previous injury to the affluent gentleman was merely an accident. She had heard him boast of his achievements, having secured the 12th place in a martial arts competition, a commendable feat. She did not believe Du Bing could accidentally harm him again. Du Bing, you and Feng Xiang should leave quickly. I'll confront the affluent gentleman, Zhao Shuefei urged in a hushed, anxious tone. Feng Xiang was unaware of the events that transpired during the farewell party, having been inebriated at the time. Nevertheless, he immediately recognized Qianhai, his expression shifting as he grasped Du Bing's arm, exclaiming, "What a small world. That's the guy named Qianhai from yesterday. How is he with the affluent gentleman?" Tang Feifei, however, appeared utterly confused, oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Why should we leave?" Du Bing replied with a dark chuckle, "Indeed. Why should we depart so soon?" Chapter 69. One is not enough. Du Bing, you must exercise caution around the wealthy and handsome. This was the solitary advice Wu Yong had given to Du Bing when they visited him, alongside Zhao Shuefei, the day before the academy examination. After undergoing a medical checkup at the hospital, Wu Yong was unexpectedly assaulted on his way home. Although he did not catch a glimpse of his assailant, he was certain that the attack was premeditated and that the perpetrator was affluent, evidenced by the luxury maglev sports car involved in the incident. The maglev sports car, unlike the maglev bicycle, has a specific altitude restriction for flight. One is permitted to soar above 3 meters, while the other must remain below that threshold. Yet, as the car approached him, it deliberately descended to a lower altitude, and the powerful gust generated by its high-speed travel caused Wu Yang's bicycle to lose control, resulting in a collision with a metallic wall that fractured his leg. While Wu Yang's family perceived this as a mere accident, he suspected otherwise, for the route he traversed was near an industrial zone where such luxury vehicles rarely appeared. Thus, he ultimately deduced that he had been intentionally targeted, likely by the affluent and handsome individual. Upon hearing Wu Yang's conjecture, Du Bing felt an immediate resonance with his thoughts. As Zhao Xuefei had previously remarked, the wealthy and handsome are often cunning and vengeful. The only reason this individual had not targeted Du Bing was due to his concern for his identity as an extraordinary being. However, he showed no such restraint towards an ordinary person like Wu Yong, a youth who could have excelled in the academy, transforming his destiny and uplifting his family's circumstances, now found all hopes extinguished due to the narrow-minded vengeance of the affluent and handsome. Years of arduous study and aspirations had been reduced to ashes, leaving Wu Yong in unbearable anguish and despair. In Wu Yong's plight, Du Bing recognized his own reflection, as well as the plight of many children from impoverished families. Thus, he harbored deep sympathy for Wu Yong and a profound disdain for the actions of the wealthy and handsome, silently vowing to avenge Wu Yong should he encounter him at the military academy. Unexpectedly, he soon found himself face-to-face with the affluent and handsome. Qian Hai approached with a sly grin, and as he drew nearer and beheld the beauty of Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, he was momentarily captivated, feeling a surge of admiration. The female students at the military academy were few and far between, and those present often lacked allure, which had given rise to a saying: after 4 years at the military academy, even a sow could outshine Pan Jinlian. Girls like Jiang Lin were considered exceptional, attracting numerous admirers, but those who possessed the pure and charming qualities of Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei were rarer than pandas. Qian Hai nudged the affluent and handsome, whispering, "You certainly have good fortune encountering such beautiful girls. It's my first time seeing such loveliness." The affluent and handsome displayed a smug demeanor. If women were drawn to vanity, men often reveled in ostentation. Possessing a girlfriend of such beauty and grace was undoubtedly a source of pride. Even Zhao Wuyong, a martial arts enthusiast, could not suppress his intrigue. "Xuefei, how did you come to be with these two fellows? Are they the classmates you mentioned?" Zhao Xuefei remained silent, her expression tinged with displeasure. Feng Xiang, however, could not suppress his retort. "We are classmates. Why shouldn't we be together? Aren't you being a bit overbearing? Little chubby. You speak quite boldly." Qian Hai sneered, stepping closer, his gaze cold as a serpent. He turned to Du Bing and remarked, "You little rascal. Yesterday you had Jiang Lin protecting you. Today, let's see who can shield you. Is it these two beautiful girls by your side? I require no one's protection. You still owe my friend an apology from yesterday, and since we have crossed paths today, it is time to make amends." Du Bing cast a calm glance at Qian Hai before directing his dark eyes toward the affluent and handsome, his tone laced with evident ire. "I, too, wish to speak with you. There are matters I wish to clarify." The corner of the affluent and handsome's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he rubbed his thumb across his lips, feigning a smile. "Oh, I feel the same. How about we find a secluded place to discuss?" Seeing Du Bing disregard him so openly ignited Qian Hai's fury. "You want me to apologize to you lot? I see you are truly tired of living. Since we have crossed paths at the fighting arena, let me teach you a lesson in humility." Zhao Xuefei sensed the escalating tension and stepped forward, interjecting, "What are you planning?" Affluent and handsome, I invited Du Bing out for a walk. Do not make things difficult for him." Feigning innocence, the affluent and handsome shrugged and replied, "Xuefei, I am not making things difficult for him. He approached me first. Besides, it seems Du Bing has some issues with my classmates, and I cannot jeopardize my relationships for a stranger." Qian Hai chimed in, "Little beauty. This is a matter among men. Best you stay out of it. Rest assured, I won't kill him, ha ha ha. With that, Qianhai placed a hand on Du Bing's shoulder, his fingers tightening like a vice, and coldly declared, "Let us go. You won't be escaping this time." Humph. Du Bing scoffed, shaking off Qianhai's grip with a muscle-tightening motion before striding forward. Quite the character. Qianhai laughed derisively, glancing at his own hand as he followed closely behind Du Bing. "Ah Bing, don't go with them. Du Bing, come back quickly. Affluent and handsome. Tell your classmate to stand down, or I will never speak to you again." Fang Xiang, Tang Feifei, and Zhao Xuefei watched in distress as Du Bing entered the fighting arena, their anxiety palpable. At that moment, Zhao Wuyong let out a faint grunt, raising a hand and gesturing with his fingers. "Block them." The 8 senior students behind him immediately stepped forward, forming a barrier that prevented Zhao Xuefei and her companions from advancing. "Do not let them through. The scene may turn bloody." Qianhai sneered as he and Zhao Wuyong entered the fighting arena. The doors slowly closed, and the hearts of Zhao Xuefei and her friends sank to the depths of despair. Tang Feifei was on the verge of tears, turning to Zhao Xuefei. "Xuefei, think of a way to save Du Bing." Zhao Xuefei was equally flustered, feeling utterly lost. Although her family wielded some influence, it was limited to District 12 and could not extend to the military academy, a place where she was a stranger. Fang Xiang, furious, attempted to push past the senior students blocking their way, but they treated him with no more gentleness than they had with the 2 girls. One of them delivered a swift kick to Fang Xiang's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The 8 senior students, though they had been thoroughly defeated by Zhao Wuyong, were not weak. Rather, Zhao Wuyong was exceptionally strong. Against new students like Fang Xiang, one of them could easily handle 10. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei rushed to assist Fang Xiang, scolding the seniors. "How can you hit people indiscriminately? You, as senior students, should not bully newcomers. Do you not feel ashamed?" The 8 merely smirked, unfazed by the girl's scorn. One of them replied, "Little girl, you will understand after completing your training as a newcomer. This is the military academy, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. There is no room for the feeble." Fang Xiang rose to his feet, suppressing his pain as he cursed. "Don't think just because you're more numerous that you're invincible. I have brothers too." As he spoke, Fang Xiang dialed the communication devices of his dormitory companions, relaying the events that had transpired. Throughout the conversation, the 8 individuals showed no signs of interference, seemingly indifferent to the number of people involved. Within the expansive combat arena, which spanned over 10,000 square meters and housed numerous platforms of varying sizes, the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. Only 4 individuals, Du Bing, Qianhai, Gao Fushuang, and Zhao Wuyong, occupied the vast space. Typically, combat arenas serve as venues for practical training, and seasoned students, having long surpassed their novice phase, rarely frequented them. Most spent their time undertaking various quests to accumulate contribution points, enhance their star ratings, and thereby gain access to more cultivation resources. Only during their leisure would the seasoned students indulge in sparring sessions to hone their skills. Zhao Wuyong, having recently made significant progress in his training, had invited several senior students for practice, seeking to assess his own abilities. In the center of the largest platform stood Du Bing, facing a visibly eager Qianhai. Qianhai cracked his knuckles, the sharp sounds echoing as he regarded Du Bing with a playful glint in his eyes, akin to a cat sizing up a mouse, contemplating how to derive maximum amusement from the encounter. Noticing Qianhai's restless movements, Du Bing turned to Gao Fushuang and furrowed his brow, remarking, "Now that Zhao Xuefei is absent, you need not pretend to be the good guy." Gao Fushuang curled his lip, the gentle smile that once adorned his face replaced by an air of arrogance, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Du Bing. This, indeed, was his true nature. "There's no need for pretense. This is my true self. Do you think you can prevent me from being with Xuefei? You ought to take a good look in the mirror and understand what social standing means." Du Bing's expression hardened as he questioned, "Is this the reason you harmed Wu Yong?" Gao Fushuang paused, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is what you wish to inquire about. I can unequivocally state that it was indeed my doing." "And what of it?" "Excellent. Du Bing's tone exuded a chilling resolve. Today, I shall seek justice for Wu Yong. You should step up. One of you is not enough for me to contend with. Qian Hai, standing to the side, could no longer contain his anger and bellowed. You have quite the audacity. Take this punch. With a fierce shout, Qian Hai unleashed a powerful blow aimed squarely at Du Bing's face. Crack! The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the arena. Shocked, Qian Hai stared at his own fist. His forceful strike felt as though it had impacted a solid rock. At that moment, the rock seemed to contract, exerting pressure that sent a wave of pain through his hand, as if it were on the verge of fracturing. He could not suppress a groan of agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not free himself from the grip. At this juncture, Du Bing slowly turned to face him, his eyes devoid of warmth, laced with a hint of mockery. I warned you, one is not enough. Chapter 70. The Great Battle with Zhao Wuyong. This is impossible. Qian Hai emitted an enraged roar, unable to believe that his formidable punch, which could easily overpower even someone ranked higher than him like Jiang Lin, was caught by a mere newcomer. Not only did the newcomer catch it, but he also gripped Qian Hai's fist tightly, as if intending to crush it with an overwhelming force emanating from his palm. This scene astonished even Zhao Wuyong, the dashing figure watching from the sidelines. Qian Hai's punch typically possessed a force exceeding 200 pounds, and with the application of technique, it could surpass 300 pounds. Such a blow was not something an ordinary newcomer could withstand. Zhao Wuyong was merely slightly surprised, not overly concerned. He believed that Du Bing might just have a slightly better physique. He did not deem Du Bing capable of defeating a combat expert like Qian Hai. However, the dashing figure's expression changed drastically. Having previously encountered Du Bing, he recalled easily defeating him back then when Du Bing's physical prowess was not nearly as remarkable. Could this be the benefit of supernatural abilities? His complexion fluctuated, deepening his trepidation towards those with such powers. Let go of me. On the platform, Qian Hai could no longer endure the excruciating pain in his hand. He roared and leaped into the air, delivering a fierce kick to Du Bing's arm. It is well known that a person's legs possess significantly greater strength than their arms, with explosive force capable of reaching nearly double that of a punch, if not more. The force behind Qian Hai's kick was no less than 400 to 500 pounds, sufficient to shatter a wooden board several inches thick and leave an imprint on a steel plate. He executed the kick mercilessly, intending to sever Du Bing's entire arm. As the powerful kick approached, Du Bing could even feel the sharp sting of the air against his face. If an ordinary person were to endure such a kick, they would likely suffer a grievous injury. Nevertheless, Du Bing was no ordinary individual. Observing the fierce gaze in Qian Hai's eyes, a trace of mockery appeared on his lips. With a swift motion, a large hand seized Qian Hai's kicking ankle, seemingly freezing the moment. An 18-year-old youth, with one hand gripping his opponent's fist and the other clutching his ankle, lifted Qian Hai effortlessly into the air. The visual impact was striking, as the youth appeared to transform into a colossal figure of immense strength, while Qian Hai resembled a hapless insect. Yet, this scene was fleeting, for the youthful figure exerted force with both hands and hurled Qian Hai down onto the platform. The collision of flesh against the stage produced a resounding thud, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Wow! Even with Qian Hai's physical prowess, the tremendous impact left his face flushed, and he coughed up blood. His eyes fixed on Du Bing, filled with astonishment and fury. Who exactly are you? Du Bing cast a cold glance at Qian Hai. From the moment he entered the combat arena, he had prepared to reveal his strength in pursuit of justice for Wu Yong. He then turned his icy gaze towards the dashing figure, pointing at him. Now it's your turn. The dashing figure was taken aback, retreating a step in fear. His strength was comparable to Qian Hai's. If Qian Hai had been reduced to bloodshed by Du Bing, he dared not engage with him. So you have been concealing your strength, Du Bing. I acknowledge I am not your match. There is no need for us to fight. No need. Du Bing chuckled coldly. Weren't you the ones who brought me here? Today, whether you like it or not, we will fight. I must seek justice for Wu Yong. Before his words faded, Du Bing leaped down from the platform in a few swift strides, heading straight for the dashing figure. The latter, pale with fright, attempted to flee but halted upon seeing Zhao Wuyong beside him. Du Bing, you only wish to seek justice for Wuyong, right? I can compensate him 5 million energy points. That should suffice, no? 5 million. Do you think wealth grants you superiority? That money can absolve your wrongdoings? You have destroyed Wuyong's future. Do you believe a mere 5 million can compensate for that? Du Bing's anger intensified with each word, as he felt that to these privileged scions, the fates of others were insignificant, trivial enough to be settled with money, as evidenced by Yang Chenglin and the dashing figure alike. Very well then. Today I shall break one of your legs and offer you 1 million, then break an arm and offer you another 1 million. With that, Du Bing surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to the dashing figure and delivering a punch aimed at his face. The dashing figure gasped, crossing his arms in front of his face, tightly shutting his eyes, silently praying that Zhao Wuyong would intervene. Suddenly, a rough hand shot out from the side, seizing Du Bing's fist with lightning speed, much like how Du Bing had previously caught Qian Hai's hand. Zhao Wuyong stood before the dashing figure, a smile on his face. Not bad, Junior. Since he has admitted his fault and agreed to compensation, 5 million is no small sum. For my sake, let us settle this matter amicably, shall we? Du Bing scrutinized the bald youth before him, sensing an unusual aura akin to that of a martial artist. At the moment their fists had collided, he felt the force of his punch, like a torrent crashing against a mountain, yet it had failed to inflict any harm on Zhao Wuyong. Du Bing was mildly astonished. He had only exerted 40% of his strength, which was 8 times that of an average person. 40% equated to 320 pounds of foundational force, with an additional multiplier of 1. 2. The resulting power approximated 380 pounds. The fact that Zhao Wuyong had effortlessly blocked such a formidable strike without breaking a sweat spoke volumes about his prowess, far beyond that of Qian Hai or the dashing figure. And who might you be? I do not believe we are acquainted. This matter is between him and me. So kindly step aside. Are you suggesting you will not show me respect? Zhao Wuyong's brow furrowed, a faint aura of menace coalescing around him. This was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant newcomer, even more brazen than he had been in his initial days. In that case, I must make it clear, as long as I am here, I will not permit you to lay a finger on him. At this moment, the dashing figure opened his eyes, revealing delight as he hid behind Zhao Wuyong. Du Bing, do you know who this senior is? His name is Zhao Wuyong, the champion among the newcomers of our 27th cohort. Even the veterans of the 26th cohort may not be his match. If you have any sense, you will quickly leave. Otherwise, the dashing figure let out a cold laugh, concluding with a warning that the consequences would be yours to bear. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Wuyong had not uttered a single word. His haughty demeanor rendered him disinterested in squabbling with these newcomers. Were it not for his interest in recruiting Du Bing due to his impressive physique, he would not have bothered to speak. Champion among newcomers? Du Bing frowned slightly. This title hinted at a significant reputation, yet upon witnessing the dashing figure's arrogant demeanor, his anger surged. Since you refuse to step aside, I shall strike you as well. With that declaration, Du Bing summoned his strength, twisting his waist, and a surge of power cascaded from his legs to his fists. A formidable force erupted suddenly, breaking free from Zhao Wuyong's grasp and hurtling towards his chest with relentless momentum. Zhao Wuyong's eyes sparkled with surprise at Du Bing's unexpected punch. How intriguing, he murmured softly, extending his finger like a blade to strike at Du Bing's elbow. If Du Bing continued his assault, Zhao Wuyong would undoubtedly counter with a blow to his elbow as well. Such rapid reflexes. Du Bing was momentarily taken aback by this response, feeling a thrill akin to that of a hunter spotting prey. Since enhancing his strength and departing from the safety guardian base, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full effort, which had left him somewhat restless. I shall see just how strong you are. Du Bing swiftly retracted his fist, instinctively increasing both his speed and the power of his strike. From 320 pounds, it surged to 420, then to 520 pounds. His fist's force escalating continuously. The speed of his punches quickened as well, with his body reaching an explosive velocity of 63 ms, utilizing half of that speed at this moment. Yet, astonishingly, Zhao Wuyong managed to withstand the assault, though the ease he initially displayed had transformed into a serious demeanor. Since entering the martial arts academy, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Among his peers, none could rival him. Not even the second or third place contenders from the combat competition. The previous 8 training partners were utterly no match for him. He found it increasingly difficult to discover an adversary capable of pushing him to his limits, which stirred a sense of loneliness within him. He yearned for combat, for growth, for encounters with those more powerful than himself. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare within the War God Academy. Often either prominent figures from humble backgrounds or elite experts from the iron-blooded elite society. These individuals seldom engaged in combat, as they represented their faction's honor. Any defeat would tarnish their respective group's prestige. Even duels within one's own faction were typically conducted discreetly, requiring an invitation, mutual consent, and a selected time for the bout. Yet, unexpectedly, a newcomer with strength comparable to that of an intermediate martial artist emerged before him, igniting a surge of exhilaration within Zhao Wuyang and prompting him to approach this battle with utmost seriousness. "Ha ha, I never anticipated you to be this formidable. It seems I cannot afford to hold back. If I were to fall to a newcomer, what face would I have left to maintain my pride within the academy?" Zhao Wuyang let out a long howl, unleashing a powerful energy from within that dramatically augmented both his speed and strength. His fists rained down upon Du Bing like a torrential downpour, swift as the wind and heavy as a hammer, instilling a profound sense of suffocation. Remarkably powerful. Du Bing's expression shifted as he felt Zhao Wuyang's punches grow heavier with each strike, approaching the strength of his own body. With punches exceeding 800 pounds, each blow resonated through the air, creating a howling disturbance that stirred a gentle breeze within the combat arena. Qian Hai and Gao Fushuang were utterly astonished by this fierce confrontation, perceiving not 2 combatants, but rather 2 colossal beasts of immense strength engaged in battle. Qian Hai awkwardly turned his stiff neck, swallowed hard, and hoarsely inquired, "What exactly is this fellow's background?" Just then, Zhao Wuyang, his face flushed with vigor, bellowed, "Mountain-crushing fist." His fist, enveloped in a visible aura, surged forth like a cannonball capable of shattering mountains, hurtling towards Du Bing. Chapter 71. Not a single point less. What initially appeared to be an uncontroversial battle in the eyes of the affluent young man has now transformed into a fierce contest of wills. The intensity of the conflict has far exceeded his expectations. With a grim expression, he gazes upon Du Bing, who is locked in a stalemate with Zhao Wuyang, an unsettling chill spreading within him. If Du Bing were to continue on this path, he would inevitably ascend to a position of dominance over him, usurping Zhao Xuefei completely, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. "You little brat, this is of your own making. If I cannot eliminate you, then I shall ensure your parents meet the same fate." At this moment, Du Bing remains oblivious to the affluent young man's ominous demeanor, as Zhao Wuyang's relentless onslaught bears down upon him with great pressure. Observing the fist enveloped in a whirlwind of energy, he cannot help but exclaim, "Come on!" Almost simultaneously, he unleashes a punch brimming with explosive power, channeling every ounce of energy he possesses. A resounding boom reverberates as Du Bing's fist shatters the swirling energy surrounding Zhao Wuyang's blow, producing a sound akin to an explosion that resonates even outside the arena. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei are startled, their hearts racing as they anxiously watch the arena's entrance. Fang Xiang collapses to the ground, unable to fathom the terrifying ordeal Du Bing must be enduring within. The 8 senior students are equally taken aback by the deafening noise, speculating whether it was Zhao Shixiang who had struck. Impossible. If Zhao Shixiang were to intervene, that brat wouldn't withstand even a single punch. Perhaps he was merely thrown off the stage and crashed to the ground. Their conversation sends shivers down the spines of Zhao Xuefei and her companions, leaving them feeling as though they are plunged into an icy abyss. "Get out of my way, you ancestors!" Fang Xiang, his eyes reddened with rage, roars as he recklessly charges forward. The outcome is predictable. He is swiftly knocked down by a senior student once more. Yet, he refuses to surrender, rising again only to be met with a punch to his face. He collapses to the ground, his skin grazed and blood streaming from his nose. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei immediately intervene, fearful of his reckless actions. Feng Xiang, don't do this. Wait for your roommate to arrive, and we will storm in together. Inside the arena, Du Bing and Zhao Wuyang stand several meters apart, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange, each filled with unyielding combat spirit. Zhao Wuyang bellows with laughter. Ah, how exhilarating. Young man, I offer you a choice. Join the Iron Blood Elite Society, and I shall ensure you leave here unscathed today. From now on, your friends will be my friends, and I guarantee no one will dare to trouble them. The affluent young man's expression shifts dramatically as he interjects. Zhao Shixiao. This brat is no good. He must not be allowed to join the Iron Blood Elite Society. Zhao Wuyang glances at him dismissively, waving his hand. There's no need for your interference. I am aware of the enmity between you two. However, should he agree to join, he will be a brother of the Iron Blood Elite Society, and your grievances will be resolved, uniting us in mutual prosperity. Are you finished with your nonsense? Du Bing scoffs derisively. While others covet the Iron Blood Elite Society, I regard it as nothing but filth. This so-called society is a den of corruption, and I have no interest in joining. You insolent fool. What did you say? Qian Hai struggles to rise, his face contorted with fury as he glares at Du Bing. The affluent young man also berates him. You little punk, do not overestimate yourself. If you dare insult the Iron Blood Elite Society today, you shall find no refuge within the military academy henceforth. Zhao Wuyang's expression hardens. Having recognized Du Bing's talent, he had hoped to recruit him. But he did not anticipate such a lack of appreciation for the Iron Blood Elite Society. If he fails to teach Du Bing a lesson today, the society's reputation will undoubtedly suffer. Very well, since you speak so defiantly, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Wuyang's arms surge with energy, a powerful force erupting within him, swirling violently around his form, swiftly coalescing into a formidable energy shield. Energy shield technique. The moment Zhao Wuyang employs this technique, his defenses multiply exponentially, augmenting his strength significantly. Each punch and kick is now imbued with the formidable might of the energy shield. Even when facing advanced martial artists, he possesses the capability to contend. Younger generation, this is the energy shield technique, a skill reserved for advanced martial artists, though I have yet to reach that level. Through this technique, I can battle on par with them. Advanced martial artists. Du Bing's pupils constrict. During his time at the base, the madman had previously mentioned martial artists. They are unique to both China and Japan, with only a select few possessing the aptitude to cultivate powerful physical strength and speed through specialized techniques, enabling them to unleash formidable attacks. In a sense, martial arts allow ordinary individuals to acquire extraordinary power, making martial artists a breed of postnatal practitioners. While the number of martial artists in China is small, it surpasses that of supernatural beings, with the majority serving in the military. Zhao Wuyang is remarkably young, having only been enrolled for a year, yet he has attained the strength of an intermediate martial artist and even mastered the energy shield technique, typically exclusive to advanced martial artists. His martial arts aptitude is indeed formidable. The madman had once remarked that intermediate martial artists are equivalent to D-level supernatural beings, while advanced martial artists correspond to C-level. My current physical condition is barely on par with a C-level warrior, though my speed falls considerably short. Du Bing's heart sinks slightly. According to Zhao Wuyang, the energy shield technique possesses power comparable to that of advanced martial artists. Thus, if Du Bing refrains from utilizing his supernatural abilities and relies solely on his physical strength, he may find it exceedingly difficult to defeat Zhao Wuyang, and he could even sustain injuries. Spare me your exaggerated rhetoric. What are advanced and low-level martial artists but mere shells encasing their bodies? Du Bing sneers coldly, outwardly dismissive of Zhao Wuyang, yet inwardly acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Let us engage. Come at me. Very well. Brace yourself. Zhao Wuyang's figure flickers as the energy shield whirls around him, creating a cacophony reminiscent of wailing spirits. He launches a punch, and the energy shield surges in tandem with his attack. Du Bing plants his feet firmly and dashes forward with lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he approaches Zhao Wuyang without evasion, delivering another punch. Thud! His fist collides with the energy shield, merely causing it to tremble without breaking through. Du Bing is internally astonished. His previous punch had immense force, yet failed to penetrate the shield. It feels as though his fist is sinking into sand, with its power gradually being sapped away until it vanishes entirely. At that moment, Zhao Wuyang retaliates with a punch, forcing Du Bing to raise his other fist in defense. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of energy colliding resonate, sending tremors through the hearts of those both inside and outside the arena. The battle slowly tilts, with Zhao Wuyang gaining the upper hand, his powerful strikes overwhelming Du Bing, who finds himself increasingly on the defensive. With the energy shield protecting him, Zhao Wuyang faces no concerns regarding defense, while Du Bing struggles futilely against the impenetrable barrier, his predicament growing increasingly dire. As Zhao Wuyang's momentum surged, his attacks flowed seamlessly like a swift stream, and his comprehension of the Qi shield technique deepened significantly. Having only recently mastered the Qi shield, I found myself lacking compared to many seniors who had long ascended to the ranks of advanced warriors. This battle provided me with profound insights. It became evident that I needed to engage more frequently with skilled opponents. Observing Du Bing gradually falling into a disadvantage, Zhao Wuyang sighed inwardly. This young man possessed considerable potential. With such prowess, he was likely unrivaled among the newcomers. Since he could not be utilized for my purposes, he could not be allowed to remain, lest he be absorbed by the Cold Clan and become a future threat to my Iron Blood elite society. Given Zhao Wuyang's current status, even if he were to kill a new student, the Academy's higher-ups would not pursue the matter excessively. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Zhao Wuyang's face as he summoned all his qi and physical strength, unleashing his most formidable strike without reservation. Mountain Smasher Fist. The qi wall enveloping his body subtly transformed into a mountain of qi, with turbulent energy surging forth, unmatched in power. Witnessing Zhao Wuyang's overwhelming assault, Du Bing dared not hold back either. In a moment of inspiration, his metallic ability surged within him, rapidly condensing at his chest and right hand. The skin on his right hand shimmered with a golden hue, resembling a golden Buddha's palm, exuding an aura of razor-sharp intensity. Break! Du Bing's fingers pointed like a sword, and his metallic right hand became a peerless dagger, viciously striking against the qi wall. With a sound akin to a knife piercing a balloon, his golden fingers pierced through the qi wall's barrier, successfully striking Zhao Wuyang's body. Simultaneously, Zhao Wuyang's fist landed solidly against Du Bing's chest. Puff! Zhao Wuyang spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward. Du Bing let out a muffled groan, stumbling back 7 steps before regaining his footing, each step resonating with a thud against the ground. The hard marble floor bore 7 distinct cracks from his powerful steps. Zhao Wuyang executed an aerial turn, forcibly stabilizing himself. But as his feet touched the ground, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. Nevertheless, he straightened himself instantly. However, a 2-finger-sized wound appeared on his left shoulder, blood seeping out and staining his student uniform. Du Bing regarded Zhao Wuyang with an unchanging expression, then coldly turned his gaze towards the wealthy young man, stating in a chilling tone, 5 million, not a penny less. In that moment, Du Bing resembled an icy deity of death. The wealthy young man shuddered involuntarily, casting a fearful glance at the seemingly grievously wounded Zhao Wuyang, nodding in trepidation. 5 million, I assure you it will not be less. Yet Du Bing remained skeptical, retorting, "This is my account. Transfer the funds now." He swiftly provided an account number, one opened for him by the security guardians, untraceable even by the military. The wealthy young man trembled as he transferred the funds via his communication wristwatch. Soon, Du Bing felt a notification from the biocomputer nestled in his palm. "Master, your account has received a transfer of 5 million energy points." Only then did Du Bing turn and open the door to the combat arena, gradually disappearing through the entrance. Qianhai and the wealthy young man hurried to Zhao Wuyang's side. "Senior Zhao, are you all right?" At that moment, Zhao Wuyang's expression changed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, though his breathing had become noticeably steadier. The two were understandably alarmed. Zhao Wuyong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely expelled the stagnant blood from the injury. Having taken my punch, he is unlikely to fare any better. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in a grave tone, he instructed, what transpired today must remain confidential. No one should learn of it. Additionally, establish a few informants among the new students to keep an eye on this young man. Qian Hai and the wealthy young man nodded, though their expressions were grave. Yes, rest assured, Senior. Chapter 72. The Resilient Newcomer's Look. Du Bing is out. The trio, Zhao Xuefei and her companions, were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Du Bing emerge unscathed. Tang Feifei, in her exuberance, was brought to tears. In stark contrast, the 8 senior students regarded Du Bing with expressions of disbelief, scrutinizing him as if he were a ghost, finally convinced that he had not lost a single hair. With a smile, Du Bing approached Zhao Xuefei and her friends. Du Bing, are you all right? Fang Xiang laughed heartily, pushing aside 2 individuals who tried to impede his progress, rushing to Du Bing's side. Noticing the wounds on Fang Xiang's face, Du Bing's expression darkened. What happened to your face? As if anticipating the answer, he turned to the 8 senior students. One of them, arms crossed, stepped forward boldly. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Du Bing remained silent, for in such moments, action often speaks louder than words. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the senior and delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The latter let out a pained scream, propelled backward, rolling into the grass by the roadside. Is there anyone else? Du Bing's icy gaze swept over the remaining 7, who were rendered mute by fear. Zhao Xuefei, Tang Feifei, and Fang Xiang were stunned by Du Bing's prowess, their mouths agape. Although they had witnessed Du Bing in a fight before, that encounter had been with a few high school students, while now he faced seasoned warriors from the military god academy. Yet, his opponent hadn't even managed to block a single punch. After a moment, Fang Xiang finally regained his composure and pointed at a few of the senior students. Those 2 just now also hit me, and they were the worst. Du Bing nodded, his form flickering once more, moving with a speed that the senior students could hardly comprehend. As they attempted to defend themselves, they were met with a sudden, excruciating pain in their chests, followed by being lifted off the ground and crashing down, incapacitated. Let us go. Casting a cold glance at the remaining seniors, Du Bing frightened them into retreating, clearing the way. With an air of calm, he led Fang Xiang and the others away, vanishing around the corner of the fighting arena. Only then did the stunned seniors regain their senses, exchanging incredulous looks filled with shock. Once out of view, Fang Xiang excitedly slapped Du Bing on the back. You little rascal! Suddenly, Du Bing's expression changed, and he turned, spitting blood onto the grass. This sight alarmed Fang Xiang and the others, causing Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei to pale with concern and rush to support him. Du Bing, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Fang Xiang exclaimed anxiously. Du Bing shook his head, straightening up to reveal his chest, where a purplish bruise marked the spot over his heart, a testament to the force of Zhao Wuyong's punch. If not for his metallic abilities shielding his chest, that blow could have been fatal. His metallic powers were still in the late E grade, insufficient against Zhao Wuyong, whose strength rivaled that of advanced warriors. It's not your fault. I was hit by Zhao Wuyong, but he also suffered a considerable injury. Who is Zhao Wuyong? Zhao Xuefei asked, puzzled. Fang Xiang, familiar only with Qian Hai and Gao Fushuang, quickly deduced who it was when he recalled the other 3 who had entered the arena with Du Bing. Is it that bald guy? Bald guy? Du Bing chuckled, wincing as he inadvertently aggravated his wound, his face a mix of amusement and pain. Don't underestimate him. Zhao Wuyong holds a position in the Iron Blood Elite Society far above Qian Hai and Gao Fushuang. He is touted as a rookie king. Sounds impressive, doesn't he it? Fang Xiang retorted, you're bleeding, and you still praise him? Tang Feifei, concerned, suggested, shouldn't we check the infirmary? Du Bing waved them off with a smile. It's nothing, just a minor injury. At that moment, 2 figures approached at a run. Du Bing, Fang Xiang. Seeing them arrive, Fang Xiang couldn't help but complain. Why did you 2 take so long? Where is everyone? Su Chong, panting heavily, pressed his hands on his knees. Don't even mention those guys. Just thinking about them gets me riled up. Du Bing, are you okay? Wang Jin, his dark face flushed with anger, clenched his fists. Those cowards. When they heard Qian Hai was bothering you, they all turned tail like frightened turtles. Not only did they not come, but they also stopped the new roommates from helping. Feng Xiang, incensed, felt the urge to curse. Those spineless fools say they stand together on the battlefield, but to hell with that. Xiang. Du Bing shot Feng Xiang a warning look, shaking his head to suppress his friend's outburst. It's reasonable they didn't come. The Iron Blood elite society has significant influence at the academy. Most of us come from ordinary families. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Wang Jin, Su Chong. I appreciate you coming, but the matter is resolved. Qian Hai won't trouble us anymore, so let us head back. Su Chong and Wang Jin exchanged puzzled glances, but did not press further. Wang Jin, noticing Du Bing's injury, insisted on carrying him back. Despite Du Bing's protests, he was eventually scolded by Zhao Shuefei into compliance, allowing Wang Jin to bear him back to the dormitory. You're bleeding, and you still claim you're fine. Just lie still, she admonished. Fei Fei and I will fetch some medicine from the infirmary. The two girls clasped hands and hurried off. Su Chong looked enviously at Du Bing. Du Bing, how did you get to know such stunning beauties? They're gorgeous. Introduce me sometime. Before Du Bing could respond, Feng Xiang interjected. They're both school flowers from our high school. Of course they're beautiful. But a word of caution, one of the 27th batch students is pursuing one of them. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and try. As for the other one, she is already claimed by Du Bing. Wow. Su Chong was taken aback. After yesterday's warning from Zhang Lin, he understood well that it was unwise to provoke senior students without strength. Then I think I'll pass. Beautiful women are a source of trouble. Meanwhile, at another location in the Military God Academy, a battle was unfolding on the island in the lake, drawing a crowd of spectators. A handsome young man clad in a white suit wielded a branch casually torn from a nearby willow tree, engaging in combat with a robust youth with thick brows and large eyes. Who is that kid in white? How dare he challenge Yuan painting? Is he tired of living? Must be a newcomer. Only they would be foolish enough to not wear the academy uniform. Yuan painting ranked third in the 27th batch of the fighting competition. His prowess well known after being recruited by the Cold Gate. It was seen as quite the embarrassment to engage with a newcomer. The majority of onlookers were senior students, with only a few newcomers watching quietly, too intimidated to speak. Many of the early arriving newcomers had already learned the hard way about the risks of tangling with seniors. As they observed a newcomer fighting against a senior, they silently rooted for the newcomer, hoping he could triumph and restore their pride. Though they understood the absurdity of such a notion, Yuan painting, with his formidable physique and swift movements, fought with an impressive technique. You little brat, how dare you casually destroy a branch and catch fish from the lake to play with? You're truly audacious. Surrender now, or I'll take you to the disciplinary office for punishment. The dashing youth clad in a white suit scoffed disdainfully, casually wielding a branch that rendered Yuan painting unable to approach him. His movements were rhythmic, alternating left and right, making his form elusive. What a farce! With such pitiful strength, you dare to reprimand me? Kneel before me. Suddenly, the young man accelerated, his figure darting like a specter, evading Yuan painting's punch and appearing behind him, with a flick of his willow branch. This delicate yet supple stick struck Yuan painting's back with the force of 1,000 pounds. With a resounding crack, Yuan painting's training uniform was torn apart, and he stumbled to the ground. Before he could rise, a foot pressed down on his back. The handsome youth in white regarded Yuan painting with a mischievous glint in his eye, mockingly proclaiming, I've heard you are some sort of master from a humble background. If the humble are all like you, it would be best to disband altogether. You aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. Ha ha. His voice rang out, seemingly intended for the onlookers, causing the surrounding veteran students to exchange incredulous glances. They felt that this youth had gone mad, daring to insult the humble class so brazenly. If he provoked a true master from their ranks, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Yuan painting, seething with rage, struggled to rise. But the weight of the foot on his back felt like 1,000 pounds, pinning him down. He bellowed, You insolent brat! How dare you humiliate me? I, Yuan painting, will not rest until I have my vengeance. The youth in white wore a look of disdain, lifting his foot just as Yuan Painting attempted to stand. The young man swiftly kicked him beneath his abdomen, and Yuan Painting's robust form soared through the air like a kite before splashing into the lake with a resounding thud. Huh, a wet dog. The youth laughed heartily, discarding the willow branch as he sauntered away. Yuan Painting, soaked and disheveled with strands of aquatic vegetation clinging to his head, roared, "You coward, leave your name." A distant voice echoed back, "I am Bai Jingyan, and I will welcome your revenge any time." The onlooking freshmen were exhilarated, gazing with admiration at the retreating figure of the youth. That day, the tale spread like wildfire among the new students and reached the ears of many veteran students as well. The members of the Iron Blood Elite Club, upon hearing the news, applauded enthusiastically and dispatched individuals to seek out the youth named Bai Jingyan, eager to recruit him. Every new intake of students inevitably encounters friction with the veterans. Freshly admitted students, brimming with ambition and enthusiasm, are eager to showcase their talents in a new environment. Meanwhile, the veterans, having recently graduated from their own novice phase and bolstered in strength, are keen to assert their dominance over the newcomers, who serve as ideal targets for their displays of prowess. Consequently, conflicts between the two groups are commonplace. In some respects, the Academy's higher-ups not only tolerate the veterans' behavior, but tacitly encourage it, believing that such oppression will drive the newcomers to recognize their own limitations and train harder during their initiation period to enhance their practical skills. Thus, the bullying by veterans inadvertently becomes a catalyst for the rapid development of new students. However, this cohort of newcomers proves to be significantly stronger than those of previous years, leading many complacent veterans to stumble and fall. Chapter 73, Endurance Running. The new cadet training period. The new cadets entering the military academy must all endure this period. At 5 in the morning, the fresh recruits, still lost in slumber, are abruptly roused by the blaring alarm of their communication wristwatches. One boy, exasperated, glances at the time and mutters, "What on earth? I've barely had 7 hours of sleep. Is there something wrong with this wretched watch? Why can't I turn it off?" At that moment, another boy exclaims, "Crap! Did you all receive the message? We need to gather at the training ground within 15 minutes. Latecomers will face penalties. Hurry up. 5 minutes have already passed." Suddenly, the dormitory is in chaos. Lights flicker on as a flurry of students hastily don their trousers, neglecting to wash their faces or brush their teeth, rushing towards the training ground. Located at the opposite end of the academy, it takes nearly 10 minutes to reach the training ground on foot. Time is of the essence. Tardiness looms. Fong Xiang grits his teeth, panting heavily as he runs, but after just a few minutes, his speed begins to wane. "Hey Bing, you go ahead without me." Du Bing shoots him a look, clearly unimpressed. Indeed, Fong Xiang's stamina is lacking, yet most of the new cadets share similar physical conditions. After all, their diets consist mainly of compressed food, and they commute on magnetic levitation bicycles, having not engaged in much physical training. "I'll pull you along." Du Bing grabs Fong Xiang's belt, exerting a slight force, and suddenly Fong Xiang feels a surge of lightness, as if he were gliding forward, the wind rushing against his face. He glances back at Du Bing, who appears relaxed and effortlessly agile, and can't help but marvel at Du Bing's endurance. The two quickly overtake a majority of their peers, joining the front ranks. Meanwhile, among the crowd, several figures dart forward with extraordinary speed, drawing curious glances from onlookers. What the heck was that? Was it a person or a ghost? That speed is more impressive than a 100-meter dash, running like they're racing for their lives. The gates of the training ground swing open, and the leading group of about 30 to 40 cadets rushes in. A stern instructor in military attire commands them to line up in 2 rows on the left side of the training ground, forbidding any chatter. Du Bing and Fong Xiang find themselves amidst this group. Fong Xiang checks the time, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "That was close. Just a few seconds shy of being late." As they arrive at the left side of the training ground, several cadets are panting heavily, some too exhausted to stand and opting to sit on the ground, leaving only a handful upright. Du Bing turns slightly to observe those standing, and is surprised to notice a girl among them. She possesses an ordinary face, with delicate brows and large eyes, tied back in a ponytail. Yet her physique is impressively proportionate: ample bosom, well-defined hips, and long, strong legs, likely the result of regular exercise. Among the rest, a handsome youth surveys the surroundings with an arrogant gaze, lingering briefly on the girl, though his attention is focused below her face. At this moment, a stern-faced instructor approaches, bellowing, "Who told you to sit? Stand up and form 2 lines." The seated boys scramble to their feet, glancing at the instructor with a hint of trepidation, promptly arranging themselves into 2 orderly lines. Gradually, more new cadets flood into the training ground, all of whom are directed to the right side. The training ground itself is vast, spanning 200,000 square meters, sufficient to accommodate thousands of trainees simultaneously. It is rectangular, measuring 1,000 meters in width and 2,000 meters in length, with a running track encircling various training apparatuses. Soon, the right side of the training ground is densely packed with cadets, a sea of black-clad figures, those who arrived late, including Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei. The gates of the training ground shut swiftly, and 100 instructors, who had been waiting inside, form a precise formation of 10 rows by 10 columns. All the cadets fall silent, awed by the imposing presence of the 100 instructors, who seem to overwhelm the 5,000 newcomers with their sheer aura. At that moment, a towering figure, resembling a hardened warrior, strides forward from the ranks of instructors. Holding a megaphone, he coldly bellows, "Are you all pigs? Are you all pigs? Pigs." The echo reverberates across the training ground, leaving the new cadets speechless. The imposing instructor continues, "All latecomers will carry a 20-kilogram load and run 6,000 meters. Those who reach the finish line within the allotted time will run 5,000 meters instead. Upon completion, you may return to your dormitories to freshen up and eat at the dining hall, but you must be back in the training ground by 8 o'clock. Those who fail to finish will be denied meals. If you cannot persevere and wish to quit, you may report to any instructor, and we will escort you out. Begin now." At the sound of the instructor's furious command, chaos ensues among the cadets. A 20-kilogram load and a 6,000-meter run on an empty stomach? Surely this is a jest. Many new recruits vocalize their grievances, loudly protesting this form of corporal punishment. However, the towering instructor remains unyielding, his voice booming through the megaphone. "Those who cannot complete the course within 2 hours will be eliminated. Tired, are you? Then go home. This is the military academy, where only soldiers with iron wills are welcome. We do not want cowards." The timer starts now. With that, the instructor turns and departs, and the formation of instructors disperses. A fleet of transport vehicles rolls into the training ground, laden with an array of backpacks filled with military gear, binoculars, compasses, helmets, gas masks, first aid kits, automatic rifles, ammunition pouches, bayonets, camouflage uniforms, and filled water canteens. Those wishing to train should come forth to collect their backpacks. Those unwilling may leave immediately. The cold, unfeeling announcement weighs heavily on the hearts of the new cadets, akin to lost lambs seeking shelter from the storm, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, a female cadet steps forward first, the one with a seemingly ordinary appearance but an extraordinary physique among the early arrivals. She takes a backpack, slings it over her shoulders, and silently begins to jog down the track. Observing this, several cadets resignedly follow suit. Having chosen this path and the military academy, they cannot falter. Without trying, how could they know their limits? Du Bing and Fang Xiang also collect their backpacks. As Fang Xiang hoists the weight onto his back, he immediately feels the burden and grimaces. "Even running 5,000 meters with an empty pack would leave me exhausted. Now I have to carry 20 kilograms? Are the instructors here all sadists?" Du Bing chuckles, giving Fang Xiang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Stop whining and start running. Remember to regulate your breathing. I'll wait here for a bit to see how Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei are doing." Fang Xiang nods, realizing how fortunate he is to have reached the military academy. If he relies on Du Bing for every challenge, he considers himself utterly useless, especially since he has been unable to assist Du Bing whenever trouble arises. That feeling of helplessness gnaws at him. With renewed determination, Fang Xiang lifts his head, takes a deep breath, and strides into the throng of runners. As he began to run, he discovered that the communication wristwatch issued by the Military God Academy possessed a recording function, meticulously documenting every distance covered, rendering any form of deceit impossible. Du Bing stood by the track for over 10 minutes, until he finally spotted Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei emerging from the crowd, backpacks in tow. Du Bing, Zhao Xuefei exclaimed in surprise, glancing at him. Why aren't you running? By the way, were you late? Du Bing shook his head with a smile. I'm here waiting for you. I was not late, so I only need to run 5,000 meters. Why were both of you late? Tang Feifei cast a wry smile at Zhao Xuefei, whose face flushed slightly, as if she harbored some untold secret. She stammered, Well, I just overslept. But I promise it won't happen again. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Du Bing felt increasingly puzzled and turned to Tang Feifei, quietly inquiring, What is going on? I recall you both don't wear makeup, so that can't be the reason for your delay. Both Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei were naturally beautiful, with flawless skin that needed no enhancement. Even though Zhao Xuefei came from a well-off family, she merely used a bit of perfume and skincare products, rarely applying makeup. Tang Feifei whispered back, Let us not discuss it. It's a private matter for girls, and there are a few days each month with special circumstances. Special circumstances? Du Bing scratched his head in confusion, about to inquire further when Zhao Xuefei tugged at Tang Feifei and they dashed away. However, their physical condition was rather poor. After running only a few hundred meters, they stumbled, feeling the weight of their backpacks growing heavier, their faces glistening with sweat, radiating a charming rosy hue. After barely another 100 meters, Zhao Xuefei could run no more, tears welling in her eyes. I can't do this. What kind of training is this? Had I known it would be this exhausting, I would have applied to the Literature Academy instead. Though Tang Feifei was equally fatigued, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Coming from a humble background, she possessed a greater tolerance for hardship. You can do it, Xuefei. Come, I'll help you. Let us run together. Du Bing encouraged her as well. Didn't you say you wanted to become a female soldier? Every journey begins with a single step. This is just the first one. Are you going to give up now? Spurred by Du Bing's words, Zhao Xuefei regained her spirit, biting her lip and continuing to run. Observing the two from behind, Du Bing shook his head. Their pace was barely faster than a leisurely walk, and he feared they would collapse before completing even half of the distance. They needed assistance, or they might miss breakfast altogether. For Du Bing, carrying an extra 20 kilograms was inconsequential. His physical strength was 8 times that of an average person, while 20 kilograms felt heavy to most. It posed no challenge for him. He approached the two girls and softly said, Step aside. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei exchanged puzzled glances and released their clasped hands. Du Bing positioned himself between them, lifting the weight of their backpacks. Instantly, Zhao Xuefei felt a lightness as the burdensome weight vanished, her face displaying astonishment as she covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Du Bing, you. Tang Feifei was equally astonished, her eyes filled with concern. Can your body handle this? Besides, isn't this cheating? What if we get caught? With the added weight of their bags, Du Bing was effectively carrying 60 kilograms. It was understandable that the girls were both shocked and apprehensive. Du Bing flashed a reassuring smile and whispered, You two have to run 6,000 meters. If I don't help you, will you even have breakfast? Chapter 74. Crouching Dragon and Hidden Tiger. The training ground of the Military God Academy stretches 2,000 meters in length and 1,000 meters in width, with a lap around the field measuring approximately 6,000 meters. Alas, after merely running 1,000 meters, I find myself utterly drained. Should I continue? I fear my legs may give way. Madness. The instructors at the Military God Academy are indeed madmen. I refuse to believe they would truly expel us if we cannot complete the run. As Du Bing jogged past several freshmen, he often caught snippets of their complaints, though most were gritting their teeth and persevering. At that moment, the crowd on the track, burdened with weights, was clearly divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of only one individual, a seemingly ordinary yet graceful girl who was far ahead, having already covered 1,500 meters. The second group comprised a mere handful of students, trailing a couple of 100 meters behind her, forming a sparse line. The final group was the bulk of the freshmen, with the ones at the front having barely run 800 meters, while some at the back were anxiously queuing to collect their backpacks. Du Bing found himself in this last group, yet compared to the others, his pace remained remarkably steady. In fact, to the observers, it appeared as though he was growing faster while those around him slowed down. As he overtook fellow students one by one, Zhao Xuefei couldn't suppress a chuckle. This is quite effortless. Given my stamina, I could manage a few thousand meters with an empty pack. However, Tang Feifei felt her ears burning, sensing the peculiar gazes of her fellow students upon her, as if she had been caught cheating in a classroom, leaving her somewhat flustered. Feifei, perhaps we should run separately? This feels too conspicuous. We have already surpassed most of the others, she suggested. Indeed, with Du Bing's assistance, the two girls seemed to glide through the course, even at a slow jog, gradually overtaking the majority. Du Bing could see not far ahead the sweat-drenched figure of Fang Xiang. Despite having started over 10 minutes earlier, he had only managed to run a mere 500 meters, his steps growing heavier as if laden with lead, slowing down with each stride. The other students beside him appeared to be in a similar predicament. Suddenly, Du Bing felt a jolt in the palm of his right hand as the biological computer transmitted a message into his mind. It was from Li Xinxiang. Du Bing had set the communication of all members of the safety guard to automatic reception, fearing he might miss any vital information. Let them run on their own. Your assistance is not a favor, but a disservice to them. Du Bing was momentarily taken aback. He had previously glimpsed Li Xinxiang among the instructors, and her sudden message indicated she had noticed him aiding Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei. He silently marveled at her extraordinary abilities, aptly named Eagle Eye. She could discern him amidst the throng of freshmen, recognizing that he was carrying the backpacks of two girls. The eyes of a hawk can spot prey from a distance of 10 kilometers. However, if I do not assist them, they will certainly fail to finish, Du Bing replied. You may assist them momentarily, but can you sustain that help indefinitely? If one day they find themselves on the battlefield and realize they are ill-equipped to withstand challenges, have you considered the consequences? A shiver ran through Du Bing, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Li Xinxiang's words jolted him awake. His actions resembled those of doting parents who shield their children from hardship, unwilling to let them face difficulties, always seeking to shelter them from storms. Yet when those children grow up and face society, they realize they are not as exceptional as they believed, unable to cope with failure or bear pressure, ultimately collapsing under the strain. Li Xinxiang continued, this long-distance run is not merely about completion, it is a test of your willpower. Even if they do not finish, as long as they persist and do not give up, the chief instructor will undoubtedly recognize their efforts. Understanding dawned on Du Bing. He surveyed the other freshmen, each visibly struggling. Given their physical condition, it was implausible for them to complete 6,000 meters with a 20-kilogram load. The chief instructor's cold command was, in fact, a test of their resolve. After all, upon graduating from the Military God Academy, they would be sent to various subordinate units for training, even facing the battlefield. Without a tenacious spirit, how could one survive in such harsh environments? I comprehend now, Du Bing nodded, glancing at the two girls beside him. He spoke softly, Xuefei Feifei. I can no longer assist you. You must complete the remaining distance on your own. Remember, do not give up. This is a trial of willpower. With that, he released his grip, the backpacks sinking down, causing the two girls to shudder as their pace instantly slowed, their steps feeling heavy. Du Bing sighed silently and strode ahead, unable to bear witnessing the girls' struggles, forcing himself not to look back. Once he relinquished his speed, he quickly moved ahead, disappearing into the throng of freshmen. Du Bing, you. Zhao Xuefei was perplexed, her delicate brows knitting together in frustration. What on earth? Why did he suddenly run off? Foolish boy, has he lost his mind? Tang Feifei, however, shook her head and understandingly remarked, he means well for us, Xuefei. Think about why we came to the Military God Academy in the first place, to prove that women are no less capable than men. If we rely on Du Bing to complete our tasks, what distinguishes us from mere decorative vases? Zhao Xuefei, too, understood this logic, though she was irked by Du Bing's abrupt departure without explanation. Reaching Fang Xiang's side, Du Bing urged him, "Come on, Xiang. Stay strong. As a man, you must crawl to the finish line if need be. Do you wish to be eliminated and return home, leaving your parents in vain hope?" Fang Xiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and nodded at Du Bing, trudging onward with heavy steps. "Adjust your breathing rhythm. Focus on your footing. No need to rush. We still have time. I'll head ahead and bring you breakfast," Du Bing encouraged, gradually accelerating and emerging from the larger group, slowly catching up to the second batch of runners. Many in the main group were also gritting their teeth, striving to keep pace. Among them, one individual appeared quite at ease, strutting with confidence, as if taking a leisurely stroll, wearing a rather frivolous smile, while occasionally scanning the female students in the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, drawn to two charming silhouettes not far ahead. "Ah, these figures are slender and graceful. Could they possibly be another pair of plain-looking girls?" He quickened his pace to catch up, glancing at the two girls from the side, only to be met with surprise and delight as he realized, beautiful. How rare to encounter two exquisite girls at once. They seem to be friends. If I could win them both over, how delightful with that enticing thought. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. He boldly approached, greeting them. "Hello, fellow students. I am Bai Jingyan. May I inquire your names?" Zhao Xuefei scrutinized his somewhat flippant grin, frowning as she tightened her grip on Tang Feifei's hand. "Let us not engage with him. His demeanor screams playboy." Tang Feifei nodded in agreement, yet her gaze lingered on Bai Jingyan, infused with a hint of surprise and curiosity. He runs so effortlessly, much like Du Bing, showing no signs of exertion. Zhao Xuefei only then noticed this and became increasingly convinced of her thoughts. With such exceptional physical prowess and a penchant for flirtation, he must surely be the scion of a wealthy family, capable of taking the lead in the race, relying solely on his silver tongue. Although the conversation between the two young women was barely audible, Bai Jingyan absorbed every word. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, heightening his interest in the two beautiful girls. "Haha, the lovely lady is quite perceptive. Indeed, my family is affluent, but I am also quite accomplished myself. I initially intended to display some chivalry and assist you two ladies, but it seems you harbor a rather unfavorable impression of the sons of wealthy families. Therefore, I shall first secure the lead, allowing you both to witness my capabilities, and then I will return to lend my assistance." Zhao Xuefei raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. Off you go." With a light chuckle, Bai Jingyan propelled himself forward, his form darting away like a leopard. His speed astonished the two girls completely. Whoosh! With a smile on his face, Bai Jingyan surged ahead of the main group, charging towards the second wave of participants, eliciting gasps of awe from several newcomers. "Wow! Another one with incredible stamina, running so swiftly. It seems we have some exceptional talents among the newcomers. You don't even know him? His name is Bai Jingyan. I happened to witness him defeat a veteran student from the 27th batch yesterday on the Central Island. I believe that veteran was Yuan Painting, who secured third place in the last combat competition. Oh my, so it's him." The news of Bai Jingyan's victory over Yuan Painting had already spread like wildfire, well known yet rarely seen in his true form. As Bai Jingyan listened to the admiration and accolades from the crowd, pride swelled within him. He quickened his pace once more, swiftly catching up to the students of the second batch. If only my father hadn't urged me to remain low-key and conceal my full capabilities. This distance would take me less than a minute to cover. Should Du Bing have heard Bai Jingyan's words, she would surely have been left agape. 6,000 meters in under a minute implies a speed of at least 100 ms, a threshold for Class C superhumans. Du Bing's own speed only reached 63 ms, leaving her with a considerable gap to bridge to become a Class C superhuman. However, Bai Jingyan soon captured Du Bing's attention as he overtook her, positioning himself at the forefront of the second batch. "How fast? Who is this person?" Du Bing exclaimed in astonishment, watching as Bai Jingyan gradually accelerated, swiftly distancing himself from the second group, racing towards the leading female participant. A competitive spirit ignited within Du Bing, prompting her to quicken her pace and elevate her speed in pursuit. "I only thought there were hidden talents among the veteran students. I never anticipated such prowess among the newcomers." Chapter 75. microgravity sensors on the training grounds platform. Dozens of instructors in dark attire gazed intently at the figures on the runway. One of them remarked that this cohort of newcomers was quite exceptional, featuring many formidable individuals. Did you see the girl leading the pack? Her name is Ning Shuang, and her physical prowess is impressive. She arrived at the academy on the very first day of notice and has been frequenting the combat arena and fitness training room ever since. Ning Shuang? Could she possibly be from the Ning family? You guessed correctly. She indeed hails from the Ning lineage, though merely a collateral descendant, thus not receiving much attention. Nevertheless, this girl is exceptionally diligent, possessing considerable talent in combat, and she is sure to make a remarkable impact in future tournaments. The other instructors nodded in silent agreement. The Ning family is one of the 5 prestigious clans in Beidou City. Apart from the Ning family, the other 4 are the Hua family, the Yu family, the Ren family, and the Gao family. 2 decades ago, these 5 clans were the epitome of aristocracy in China, their direct and collateral relatives numbering over 10,000. Although they suffered considerable losses during the Great Migration, they quickly established themselves in the underground city, leveraging their connections with the military to thrive even more. Over the past 20 years, these 5 families have consistently sent their eligible and talented offspring to the 4 major academies, deeply embedding themselves within the military and various government sectors, reaping substantial benefits. They stand as the most formidable power in Beidou City, aside from the military itself. One instructor sighed, noting that the Ning, Hua, Yu, Ren, and Gao families send their elite disciples to the academy each year. The Iron Blood Elite Club is indeed comprised of the elite offspring from these families. This cohort includes over 100 students from the 5 families, indicating that the Iron Blood Elite Club may be planning something significant. "Look, who is that? He's running incredibly fast," exclaimed one instructor, his eyes wide with astonishment as a figure darted down the runway like a leopard, swiftly breaking away from the main group and racing into the second batch of students. Moments later, he surged to the forefront of the second group. "I've seen this kid's profile. His name is Bai Jingyan, from District 12. The records state that his mother passed away long ago, and his father is the CEO of a biotechnology company. However, it seems there's more to him than meets the eye." The instructor stroked his chin, studying Bai Jingyan's silhouette with a contemplative expression. If Du Bing were present, he would instantly recognize that this instructor is Hu Shuo, Yan Zhui's cousin. These instructors have been teaching at the academy for many years and are well acquainted with one another. A tall, lanky instructor chuckled softly. "Old Hu, could this be one of your recruits?" Many of these instructors had, to varying extents, assisted others in cheating their way into the academy. After all, who wouldn't want to reap some benefits, especially when it posed no real detriment to the institution? Such affairs were often overlooked, with instructors providing cover for one another, occasionally exchanging notes to ensure mutual support for their recruits. Once the military training commenced, pairs of instructors would oversee about 100 students each, akin to a company structure. If any students were eliminated due to poor performance during the training, it would reflect poorly on their instructors. Hu Shuo playfully punched his colleague, retorting, "Stop the nonsense. I didn't bring him in, nor is he from one of the 5 families. His physique is surprisingly exceptional. He appears to be a dark horse." At that moment, another instructor exclaimed, "Look, there's another kid accelerating, seemingly pursuing Bai Jingyan." Hu Shuo squinted, recognizing the familiar silhouette. He grabbed a pair of binoculars and his expression darkened. "It's that brat." The memory of Du Bing striking him a punch back at the 6th school lingered vividly in his mind. Although he had initially underestimated Du Bing, mistaking him for an ordinary youth, that powerful blow had compelled him to regard the boy with caution. Now, witnessing that Du Bing had entered the military god academy, Hu Shuo discreetly glanced at Li Xinxiang, who stood nearby with crossed arms and a stern demeanor, sensing a potential connection between the two. "Fine. Entering the military god academy is all well and good. You are a student, and I am an instructor. This gives me ample opportunity to deal with you." Hu Shuo's icy gaze was fixated on Du Bing's figure. The news of Yan Zhui's suicide in the labor reform facility fueled his desire to tear Du Bing apart. The instructors watched with keen interest as this unconventional race unfolded. As Bai Jingyan surged to the second position, a stir rippled through the second batch of students. When Du Bing also surpassed them, claiming the third position, the students felt as if they had seen a red cloth wave before a bull. Their eyes turned red with determination, and they pushed themselves to chase after him, abandoning all restraint. Bai Jingyan seemed to sense the commotion behind him. He glanced back and was mildly surprised to see Du Bing close behind, quickly adopting a disdainful smirk. You think you can match my speed? Truly overestimating yourself. Bai Jingyan accelerated once more, sprinting forward at a pace reminiscent of a 100-meter dash, his sights set on Ning Shuang, who was over 100 meters ahead. In a mere 7 seconds, Bai Jingyan, like a gust of wind, overtook Ning Shuang. He turned back and flashed her a smile, revealing his white teeth. Little girl, while your silhouette is lovely, your speed is lacking. Ha ha ha. With his boisterous laughter, Bai Jingyan continued to distance himself. Ning Shuang's face turned frosty, her gaze simmering with anger as she observed Bai Jingyan. Her lithe figure suddenly surged with energy, her speed dramatically increasing. She had initially conserved her strength, recognizing that this was merely training and not a competition. However, Bai Jingyan's frivolous demeanor and condescending tone irked her deeply, prompting her to resolve to surpass him. Yet, in comparison to Bai Jingyan, her speed still fell significantly short. As she watched the distance between them widen, anxiety gripped her heart. She attempted to quicken her pace, but it exceeded her limits. Stumbling, the weight on her back further exacerbated her instability, threatening to send her crashing to the ground. At such high speeds, a fall while carrying weight could lead to grievous injuries, not only marring her appearance, but potentially causing serious harm. Just then, a figure rushed to her side, a large hand sweeping around her waist. Ning Shuang felt the warmth of that hand, and with a gentle pull, her impending fall was abruptly halted. The hand did not release her immediately, but instead guided her for a short distance until she regained her balance and rhythm, at which point it finally let go. Be careful and know your limits. Don't injure yourself, came a gentle reminder in her ear. Ning Shuang turned to express her gratitude, only to see a youth with a refined countenance swiftly overtaking her as he surged ahead. Thank you. Her gratitude remained unspoken as the boy had already darted several meters away, leaving her with only his silhouette. Du Bing, too, was taken aback. The speed of the boy ahead was astonishing, as if he were sprinting 100 meters without breaking a sweat. This individual's physical condition likely matched his own. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue him. To catch up to Bai Jingyan, Du Bing would need to unleash even greater speed. However, their current velocities were already remarkable, and any further acceleration would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, Du Bing noticed that any attempt to subtly increase his speed prompted Bai Jingyan to do the same, while a decrease in his pace led Bai Jingyan to slow down as well, as if they were engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Since he could not catch up, Du Bing slowed down. The new trainees behind him, who were watching with great interest, began to comment. Wow, those two must be donkeys, running so fast without worrying about breaking their legs. The second guy is slowed down. It seems he is running out of stamina. The first one also slowed down. He must be tired. However, these two are quite extraordinary. Within just a few minutes, they covered 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Among the crowd, Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei naturally noticed this race. When they saw Bai Jingyan take the lead, their eyes widened in surprise. As they noticed Du Bing closely pursuing him, they silently cheered for him, hoping he could surpass his opponent and dampen Bai Jingyan's arrogance. However, when Du Bing eventually slowed down and failed to catch up, both women felt a tinge of disappointment. Zhao Xuefei scolded Du Bing for being lazy, exclaiming how he could lose to someone with the surname Bai. Tang Feifei chuckled nonchalantly, stating that it was not a competition, there was no real win or loss. Besides, running at such a speed consumes far too much energy to maintain for the entire distance. Although Du Bing was physically fit, he still fell short compared to a wealthy young master like Bai Jingyan. Zhao Xuefei wrinkled her nose in discontent, huffing that she believed he was simply slacking off. A few minutes later, Bai Jingyan completed the entire course, not 5,000 meters, but 6,000 meters. The instructors stationed along the track displayed satisfied smiles. "That's enough. You can stop now. Head back to the dormitory to freshen up and have a meal," they said. Bai Jingyan, however, smirked and stretched, stating, "I've just warmed up. I'll run another lap." With that, he continued to run forward, soon catching up with the long line of trainees, leaving the instructors in bewilderment. With a 20-kilogram load over a 6,000-meter distance, even they would not have completed it so effortlessly. Minutes later, Du Bing also finished the course, equally relaxed. This time the instructors refrained from speaking. They didn't want to encounter another trainee who felt they hadn't exerted themselves enough. However, Du Bing did not continue running, as he had just received a message from Li Xinxiang, instructing him to meet him at the training ground entrance after finishing. At the entrance stood a tall and straight figure, Li Xinxiang, maintaining his cold demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. "What do you need?" "Speak while walking," he said. Turning to leave, Du Bing glanced back at the new trainees still persevering, feeling a sense of worry for Zhao Xuefei, Tang Feifei, and Fang Xiang. "Keep it up." He silently wished them well as he followed Li Xinxiang outside. "You were too conspicuous earlier. There was no need to show off," Li Xinxiang remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Du Bing for his earlier performance in the training field. Du Bing scratched his head, grinning. "I saw that guy running pretty fast. I was just a bit tempted. Where did he come from to have such good physical fitness?" "Who knows?" Li Xinxiang replied, his expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent to Bai Jingyan. He rummaged in his pocket and casually tossed a wristwatch to Du Bing. Confused, Du Bing caught it and asked, "Why are you giving me another watch? I already have a biological brain and a military watch provided by the academy. This is not a watch. It is a mini-gravity sensor that can create a microgravity space with a diameter of 2 meters around your body. These ordinary trainings are of no real benefit to you. With this device, you can train anytime and anywhere." Du Bing's eyes brightened. He realized that these training sessions felt a bit too easy for him. Chapter 76. Traditional Chinese medicine. The miniature gravity sensor is essentially a simplified version of the gravity chamber, differing only in the magnitude of gravitational force exerted. The gravity chamber is a sealed environment that utilizes a powerful gravity reactor capable of generating gravitational forces up to 100 times that of Earth's gravity. In contrast, the miniature gravity sensor can only achieve a maximum of 3 times, effectively adding an extra layer of gravitational force under Earth's influence. As Du Bing activated the miniature gravity sensor and adjusted the gravitational multiplier to 2, he immediately felt his body grow heavier, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. This sensation was a consequence of the slowed circulation of blood under double gravity, leading to a temporary lack of oxygen in his brain. Gravity disregards physical defenses, exerting its influence directly on every muscle, organ, and even the blood and hair throughout the body. Standing at a height of 175 meters and weighing 70 kilograms, Du Bing, under the force of double gravity, effectively bore the weight of an additional person of equal mass while also carrying a 20-kilogram backpack, making the total load equivalent to 110 kilograms, or approximately 220 pounds. This weight approached a quarter of his physical capacity, similar to the experience of an average trainee carrying a 20-kilogram pack. After a brief period, he acclimatized to the gravitational conditions, with his bodily functions returning to normal. During his time at the security guard base, he had trained under double gravity. Thus, he faced no difficulties now. Li Xinxiang provided him with a few reminders before taking his leave. When engaging the double gravity, it was crucial that no living beings entered the 2-meter radius around him, as they could be harmed. Fortunately, the Academy's expansive grounds meant that most senior students were either on missions or training elsewhere, leaving the new student training area relatively unoccupied. Du Bing decided to turn on the gravity sensor and jog back to the new student dormitory. Under the influence of double gravity, the effects were indeed significant. With a 20-kilogram load, he ran 6,000 meters without even breaking a sweat. However, the short walk back to his dorm left him drenched in perspiration. Yet he relished the warm, tingling sensation coursing through his body. He intended to take a shower before heading to the dining hall. The dormitory's bathing facilities were communal showers, accommodating hundreds of individuals simultaneously, yet at present, Du Bing found himself alone, as the others were still at the training grounds. After refreshing himself, he donned a clean set of student attire and washed the sweat-drenched clothes, hanging them out on the balcony to dry. Noticing the time was already 6:30, he felt his stomach rumble and made his way towards the academy's dining hall. By this hour, the senior students were also rising to eat. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Du Bing discovered the first-floor hall was entirely empty, with no one around. Most senior students preferred dining on the second floor or above for a quieter experience, while newcomers tended to congregate on the lower levels. He ordered a bowl of congee, grabbed 2 large steamed buns and a portion of stir-fried vegetables, and began to eat heartily. "May I sit here?" A melodious voice broke the silence. Du Bing looked up in surprise to see the girl he had helped at the training ground, who had almost fallen. Her hair was still damp, and she exuded a faint fragrance, as if she had just finished washing up. Du Bing smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, please have a seat." The girl's demeanor seemed somewhat aloof, lacking a smile, as she extended her delicate hand in introduction. "I am Ning Shuang, for peace and for frost." Du Bing promptly set down his chopsticks and shook her hand, replying, "I am Du Bing, for wood and for ice." The girl paused, momentarily taken aback by the playful glint in Du Bing's eyes. She was not accustomed to social interactions and quietly took a seat across from him, beginning her breakfast. "Thank you for saving me at the training ground," she spoke softly after a moment. "No need to mention it, it was merely a small effort," he replied. An awkward silence enveloped them as they continued to eat, both feeling the strangeness of their quietude. Neither was particularly skilled in conversation or inclined to initiate small talk, creating a comfortable atmosphere between them instead. Just then, a few figures entered the dining hall, their attention immediately drawn to Du Bing and Ning Shuang, as they were the only 2 individuals present. "That guy?" One of them narrowed his eyes, and his expression darkened. It was Qian Hai, who had suffered a humiliating defeat at the arena, still haunted by the memory of his encounter with Du Bing and Zhao Wuyang. The wealthy and handsome individual accompanying him wore a similarly displeased expression. Although he had escaped injury, he had lost 5 million energy points to Du Bing, a substantial amount that weighed heavily on his mind. Lu Hong had departed earlier for other matters and was unaware of the events that transpired after they separated. "What's wrong? Why do you both look so grim?" one of them inquired. "Nothing, just saw an irritating fellow." "Let us head to the 3rd floor to discuss the task," the wealthy young man replied tersely, clearly unwilling to dwell on the embarrassing incident, especially since Zhao Wuyang had imposed a gag order on them. "I'm not planning to continue my studies in the martial arts hall. I wish to join the gene modification warrior program. If successful, I will gain immense power," Qian Hai muttered, although aware of the risks involved. The 3 continued their hushed conversation as they ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Du Bing, sensing their presence, chose to ignore them and continued his breakfast. His thoughts returned to the bald youth, Zhao Wuyang, who he recognized as a formidable opponent. Reflecting on their recent bout, Du Bing noted the superficial wound he had inflicted on Zhao Wuyang, while the blow he received had caused internal damage, leaving him feeling shaken despite both still possessing the strength to continue fighting. However, there was no need. Zhao Wuyang had exhausted his final resort and failed to defeat Du Bing, who did not wish to reveal his unique abilities, making the outcome of their confrontation the most favorable. After finishing his meal, Du Bing grabbed 3 more servings and informed Ning Shuang that he would be leaving first. She nodded in acknowledgement, her delicate teeth nibbling on her chopsticks as she watched him depart, lost in thought. Upon arriving at the training ground, Du Bing observed that some students had already completed the 6,000 meter weight-bearing run, appearing exhausted and supporting each other as they made their way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, nearly half of the students still struggled on the track, many too fatigued to continue, with some even collapsing. In response, instructors rushed to assist those who had fainted. Du Bing's heart ached at the sight, and he scanned the area until he spotted Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, along with Bai Jingyan, who seemed to be hovering around them incessantly. "Did the 2 beauties truly not require my assistance? You both appear utterly exhausted, unable to lift your feet. How will you continue with the subsequent training?" Bai Jingyan smiled and offered, "Allow me to carry your backpacks. After we finish running, we can enjoy breakfast together. What do you say?" Zhao Shuefei wiped the perspiration from her forehead and replied coldly, "You are truly bothersome. We have already stated that we do not require your assistance. So why do you persist in bothering us?" Tang Feifei also felt somewhat helpless, as Bai Jingyan clung to them like an unremovable adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. Unperturbed, Bai Jingyan cheerfully remarked, "Helping others is a noble virtue, and assisting beautiful women is a personal delight of mine. Besides, we will all be classmates in the future. Sharing a meal is hardly an issue." Seeing that he could not be dissuaded, Zhao Shuefei turned away, deliberately ignoring him, only to catch sight of Du Bing, who stood by the track with breakfast in hand, waiting. Her expression brightened as she said to Bai Jingyan, "Thank you for your kindness. But someone has already brought us breakfast. We will return to the dormitory to eat. You should assist other girls instead. Look, she is quite lovely." Bai Jingyan followed Zhao Shuefei's gaze, spotting a frail girl with short hair and a pallid complexion, tears welling in her eyes as she walked forward. Perhaps it would be better to leave her to another boy's assistance. After a mere glance, Bai Jingyan lost interest and inquired, "You mentioned someone brought food. Who is it?" Zhao Shuefei nodded toward the distance, indicating, "Over there." Bai Jingyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted Du Bing, a glimmer of cold light flashing within him. He scoffed inwardly, realizing, "So it's that fellow who trailed behind me. Why does he seem familiar?" After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Shuefei and Tang Feifei finally completed the run and approached Du Bing. "You must be exhausted," Du Bing remarked, casting a glance at Bai Jingyan but not paying him much mind. "This is breakfast for both of you." Zhao Shuefei, with a distressed expression, replied, "I feel nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. Please hurry and take off my backpack." The aftermath of intense exercise on an empty stomach had left her dizzy and queasy. Until they reached the finish line, she had felt fine, but upon stopping, her mood relaxed and dizziness struck her, making it difficult to stand. Du Bing hurriedly stepped forward to support her, placing her backpack on the ground. "Zhao Shuefei, are you all right? I can't take it anymore. Let me lie down for a moment. I feel like I'm going to faint." Zhao Shuefei gestured, shutting her eyes, yearning to collapse onto the ground. Du Bing then turned to Tang Feifei, noticing her pale face and unsteady steps, indicating she was also in poor condition. Bai Jingyan smiled and remarked, "So your name is Zhao Shuefei. My dear classmate, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine and can apply acupressure to help alleviate your discomfort." Traditional Chinese medicine? Du Bing glanced at Bai Jingyan in surprise. The only practitioner he knew was Yin Jingjing, who possessed the ability of X-ray vision. He had heard her mention acupuncture and acupressure, but had never experienced it himself. However, since Zhao Shuefei was the girl he admired, Du Bing would not allow another boy to assist her. "How fortunate. I have also learned a bit of traditional Chinese medicine, so there is no need to trouble this classmate," Du Bing said, placing his right hand on Zhao Shuefei's back. His ice-type abilities quietly activated, a refreshing chill penetrating her clothing and seeping into her body. The cool sensation swiftly dispelled the heat and nausea within her stomach. Zhao Shuefei's breathing gradually steadied. The flush on her face receded, and the dizziness in her mind vanished entirely. She looked at Du Bing with astonishment. "Oh, I truly feel much better." Chapter 77. Division of the Squad. The ice-based supernatural ability possesses the remarkable capacity to alleviate dizziness and nausea, a discovery made by Du Bing during his training at the Guardian Base. Within the gravity chamber, each movement demands considerable energy. Excessive exertion can lead to disorienting and queasy physical reactions. At that moment, Du Bing harnessed his internal powers and realized that his ice abilities could mitigate such symptoms, which brought him a sense of joy. This realization also illuminated the potential of supernatural powers, not merely as instruments of destruction, but as tools for salvation. "It seems prudent for me to frequent the library more often, to delve into the properties and applications of ice, fire, and metal, perhaps mastering a broader array of supernatural techniques." Du Bing pondered this notion, echoing the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary, ensuring victory in countless battles. Since awakening his abilities, he had been navigating through uncharted territory without systematic training. A stark contrast to the martial artists who have a rich historical lineage spanning thousands of years, complete with established sects and specialized methodologies for internal and external cultivation. In contrast, a supernatural ability manifests in only one among millions, each awakening unique and requiring individual exploration, akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Nonetheless, the potential of supernatural beings is immense. Du Bing, with merely an E-level late-stage metal ability, could withstand a full-force strike from Zhao Wuyang, whose strength was nearly that of a high-level martial artist. If Du Bing were to elevate his metal abilities to D-level, Zhao Wuyang's blow would likely only cause a mere ripple in his vitality, rather than inflicting internal injuries. Xuefei, do not sit down just yet. Walk around a bit to stretch your legs, or by morning, you may find them rendered useless, Du Bing cautioned upon noticing Zhao Xuefei's inclination to rest. She pouted, exuding a sense of helplessness, yet she complied, understanding the importance of basic physical activity. Du Bing then approached Tang Feifei, removing her backpack and channeling his ice abilities into her, alleviating her feelings of nausea. Her complexion regained its rosy hue, and her breathing steadied, prompting a grateful smile directed at Du Bing. Thank you, she said. Do not mention it. You should also stretch a bit, later. Join Xuefei in returning to the dormitory for some hygiene and breakfast, he replied. The two girls began to engage in light exercises, occasionally helping one another with stretches while sharing whispers, inadvertently disregarding Bai Jingyan, who stood awkwardly nearby, casting a glum glance at Du Bing. Meanwhile, Du Bing awaited Feng Xiang, who had not been tardy, having just completed a 5,000-meter run and was now approaching leisurely. Hey, Bing, assist me. I can hardly continue, Feng Xiang stammered, his legs trembling as he made his way to Du Bing. Du Bing quickly supported him, jesting, look at you. You're in worse shape than the two girls. Employing his ice abilities, Du Bing helped to cool Feng Xiang down, who felt significantly better, though unlike Zhao Xuefei, he showed little inclination to stretch and instead rushed towards breakfast. Bai Jingyan approached Du Bing with a smile, extending his hand. I'm Bai Jingyan. May I ask your name? Du Bing, taken aback by the courtesy, shook his hand, about to introduce himself when he suddenly felt an overwhelming grip. I am Du Bing, he managed to say, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Jingyan, whose smile remained yet whose grip tightened like a vice, exerting a force exceeding 300 pounds. Du Bing, I have a favorable impression of Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, and I wish to befriend them. However, with you here, they may feel a bit shy. Would you mind stepping aside? Bai Jingyan's smile transformed into a chilling expression, and the pressure of his grip increased dramatically. Du Bing felt a flicker of alarm within. He had underestimated Bai Jingyan, whose strength now surpassed 300 pounds. Conversely, Bai Jingyan was surprised to see Du Bing remain composed. Ah, so you are not ordinary yourself. How fortuitous. Let us compete. Whoever loses shall withdraw. While the victor remains with the two girls, Bai Jingyan suggested coldly. That may disappoint you, Du Bing replied evenly. Both hands exerted force, initiating an unseen contest between them. Tang Feifei, puzzled, glanced at the two, questioning Bai Jingyan's intentions. What is he up to? He isn't planning something against Du Bing, is he? She wondered. Zhao Xuefei restrained her from investigating further, wearing a knowing expression. Can't you see? This is a strategic maneuver. Bai Jingyan likely encountered setbacks with us and now seeks to curry favor with Du Bing to glean insights into our interests before making his move. Haven't you ever experienced other boys pursuing you through friends? Tang Feifei's fair complexion flushed slightly, recalling similar encounters. Oh, I see. I actually think Bai Jingyan seems decent. You could try befriending him, she suggested. Zhao Xuefei rolled her eyes and shook her head. Let us not. Right now, I just want to survive the upcoming days. This is only the beginning. The freshman military training period is undoubtedly a nightmare for every newcomer. A phase that even seasoned students find hard to forget. Not far away, Bai Jingyan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. His grip had escalated to over 500 pounds, while Du Bing remained unfazed, a calm demeanor enveloping him. This compelled Bai Jingyan to take him seriously. 500 pounds approached 5 times the strength of an average person, marking the threshold of a mid-level martial artist, D-level supernatural being. Before entering the God of War Academy, His father had cautioned him against drawing attention by exceeding mid-level martial strength. Yet, allowing Du Bing to escape unchallenged left by Jingyan unsatisfied. No matter, today, I shall teach this brat a lesson, he resolved, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he suddenly increased his grip by over 300 pounds, reaching an astonishing 800 pounds of force. Du Bing's expression shifted slightly. This was nearing his utmost strength, yet Bai Jingyan seemed to possess reserves. Who was this guy, and could he possibly be stronger than Zhao Wuyang? Du Bing's resolve solidified, his mental abilities quietly readying for Bai Jingyan's impending surge. At that moment, a group of freshmen, numbering 20 or so, approached, led by a robust individual with a pronounced jaw and a distinctive mole, striding with confidence. "Hey kid, you must be Bai Jingyan, right? Someone is looking for you. Come with us," he announced, raising a hand toward where Du Bing and Bai Jingyan's hands clasped. Both Du Bing and Bai Jingyan frowned, instinctively releasing their grip to allow the hand to miss its mark. "Since someone is seeking you, we shall continue our contest another time," Du Bing said softly, turning to step away. Bai Jingyan, displeased, cast a glare at Du Bing's retreating figure before redirecting his attention to the newcomer. "Scram," he commanded icily. The newcomer paused, seemingly bewildered, as if he had not understood. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Repeat it." Bai Jingyan reiterated coldly. "I said, get lost." The new student's flabby face quivered, clearly incensed, as he laughed in anger. "You are the first person brave enough to speak to me, Yu Hongshan, in such a manner. If it weren't for the upperclassmen advising against offending you, I would have made sure you were beaten to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you." No sooner had Yu Hongshan's words left his lips than Bai Jingyan, like a flash of lightning, delivered a kick that sent Yu Hongshan hurtling backward, crashing into a cluster of freshmen behind him. With a cold glint in his eyes, Bai Jingyan approached, and, seeing Yu Hongshan clutching his stomach and unable to rise, mercilessly stomped on his leg. With a sickening crack, Yu Hongshan's calf shattered beneath his foot, resulting in a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I detest when others invoke my mother in their discourse. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I will take your life." With that, Bai Jingyan cast a menacing glance at the group of students accompanying Yu Hongshan. The freshmen, their faces pale with fear, retreated hastily, allowing Bai Jingyan to depart unopposed. Once Bai Jingyan had moved on, the group hastily helped Yu Hongshan to his feet, murmuring, "Brother Shan, are you all right? This Bai Jingyan is insufferably arrogant. We must teach him a lesson." The indignation ran deep. For an injury to Brother Shan was an affront to the entire Yu family. Such an insult could not be tolerated. Cradling his injured leg, Yu Hongshan cursed vehemently. "Damn you all. Why didn't you step in earlier? Now that he has gone, you act tough. Hurry and take me to the infirmary." A group of them quickly hoisted Yu Hongshan and rushed him toward the medical facility. On the way, he managed to make a call to someone. "Brother Yunfei, I've messed up. I couldn't secure Bai Jingyan, and he broke my leg." The voice on the other end seethed with anger. What an arrogant little punk. How dare he injure a member sent by the Iron Blood Elite Society? "Hongshan, you needn't bother inviting him again. I'll transfer 3 million energy points to you shortly. Focus on healing and prepare for training." "Thank you, Brother Yunfei." After ending the call, Yu Hongshan let out a sigh of relief, yet harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Bai Jingyan, vowing silently that one day he would exact revenge. At 8 o'clock, the time swiftly arrived. This time, the freshmen managed to arrive on time at the training ground, although they appeared lethargic, evidently exhausted. The instructors assembled in a neat formation, and the imposing figure of the chief instructor, Tongguan, reappeared. He approached the front of the instructor formation, brandishing a megaphone, and proclaimed, "Congratulations, rookies. You have all passed the first trial, and I am pleased. Aside from a few who fainted, some of whom feigned fainting, the rest of you have met the target. Those few who pretended to faint have already been eliminated from the academy. I trust they now regret their choice. However, this is the Military God Academy. It is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. Only the strong can survive here. Those who resort to underhanded tactics are destined to become sacrifices. The academy will not squander a single resource on them. Tongguan's oppressive gaze swept over the crowd as he continued, for the next 3 months. You will undergo physical training. We will extract every ounce of strength from you. No one is allowed to slack off. If you are thinking of taking it easy, you should leave now. Don't wait until halfway through to bow out. That would be even more disgraceful. Is there anyone wishing to leave? Step forward now. Silence enveloped the over 5,000 freshmen, each of them pursing their lips tightly. They had worked hard to enter this academy and would not surrender so easily. No matter how arduous or taxing it may be, they were determined to persevere, for this was an essential part of their growth. Tongguan nodded approvingly and commanded, "Very well. Next, we will divide into squads, and you will train under your respective instructors. I hope each of you can grow into a qualified warrior. Now, form a square formation of 100 freshmen each, and be quick about it." Chapter 78. A trial attempt? Each 100 students is to be organized into a company, with 2 instructors responsible for the daily training of each unit. Many students sought out familiar classmates to form their companies, allowing for mutual assistance in future training sessions. Du Bing, Feng Xiang, Zhao Shuafei, and Tang Feifei gathered together, accompanied by Du Bing's 2 dormitory mates, Su Chong and Wang Jing. Since the incident in the combat arena yesterday, Du Bing returned to the dormitory to find his other roommates somewhat aloof, leading to a clear division into 2 factions. Du Bing, Feng Xiang, Su Chong, and Wang Jing formed one group, while the remaining 8 roommates constituted the other, resulting in a noticeable reduction in their exchanges. Whether by coincidence or design, Bai Jingyan and Ning Shuang also found themselves within this same formation. Upon seeing the assigned instructors, Du Bing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the truth in the old adage, enemies are destined to meet. The assigned guiding instructors were none other than Hu Shuo and Li Xinxiang. Du Bing exchanged glances with Hu Shuo, sensing a hint of hostility in the latter's gaze, and wondered if this individual might seek personal retribution. Hu Shuo glanced at Li Xinxiang and asked, "Li instructor, will you announce the training plan and rules, or shall I?" Li Xinxiang shook his head, replying succinctly, "You may proceed." Hu Shuo nodded, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the 100-person formation where Du Bing stood. His voice resonant and commanding. "I am Hu Shuo, and this is Li Xinxiang. From today onward, we will both be responsible for guiding your daily training. To facilitate management and maintain discipline, I will appoint 2 individuals as our company leader and deputy leader." A murmur of speculation rippled through the new students as they pondered who might assume the roles of leader and deputy leader, with many eyes gravitating toward Bai Jingyan and Du Bing, given their remarkable performance during the weighted long-distance run. "I suspect it will be Bai Jingyan or that fellow Du Bing. Those 2 are simply beasts in terms of physical prowess," one student remarked. Another countered, "Not necessarily. The roles of leader and deputy require respect and management skills, not merely physical strength. I find those 2 girls quite appealing. If they direct me east, I shall not venture west." "Shut it. You're clearly a rogue. Looks alone won't suffice. The girl over there may appear average, but in terms of physical condition, many of us men can't compare." Silence. Hu Shuo's thunderous voice silenced the murmuring newcomers, his expression darkening. "You all demonstrate a complete lack of discipline. Remember this, when instructors are speaking, no one is permitted to whisper or gossip amongst themselves. Otherwise, the entire group will bear the penalty of a 20-kilogram weighted run for 6,000 meters. Instantly, the new students obediently closed their mouths, realizing that another 6,000-meter run would likely leave their legs in shambles. Hu Shuo continued, "Since we are not yet familiar with each other, the selection of the leader will be determined after today's training tasks, based on your performance. Now, let me outline today's training agenda, which will also serve as your daily tasks moving forward. Should you have any questions, raise your hand and speak up. At 8 a.m., there will be ladder training, ascending and descending 300 times, followed by a 30-meter crawl through barbed wire, repeated 300 times. After 10 a.m., you will proceed to the physical training room, where male students will lift 15-kilogram dumbbells for 150 repetitions, perform 100 pulls with resistance bands, and execute 100 repetitions with arm strength bars. Female students will lift 8.5-kilogram dumbbells for 90 repetitions, perform 60 pulls with resistance bands, and execute 60 repetitions with arm strength bars. At this moment, a student suddenly called out, "Report," whose Shuo frowned slightly, directing his gaze toward the student with raised hand. "What is your question?" "Instructor, since each person's physical condition varies, wouldn't it be unreasonable to impose identical training requirements on everyone? What penalties will there be for those who cannot meet them?" "Excellent question," who Shuo acknowledged, nodding with a slight smile. "Indeed, each individual's physical condition differs. Therefore, every week, we will conduct a fitness assessment and adjust the training targets accordingly. These targets are not arbitrary. Let me clarify. The instructor and I will evaluate your training performance, which will impact your star rating." "Report." Another student raised his hand. "Speak." "Instructor, what is the star rating and how is it determined?" This question is one that every new cohort tends to ask. While it may be novel for newcomers, it is a repetitive inquiry for the instructors, who Shuo patiently explained. "I trust you have all noticed the notifications on communication wristbands indicating the star ratings required for access to certain areas. The star rating is a hierarchical system established within the academy. The highest is 7 stars, while the lowest is what you currently possess, 0 stars. Below 3 stars categorizes you as ordinary students, while those above 3 but below 5 are deemed elite students. 6 stars and above are classified as core students. Different levels grant varying privileges and access to resources. As new students, your initial star ratings will be determined by the instructors guiding your training. A 1-star student begins with 100 points, 2 stars with 1,000 points, 3 stars with 10,000 points, 4 stars with 30,000 points, 5 stars with 100,000 points, 6 stars with 300,000 points, and 7 stars requires 1,000,000 points. The crowd collectively gasped, astonished by the staggering point requirements as they progressed through the star ratings. Another student could no longer contain his curiosity. This time, it was Bai Jingyan who spoke up. "Instructor, how many 7-star students are currently in the academy?" Hu Shuo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Do not aim too high, young scholar. To date, not a single individual has achieved 7-star status before graduation. However, there are currently 7 6-star students, all from the 25th cohort." Bai Jingyan could not help but scoff, muttering to himself, "Not even one. I shall become the first 7-star student." Hu Shuo continued, "We not only assign scores. If any of you fail to meet the targets or violate discipline, we will also deduct points. Consequently, most new students typically finish their military training period with star ratings below 2 stars, with only a select few reaching 3 stars. Du Bing felt a stirring in his heart and could not resist raising his hand again. "Report." Hu Shuo regarded Du Bing, maintaining a neutral demeanor, neither warm nor cold. "What is your question?" Du Bing inquired. "I've heard from senior students that in each cohort of newcomers, there is a title awarded to one individual known as the Newcomer King. Could you explain what this title entails?" At this juncture, Li Xinxiang cleared his throat and interjected. "Allow me to answer this question on behalf of Instructor Hu. The Newcomer King is a title designated for the winner of the Newcomer Combat Competition. The student who secures first place in this competition will earn this title. Special rewards are assigned to the Newcomer King, including an automatic promotion to a 3-star elite student, a reward of 10 million energy points, and the opportunity to receive a mech designed by the Academy prior to graduation, allowing direct entry into a mech warrior battalion post-graduation. The new students, lacking direct experience with star ratings or points, were nonetheless stirred by the prospect of 10 million energy points, gasping in excitement. Most students hailed from ordinary families, and even those from prominent clans faced challenges in obtaining such a substantial sum. Their primary motivation for attending the Military God Academy was, after all, to secure a better life. 10 million energy points possess the power to alter the fate of a family. Many individuals have secretly summoned their strength, aspiring to claim the title of the new champion, undeterred by the prowess of their rivals. The cadets from other squads seem to have learned about the combat competition from their instructors, with exclamations of excitement echoing throughout the training grounds. Goodness! A reward of 10 million energy points. The opportunity to acquire one's own mech and become a mech warrior. I shall strive diligently to emerge as the strongest. Fang Xiang also clenched his fists in excitement, recalling how he and Du Bing once dreamed of becoming formidable mech warriors. Mech warriors represent the pinnacle of military service, the ultimate combatants in warfare, and are the focus of development across nations on Earth. Hu Shua added that the top 10 of the combat competition would also receive rewards, with each having the chance to become a mech warrior. Furthermore, the top 100 would attract the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. However, this is not a concern for you at present. Your sole focus should be to exert every effort to meet the training objectives. This afternoon, we have shooting practice, combat technique training, and finally, a 6,000-meter run with a 20-kilogram weight. Now, immediately, form 10 rows in alternating high and low positions and commence training in turn. The so-called ladder training involves a vertical ladder or climbing net secured by a framework at a height of 5 to 6 meters. Once at the top, one must descend from the opposite side, completing the back-and-forth exercise 300 times, encountering various obstacles along the way, such as wooden horses, balance beams, or wooden walls. The 30-meter barbed wire crawling exercise is another grueling training regimen. The barbed wire stands at a mere 45 centimeters, and the moment you elevate your body, your clothing becomes ensnared, with the wire potentially lacerating your skin. Many newcomers find this training excruciatingly torturous. Moreover, some girls harbor a fear of the ladder training, and even among the boys, a few suffer from acrophobia. Yet, after a few falls, fear tends to dissipate. Safety nets are placed beneath the ladders, ensuring that any falls are cushioned. In this regard, Du Bing could do little to assist Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, as Hu Shua and Li Xinxiang supervised closely, mandating that each individual complete their training tasks independently. Overcoming fear is an essential rite of passage for every soldier. After completing the ladder and crawling exercises, the group was led to the physical training room. This facility resembled an expansive gym, equipped with an array of training apparatuses, dumbbells, resistance bands, and strength bars being just the basics. There were also sit-up machines for core strengthening, treadmills for leg conditioning, and stationary bikes. All manner of equipment was available. After a brief respite, the group plunged into rigorous training once more. The most striking among them was Bai Jingyan, while others hoisted 15-kilogram dumbbells. He effortlessly lifted a barbell weighing 150 kilograms. While others utilized a 30-kilogram resistance arm trainer, he directly employed a 200-kilogram seated resistance machine. Regardless of the exercise, he consistently outperformed everyone, drawing gasps and admiration from his peers, relishing the envious glances directed at him. With each training session, Bai Jingyan provocatively glanced at Du Bing, wearing a smug expression. Curious onlookers among the other cadets cheered him on, especially after the attention garnered by the chase between Du Bing and Bai Jingyan during the weighted long run. Du Bing, why not give it a try? Chapter 79. I want to see you smile. Wow, Bai Jingyan, you were truly impressive, lifting 150 kilograms as if it were child's play. No wonder you looked so effortless running with a 20-kilogram load this morning. Even carrying 60 kilograms seems trivial for you. I can see the position of squad leader is surely yours. Incredible! Numerous freshmen paused their training, gathering around Bai Jingyan as if the entire gym had transformed into his personal showcase. Even Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei were drawn in, utterly astonished that this seemingly delicate scion of a wealthy family possessed such strength. Fang Xiang couldn't help but sneer, displaying a look of disdain as he approached Du Bing and whispered, "Look at that Bai, so full of himself. What is the big deal? Ah Bing, can you lift that?" Du Bing casually touched his nose, fully capable of lifting it himself, but felt that doing so would be rather ostentatious. After all, Li Xinxiang had already cautioned him earlier that morning. At that moment, other students began to look over, clamoring for Du Bing to give it a try. Du Bing, why don't you lift one and see? You ran quite fast this morning. Your strength must be impressive too. Exactly, don't hold back. Let us see who is stronger. Whoever lifts the heavier weight will be recommended as the squad leader. What do you say? I'm in. Du Bing, come on. Zhao Xuefei also rushed over, winking at Du Bing, and whispered, "Do you have the confidence to lift it? That Bai Jingyan is so irritating. If you beat him, I'll grant you one request." Du Bing shook his head, smiling helplessly. He had never noticed how much Zhao Xuefei enjoyed the excitement. It seemed her personality had brightened in this fiercely competitive environment of the military god academy. Any request? Then you must agree to be my girlfriend if I compete. Zhao Xuefei frowned slightly, appearing a bit annoyed. Du Bing, don't you think that's taking advantage of the situation? Compete if you want. I'm not dying to watch. Du Bing quickly grasped her hand, smiling. Don't be angry. I was joking. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou played tricks to amuse a beauty. So today I shall learn from him and challenge by to a contest of strength for your amusement. Zhao Xuefei chuckled softly, playfully hitting Du Bing. When did you become so slick with words? Actually, if you want to be my boyfriend, it's not impossible. But you'll have to first win over my father. My future isn't solely mine to decide. A hint of sadness crossed Zhao Xuefei's face, making Du Bing realize that even a wealthy young lady shares unspoken worries akin to those of a poor boy. Haha, one day I will earn your father's approval. Du Bing replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. He recalled a conversation with Zhao Xuefei's father in the coffee shop. If he liked Zhao Xuefei, he would surely win her heart and make her willingly his girlfriend. This thought lingered in Du Bing's mind. At that moment, Bai Jingyan approached, chuckling. The competition from this morning still hasn't reached a conclusion. Are you afraid? Afraid? Du Bing smirked as he stood, glancing at Hu Shuo and Li Xinxiang, who were instructing other students. He stepped closer to Bai Jingyan and whispered in a tone only they could hear, I prefer not to show off. If you wish to compete, let us do so after training ends. I'll accompany you until the end. Bai Jingyan locked eyes with Du Bing, a spark of electricity passing between them. He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coolly, that suits me. Bai Jingyan didn't want to reveal his true strength before too many onlookers. Thus he acquiesced to Du Bing's request. However, the other students, unaware of the private conversation, were disappointed to see the tension dissipate and the two returned to their training, feeling that Du Bing had capitulated to Bai Jingyan. It seems Du Bing can't match Bai Jingyan and is too proud to admit defeat. They murmured, boring, let us continue training, perhaps by the end of physical training. I too will be able to lift 150 kilograms. You think so? Haha, are you looking down on me? Aside from Bai Jingyan, another noteworthy figure was Wang Jin, who trained with great vigor. Wang Jin possessed commendable physical attributes and a strong competitive spirit. Seeing Du Bing and Bai Jingyan effortlessly handle the 20-kilogram weights that morning filled him with envy. The sight of Bai Jingyan lifting a 150-kilogram barbell further motivated him to elevate his own physical prowess before the 3-month training period concluded. Otherwise, surpassing them in the combat competition seemed implausible. In truth, the students wanted Du Bing and Bai Jingyan to compete partly to gauge their capabilities in preparation for future combat contests. Before long, the morning training session concluded. Hu Shuo and Li Xinxiang instructed everyone to return and rest, announcing a gathering at the training ground at 1:30 p.m. before departing. The group of students began to leave, each feeling the aches of a morning filled with exertion. Suddenly, Bai Jingyan dropped the barbell he was holding with a loud crash that captured everyone's attention. Looking at Du Bing, he stretched his limbs and called out, now that the instructors are gone, let us loosen up and have a contest. Zhao Xuefei, Tang Feifei, and Fang Xiang had already learned about the impending competition from Du Bing, so they were not particularly surprised. However, the other students, unaware of the situation, erupted with excitement at the prospect of a showdown. What is happening? What are they competing in? I don't know. Perhaps it's a barbell lift? Du Bing set down his dumbbells and confidently approached Bai Jingyan, responding with poise. Of course. How shall we compete? You suggest. Bai Jingyan kicked the barbell and smirked. Simple. We each declare a weight and see who can lift more. Oh. Du Bing raised an eyebrow at Bai Jingyan, intrigued by this approach, which was new to him. You go first. Bai Jingyan shook his head, politely insisting, as the one proposing the rules, you should go first. Du Bing nodded silently, glancing at the 150-kilogram barbell that Bai Jingyan had been lifting effortlessly for over half an hour. Judging from their grip strength earlier, Bai Jingyan's physical power undoubtedly exceeded 800 pounds. Thus, Du Bing would need to declare at least 400 kilograms to pose a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, 450 kilograms. The surrounding students erupted into chaos with derisive remarks. What did he say? 450 kilograms? Is he out of his mind? Does he think he is Hercules reborn? I think he has lost it. 450 kilograms is 900 pounds. Can any human lift that? Talk about showing off. He is on a whole different level of arrogance. If he can actually lift 450 kilograms, there is no need for a combat competition. I'll just crown him the rookie king. The uproar filled the training room. Even Zhao Xuefei, who had encouraged the competition, was taken aback, wondering if Du Bing had lost his mind. She exchanged glances with Tang Feifei, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. They struggled with 5-kilogram dumbbells. Yet Du Bing boldly proclaimed he would lift 450 kilograms of barbell. Was this even humanly possible? Feng Xiang quietly swallowed, approached Du Bing from behind, and whispered, "Brother, did you perhaps add an extra zero?" Du Bing remained silent, merely gazing at Bai Jingyan. Bai Jingyan's face reflected sheer astonishment, which quickly morphed into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, I thought you were going to announce some astronomical figure. You nearly scared me to death. If 450 kilograms is your limit, then there's no point in competing." He shook his head, a confident expression blooming on his face as he extended 5 fingers. "Then I shall lift 500 kilograms. The crowd erupted in mockery. Even Bai Jingyan found himself being ridiculed. Insanity. They must be out of their minds. Truly, boasting without consequence, yet this is excessive. I am eager to see how this unfolds. If they manage to lift it, I shall consume 10 pounds of dung." Du Bing's expression turned grave. 500 kilograms equated to 1,000 pounds, a weight that required tenfold the strength of an ordinary person. He finally acknowledged Bai Jingyan's prowess. Realizing he had indeed reached the threshold of a C-class superhuman's physical capabilities. Du Bing's limit was 840 pounds, still 160 pounds shy of that benchmark. Once an individual surpasses their maximum strength, even the slightest increment in weight, akin to a single straw, could prove catastrophic. Under the attentive gaze of the onlookers, Du Bing slowly declared, "Then I shall join you in lifting 500 kilograms. Do not push yourself too hard," Bai Jingyan scoffed, unconvinced that Du Bing could match his strength. Suspecting he was merely saving face by forcing the declaration. "Which classmate is willing to assist in swapping out the weights on the barbell?" Numerous hands shot up in response. Spectators have never been shy to indulge in drama. 4 or 5 male students stepped forward, swiftly assembling a barbell weighing 500 kilograms. Bai Jingyan shot a playful glance at Du Bing, teasingly inquiring, "Shall I go first, or will you?" "Please, go ahead," Du Bing replied nonchalantly. Bai Jingyan smiled slightly, bent down to grasp the barbell, and the crowd's eyes followed his every movement, fixated on the heavy weight resting on the floor. Suddenly, Bai Jingyan's expression shifted. He inhaled deeply, adopting a stance of impending exertion. The onlookers held their breath, the training room enveloped in silence. Yet, at that moment, Bai Jingyan abruptly released his grip, stretched lazily, and laughed. "Perhaps you should go first." The captivated audience couldn't help but internally exclaim in frustration, "I'm already on the edge of my seat. And this is what you show me?" Bai Jingyan's antics were evidently a jest at their expense. "All right, I shall go first." Du Bing began to approach the barbell, but Bai Jingyan suddenly bent down, seized the barbell, and shouted, "Lift." In an astounding display, the 500-kilogram barbell was effortlessly hoisted overhead. The crowd gasped in disbelief, many shocked enough to sit down on the ground. Bai Jingyan radiated triumph, holding the barbell aloft as if he were a victorious general. With a resounding crash, he dropped the barbell at his feet, casting a challenging glance at Du Bing. "It is your turn now." Zhao Xuefei was genuinely frightened. She had never anticipated Bai Jingyan possessed such extraordinary strength. It was simply unfathomable. "Du Bing, you." Zhao Xuefei watched anxiously, wanting to dissuade him from continuing. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, for it was she who had instigated the contest between Du Bing and Bai Jingyan. "Fear not, I shall emerge victorious." Du Bing reassured her with a slight smile, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his somewhat slender arms, patting his biceps in a show of strength. "Because I wish to see you smile." Chapter 80. Breaking the 500-kilogram barrier. In a stunning display, Bai Jingyan effortlessly lifted the 500-kilogram barbell, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. Their gazes towards him were akin to that of observing a being beyond human comprehension. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Du Bing claimed he could lift it as well. The previously mocking crowd could not suppress their exclamations of disbelief. "I must be hallucinating. Is that person even human? Did we come to the wrong place? This is not a military academy. It's a superhero academy. And what about the one who said he could eat 10 pounds of dung? You might as well prepare yourself. Look, Du Bing is about to start lifting." Suppressing their astonishment, the crowd turned their attention to Du Bing. Their curiosity piqued by both Bai Jingyan and Du Bing. What they desired most was a feast for their eyes. Du Bing took a deep breath, grasped the barbell, and positioned his feet in a wide stance, tightening his waist. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei watched nervously, clutching the hems of their clothes, silently praying for Du Bing's success. Fang Xiang clenched his fists, cheering, "Du Bing, go for it." Du Bing nodded in acknowledgement, his focus locked onto the barbell, which exceeded his physical limits. "Lift," he commanded, his voice low, veins bulging on his hands, his face slightly reddening as the barbell lifted just off the ground. His struggle was evident, markedly more intense than Bai Jingyan's effortless raise. Bai Jingyan's expression turned scornful, for he had lifted the weight with ease. 500 kilograms was far from his limit. Zhao Xuefei couldn't help but cheer for Du Bing, her delicate face brimming with anticipation. As if Du Bing had consistently surprised her, never once disappointing her. Du Bing managed to raise the barbell to 10 centimeters above the ground. But the onlookers were filled with anxiety, gritting their teeth as though they were lifting the barbell themselves. Suddenly, it seemed Du Bing lost his strength, and with a thud, the barbell fell back to the ground. Disappointment spread through the crowd, with some immediately resorting to mockery. "If you can't do it, don't pretend. You're wasting everyone's emotions." "Damn. I was about to burst. I nearly wet myself. Let us not be too harsh. At least he got it off the ground." Zhao Xuefei stood in stunned silence, her beautiful eyes vacant. Tang Feifei, unsure of what to say to comfort her, merely glanced around. Only Fang Xiang remained resolute, thinking to himself, "Brother, you've done enough." Witnessing this scene, Bai Jingyan felt a surge of delight, striding forward with an air of superiority, placing a foot on the barbell, and lifting his chin, taunting. "What's wrong? Can't lift it? You do realize that means you've lost, right? Remember the consequences of losing?" Ignoring Bai Jingyan's taunts, Du Bing stretched his neck and waist, cracking his knuckles with a satisfying sound. He bore no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Who said I couldn't lift it? I was merely contemplating that lifting 500 kilograms would only bring me level with you, which doesn't equate to a victory." Bai Jingyan leaned in, his handsome face darkening with disdain. "What are you trying to pull?" Du Bing leaned back slightly, rubbed his nose, and calmly stated, "I wish to add another 50 kilograms. The crowd collectively shook their heads, too fatigued to mock him further. How could he ask for an additional 50 kilograms when he hadn't even lifted 500? Bai Jingyan, however, smirked, giving a thumbs up to Du Bing. "Very well. I shall personally add 50 kilograms for you. If you can't lift it this time, I won't have the patience to play with you any longer." "Then please do." Du Bing replied with a slight smile. Once Bai Jingyan had added the extra weight, Du Bing bent down once more, gripping the barbell tightly. The spectators, however, had lost their patience, with some even beginning to leave for the cafeteria. Bai Jingyan, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up and lift, don't dawdle. I have to invite Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei out for lunch soon. Lift." Du Bing lowered his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. With a sudden surge of power, he hoisted the 550-kilogram barbell into the air, the action swift and seamless, rivaling Bai Jingyan's earlier display. The corners of Du Bing's mouth twitched slightly as he locked his gaze onto Bai Jingyan, disregarding the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Suddenly, one person buckled under the pressure and fell to his knees, while many others could only turn to stare at Bai Jingyan. His face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. He felt foolish for being outwitted by Du Bing. Observing Du Bing's effortless lift of 550 kilograms, it dawned on him that the previous claims of 450 kilograms and the feigned inability to lift 500 were mere ruses designed to instill a false sense of security in him, only to be outdone in the end. The more Bai Jingyan contemplated, the angrier he became, convinced that Du Bing's cunning surpassed his own. The gazes of the crowd felt like needles pricking at him. He was desperate to prove his superiority over Du Bing and everyone else. Very well. Add another 50 kilograms, he shouted. Du Bing replied nonchalantly, no need. If you can lift the same weight as me, I'll consider myself defeated. Consider yourself defeated? What do you mean by that? Bai Jingyan found the statement irksome, as if Du Bing were deliberately taunting him. Seeing no one offer to help add weight, he took it upon himself to attach another 50 kilograms, casting a glance at Du Bing as he scoffed, behold, this is 600 kilograms. I can lift it without breaking a sweat. Feigning astonishment, Du Bing responded, you should be cautious not to overexert yourself. Bai Jingyan's facial muscles twitched, too irritated to explain himself further as he grasped the barbell, preparing to lift. Du Bing narrowed his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering within their depths. Just as Bai Jingyan hoisted the barbell off the ground, his expression changed, and with a loud thud, the barbell crashed back down. Could it be? Du Bing chuckled softly, implying, Bai Jingyan, you wouldn't be thinking of adding another 50 kilograms, would you? Bai Jingyan's face flushed with embarrassment as whispers among the crowd added to his humiliation. He had indeed lifted it, but suddenly felt an inexplicable increase in weight, forcing him to drop it back down. Grinding his teeth, he summoned his inner strength, a formidable aura surging forth, causing a gust of wind to swirl within the training room. Lift. The barbell shot up once more, capturing the attention of all present. Could Bai Jingyan truly lift 600 kilograms? Du Bing lowered his head, his dark eyes momentarily transforming into brilliant golden orbs. Using his mastery of metal manipulation, he infused the barbell with his power, anchoring it down. This was no mere test of physical strength. Bai Jingyan relied on his warrior's energy, while Du Bing wielded his metallic abilities, both pushing themselves to their limits. The barbell hung suspended in midair, as if under a spell. But soon the crowd began to realize that it was gradually rising. Damn it, keep him pinned down. Du Bing realized that his metallic abilities were somewhat unable to suppress the strength of Bai Jingyan. Gritting his teeth, the golden light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant, and the metallic energy within him surged to its utmost limit. Yet, he still struggled to halt the upward movement of the barbell, which rose slowly. A smile gradually spread across Bai Jingyan's face as the barbell ascended to neck level, poised to be lifted overhead. At this moment, Du Bing's focus was sharper than ever. He strained every golden particle within him while harnessing his mental prowess to absorb the external metallic energy. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of energy reverberate through him, as if a barrier within had shattered. The metallic energy inside him became remarkably vibrant, and the rate of absorbing metallic energy surged significantly. At that instant, the biological computer in the palm of his right hand vibrated slightly, transmitting vital information: metallic abilities, early D-grade; ice and fire abilities, mid D-grade. Had he broken through? Du Bing felt a surge of joy. When he departed from the safety guardian base, his metallic powers were already at the late E-grade. Since returning, he had not ceased his training, and due to a substantial enhancement in his physical condition, his ability cultivation had also markedly accelerated. From the time he returned to Beidou City until now, nearly 10 days had passed, and he had diligently practiced each night. He had not anticipated that at this moment, his metallic abilities would indeed break through. This was the second time he had experienced such a situation, the first being in the underground black market, where the pressure exerted by Sophie and the Shadow Demon had allowed him to grasp the transformation of his physical abilities. This time, however, it was through his confrontation with Bai Jingyan that he had achieved this breakthrough. He sensed that his control over the metallic energy exerted on the barbell had more than doubled. Bring it down. The barbell, which had been steadily rising, suddenly plummeted. Bai Jingyan lost his grip, and the barbell crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, nearly causing him to stumble. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, raising his head abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Du Bing, vehemently accusing, "It must be you. You must have done something." The golden light in Du Bing's eyes gradually receded as he lifted his head, approaching Bai Jingyan with a concerned demeanor. Bai Jingyan, are you all right? He inquired. Bai Jingyan waved his hand dismissively, attempting to push Du Bing away. However, Du Bing firmly grasped his arm, whispering in his ear, "If you don't want to embarrass yourself further, you should take the way out I'm offering." Bai Jingyan's movements froze momentarily, his complexion shifting between shades of green and red, but ultimately, he refrained from pushing Du Bing away. Du Bing promptly assisted him in standing up, smiling as he said, "I told you not to overexert yourself. Given your strength, lifting 550 kilograms should be no trouble. Let us call it a draw for today, shall we?" Bai Jingyan scoffed, casting a deep glance at Du Bing, and through gritted teeth asserted, "A loss is a loss. I, Bai Jingyan, can take it and leave it. Du Bing, do not get too complacent. My forte lies not in strength, but in combat. We shall meet in the martial arts competition." With that, Bai Jingyan shook off Du Bing's hand and angrily pushed through the crowd, exiting the training room. Fong Xiang could not contain his excitement and hugged Du Bing from behind. Bing, you were incredible. And you all, do you remember what you said? Whoever wins shall be appointed as the squad leader." Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei were equally astonished, secretly marveling at how Du Bing had become so incredibly strong. The onlookers chuckled lightly and gradually dispersed, none responding to Fong Xiang's words. Among the crowd, Ning Shuang's bright eyes remained fixed on Du Bing, shimmering with an unusual glint. Chapter 81. Combat Training. The news of Du Bing and Bai Jingyan's weightlifting contest spread like wildfire among the students. A staggering 550-kilogram barbell. The announcement detonated like a bomb among the new recruits. Aside from those who witnessed it firsthand, most held a skeptical attitude. Even Bai Jingyan himself was bewildered by his defeat, suspecting Du Bing's foul play but lacking any evidence. Only Du Bing was fully aware that his ability to lift 550 kilograms stemmed from his metallic abilities. During his training at the security guard base, Zhou Zifeng had provided him with a 600-pound steel ball as a training tool. By the time he left, he had barely managed to lift it using his metallic powers. Coupled with his 840-pound physical strength, lifting the 550-kilogram barbell was indeed feasible for him. Although Bai Jingyan possessed the physical prowess to lift the weight, Du Bing suppressed it with his metallic abilities, artificially inflating the barbell's weight by nearly 600 pounds. Nevertheless, this did not entirely stifle Bai Jingyan's strength. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Du Bing's metallic ability advanced from late E rank to early D rank, enhancing his power sufficiently to completely subdue Bai Jingyan. When he arrived at the training ground in the afternoon, many students cast peculiar glances at Du Bing, their eyes betraying a hint of inexplicable animosity. "Hey, Wang Jin. Su Chang." Du Bing greeted the two, only to be taken aback when they merely glanced his way without offering a response. "What is going on?" Du Bing scratched his head in confusion and turned to Fong Xiang beside him. Fong Xiang looked equally perplexed. Could it be about the company commander selection? "I heard at noon that the roles of company commander and deputy commander are not merely honorary. They will be documented in records and come with additional points. In the future, when entering military service, one might skip the new recruit phase and directly become a squad leader or even a platoon leader." "Surely not. I never intended to become the company commander. Holding such a position during the freshman phase is indeed a commendable qualification, akin to being a class officer in college or president of the student council. Graduates with such credentials often find it easier to secure employment than their peers lacking such distinctions." Wherever Du Bing went, students seemed to avoid him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Ning Shuang noticed this and approached him. "Du Bing?" "Ning Shuang." Du Bing admired her for her independence and remarkable physicality, unmatched even by many male students. "Do you want to know why everyone is avoiding you and Bai Jingyan?" Only then did Du Bing notice Bai Jingyan standing a few meters away, arms crossed, resembling a fearsome deity, with no students within a 5-meter radius of him. "So, he too is isolated. It's because you and Bai Jingyan have been too dominant, right? You are already aware?" Ning Shuang looked at Du Bing in surprise and nodded slightly. "In our cohort, there are a total of 5, 246 students. Excluding the 6 eliminated, there remained 240. At the beginning of our studies, no one knew each other. Much like a school of fish swimming into the ocean, uniting and helping one another. However, you and Bai Jingyan suddenly transformed into 2 great white sharks, and naturally, the fish will reject and isolate you, or even attack you, fearing that one day you might consume them. Is it really that exaggerated? Fang Xiang scoffed, thinking Ning Shuang was being overly dramatic. To put it bluntly, they are merely envious of how much stronger you are than them, which is why they treat you this way. Ning Shuang glanced at Fang Xiang and shook her head. Exaggerated? Not at all. Du Bing, think about it. With your and Bai Jingyan's physical strength, who could possibly rival you in the combat competition? The title of Rookie King is in your grasp alone. This was once a goal that everyone could strive for, but now it has become yours and Bai Jingyan's exclusive treasure. How could the others not feel envious? Even your roommates now regard you as a rival, and your life at the Military God Academy will likely become increasingly challenging. Du Bing nodded. Indeed, Wang Jin and Su Chong had previously been friendly toward him, but now, when he greeted them, they were indifferent. He couldn't help but sigh. I've become the people's enemy. Ning Shuang chuckled lightly, saying, but you need not worry too much. A tree that stands out will inevitably be beset by the wind. Those who do not attract jealousy are often mediocre. Only those who dare to associate with geniuses are truly exceptional. Du Bing smiled. So, does that mean we are friends? Though I may not be your equal at present, I will chase after you as my goal. Once I possess the ability to stand alongside you, then we shall indeed be friends. Her words, though gentle, carried an undeniable resolve. She flashed Du Bing a thumbs up before turning back to the crowd. She is a remarkably confident girl. Fang Xiang draped an arm around Du Bing's shoulder, saying, don't worry, I will always stand by your side. Du Bing shook his head and smiled, feeling much more at ease. Just as Ning Shuang said, those who do not evoke jealousy are often the uninspired. Let him be a solitary genius. At 1:30 p.m., Hu Shua and Li Xinxiang arrived punctually at the training ground. The afternoon's training activities would focus on shooting and combat. To become an outstanding soldier, one must possess precise shooting skills and combat abilities that surpass ordinary standards. Hu Shua surveyed the numerous students with an authoritative gaze and slowly articulated, to shoot accurately, first, your firearm must be stable, regardless of the weapon. The bullet will generate recoil upon firing. If your grip is unstable, the bullet will veer off course, failing to hit the target. Furthermore, you must have sufficient knowledge of the firearm you are using, understanding its weight, firing rate, and range, as well as how each component is assembled. Thus, you must learn to assemble and disassemble your weapons. Upon hearing the mention of shooting training, the many new students who had never encountered firearms felt an inexplicable excitement and curiosity, eager to test their skills. Among the graduates of the Military God Academy, only a select few would become mecha warriors. The vast majority would serve as infantry on the battlefield, relying on firearms for survival, making the cultivation of shooting skills of paramount importance. Hu Shua and Li Xinxiang led Du Bing's company to the logistics department, where each student was issued an M4A1 rifle. The sleek black firearm, heavy in their hands, instilled a sense of valor within each student, and their gazes towards Du Bing and Bai Jingyan grew less fearful. What does your strength matter? Can you withstand a bullet? The lethality of bullets is indisputable, and even those with abilities or martial prowess dare not overlook it. A handgun's bullet can travel at speeds of up to 300 ms, while a rifle's can reach terrifying speeds of 700 ms to 900 ms. An A-rank ability user's speed only reaches the speed of sound at 340 ms. Therefore, even an A-rank powerhouse, surrounded by an infantry regiment, could potentially be killed. This is merely a possibility, however, as an A-rank speed allows for escape before soldiers even have the chance to fire, given the time required to identify, lock onto, and fire at a target. Locking onto a target moving near the speed of sound is incredibly challenging. Even Li Xinxiang has only managed to kill B-rank powerhouses, but has yet to defeat an A-rank. However, at the onset of the training, the trainees began to voice their grievances, for they were each equipped with empty guns, devoid of ammunition. and the focus of their drills was not on shooting, but rather on holding the firearm. This exercise, known as gun positioning, involved maintaining a steady aim for extended periods, often necessitating several minutes of unwavering stance to cultivate muscle memory. When a target was finally identified, the goal was to instinctively execute the standard shooting posture. According to the esteemed marksman Lee, gun positioning must be approached in 3 distinct phases. The first phase requires the trainee to hold an empty gun for a minimum of 10 days, achieving a half hour of stability without any tremors in body or weapon to be deemed proficient. The second phase involves suspending a brick from the barrel of the gun, maintaining balance for another half hour to qualify. The final phase demands that a bullet be delicately placed at the end of the barrel, requiring the trainee to keep it from falling for 30 minutes. Upon hearing these steps, most trainees dismissed them, believing there was little merit in practicing with an empty gun. Yet, as they commenced the training, they soon discovered that remaining motionless with an empty firearm for half an hour was far more exhausting than a 6,000-meter weighted run. Their joints felt as if they were on the verge of seizing. Even Du Bing found this training somewhat challenging, as maintaining stillness bore no direct correlation to physical strength. After a much-needed respite, they swiftly transitioned into combat training, which took place in a designated arena. Within the Military God Academy, there were over a dozen combat arenas, each capable of accommodating 400 to 500 trainees. As Du Bing entered the combat arena, memories of his duel with Zhao Wuyong flooded back, particularly the impressive defensive capabilities of the Qi shield technique. He glanced at Bai Jingyan, only to find him also gazing back, his eyes flickering with a fierce intensity. Bai Jingyan had previously asserted that his greatest strength lay in combat, and indeed, as a martial artist, he had mastered numerous forms of boxing, kicking, and body techniques. This contrasted starkly with Zhao Wuyong, who had merely learned the Qi shield technique and had yet to engage with the more advanced martial arts. Hu Shua leapt onto the stage, grinning as he addressed instructor Li. "Shall we demonstrate a few simple combat techniques for the trainees?" Li, however, furrowed his brow. Although he had been appointed as an instructor at the Military God Academy primarily to support Du Bing, he found little interest in demonstrating basic combat techniques. "Instructor Hu, perhaps you should choose a trainee to spar with. It would provide them with first-hand experience and illustrate that these techniques are not mere flamboyant maneuvers." "Very well. Who is willing to step up and practice with me?" Hu Shua surveyed the crowd from his elevated position, many trainees eager yet hesitant, fearful of a humiliating defeat. "What's the matter? No one dares. Are you all afraid to come forward?" At that moment, someone called out, "Du Bing, why don't you practice with Instructor Hu?" This proclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, prompting many to echo, "Du Bing, go for it." Fong Xiang gritted his teeth, muttering about the cowardice of his peers, who, lacking the courage to face Hu, sought to see him falter instead. Hearing the chorus of encouragement, Hu Shua's face briefly flickered with a barely perceptible smirk. "Ah, young man, at last, I have a chance to teach you a lesson under the guise of practice." Chapter 82. The announcement of the company commander selection. Du Bing, come on, show everyone your combat skills. The enthusiastic calls echoed, leaving an impression that Du Bing was indeed a favored figure among the crowd. However, upon Ning Xuan's reminder, he realized that this display was merely an attempt to embarrass him. A bitter smile crept onto Du Bing's face as he reflected on the taste of being a public enemy. Even in inactivity, he was still targeted by others. "Du Bing, since everyone has nominated you, don't hesitate. Rest assured, this is merely a demonstration. I won't harm you," Hu Shua said with a benevolent smile, though to Du Bing, this grin concealed a treacherous heart. During the Academy's major examination, Hu Shua had framed Du Bing for cheating, nearly resulting in the cancellation of his examination qualifications. The two had even come to blows, and had it not been for the timely intervention of Li Xinxiang, Du Bing would have faced an uncertain fate. Now, as Hu Shua became his instructor, the presence of Li Xinxiang did little to assuage Du Bing's concerns about Hu Shua's potential underhanded tactics. "Since everyone holds me in such high regard, I shall comply," Du Bing declared as he grasped the ropes at the edge of the ring and leaped onto the stage. "Please go easy on me, Instructor Hu. There's no need to be nervous. It's just a demonstration, not a real fight, Hu Shua replied, squinting his eyes. Acknowledging Du Bing's considerable strength, he instructed, when you pretend to attack, I will counter. Our movements must be slow for everyone to see clearly, understood? Du Bing nodded. As he stepped forward to throw a punch, Hu Shua suddenly cautioned him to slow down and relax, warning him not to resist during the counterattack, lest he sustain an injury. Not resist? Du Bing furrowed his brow, but, without overthinking, he launched a sluggish punch, akin to an elderly man practicing Tai Chi. Is this speed acceptable? Yes, look here. Such direct frontal attacks are the easiest to counter. Hu Shua remarked, swiftly approaching and seizing Du Bing's wrist, twisting it with force. Caught off guard, Du Bing felt a sharp pain in his wrist and instinctively turned to escape the twisting grip. However, Hu Shua had anticipated this reaction. As Du Bing turned, Hu Shua delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee. The body's strongest points are its joints, and conversely, its most vulnerable areas are also the same. Hu Shua's kick was anything but the gentle demonstration he had previously described. Du Bing collapsed to his knees, and Hu Shua seized his arm, twisting it behind his back, while simultaneously tightening his grip around Du Bing's throat. With his knee pinned, right arm restrained, and throat constricted, Du Bing found himself thoroughly subdued. Anger flared within him as he felt Hu Shua's forceful grip, clearly intent on silencing him. Hu Shua feigned innocence, pressing down with exaggerated force, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This technique is known as joint locking. The knee, elbow, wrist, and throat are all joints. Once someone controls these critical points, even the strongest cannot exert their strength." The audience of students nodded in agreement, applauding. Yet none seemed concerned about Du Bing's reddened face from asphyxiation. It became evident that brute strength alone was insufficient. Being subjected to joint locks rendered one as powerless as a toothless tiger. It appears that in this combat competition, sheer strength does not guarantee victory. Indeed, combat skills are of paramount importance. The instructor is truly deserving of his title. After a few moments, Du Bing managed to tap Hu Shua's arm with his left hand, prompting Hu Shua to finally release him, smiling as he patted Du Bing's shoulder. Are you all right? Now, let's demonstrate the second move. This time, use your legs to kick me. Remember to keep the movement slow so everyone can see. Li Xinxiang sensed something amiss and moved to the stage, but Du Bing shook his head to stop him. A cold smirk crept across Du Bing's lips as he regarded Hu Shua, akin to observing a foolish clown. If Hu Shua believed he could utilize such tactics against him, he was gravely mistaken. Come on, attack. Hu Shua struck a pose, signaling Du Bing to proceed, while repeatedly reminding him to maintain a slow pace. Du Bing nodded, executing a slow kick aimed at Hu Shua, moving at a pace so leisurely that even a child could evade it. Such leg attacks may seem difficult to dodge, but they are not insurmountable. Observe my movements closely, Hu Shua said, grinning with excitement as he grasped Du Bing's ankle and lifted it onto his shoulder. This maneuver could easily strain the muscles of an attacker with average flexibility. At this juncture, Hu Shua could have merely explained the next steps without further action. However, his intent was to exploit the guise of demonstrating combat skills to humiliate Du Bing. Under such circumstances, Du Bing would suffer in silence, unable to defend himself. As he had willingly complied with the crowd's request, Du Bing focused intently on Hu Shua's face, feeling the force in Hu Shua's grip around his legs, which was indeed pushing him off balance. A sly smile crossed Du Bing's face as he suddenly exerted tremendous force through his legs, delivering an overwhelming pressure that Hu Shua could not withstand. With a thud, Hu Shua found himself kneeling, pain shooting through his knees. He shot a furious glare at Du Bing, desperate to dislodge the weight of Du Bing's foot, but it felt as if Du Bing's leg weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter his efforts, he could not budge it. The students below, fully engrossed in the demonstration, were taken aback. What had begun as a mere demonstration had devolved into an unexpected spectacle. Was Hu Shua begging for mercy or unveiling a new combat technique? At last, Du Bing casually remarked, "Did you all see that? The combat technique the instructor just taught is indeed practical, but it must be employed between opponents of similar strength. Should there be a significant disparity in power, Attempting such a move will result in the instructor's current predicament. I hope everyone takes heed. The crowd, though sensing an odd atmosphere, nodded in silent agreement, for the reality was undeniable. It seemed that combat techniques were not infallible. Du Bing had narrowly avoided a trap. Different individuals necessitate varied techniques, and the instructor would continue to demonstrate. Hu Shua's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as his fierce gaze bore into Du Bing. He understood he had fallen victim to Du Bing's cunning. However, he could not express his outrage. As a distinguished instructor, being brought to his knees by a newcomer would be a scandal that could tarnish his reputation at the academy. He tapped Du Bing's leg, gritting his teeth. You can remove it now. Only then did Du Bing relent, observing Hu Shua, who trembled as he stood. Instructor Hu, is there any other technique you wish to demonstrate? I am at your service. Hu Shua's body quivered involuntarily, and he quickly waved his hand. No need, you may step down. He dared not allow Du Bing to continue demonstrating. Who could predict whether Du Bing would strike again? Let us form pairs and practice the two moves we just learned. Be mindful of your strength, and don't injure each other, he instructed. Hu Shua gradually descended from the stage, seizing a moment of solitude to rub his knee, his complexion improving considerably. Li Xinxiang, discerning the earlier incident, could not help but chuckle at Du Bing's juvenile vendetta. On the stage, pairs of students had begun to practice eagerly. Zhao Xuefei, Tang Feifei, and Fang Xiang approached Du Bing. Zhao Xuefei playfully tapped Du Bing on the chest, praising him. Wow, I never realized you were not only strong, but also skilled in combat. No wonder you excel in fights. Du Bing sheepishly scratched his head and replied, well, you never paid me any mind before. Spend more time with me, and you'll discover I have many strengths. He then added, by the way, would you like to be my practice partner? Thanks to instructor whose guidance, I've gained quite a bit of insight into training. Ugh, how shameless. Who would want to practice with you? Zhao Xuefei retorted, her cheeks flushing. She tugged at Tang Feifei's hand and exclaimed, I'd rather train with Feifei. You're too clumsy, and what if you take advantage of me? Du Bing sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, a little advantage never hurt anyone, especially since you owe me a favor. Zhao Xuefei had promised him that if she won against Bai Jingyan in weightlifting, she would grant him a request. However, Du Bing at that moment could not think of a suitable request, so he decided to remember it for later, reassured that Zhao Xuefei would honor her word. The two girls moved a short distance away to practice combat techniques. Though they were only 2 moves, they proved to be quite practical, one for defending against high attacks and one for low strikes. Du Bing turned to Fang Xiang and smiled. How about I be your practice partner? Just then, another male student approached Fang Xiang, inviting him to train together. Fang Xiang grinned at Du Bing and replied, I think I'll stick with someone else. You're too strong. I fear you might break my arms or legs. Is this how you treat your brother? Du Bing shook his head in exasperation. Scanning the area, he realized that among the 100 students, only he and Bai Jingyan were without partners. Explaining why the male student had sought Fang Xiang for practice, Bai Jingyan glared at Du Bing, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to challenge him, eager to exact revenge for his earlier defeat in weightlifting. Yet, Du Bing deliberately avoided giving him the chance, opting instead to focus on a punching bag to refine his striking techniques. In Du Bing's view, mastering power techniques was far more beneficial than mere combat skills. After all, Hu Shua had attempted to employ fighting techniques against him, only to be brought to his knees by a single kick. Strength conquers all. When force becomes overwhelming, it can overshadow every technique. Once the combat training concluded, Hu Shua and Li Xinxiang led the students back to the training ground for a final grueling session, a 6,000-meter run with an additional 20 kilograms of weight. The day's training finally came to an end. Before dismissing the students, Hu Shua announced the selections for the company commander and vice commander, neither of whom were Du Bing or Bai Jingyan. The company commander was a male student named Hui Yiming from the 5th district. He was remarkably affable, having memorized the names of all his comrades by the end of the first day and having engaged with most of them in conversation. It was only upon the announcement that Du Bing recognized this noteworthy individual within the company. To everyone's surprise, the vice commander was Ning Xuan. This outcome astonished all. yet it received unanimous approval from the group. Chapter 83. The war begins since the conclusion of the initial training. Bai Jingyan refrained from bothering Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei after losing a weightlifting contest to Du Bing. However, he secretly engaged in a rivalry with Du Bing, for instance. When Du Bing ran 3 laps with a weight of 20 kilograms, Bai Jingyan would run 5 laps. When Du Bing lifted 100 kilograms, he would lift 200 kilograms. Striving to surpass Du Bing in every aspect, what Bai Jingyan remained oblivious to was that Du Bing conducted his training with a miniature gravity sensor. Although Du Bing appeared to run 6,000 meters with a load of 20 kilograms, the reality was that he was effectively running with a load of 40 kilograms, enduring double the gravitational force, resulting in significantly enhanced training outcomes. When Du Bing lifted 100 kilograms, he was also doing so under double gravity, yielding results far superior to lifting 200-kilogram weights. As for Hu Shuo, he had not sought Du Bing for demonstrations of combat techniques, instead opting to continuously elevate his training benchmarks. But each time, Du Bing consistently met the goals. His training metrics far exceeded those of other trainees, hinting at a burgeoning status as the top freshman. Among over 5,000 new students, only Bai Jingyan's training metrics could rival Du Bing's, day after day. The routine of training remained the same: long-distance runs with weights, ladder drills, crawling exercises, shooting practice, and combat training, with the only variation being the ever-increasing benchmarks. The training days had suddenly transformed into a monotonous grind. Unbeknownst to them, the 3-month physical training period was drawing to a close. Outstanding new students emerged like mushrooms after the rain, each gaining considerable notoriety. In Du Bing's company alone, several remarkable individuals had surfaced. By the 2nd month of physical training, they began live ammunition shooting exercises, encountering a variety of firearms, including pistols, rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles. Company Commander Hui Yiming, an expert in various firearms, consistently topped the shooting scores, earning the title of the company's marksman and being groomed by Hu Shuo as a sniper. Deputy Commander Ning Shuang, despite being a girl, exhibited commendable performance, ranking in the top 5 for shooting and top 10 for combat training. Another noteworthy individual was Wang Jin, whose progress had been remarkable. His physical prowess had made him the strongest in the company, second only to Du Bing and Bai Jingyan, capable of lifting 500 pounds, earning him the title of the company's strongman and ranking 3rd in combat training. Although others did not stand out as prominently as these individuals, they too made strides. Fang Xiang, who once sported a chubby face and physique, had transformed dramatically over the past 3 months, now possessing a leaner, more defined build, exuding a hint of charm, and had even discreetly started dating a girl from the company. Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei retained their beauty, becoming familiar figures among the new students. However, their demeanor had significantly changed. Once delicate, they now radiated a sense of confidence and resilience, akin to 2 roses that had weathered storms, exuding a captivating charm. At the end of the day's training, all companies gathered once more, and Chief Instructor Tong Guan made another appearance. Observing the newly transformed students, he nodded in satisfaction. With just 7 days remaining in the physical training period, he remarked, "You have begun to resemble soldiers. However, I must tell you that without experiencing the trials of fire and blood, you cannot truly be considered soldiers. Soldiers are forged into sharp blades on the battlefield, the iron-blooded warriors who protect their homeland. You still have a long journey ahead before you become true warriors." Following the conclusion of the physical training period, each of you will receive a 7-day leave to visit your families. After 7 days, you are to return to the academy to commence the next phase of training, the Wilderness Survival Trials. Upon hearing the name of the Wilderness Survival Trials, many new students were intrigued, yet none dared to whisper amongst themselves. The 2 months of physical training not only enhanced their physical capabilities, but also instilled in them a sense of discipline. Once the chief instructor concluded his speech and the various instructors departed, the new students also left the training ground, dispersing to their dormitories or heading to the cafeteria, each animatedly discussing their thoughts. "A Bing, finally we can take a break. I haven't been home for 3 months. I miss my parents terribly, Fong Xiang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. I bet when they see how handsome I look now, they won't even recognize me. Huh. If your parents knew that you found a girlfriend at the academy, they'd be even happier. Du Bing teased Fong Xiang, genuinely pleased for him. I also miss my parents a bit. This is the longest I've ever been away from them, and I'm sure they miss me too. Fong Xiang, draping an arm around Du Bing's shoulders, glanced around to ensure no one was listening before adding, Bing, you should seize the moment. Life is short. You must learn to enjoy it while you can. Once we graduate, if there's no war, we might still meet again, but if war comes, we might not have the chance. You need to leave your parents with something to remember you by. Du Bing was taken aback, momentarily perplexed. What exactly are you trying to say? You're mixing up enjoying life and dying young. Fong Xiang shot him an exasperated look, delivering a playful punch. Are you pretending to be confused, or are you genuinely this dense? Who do you like, Zhao Xuefei or Tang Feifei? If you like one of them, you should act quickly. You have no idea how many boys have already pursued them. There are hundreds. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Du Bing gasped, startled. This was the first he had heard of it. How could you not know? You and Bai Jingyan have been so arrogant that everyone has isolated you. Of course, you wouldn't know anything. I learned all this from others. There are 3 companies just writing love letters to Zhao Xuefei, and several companies asking Tang Feifei out for meals. With a total of 240 new students in 52 companies, the number of girls was only slightly over 5 companies, totaling a little over 500, with the rest being boys. In the military academy, where boys outnumbered girls, it was not surprising for hundreds of boys to pursue a single beautiful girl. Especially for beauties like Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, they were particularly alluring. Otherwise, Bai Jingyan wouldn't have been so persistent in his pursuit. Wow, I didn't realize they were so popular, and they didn't even tell me. Du Bing chuckled, having met with the 2 girls almost daily without hearing a word about it. Fong Xiang, eyes wide, asked, You're still smiling? You don't actually have feelings for Zhao Xuefei, do you? I think she is too proud, and her father seems a bit snobbish. It's unlikely for you to. Why not pursue Tang Feifei? You'd have a good chance. Hey, look. Isn't that senior sister Zhonglin? Du Bing suddenly interrupted Fong Xiang, pointing towards a nearby grove where a pretty girl with short hair stood alongside a tall young man, seemingly engaged in conversation. What is that guy doing? Is he trying to flirt with senior sister Zhonglin? Xiang, let us go check it out. Hey, what is it to you? Why but in? They might be dating. Fong Xiang called after him, but seeing that Du Bing was determined, he reluctantly followed, thinking that if Du Bing got into trouble, he might be able to help. After 3 months of rigorous physical training, he was no longer the easily toppled Fong Xiang he once was. As he approached, Du Bing could faintly hear the tall young man seemingly embroiled in a heated argument with Zhang Lin, whose emotions were visibly agitated. Linner, you must listen to me. Stay at the academy obediently, and we will surely meet again in the future. No. Suddenly, the young man pulled Zhang Lin into his embrace. She struggled, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with sorrow and grievance. Let me go? Du Bing bellowed, his form shifting as he swiftly reached the pair, his large hand grasping the young man's shoulder. Upon sensing the rushing wind behind him, the young man furrowed his brow and, without looking back, threw a punch. Bang! The clash of fist and palm resonated loudly. Du Bing's expression changed as he felt an immense force emanate from that punch. He involuntarily staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. He stared at the young man in shock, realizing that this was the first time within the academy he had encountered someone capable of easily repelling him with a single blow. The young man slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face with sharp brows and bright eyes, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, and slightly thin lips. Who are you? And who are you? Release Senior Zhang Lin at once. Du Bing regarded him with a grave expression, sensing a formidable aura emanating from the young man. He instinctively felt that he was not a match for this dashing adversary. Yet, in gratitude for Zhang Lin's past assistance, Du Bing was determined to fight with all his might despite knowing he might be outmatched. At that moment, Fong Xiang rushed over, shouting, You scoundrel! Let her go, or my brother and I will not hold back. The handsome young man wore a bemused expression as he looked down at the beautiful girl in his arms. Why are you two here? Jiang Lin wiped her tears and quickly explained, you both have misunderstood. He is not a scoundrel. He is my boyfriend. A look of surprise crossed the young man's face, and he cheerfully exclaimed, Linner, you finally acknowledge me as your boyfriend. Jiang Lin's cheeks flushed, and she bashfully nodded, lightly punching the young man. Now, let go of me. There are others present. Du Bing couldn't help but smile awkwardly, scratching his head. I heard you crying, senior, and thought someone was bullying you, so I rushed over. Jiang Lin chuckled softly and remarked, You're Du Bing, aren't you? Let me introduce you. This senior is Gu Shuai, the foremost expert of the Han men, and also my boyfriend. As she spoke, she shyly bit her lip, her face reddening like a little apple. You are Gu Shuai? Both Du Bing and Feng Xiang were taken aback. Previously, when Qian Hai had been thwarted by Jiang Lin in the cafeteria, he had angrily exclaimed that she shouldn't think she was safe under Gu Shuai's protection. Gu Shuai, however, laughed heartily, pulling Jiang Lin into his embrace and extending a hand to Du Bing. Hello, Junior. Few can withstand a punch from me within the academy. When did such a formidable character emerge among the freshmen? I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Han men? Ah, Senior Gu, you flatter me. Du Bing chuckled, quickly shifting the topic. Senior, why were you crying just now? Did Senior Gu bully you? Seemingly reminded of a painful subject, Jiang Lin's expression dimmed, her gaze lingering on Gu Shuai. Senior Gu is heading to the battlefield. He came to say goodbye. To the battlefield? Du Bing looked at Gu Shuai in astonishment. But isn't there still over half a year until graduation? Moreover, where is this battlefield? Junior, the war has already begun. Chapter 84, Xinjiang vs. Gu Shuai War. To the youth like Du Bing, who grew up in the underground city, the term war feels like an echo from a distant past. Ever since humanity retreated underground, it has been as if they exist in a bubble, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. In truth, when nations constructed underground cities and commenced mass relocations, the earth was engulfed in the flames of the Third World War. Nations clashed violently in a desperate bid for living space and the plundering of resources. This turmoil also significantly contributed to the rapid collapse of the Earth's ecosystem, with indiscriminate use of devastating weapons claiming countless lives. However, such events are beyond the comprehension of the average citizen. War has always been a constant. It is merely that we are unaware of it. Gu Shuai let out a sigh, a hint of preternatural worry etched upon his handsome features, which seemed incongruous for someone of his age. Yet, this conflict was of monumental significance, with the survival of our motherland, Huaxia, hanging in the balance. The military had already mobilized 40% of its forces to the battlefield, and, to compensate for the manpower shortage, had expedited the graduation of the 25th cohort of cadets. As a mecha warrior, I am destined to head to the front lines. Survival? Du Bing's expression grew grave. What war are we involved in? If the nation were to fall, what home would remain? Without the protection of our homeland, every individual, including himself and his family, would face existential threats. How could Du Bing not be concerned? As one of the most intact powers on Earth, Huaxia boasts formidable military strength. The only forces capable of threatening its existence must be one of the other four major powers. This is no longer a secret, Gu Shuai continued. I should inform you that, given your current strength, you may also be summoned into the military sooner than expected. Gu Shuai gazed intently at Du Bing, feeling a fondness for this junior. His admiration stemmed from two reasons. First, Du Bing's prowess had earned his respect. Second, Du Bing had bravely stepped forward for Jiang Lin's safety. Gu Shuai had harbored feelings for Jiang Lin for quite some time, a fact well known among senior students. Their relationship had always been ambiguous, largely due to Jiang Lin's lack of a definitive response. Now, as he prepared to venture into a battlefield fraught with peril, potentially facing death, Jiang Lin could no longer suppress her emotions and finally agreed to be Gu Shuai's girlfriend. In that moment, Gu Shuai felt a weight lift from his heart. The adversary in this conflict was Japan. As for the precise reasons behind this strife, I am uncertain. Perhaps only the upper echelons of the military possess that knowledge. For centuries, Huaxia and Japan have been archenemies. Despite its small territory, Japan has consistently led in technology and possesses military capabilities that rival our own. Therefore, this war is likely to endure for an extended period. Japan. Du Bing could not suppress his astonishment. In history class, the four countries most thoroughly discussed were the European Union, the Tsardom of Russia, the United States, and Japan. Separated by the sea, the relationship between Huaxia and Japan has always been tense, and now it had escalated into open conflict. In wars between nations, the individual's strength seems insignificant. Even an S-rank powerhouse may find themselves powerless. Du Bing felt a pang of concern for Gu Shuai. Jiang Lin began to weep softly. As the most elite combatants, mecha warriors would undoubtedly charge into the fray. Gu Shuai was new to the battlefield and lacked experience in large-scale military operations. How could she not worry for him? Yet, Gu Shuai remained undeterred, laughing heartily. A true man should fight to defend his homeland. Even if I were to spill my blood upon the seas, I would have no regrets. Du Bing chuckled. Senior, you are indeed a true hero. Initially, Du Bing held a poor impression of the Iron Blood elite society, feeling that their existence fostered factionalism and strife among the Academy's students, merely for the sake of power and profit. However, upon meeting Gu Shuai, his perspective shifted. Anyone capable of such impassioned discourse could hardly be someone driven by greed for power. I cannot claim the title of hero. You two have just finished training and have yet to dine, have you? Would you care to join me? We want to interrupt your date with Jiang Lin, Senior Gu. We shall take our leave. With that, Du Bing and Fong Xiang departed the grove, heading back to the dormitory to freshen up. After a day of training, they were drenched in sweat, and even dining felt uncomfortable. Once the two had walked far enough, Gu Shuai turned to Jiang Lin. This junior, Du Bing, possesses remarkable potential. The military's early summons have caught us unprepared, with nearly 70% of the elite students from the Cold Gate Society being drafted. If we do not promptly replenish our ranks and re-establish our leadership, we may soon find ourselves overshadowed by the Iron Blood elite society. What a time to worry about such matters, Jiang Lin replied. With the elite students of the Cold Gate Society being summoned, the Iron Blood elite society would hardly fare better. Their three leading figures had also been drawn away, and internal strife would likely ensue, possibly even more chaotic than within the Cold Gate. Jiang Lin grasped Gu Shuai's collar tightly, her face adorned with earnestness. Gu Shuai, you must return alive. Otherwise, I shall seek you out on the battlefield. They embraced tightly, confiding their feelings before finally parting from the grove. The following day, after the morning training, explosive news spread like wildfire throughout the academy. In 3 days, at precisely noon, the Iron Blood elite's master, Xinjiang, had issued a challenge to the foremost expert of the Cold Gate Society, Gu Shuai. This duel, seemingly orchestrated by an unseen hand, had even new students well-versed in the identities of Xinjiang and Gu Shuai. Xinjiang, a 6-star core student, ranked 4th in the 25th cohort's combat competition. After the new student period, he entered the martial arts hall for further study and rarely engaged in battles. However, rumors suggested he had already attained the late stage of advanced martial artist. Gu Shuai, also a 6-star core student, ranked 57th in the 25th cohort's combat competition, had not initially stood out. Yet, after enduring numerous trials and challenging many students ranked above him, he emerged victorious in every encounter. Now recognized as the foremost expert of the Cold Gate Society, the impending clash between these two legendary students naturally garnered significant attention within the academy. On the 3rd day, as soon as the morning training concluded, throngs of new students surged toward the duel venue. The site selected for the contest was a well-known scenic spot within the academy, Lotus Pond. The Lotus Pond is a circular pond with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Its crystal-clear waters reveal a thriving display of emerald-green lily pads, occasionally adorned with a few blooming white lotus flowers. Colorful koi fish darted gracefully beneath the surface, causing the water to ripple and the greenery and blossoms to sway gently in a captivating display. At the center of the lotus pond stood a grand white stone platform, towering over 100 meters high. It was not uncommon for student couples to rendezvous here, and some female students would come to feed the fish. However, today, the tranquil and picturesque lotus pond was overrun with spectators, buzzing with excitement. The 4 entrances of the Lotus Pond were secured by students from both the Cold Gate Society and the Iron Blood Elite Society, with strict prohibitions against any outsiders. Thus, throngs of onlookers filled the area surrounding the pond, both senior and new students, with the latter comprising the majority. The crowd had swelled to over 10,000, drawing even the attention of several instructors, who found themselves barred from entry, underscoring the formidable cloud of the Iron Blood Elite Society and the Cold Gate. Are they not supposed to duel? Why has no one arrived yet? One student inquired. Do you not understand? Masters are all about spectacle. It's akin to watching a movie. There is a need for build-up. They prefer to emerge only when the audience clamors for them, came the reply. Indeed, among the 6-star core students, there are only 7 across the entire academy, all of whom are elite members of the Iron Blood Elite Society and experts from humble backgrounds. Typically elusive like dragons, their sudden engagement in a duel raises suspicions of hidden motives. Regardless of any underlying schemes, as long as the spectacle is thrilling, it suffices. New students, mostly unaware of the intricacies, merely seek an exhilarating display of combat. Meanwhile, some seasoned students, well-informed, comprehend the true significance behind this confrontation. A few of them huddle together, whispering among themselves. One gaunt young man scoffs, remarking on the pressing situation at the front lines, noting how the sudden conscription of the 25th cohort has caught both the humble faction and the Iron Blood Elite Society off guard. Their leaders and many elite members have been depleted, and with the new students yet to establish themselves, this setback has severely weakened their morale. Another student, also smirking, expresses disdain for the two factions, which incessantly vie for power and profit, while coercively categorizing those of us who refuse to join them into a neutral faction, monopolizing all the benefits. Qian Jiang, a man of concealed prowess, has not revealed his skills since joining the Iron Blood Elite Society, though he has long proclaimed his intent to challenge Gu Shuai. This unexpected enlistment may have disrupted his plans, forcing him to issue this challenge prematurely. Another student analyzes the duel, noting that both sides have been rallying their forces for several days, aiming to draw in new students as spectators. The victor of this battle will undoubtedly see their prestige soar, attracting more elite talents from the new cohort to replenish their ranks. It is rumored that this batch of students has indeed produced remarkable individuals, such as Bai Jingyan, who swiftly defeated Yuan Painting of the humble faction and even tossed him into the lake. Besides Bai Jingyan, there is also a student named Du Bing, who astonishingly can lift 550 kilograms, showcasing physical prowess that could easily overpower intermediate martial artists. These two brash youngsters, displaying their brilliance without restraint, are bound to stumble eventually. The students from the 5 prominent families this year are all brimming with potential, though currently lacking renown. They are certain to emerge as dark horses during the upcoming martial arts competition. Amid the crowd, Du Bing, Fang Xiang, Zhao Xuefei, and Tang Feifei are present. Bing. It seems Qian Jiang is the elder brother of Qian Hai. I've heard from those spreading rumors that Qian Jiang has reached the late stage of advanced martial arts. Do you think Senior Gu can contend with him? The mention of the late stage of advanced martial arts weighs heavily on Du Bing's heart, for that level equates to a Class C ability user. The physical prowess at this stage likely approaches the threshold of Class B ability users, with strength and speed reaching extraordinary levels. Class B ability users possess physical attributes 50 times that of an ordinary person, with speeds soaring to 200 meters per second. Such individuals are scarce even within the military, and upon graduation, they would undoubtedly receive focused training. Yet, with war looming, time for further development is running out. Look, they're coming. A ripple of excitement courses through the crowd as the entrances guarded by the Iron Blood Elite Society and humble faction students part, revealing a few students walking slowly toward the stone platform at the center of the Lotus Pool. Xinjiang, Gu Shuai. Chapter 85. The outcome is decided. Xinjiang. 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 Gu Shuai. Gu Shuai. Gu Shuai. As soon as both sides entered the arena, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The Iron Blood Elite Society and the Hanmen factions, each unleashing their fervent cheers for their champions. The thunderous roars resonated like rolling thunder, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. The unprepared newcomers were taken aback, their ears ringing from the synchronized, powerful chants, their hearts racing with an exhilarating warmth coursing through their veins. This was the essence of true strength. Thousands cheering for one, countless souls in admiration. Such renown cannot be amassed through mere training scores during the freshman period. Du Bing was equally swept up by the electrifying atmosphere, his heart brimming with excitement as he focused on the two figures entering the Lotus Pool. From the southern entrance, guarded by the Iron Blood Elite Society, emerged a young man with a hawkish gaze, standing approximately 185 meters tall. His piercing eyes and sharply defined features were as cold and unyielding as rock, clad in a striking crimson outfit. He locked his gaze onto the opposing side, an intense battle spirit radiating from him, creating a whirlwind in the Lotus Pool, causing the lotus leaves to bow and the fish to scatter in panic. Du Bing silently praised Qianjiang. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Behind Qianjiang stood several young men he recognized, including the bald Zhao Wuyang, Qian Hai, and Lu Hong. Yet the handsome figure remained absent. Qian Hai, filled with fervor, clenched his fists and shouted, "Big brother, you will undoubtedly prevail." The cold-faced youth turned slightly, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes as he nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, from the northern entrance, manned by Han students, a strikingly handsome young man entered, his face adorned with a bright smile, dressed in white attire that exuded approachability and charm. Du Bing instantly recognized this as Gu Shuai, the senior he had encountered days prior. With the formidable challenge looming, Gu Shuai appeared unfazed, as if leisurely strolling through the Lotus Pool, greeting the onlookers with friendly waves, inciting cheers from the female students on the banks. Behind Gu Shuai stood several young men and women, among them Jiang Lin, while the males remained unfamiliar to Du Bing. Presumably elite students from the Hanmen. Gu Shuai, a sudden, chilling voice rang out. The cold-faced youth fixed his gaze on Gu Shuai, shouting across the distance of 1,000 meters, his voice cutting through the din with clarity. Gradually, the cheers subsided, leaving a tense silence around the Lotus Pool, all eyes fixated on the two main contenders. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. I have long awaited this battle. We are both students of the 25th cohort and disciples of the Martial Arts Institute. Yet we belong to opposing factions. If I cannot face you, the foremost expert of Hanmen, before graduation, it would undoubtedly be a significant regret in my life. He chuckled. Among the 56 students who ranked above me in the previous combat competition, only you, Yu Chongqing, and Gao Wui have yet to face me. The rest have all fallen beneath my hand. However, those two now lead the Iron Blood Elite Society and would not dare to challenge a nameless underdog like me. For a defeat would bring disgrace to your faction. Gu Shuai smiled, his demeanor unwavering. Despite Qianjiang's previous ranking of 4th in the combat competition over 2 years ago, Gu Shuai had been continuously refining his own achievements, systematically challenging the 56 students who once ranked ahead of him, defeating them all. The top rank of the 25th cohort belonged to Fang Xianqing, the current leader of Hanmen, yet he was absent today. Similarly, the 3 leaders of the Iron Blood Elite Society were also not present, not due to a lack of regard for this duel, but rather because of the significance it held. Their presence would draw attention from all the Academy's students, elevating the stakes of this confrontation from a personal duel to a factional battle. However, should I defeat you, no one from the Iron Blood Elite Society would dare challenge me again, and that would suffice. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us begin. The preceding exchange was laden with psychological warfare, each seeking to impose mental pressure on the other to enhance their chances of victory. As they both acknowledged, Gu Shuai, as the top expert of Hanmen, faced Qianjiang, the strongest under the faction leader of the Iron Blood Elite Society. A loss for either would leave their respective factions without challengers, unless their leaders chose to intervene personally. With a sudden movement, Qianjiang transformed into a crimson blur, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards the stone platform at the center of the Lotus Pool, scattering lotus leaves and churning the waters. Gu Shuai was equally swift, appearing on the stone platform in the blink of an eye. The clash of red and white figures echoed like colliding meteors, and they quickly distanced themselves, standing on opposite sides, eyes locked in fierce determination. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, most unable to comprehend the rapid exchange. Even Du Bing could only discern the two figures colliding amidst a flurry of punches and kicks, their exchanges too swift for ordinary eyes to fully grasp. Among the spectators were also skilled fighters, such as Bai Jingyan, who watched with increasing gravity as the two engaged. This duo possesses late-stage advanced martial artist prowess, he murmured, recalling his father's warning not to underestimate the military. On the northern bank of the pool, Zhao Wuyang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the combatants, his muscles taut with excitement, trembling with anticipation. How fast? How powerful? Is this the strength of a late-stage advanced martial artist? How formidable must the first-tier martial artist realm be? The surrounding instructors were equally taken aback, accustomed to coaching newcomers, their abilities merely on par with ordinary elite students, confined within the realm of typical human capabilities. Only Li Xinxiang remained composed, his expression unchanged. Having witnessed countless duels among experts, even having defeated B-level warriors, Xinjiang's eyes narrowed slightly, his icy demeanor hardening further. Excellent. Your strength and speed are nearly at the threshold of first-tier martial artists. Now, let us see whose martial arts prowess prevails. Gu Shuai, energy coursing through him, eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle, replied with a light-hearted challenge. Then come and test it. Very well. With a powerful step, Qianjiang shattered the stone beneath him, transforming once more into a crimson specter soaring upward. Fierce tiger fist. He unleashed a punch, enveloped in a dense surge of energy. The wind howling as if a tiger's roar resonated through the air, the force of his fist taking the shape of a ferocious beast. Gu Shuai's figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting wisp of white, akin to a spectral apparition. His form shimmered, elusive and unpredictable, effortlessly evading Qianjiang's ferocious strike. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands, condensing two formidable streams of energy into the shape of dragon claws. With a swift grasp, the air split asunder like torn silk, producing a sharp tearing sound. Qianjiang, unwavering, retaliated with a powerful punch. The impact resonated like thunder as their forces collided, unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind upon the stone platform. The onlookers could scarcely discern the figures of the combatants, only perceiving two shadows shifting incessantly, accompanied by the cacophony of explosive air bursts. The obscurity of the battle stirred a fervent excitement amongst the spectators, their faces aglow with exhilaration. With a resounding crash, the white figure was suddenly propelled off the stone platform, plummeting towards the pond. Gasps erupted as the crowd wondered if a victor was about to emerge. Yet, their astonishment deepened as they beheld the red figure diving into the water as well. Were they to engage in combat beneath the surface? To their amazement, both figures avoided the water's embrace, instead lightly alighting upon the lotus leaves, akin to dragonflies in flight. Each time their energy waned and they began to descend, they would deftly spring off the delicate leaves, utilizing their momentum to soar anew. Remarkably, the tender lotus leaves remained unscathed. Fang Xiang swallowed hard, his gaze vacant as he pondered whether these two could indeed fly. Du Bing shook his head, his eyes fixated on the duelists. Though he had witnessed battles among S-tier warriors, the speed and caliber of such confrontations were beyond his comprehension, capable of demolishing skyscrapers with a mere flick of the wrist. However, the clash before him, though only a tier above his own, allowed him to fully appreciate the breathtaking intensity of each engagement, the ferocity of each collision, and the artistry in each evasive maneuver. The reason they could tread upon lotus leaves without succumbing to the depths was their extraordinary speed, which negated the effects of gravity. At that moment, Qianjiang unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling all his energy into his right fist. Thunderclap fist. The force coalesced into a powerful projectile, hurtling towards Gu Shuai. The latter's expression grew grave as he responded with a low shout, positioning his hands at his waist, conjuring a similar energy orb. Go! With a vigorous thrust, his palms propelled the energy sphere to collide violently with Qianjiang's. The ensuing explosion reverberated like twin bombs detonating, leaving the spectators momentarily deafened by the cacophony. The fierce shockwave radiated outward, ravaging the lotus leaves and flowers within the pond, leaving the once serene waters stained crimson with the remnants of koi fish, now lifeless. Both Qianjiang and Gu Shuai hastily summoned their energies to shield themselves, yet the overwhelming force of their clash sent them both hurtling away. With a splash, one figure plunged into the pond, while the other executed a series of somersaults in the air before gracefully landing atop a lotus leaf and then descending onto the stone platform. The fate of the duel was now apparent. Chapter 86. The invitation. As one person fell into the water, another leapt back onto the stone platform. At the lotus pool's edge, thousands of observing students were enveloped in a profound silence, their eyes fixed on the proud and imposing figure atop the platform. After a moment, an ear-splitting cheer erupted. This time, even the newcomers could not help but applaud the victor. Gu Shuai, Gu Shuai, Gu Shuai, Amen, Amen, Amen. Suddenly, Qianjiang emerged from the water, gazing at the towering figure on the platform, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his face. Had it not been for the military's sudden conscription, he could have prepared more thoroughly. But now, with the outcome settled, there was little left to say. He leapt lightly onto the lotus leaves, then soared over the crowd, vanishing from sight. On the southern side of the lotus pool, the members of the Iron Blood Elite Society appeared disheartened, their expressions bleak. Clearly, Qianjiang's defeat had dealt them a significant blow, particularly those older students who had previously mocked Gu Shuai, their faces now resembling that of a pig's liver in hue. Qianhai, like a beast wounded and provoked, suddenly knelt on the ground, fists clenched, his face contorted, letting out a hoarse growl from his throat. No, this is impossible. How could my elder brother lose? Beside him, Zhao Wuyang sighed deeply. Although he had hoped for Qianjiang's victory, defeat was defeat, and he did not share Qianhai's anguish. Gu Shuai, you truly are a formidable opponent. Yet, once you leave, who in Han Min will stand as my rival? On the western side of the pool, Bai Jingyan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the figure on the platform, feeling a compelling urge to contest with him. The majority of students looked up at that figure with admiration and awe, even Zhao Xuefei and Tang Feifei, casting glances at Gu Shuai that sparkled with a unique light. Beauty loves heroes. This is an eternal theme. The impoverished youth aspires to win the heart of the affluent beauty, yet first, one must transform into a prince. Du Bing clenched his fists, a surge of ambition swelling within him. One day, I too shall become the strongest. The figure on the stone platform turned, revealing a handsome face. He surveyed the surroundings and smiled, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for coming to witness Hamon's Gu Shuai. Those planted among the newcomers from Han Min began to propagate its spirit and ideals, expanding its influence and drawing the attention of many exceptional students. In the following 3 days, leveraging the popularity and prestige gained from Gu Shuai's victory over Qianjiang, Han Min commenced an ambitious recruitment campaign, absorbing numerous promising newcomers from various squads. The Iron Blood Elite Society also became quite active. Although Qianjiang had lost, their prestige remained largely intact. They quickly rallied a group of potential recruits from the 5 prominent families among the newcomers, bringing them into the fold. In just 3 days, Du Bing felt a dramatic transformation around him. As individuals began aligning with different factions, their gazes filled with hostility towards one another. Ning Shuang, Hui Yiming, and Yu Hengshan, all students from the 5 prominent families, garnered considerable fame among the newcomers, aiding the Iron Blood Elite Society in recruiting. Wang Jin, Su Chong, and several others from ordinary backgrounds joined Han Min. To Du Bing's surprise, Zhao Xuefei received an invitation from the Iron Blood Elite Society and had already joined. Utilizing Zhao Xuefei's beauty and popularity, the society swiftly outpaced Han Min in recruitment efforts. Han Min, unwilling to be outdone, immediately retaliated. They managed to persuade Tang Feifei to join their ranks. Thus, both the Iron Blood Elite Society and Han Min possessed a card that could sway the tides of popularity, promising to cultivate the two, as they sought not mere ornaments but genuine elites. On the island in the lake, within a pavilion, several youths were engaged in conversation, led by a cold and stern young man clad in blood-red attire. Behind him stood four others, the bald Zhao Wuyong, Qian Hai, Lu Hong, and a delicate young man with slender brows and phoenix-like eyes. The delicate youth spoke with displeasure. Bai Jingyan, our Iron Blood Elite Society genuinely wishes to extend an invitation for you to join. This marks our third attempt, and this time, Senior Qian Zhang has personally come forth to offer you face. Do not be so ungrateful. Haha. Facing them stood a handsome young man clad in white. Chuckling lightly, his gaze dismissively sweeping over the delicate youth. You must be Yu Yunfei. The last time, that fool named Yu Hongshan was sent by you, wasn't he? Does your family only produce waste? Speak to me like that again, and I assure you, I will break a leg. The delicate youth was incensed and nearly retaliated, but was restrained by the cold young man in blood-red attire. Qian Zhang forced a smile, his expression revealing a hint of admiration. How bold! How arrogant! I quite like your spirit. The Iron Blood Elite Society could use someone of your caliber. Tell me, what would it take for you to join? Bai Jingyan glanced at Qian Zhang, then began to idly groom his nails, casually stating, I have heard that your 25th cohort is set to graduate early. With 2 of your 3 leaders departing, there are 2 leadership positions available. If you want me to join, grant me one of those positions. Upon hearing Bai Jingyan's demand, Qian Zhang maintained his composure, but the delicate youth Yu Yunfei, Qian Hai, Lu Hong, and even Zhao Wuyong were all filled with indignation. A leadership position? Bai Jingyan, do you think the head of the Iron Blood Elite Society is akin to a kindergarten class monitor, something anyone can attain? Such arrogance. You think that defeating Yuan Painting makes you so remarkable? There are many within the Iron Blood Elite Society who can defeat Yuan Painting. The position of leader within the Iron Blood Elite Society was of utmost importance, not merely allowing one to wield influence within the academy, but deeply intertwined with certain military factions. Such a significant role was certainly not one a newcomer could assume. Typically, the 3 leaders of the Iron Blood Elite Society were chosen from among the students of the 5 prominent families who had established roots in Beidou City for many years, sending their descendants to the academy annually, then into the military to build a robust military background. They regarded the Iron Blood Elite Society as their exclusive domain, unwilling to tolerate outsiders encroaching upon their interests. This dynamic bred some resentment among those not from the 5 prominent families within the Iron Blood Elite Society. For instance, Qian Zhang, despite ranking among the top 3 in strength and holding high prestige, found no place among the 3 leaders. Yu Yunfei was a bona fide member of the 5 prominent families, with one of the leaders, Yu Chongqing, being from his clan. Yu Chongqing had already intended to assist Yu Yunfei in securing a leadership position, solidifying their family's influence within the Iron Blood Elite Society. Qian Zhang found himself in a difficult position. Bai Jingyan's demand was somewhat excessive, yet it stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. With the departure of the 25th cohort, the remaining 26th and 27th cohort students were hardly worthy of Bai Jingyan's regard. The leadership position was critical, one he could not simply concede. Then what is there to discuss? Those who can make decisions should come find me. Bai Jingyan scoffed, casting an impatient glance at Qian Zhang before turning to leave. Qian Zhang's gaze turned icy as he suddenly called out, Wait. If you desire the leadership position, it is not impossible, but you must present sufficient achievements to warrant belief. Qian Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Yunfei could no longer contain his anxiety and did not even address Senior Qian Zhang. Qian Zhang cast him a cold glance and remarked, I have my own plans regarding this matter. I will explain it thoroughly to the leaders of the 3 great societies. After saying this, he turned his attention to Bai Jingyan, asserting that the position of leader should rightfully be occupied by a strong individual. As long as you can become the newcomer champion of your cohort and gain the support of the new members, you can certainly compete for the leadership position. Do you believe that others will respect a leader who attained their position solely through negotiations? Bai Jingyan extended a hand, grasping at the air dismissively, and replied, The newcomer champion? That is merely within my grasp. Qian Zhang chuckled, Then you are agreeing to join the Iron-Blooded Elite Society? If so, we will announce this news widely and promote it, thereby enhancing your influence among the newcomers. Bai Jingyan nonchalantly nodded. After all, his joining the Iron-Blooded Elite Society was merely for amusement. However, Yu Yunfei was quite incensed by Qianjiang's presumptuousness. In his view, this was nothing short of rebellion. Inciting others to vie for the leadership position, he couldn't help but snort in disdain and storm off. Bai Jingyan watched Yu Yunfei's retreating figure and couldn't help but scoff. What a clown. Qianjiang also let out a faint huff, glancing at Zhao Wuyong, Qianhai, and Lu Hong, and remarked meaningfully, the iron-blooded elite society belongs to everyone. Some individuals truly treat it as their personal domain. Meanwhile, by the lotus pond, several young men and women were engaged in conversation. A short-haired girl said, Du Bing, are you really not considering joining our cold door? Look, Fei Fei has already joined and received a great deal of support. Du Bing couldn't help but smile wryly. This was already the fourth time the cold door had invited him. The first time, Wang Jin and Su Chang came to extend the invitation, but Du Bing declined. The second time, Gu Shuai came in person, and Du Bing still refused. The third time, Jiang Lin came alone, and Du Bing politely declined once more. Now, Jiang Lin was back, accompanied by Tang Feifei. However, Tang Feifei stood silently beside her, her head bowed and not uttering a word. She had been sent to invite Du Bing at the behest of some senior members of the cold door, not of her own volition, as she did not wish to put Du Bing in an awkward position. Senior, how many times must I say it? I truly do not wish to partake in the factional struggles. I simply want to spend these 4 years at the academy with ease and joy. Jiang Lin, seeing Du Bing's steadfast attitude, could only let out a resigned sigh. In the past, the cold door would never have lowered itself to invite a newcomer in such a manner. However, with the departure of the 25th cohort, the leadership position of the cold door was now vacant, and there were very few flag bearers like Gu Shuai who could stand on their own. If arrangements were not made before the departure of the senior members, it was feared that the cold door would falter and be completely overshadowed by the iron-blooded elite society, potentially leading to a loss of succession. Du Bing, I genuinely hope you will reconsider, not for any other reason, but to help Fei Fei. Du Bing glanced at the silent Tang Feifei. The cold door had decided to cultivate her as a new flag bearer, and she would undoubtedly face immense pressure and provocations from the iron-blooded elite society in the future. After listening for a long time, Fang Xiang finally couldn't restrain himself, saying, What exactly do you want? We were doing just fine, and now Zhao Shuafei has pulled the iron-blooded elite society away, and you want to recruit Tang Feifei as well. You are making it impossible for everyone to remain friends. Are you trying to drive him to despair? Chapter 87. Repayment. The period of physical training has finally come to an end. Following this, a 7-day vacation awaits. Du Bing and Fang Xiang stepped through the energy barrier and exited the academy. Alas, it is hard to believe that after merely 3 months, the familiarity they once shared has transformed into estrangement. Du Bing couldn't help but sigh. He initially believed he would forge new friendships within the academy. However, factions have emerged among the new students, and even Zhao Shuefei and Tang Feifei, with whom he had a good rapport, have become embroiled in these divisions. Even more sorrowful is the fact that their once close bond has begun to fray. In a bid to maintain their friendship, Du Bing chose not to affiliate with any faction, unwilling to become adversaries with the two girls. Fang Xiang stood beside him, visibly dejected and silent. Just yesterday, his girlfriend had joined the Cold Clan and ended their relationship, which dealt a significant blow to him. Du Bing embraced Fang Xiang, offering words of comfort, be strong. To be honest, your ex-girlfriend was rather unremarkable. Seriously? Is that how you comfort someone? She was my first love, Fang Xiang retorted. His face clouded with despair as he shot Du Bing a glare. Du Bing shook his head, equally troubled, and lamented, Misery loves company, my friend. Your crush and your first love have both joined the Cold Clan, while my first love has aligned with the iron-blooded elite society. But let's not dwell on this. Come, allow me to treat you to a drink. You have money? Fang Xiang shot a skeptical glance at Du Bing. Although students at the 4 major academies do not pay tuition and have their living expenses covered, they do not receive stipends. Only after graduation, when they enter military internships, will they earn a salary. Du Bing nodded proudly, having shed his previous identity as a penniless lad. The Safety Guard organization had granted him 1 million energy points, which he had yet to touch. Previously, he had also acquired 5 million energy points from a wealthy classmate. Share your account with me. What do you want it for? Fong Xiang questioned. His curiosity piqued, but he still relayed his account information to Du Bing. Moments later, Fong Xiang's communication wristband vibrated, signaling a message. Instinctively, he activated the virtual screen, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The screen displayed a notification. Your account has received a transfer of 1,000,000 energy points from an unknown account. Please check your balance. Wow, Du Bing. Look, I just hit the jackpot. I have no idea which fool mistakenly transferred this amount to me. Fong Xiang exclaimed, excitement rendering him nearly speechless as he clutched Du Bing's arm. However, upon seeing Du Bing's bewildered expression, he froze once more. Tell me it's not you who transferred this money to me. Du Bing nodded silently. And he had intended to bring his parents to live at the Green Orchid Eco Park. This would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Fong Xiang, who might struggle to accept such a change. Thus, Du Bing decided to transfer 1 million energy points to Fong Xiang, enabling him to bring his own parents as well. How do you have so much money? Fong Xiang asked, astonishment etched on his face. I received it from a wealthy classmate. The details of how I acquired it are not for you to question. Upon returning home, I plan to bring my parents to the Green Orchid Eco Park, allowing them to enjoy an early retirement. Du Bing placed a hand on Fong Xiang's shoulder and added, you could use this million to purchase a house, and we, as brothers, can frequently meet. At that moment, Fong Xiang's eyes glistened, his voice thick with emotion. Du Bing pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, stop. If you intend to express your gratitude, just be thankful for all the years you have stood by my side. Fong Xiang couldn't help but smile, tears streaming down his cheeks. He playfully punched Du Bing and Appo's chest, jokingly cursing, the biggest stroke of bad luck in my life is having you as a friend. Which is why I am so fortunate now. Come on, let us go for a drink. Huh, you're truly unapologetic. You become a lord the moment you have money. Du Bing chuckled. The two of them boarded a vehicle provided by the military and departed from the Academy District, taking the maglev train back to Zone 12. Upon disembarking, Du Bing suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot, I have a car. What car? Fong Xiang inquired, eyes widening. A phantom maglev sports car? Get lost. Do you really think I'm made of money? Du Bing laughed, leading Fong Xiang to the nearby parking lot. When Fong Xiang caught sight of a gray-black second-hand maglev sports car, his eyes lit up with excitement. For a boy who had never driven a maglev sports car, owning even a second-hand vehicle was enough to send him into a frenzy. Du Bing, where did you get this? Du Bing smiled slightly, feigning mystery as he shook his head. This second-hand sports car had originally come from his encounter with the lone wolf. But after a trip to the underground black market with Sophie, he felt it unwise to drive it and had left it parked nearby. Now, no longer needing to fear military scrutiny, as a student of the God of War Academy and a member of the Safety Guard organization, he felt secure. Want to drive it? Fong Xiang nodded eagerly, of course. Hurry, give me the keys. I hid the keys in the air vent at the back of the car. You'll have to find them yourself. Fong Xiang dashed to the rear of the car, reaching into the vent, and soon triumphantly pulled out a set of keys. Haha, I'm finally driving a maglev sports car. Du Bing, let's south hit the road. All right. Du Bing hopped into the car, and as the maglev sports car roared to life, it lifted off the ground, soaring out of the parking lot amidst a rush of powerful air currents. At that moment, a shadow emerged from behind a nearby maglev sports car, unnoticed by Du Bing and Fong Xiang. The shadow dialed a communication number. Young master, I have tracked the target. But they just left in a second-hand maglev sports car, and I couldn't keep up. Useless. An angry voice echoed from the other end of the line. Send a message to the other silver assassins lurking in Zone 12. Mobilize them all and ensure we find this kid. Look for an opportunity to eliminate him. The shadow hesitated and asked, Young master, what if there are others present? Then eliminate them as well. Understood. The communication ended, and the shadow swiftly departed the parking lot. Meanwhile, Du Bing and Fong Xiang parked the maglev sports car near the commercial district. Where shall we go for a drink? Du Bing. How about the Winding Hotel? Forget that place. We shouldn't waste money like that. Buy a few bottles of good wine, some meat, and vegetables. Let us take them home and have a lively gathering with our families. While they enjoyed ample vegetables and meat at the academy, their families still relied on compressed food. Du Bing could not genuinely indulge in drinking and dining out while knowing this. All right, just wait here. I'll be back shortly. As Fang Xiang walked away, Du Bing began contemplating how to utilize the remaining funds. I owe Lu Xian 200,000 energy points. I can repay her now. That inner armor was crafted from a special alloy. If I can transform it into throwing knives or needles, combined with my metal abilities, it will surely pack a punch. Moreover, there's the 1 million owed to Hui Jinxing. Once that is settled, I'll be free. Both Lu Xian and Hui Jinxing are military personnel, and Du Bing felt an uneasy weight on his conscience for being indebted to them. He believed it best to repay them quickly and sever ties. With this thought in mind, he started the car and drove toward the Big Dipper Bank. A few minutes later, Du Bing arrived at the bank. This time, he did not wear any disguise and walked straight through the front door. A male manager clad in a black uniform approached him with a smile and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Du Bing glanced around but did not spot Lu Xian. "I have a personal matter to attend to. I would like to speak with manager Lu Xian. Is she available?" The manager paused for a moment before responding. "Manager Lu Xian is currently on break. Allow me to call her for you." "Thank you." Du Bing waited for a short while before a familiar figure emerged. Lu Xian, looking puzzled, asked, "Who is looking for me?" Du Bing smiled and replied, "It's me." "You?" Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Du Bing. He seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. "Haven't we met somewhere?" Du Bing thought to himself. "We have certainly crossed paths more than once." "Manager Lu, it seems you have quite a forgetful memory. Not long ago, you visited the 6th middle school, did you not?" "It's you." Lu Xian suddenly recalled, exclaiming in surprise, "Last time, I was in military attire. How did you know I work here?" Du Bing had anticipated this question before arriving, responding with a smile, "Someone informed me. He mentioned he has an item pawned with you and asked me to redeem it for him." "An item?" Lu Xian's mind instantly conjured the image of the individual wearing a gourd baby mask. It was her first encounter with someone who, due to a lack of funds, resorted to pawning an item in the underground black market. Why doesn't he come to collect it himself? Haha, I have no idea. Du Bing feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Previously, he and Sophie had stirred quite a commotion in the underground black market. Who knew if anyone was secretly investigating him? Hui Jinxing had warned him that numerous silver assassins had infiltrated the underground black market, and it was uncertain whether they were after Du Bing. His intention in seeking out Lu Xian was to repay his debt to her, allowing her to forget his existence henceforth. 200,000 energy points, right? I will transfer the amount to you now. Du Bing promptly initiated the transaction, and Lu Xian soon received the funds. She glanced at Du Bing and said, "Please wait here. I will retrieve the item." Before long, Lu Xian returned with an object wrapped in black cloth, handing it to Du Bing. "Please inspect it." "No need." As Du Bing's hand brushed against the black cloth, he sensed the metallic energy permeating it, confirming that the item had not been tampered with. He prepared to leave, but was suddenly struck by a thought. His father's health had been poor since his discharge from the hospital. The last time he was severely injured by Luo Ho, he nearly perished but was saved by Hui Jinxing's life-saving device. If he could procure a vial of life essence for his father, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit his health. "Manager Lu, do you sell life essence here?" The type used in the life-saving devices. Lu Xian's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "What do you need that for?" Du Bing scratched his head and chuckled. "It's not for me. It's for that gentleman." Lu Xian recalled that Li Yi had instructed her to accommodate any requests from this individual if he returned to Beidou Bank. She furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "We do have life essence, but it requires authorization from General Li. Moreover, the most effective dosage is 10 milliliters, priced at 130 million energy points. How much do you need?" 130 million? That's exorbitant." Du Bing trembled, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Wasn't it 1 million energy points?" Lu Xian looked at Du Bing incredulously and scoffed, "You've been duped, haven't you? If you could acquire it for 1 million energy points, how much would you have?" "I would take as much as you could offer." Du Bing left Beidou Bank, still in a state of profound shock. Why did Hua Jianxing inform him the price was 1 million when the life essence was so exorbitantly priced? What was his true intention? Chapter 88. Parents injured Du Bing initially intended to procure some medicinal concoctions to enhance his father's health, willing to spend even 1 million for a single dose. However, he was taken aback to discover that the life essence was valued at over 1 billion, a staggering figure that exceeded his wildest imagination. Despite the affluent and handsome individual effortlessly transferring 5 million energy points to him, the notion of producing 1 billion was beyond reach. Even if his father, Gao Zhuobo, were to liquidate all his assets, it was unlikely he could amass such a sum. Zhao Xuefei's father, Zhao Xuqing, while owning a company, primarily held fixed assets and working capital. His personal bank account likely contained only a few tens of millions at most. For someone from Du Bing's modest worker family, 1 billion was an astronomical figure. However, Hua Jianxing had informed Du Bing that he had only spent 1 million energy points. There is no free lunch in the world. Hua Jianxing must have had a motive behind such a significant expenditure. Du Bing could not fathom Hua Jianxing's reasoning, and the more he pondered, the more an unsettling chill crept into his heart. Why was he doing this? Seated in his maglev sports car, Du Bing found himself lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he felt his communication wristwatch vibrate, jolting him back to reality. Upon checking, he saw that it was a communication request from Feng Xiang. "Hey, Bing, where have you been?" "I've already purchased everything," Feng Xiang said. "I'm just driving around the vicinity and will head back shortly." Du Bing ended the call, exhaling deeply as he started the car and made his way toward Feng Xiang, simultaneously dialing Hua Jianxing's number. In no time, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" Hua Jianxing inquired, not having Du Bing's contact number, and Du Bing had previously destroyed the communication wristwatch Hua had given him. "Why did you deceive me?" Du Bing asked directly, without preamble. "The life essence is worth over 1 billion, yet you told me it only cost 1 million. What is your true motive for saving me?" Upon hearing this, Hua Jianxing recognized who was calling and was equally surprised by how Du Bing had come to know this information. "I must admit, I am astonished that you managed to uncover the price of the life essence. Do you genuinely wish to know why I saved you? If so, suggest a time and place for us to meet, as this matter is complex and cannot be elucidated in mere sentences. Moreover, I have not fully confirmed this situation. Even if I am mistaken, I will not demand repayment of that 1 billion energy points from you." Du Bing fell silent for a moment, his rational mind advising him against recklessly meeting someone with unclear intentions for the sake of his and his parents' safety. Yet, an inner voice urged him to seek clarity in this convoluted affair. "All right, let us meet at the Zishuan CAF in District 12 tomorrow or the day after at noon," he finally replied. Hua Jianxing's tone turned slightly cheerful. "That sounds splendid. Let us confirm for the day after tomorrow at noon at the Zishuan CAF in District 12. And we shall see each other then." After ending the call, Du Bing drove to the location where Feng Xiang had been shopping. He spotted a young man on the roadside, laden with various bags, sporting a goofy grin. This was Feng Xiang's first experience of spending money so liberally, without concerns about insufficient funds or calculations regarding what he could purchase. In short, it was a matter of buy. Once inside the car, Feng Xiang continued to beam, causing Du Bing to feel a sense of unease, wondering if Feng Xiang had lost his mind. "Are you all right? You've been laughing since you got in the car. It's been over 10 minutes. Feng Xiang, grinning widely at Du Bing, suddenly shed a tear. Bing, it feels so good to have money." "Indeed," Du Bing replied with a nod, softly affirming, "It's truly wonderful to have money." As they entered the industrial area, Du Bing did not head directly home, but took a different route. Feng Xiang, perplexed, asked, "Bing, are you lost?" "I'm not lost. I need to visit Wu Yong's house," Du Bing replied. "Why are we going there?" Feng Xiang queried. "To give him some money. It's the compensation from the rich guy for his medical expenses. Wu Yong was injured by that wealthy individual, which prevented him from participating in the university entrance examination." "Wow. So he was behind this. That guy is indeed quite devious." When they arrived at Wu Yong's home, they found him absent, with only his mother present. As she worked the night shift, Wu Yong's mother appeared weary, with dark circles under her eyes and a sallow complexion, a testament to her frequent night shifts. Nevertheless, she was exceedingly hospitable, recalling Du Bing's previous visit with Zhao Xuefei. 3 months had passed, and Wu Yong's injuries had healed. Just a few days prior, he had started working at Zhao Xuefei's father's company. Unfamiliar with the business operations, he had been undergoing training and was not particularly busy. Wu Yong's mother beamed at Du Bing and Feng Xiang, saying, "You must be Feng Xiang. It's been 3 months since we last met. You've changed so much. You used to be a bit chubby, but now you're strong and handsome." Feng Xiang bashfully chuckled, rubbing his nose. "It's all thanks to training. I'm exhausted every day. It's hard not to lose weight." Wu Yong's mother's smile faltered slightly as she sighed. If only our Wu Yong could have taken the exam. Du Bing discreetly nudged Feng Xiang, signaling him to refrain from mentioning the university, lest it stir painful memories for Wu Yong's mother. Aware he had misspoken, Feng Xiang quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, Auntie, has Wu Yong found a new girlfriend? He was quite the heartthrob in our class. Many girls had crushes on him." Wu Yong's mother's expression brightened. "He has no heartthrob. Since starting at the company, some of his uncles and aunts at our factory have been eager to introduce him to potential partners. But he adamantly refuses. I suspect he still has feelings for Miss Zhao. That silly boy is so stubborn. When he returns, you two should have a word with him." Around noon, Wu Yong returned home and was taken aback to see Du Bing and Feng Xiang present. "Oh, what brings you both here? Is it a holiday?" Du Bing smiled and nodded. "The academy gave us a few days off. I specifically came to see you." "Came to see me?" Wu Yong was even more puzzled, regarding Du Bing with curiosity. "Is there something you need my help with?" Du Bing shook his head. "First, tell me your bank account number." Wu Yong was bewildered, as was his mother, both staring at Du Bing in surprise. Feng Xiang urged, "Hurry up and tell him. Something good is in store for you. We've been classmates for 3 years. A Bing wouldn't harm you." "I didn't mean it that way. My account number is WY844522. Wu Yong quickly clarified, providing his account details. Du Bing promptly initiated a transfer through the biointelligent brain, sending 3 million energy points to Wu Yong's account. Buzz. The wristwatch vibrated. And Wu Yong checked. "I received a message. It's not from the company, is it?" Upon opening it, he was struck with astonishment as he gazed at the virtual screen that had appeared. "Your account has received a transfer of 3 million energy points from an unknown account. Please check your balance." Wu Yong's mother turned pale, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at her son. "Xiaoyong, what have you done? How did you suddenly acquire so much money?" Wu Yong was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "I have no idea how this happened. Perhaps it's a mistake from someone else." Feng Xiang could not contain his laughter, slapping his thigh. "Don't be frightened. This is from a Bing." Du Bing? Both Wu Yong and his mother regarded him with incredulous expressions. Du Bing nodded with a smile. Wu Yong stuttered, "Du Bing, this what is going on? How do you have so much money?" "Do not fret. The money is not mine, but compensation from the affluent gentleman to you. I encountered him at the academy, and he admitted to injuring you with his vehicle. This sum is intended as your compensation." "So it is indeed him." Anger flickered in Wu Yong's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could eliminate the person who had shattered his future. If it weren't for him, I would not have fallen to such depths today. Wu Yong's mother was equally incensed, unaware of the true circumstances surrounding her son's injury. She was enraged to learn that someone had intentionally harmed him, robbing him of the opportunity to attend the academy. Like a furious bull, her eyes reddened as she stood up, demanding to know who this wealthy scoundrel was, and how he could commit such a vile act without fear of retribution. "We should report him to the authorities." Wu Yong hastily restrained his mother, shaking his head, his expression filled with helplessness. "Mom, please do not act impulsively. We cannot provoke him. His father is one of the chief executives, and we lack direct evidence." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Yong's mother was taken aback. Although she was a common woman, she understood the principle of avoiding conflict with the powerful. The son of a chief executive. How did you get involved with such a person? If his father were to utter a word, our entire family could be obliterated without anyone intervening. You must return the money immediately. Wu Yong looked at Du Bing with a troubled expression. This compensation had been transferred to him by Du Bing, and while he felt entitled to it, he also felt it was too hot to handle, leaving him at a loss. Du Bing reassured them, saying, "Do not worry. This money was requested by me from the affluent gentleman. If any trouble arises, he will come after me, not you." "Is that true?" Wu Yong's mother asked, staring at Du Bing with skepticism. 3 million nuclear energy points was an astronomical sum for their family, capable of transforming their lives and ensuring their comfort for a lifetime. If this money truly came with no strings attached, why would they consider relinquishing it? After Du Bing's repeated assurances that the affluent gentleman would not seek revenge, Wu Yong and his mother finally felt at ease, insisting that Du Bing and Fong Xiang join them for dinner, but the two declined, stating they had to return home for a family reunion meal. On the way, Fong Xiang looked at Du Bing with indignation, exclaiming, "Ah Bing, I believe you should not have given that money to Wu Yong and his family. Look at their attitude. You secured compensation for them. Yet they fear retaliation from the affluent gentleman. In essence, they are worried about you dragging them into trouble." Du Bing shook his head with a smile, letting out a sigh. "Let it be. This was my own decision. I originally intended to seek justice for Wu Yong, but overlooked the possibility of the affluent gentleman retaliating against them. I still think their family lacks gratitude. Enough of this. Let us head home." Half an hour later, Du Bing and Fong Xiang returned to the industrial area where their families resided. This time, Du Bing did not park outside the factory, but drove directly to the vicinity of his home. Fong Xiang eagerly jumped out of the car, running and shouting, "Ah Bing, I'm heading home first. When my parents finish work tonight, we will go to your house for drinks." "All right, I'll wait for you." Du Bing gathered the food and drinks from the car and walked towards his door. Just as he was about to unlock it, he noticed that the door was ajar. During the day, his parents were at work, so the house should have been empty. Moreover, he had not informed them of his return from vacation, so they would not have taken time off to await him. Filled with curiosity, Du Bing pushed the door open and, before he could step inside, he was met with a pungent mix of alcohol and blood. Upon entering, his expression changed drastically. In the living room, Du Jianxing sat on a chair with his head bandaged, while Gao Xiaolan, her face bruised, was tending to him with medical alcohol. "Dad, Mom, what has happened to you?" Chapter 89, Seeking Justice. Bang. Crash. The bags filled with food and drinks scattered across the floor as Du Bing stared, astonished, at his injured parents, his body trembling with shock. "Dad, Mom, how could you be hurt like this?" "Xiaobing, why did you come back so suddenly?" The couple looked at the unexpected appearance of Du Bing with surprise. He Xiaoqin hurriedly tucked away a bottle containing medical alcohol, while Du Jiansheng donned a work cap to hide the bandage on his head. "You should have at least informed us before coming home. How is everything at the Military God Academy? Are you keeping up with your studies?" "Dad." Du Bing's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into the soft flesh of his palms, causing a slight sting. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Tell me, how did you get hurt?" A flicker of unease crossed Du Jianxing's face as he removed his hat and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. "Oh, while I was working, I forgot to wear my hat and bumped into a machine, just scraped a bit of skin. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine in a few days." Du Bing turned to He Xiaoqin, inquiring, "And what about Mom's injury?" He Xiaoqin quickly covered her face, equally sheepish, and replied, "I slipped and fell. Just a little bruise on my face." "Is that really the case?" Du Bing's tense body gradually relaxed as he gazed at his parents with deep concern. "I thought someone was bullying you. If that were true, you must tell me. What are you thinking, child? Your mother and I have worked at the factory for so many years without any issues. Who could possibly bully us?" Du Jianxing deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, what's in that bag of yours?" Du Bing, dismissing his earlier worries, began to unpack the contents. "I stayed home for a few days with Ah Xiang during the break and brought back some food and drinks. Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong are coming over for dinner to liven things up. So much food and drink." Du Jianxing picked up a bottle of alcohol, cheerfully opened it, and took a sip. "Good wine. My little Bing knows how to treat his old man well. Very nice." However, He Xiaoqin's expression remained troubled as she subtly tugged at Du Jianxing, whispering, "Xiao Bing mentioned that Uncle Fong's family is coming over." Du Jianxing furrowed his brows in confusion. "So what? I often go to their place for meals and drinks." He Xiaoqin, growing anxious, pinched Du Jianxing's thigh, causing him to yelp in surprise and glare at her, only to see her point at the bruise on her face. Realization dawned on Du Jianxing, and he hastily set down the bottle. I need to step out for a moment, to Uncle Fong's house. Du Bing looked at his parents, puzzled by their peculiar behavior. Dad, you don't need to go. Xiang will call Uncle Fong over soon. No. I just remembered something urgent that I need to discuss with your Uncle Fong. Du Jianxing insisted, a hint of urgency in his tone. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Bing. Bing. Fong Xiang burst through the door, his face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he froze upon seeing Du Jianxing and He Xiuqin's injuries. Uncle, Auntie, how did both of you get hurt? Were you attacked? Du Jianxing, covering his face, muttered angrily. That old Fong, his mouth is too loose. How could he let this slip to the child? Du Bing sensed an underlying issue and grasped Fong Xiang's arm, demanding, what exactly is going on? Fong Xiang, fuming, replied, as soon as I got home, I found my dad lying on the bed, covered in bruises, while my mom was applying alcohol to his wounds. I overheard them discussing how some new young workers at the factory were causing trouble for Uncle Du. My dad went to help, and those thugs attacked him. Dad, is that true? Was Mom's injury also caused by them? Du Bing's anger surged, his eyes blazing as he interrogated, why did you hide this from me? Don't you realize how much it pains me to see you both like this? Du Jianxing, feeling a pang of guilt, explained, Xiao Bing, your mother and I kept this from you to spare you worry. After we were attacked, we did approach the workshop director to file a complaint, but he scolded us harshly, claiming we were too old to be working and threatening us with dismissal if we caused any more trouble. Your Uncle Fong and I were furious, but we realized someone must be targeting us deliberately, perhaps out of jealousy that both our families have a student at the Military God Academy. Given our long-standing relationship with the director, we thought it best to endure this humiliation for now. The fact that both Du Bing and Fong Xiang had been accepted into the Military God Academy had been celebrated by their parents, who boasted about their son's achievements to everyone, which may have stirred jealousy among some. The workshop director, is it? Du Bing's expression darkened. He had met the director before and knew he was the factory manager's brother-in-law, thus enjoying a privileged position, with many workers seeking to curry favor with him for easier jobs. If I, as their son, cannot help you seek justice after you have been wronged, then I am unworthy of being called your son. Xiang, come with me. With fury in his heart, Du Bing stormed out of the room, while Fong Xiang rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the mop leaning against the door to follow suit. Fong Xiang had intended to enlist Du Bing's help in confronting the workshop director to uncover the truth behind the incident. Xiao Bing, Xiao Xiang, where are you two going? Don't cause trouble. Du Jianxing and his wife hurried after them. Not far behind, they noticed Fong Xiang's parents were also in pursuit. Du Jianxing quickly briefed them on the situation. Both families grew anxious, fearing the impulsive youths would offend the workshop director, jeopardizing their jobs and livelihoods. Old Fong, we need to catch up with them, otherwise it will be too late. Agreed. However, despite their frantic chase, they could not catch up with the two boys, who had become swift and agile after 3 months of training at the Military God Academy. Those two little rascals run faster than rabbits. This is exhausting. They must be heading to the workshop director's house. Let's go there. Their frantic pursuit through the residential area drew the attention of some workers who were home and had not yet gone to work, leading a few curious onlookers to follow. The factory's management, including department heads and other higher-ups, resided in a separate residential area with larger, more comfortable homes, unlike the modest quarters of the workers. The workshop director, Cheng Dehu, lived in a spacious metal house, complete with a living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom, far more expansive than Du Bing's modest dwelling. In the living room, a balding middle-aged man sat in a chair, grinning as he conversed with several young men, who were bowing their heads and smiling obsequiously, eager to please. You all did well regarding that incident in the workshop a few days ago. Keep the pressure on. Let us make sure old Du and his wife can't stay in the factory. Once they leave, I'll arrange for you to take on easier, more lucrative positions. One of the young men chuckled. Director, rest assured, we will handle this matter. As soon as the couple, Du Jianxing and his wife, start their shift, we will confront them and ensure they remain bedridden for a few more days. It's those two, the Fangs, who always come to assist Du Jianqing. They are truly a nuisance, spreading malicious gossip about us. I fear that others may whisper behind our backs, claiming that you, director, are showing favoritism towards us. Cheng Dao scoffed, pounding his thigh. If those two continue to meddle, we'll deal with them as well, set an example. Let us see who would dare to support the Du family after that. The workers could say whatever they wished. As long as my brother-in-law remained in the position of factory manager, no one would dare to touch me. Indeed, director, you are correct. With the manager in place, this factory is as good as your own home. Several young men flattered him profusely, and Cheng Dao basked in their praise, his face alight with satisfaction. Suddenly, one of the youths expressed his concern. Director, I have heard that the sons of the Du and Fong families have both been admitted to the military academy. When they return, might they seek retribution against us? The others looked anxiously at Cheng Dao. The cadets of the military academy were not to be trifled with. And without Cheng Dao's protection, they dared not continue their underhanded actions. Cheng Dao laughed derisively. Look at you all, so cowardly. What of the military academy cadets? Once they graduate, they merely become soldiers. Without a position of power, they will eventually fade into obscurity. Besides, this is merely someone taking issue with that lad, Du. Compared to that person, he is insignificant. The young men grew increasingly curious, and one cautiously inquired, Director, who exactly is targeting the Du family? Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as Cheng Dao's iron gate collapsed, startling the group engaged in conversation. Two scowling youths strode in. Du Bing quickly recognized the balding middle-aged man before him as Cheng Dao, the workshop director he had been seeking. Cheng Dao sprang to his feet. Anger etched across his face as he glared at the intruders. Who are you two? What brings you to my home? Du Bing retorted with a mocking laugh. I am Du Jianqing's son, Du Bing. Fong Xiang stepped forward, adding defiantly, I am Fong Lia's son, Fong Xiang. We are here to seek justice for our parents. Upon hearing their names, the young men exchanged anxious glances with Cheng Dao. Cheng Dao, sensing the fierce determination of the two youths, felt a jolt of anxiety, but quickly suppressed it. Instead, a sinister smile crept onto his face as a devious plan formed in his mind. Du Bing's parents had worked at the factory for many years and maintained a good reputation. Cheng Dao had been struggling to find a valid reason to dismiss them, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Once the situation escalated, Du Bing's parents would have no hope of remaining at the factory, and perhaps he could even deal with Du Bing himself. Such an outcome would surely please the influential figure behind the scenes, and might even lead to his promotion. With this thought, Cheng Dao felt a surge of pride. Even a mere workshop director like him could aspire to greatness. Justice? What justice? Your parents have been neglecting their duties at work and bullying several new young workers. My decision not to fire them is a tremendous act of mercy. And now you two little brats dare to come and smash my door? Do you think that just because you've been admitted to the military academy, you can act with impunity? Chapter 90. Factory Director Lu Rennie, stop your nonsense. It is evident that someone has harmed our parents. Not only do you condone and shelter them, but now you even dare to bite back. Do you believe I won't beat the crap out of you? Fong Xiang seethed with rage, brandishing the metal pole of a mop and pointing it threateningly at Cheng Dao. These young workers you claim were bullied by our parents. Are they not here today? If we do not clarify this matter, none of you shall leave. Cheng Dao, observing the silhouettes of onlookers outside, felt a surge of confidence. Striding forward with a righteous demeanor, he pointed to his egg-like bald head and shouted, I, Cheng Dao, sit upright and fear no one. Just because you've been accepted into the military academy doesn't mean I am afraid of you. Come and hit me if you dare. Fong Xiang, momentarily taken aback by Cheng Dao's brazen attitude, hesitated to act. Sensing the tension, Du Bing seized the mop handle and, without a moment's hesitation, struck Cheng Dao's smooth head. The sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed sharply, and Cheng Dao crumpled to the ground, dazed and unable to rise for a long while. The young men around him, startled, rushed to help him up. A large, swollen bruise formed on Cheng Dao's head, and he winced in pain as he touched it, drawing in sharp breaths. His eyes, now bloodshot with fury, glared at Du Bing as he pushed away the young men supporting him. You little brat. How dare you lay a hand on me? You lot, go and capture these two. They are openly committing violence. This is a crime. Cheng Dahe's voice was shrill and filled with hatred. What are you hesitating for? Get on with it. The young men exchanged glances, and under Cheng Dahe's intense gaze, they reluctantly advanced towards Du Bing and his companion. Du Bing, with a cold smile, regarded the approaching group. He glanced at the bent metal pole in his hand and carelessly tossed it aside. He had no faith in Cheng Dahe's fabrications. He knew his parents' character well enough. Engaging in rational discourse with someone so unreasonable was futile. For every statement made, there would be 10 responses ready to contradict. Thus, Du Bing saw no point in further dialogue with Cheng Dahe. He was not there to seek justice, but to settle the score in blood. You lot were the ones who assaulted my parents, correct? Very well. If I do not break your limbs today, I am unworthy to be called their son. Just as Du Bing prepared to strike, Feng Xiang abruptly intervened, his narrowed eyes coldly stating, "Leave these to me." Du Bing nodded. After 3 months of physical and combat training, Feng Xiang's skills, while not the best among the newcomers, were more than sufficient to handle ordinary opponents. He strode forward, beckoning the young men with a flick of his fingers. "Come on." The young men exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with determination. They had already incurred enmity by injuring Du Bing's parents, and now, facing off, they would not hold back, especially with Cheng Dahe backing them. "Go, get him," they shouted as they charged at Feng Xiang. With a smirk, Feng Xiang advanced rather than retreating. He lunged forward, crashing into one of the youths and delivering a knee strike, causing the young man to scream as he fell to the ground. Immediately, Feng Xiang turned and punched the next youth on his left, who had not anticipated Feng Xiang's speed and was knocked down before he could react. Now, only 3 remained. Startled by Feng Xiang's swift takedown of their companions, they hesitated momentarily. Cheng Dahe, furious, stomped his foot and shouted, "You 3 useless fools! What are you afraid of? Get in there!" Reluctantly, they exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged Feng Xiang from different directions. Just as they were about to collide with him, Feng Xiang suddenly leaped into the air, evading their attack. The 3, unable to halt in time, collided with each other and tumbled into a heap. Feng Xiang landed, placing a foot on 2 of them, who groaned in pain and promptly lost consciousness. The last remaining young man, terrified and pale, lay beneath Feng Xiang's legs. Trembling as he stammered, "Brother, it wasn't me who attacked your father. It was Cheng Dahe who ordered us to do it. Please, spare me." Without a word, Feng Xiang delivered a swift kick to the young man's head, knocking him out cold, and then turned a menacing gaze toward Cheng Dahe. "What do you have to say now?" Cheng Dahe, witnessing the 5 incapacitated men, finally recognized he had underestimated Du Bing and his companion. Swallowing hard, he suddenly turned and fled into a nearby bedroom, locking the door behind him. Feng Xiang quickly pursued, kicking the door repeatedly. Lacking Du Bing's strength, he could only make the door rattle, but could not break it down. "Damn it, Cheng, get out here, or I swear I'll set your house ablaze." Outside, a crowd had gathered, composed mainly of supervisors and mid-level staff from other workshops. They were well aware of Cheng Dahe's connections as the factory director's brother-in-law and typically catered to him. However, witnessing Cheng Dahe being cornered and beaten, they wore expressions of schadenfreude. Cheng Dahe has relied on the factory director's support, engaging in corrupt practices without a care. Now that he is being confronted, it serves him right. Who are these 2? Their skills are impressive. Are they also children of our factory workers? But having crossed Cheng Dahe today, they likely face dire consequences. Indeed, Cheng Dahe is probably calling his brother-in-law right now. Oh no, what if we are too late? Du Jianxing and Feng Xiang's parents had just arrived. Noticing the throng surrounding Cheng Dahe's door, a sense of dread washed over them, and they exchanged worried glances with their companions trailing behind. "Let us hurry inside," He Xiuqin urged, pushing Du Jianxing forward. Du Jianxing squeezed through the crowd and entered the room, his eyes widening in shock. The heavy iron door lay on the ground, bearing a clear footprint. In the living room, 4 or 5 individuals lay scattered. They were the very youths who had attacked him in the workshop. Feng Xiang's father pushed through the crowd, supporting Du Jianxing as they heard the sound of banging from the bedroom door. They approached to investigate. Du Bing leaned against the wall with an air of calm, while Feng Xiang, visibly enraged, continued to kick the door. Faint voices could be heard from within. "Hello, brother-in-law, it's Dahu. Please save me. Someone is trying to kill me. I'm locked in the bedroom." "Dahu, don't panic. I'm on my way right now. I'll call the security office and have them come immediately." "Okay, brother-in-law. I'll wait for you." Inside the bedroom, Chung Dahu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, finally feeling a sense of relief. However, as he felt the painful swelling on his head, he gritted his teeth in anger. "You two little brats, I will have you sent to a labor camp, leaving your parents homeless and destitute." Outside the bedroom, Feng Lia kicked Feng Xiang's rear end, scolding, "You little rascal, stop this at once." Du Jiansheng, equally anxious, lamented, "You two have really stirred up a hornet's nest this time." "Don't worry, Dad, Uncle Feng. We've figured it all out. It was Chung Dahu who instigated those men to attack you." Du Bing observed the troubled expression on his father's face and quickly assisted him to a nearby seat, offering words of comfort. "I am still unclear as to why Chung Dahu has acted this way. Do you have any past grievances with him?" "What grievances could I possibly have? I have always tried to curry favor with him," Du Jianxing thought to himself, bitterly smiling. Even if there had been no past animosity, this incident had undoubtedly left Chung Dahu deeply offended. He felt entirely flustered, uncertain of how to resolve the situation. He Xiuqin and Feng Xiang's mother entered the room, their hearts racing as they passed by the individuals sprawled on the ground. What if someone were seriously injured? Compensation would be the least of their worries. If they pursued legal action, it could lead to serious consequences. "Are you both unhurt?" He Xiuqin and Feng Xiang's mother hurriedly approached their sons, concern etched on their faces. Feng Xiang chuckled, "Mom, I'm perfectly fine. I single-handedly took down all 5 of them." Seeing Feng Xiang's proud expression, Feng Lia felt a mix of anger and urgency as he twisted his son's ear. "You little rascal, you think it's acceptable to feel pleased after beating someone up? Do you understand that if someone is severely injured, you could face legal repercussions? Even as students of the Military God Academy, the law applies to you as well." Feng Xiang grimaced in pain. "Dad, that hurts. Please, be gentle. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I merely taught those fellows a light lesson." No serious injuries were inflicted. Just then, a rushing sound filled the air. A magnetic levitation sports car zipped by and came to a halt outside the crowd. A middle-aged man, bald yet sporting a beard, stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing him, the onlookers immediately parted, respectfully greeting him, "Director, Director." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Du Bing's parents and Feng Xiang's parents exchanged worried glances and hurried forward to greet him. The middle-aged man, with a stern expression, cast a glance at Du Jianxing and Feng Lia, snorted, and walked straight into the building. Feng Xiang whispered to Du Bing, Bing, that man is our factory director, Lu Rini, and he is Chung Dahu's brother-in-law." Du Bing nodded slightly and addressed Lu Rini with respect. "Director Lu, your arrival is timely. The workshop director, Chung Dahu, instigated others to assault our parents. How do you propose we handle this matter?" Lu Rini shot a glance at Du Bing and retorted, "Do you have any evidence? If not, refrain from making baseless accusations." Feng Xiang, pointing at the young men lying on the ground, angrily stated, "Evidence, you say? They are the witnesses. Just moments ago, they confessed that Chung Dahu was behind this." Lu Rini scoffed, revealing a disdainful smile. "They are all unconscious now. How can you prove anything? Who knows if they were coerced by your threats?" As if hearing the commotion outside, Chung Dahu cautiously opened a crack in the door and, upon seeing Lu Rini, rushed out in tears. "Brother-in-law, you finally arrived. These 2 rascals are completely out of control. Look at what they did to me. They are trying to rob and kill me." Chapter 91. Mistaken identity on the shiny, bald head of Chung Dahu. There sat a swelling so red it was almost purple, resembling a small turtle perched atop a great tortoise shell, evoking involuntary laughter from onlookers. Beside him stood Lu Rini, equally bald in a Mediterranean style, making their combined presence undeniably comical. "Brother-in-law, these 2 young rascals, emboldened by their status as students of the Military God Academy, dare to commit acts of violence. They have utterly disregarded the law. The military police must apprehend them and send them to a labor reform facility." Chung Dahu glared at Du Bing and Fong Xiang with a face full of indignation, grumbling, "If you two kneel and apologize, perhaps I might plead for leniency when the military police arrive." Lu Rini, adopting a self-righteous demeanor, sat beside a chair, intentionally speaking loudly for those outside to hear. "I have already contacted the security department. They will dispatch personnel shortly. The truth of this matter shall be investigated thoroughly. I shall not wrong any innocent party, but neither will I spare any wrongdoers." The directors and mid-level managers standing outside, seasoned and shrewd, quickly discerned that the troublemakers were in serious jeopardy. "Director, you are absolutely right. We stand with you," one declared. "I can testify. I witnessed those two burst into the room and assault Director Chung and several young workers, showing utter disregard for the law." "I can confirm that too." A chorus of support ensued, greatly satisfying Lu Rini. Du Jiansheng, looking anxious, stepped forward and pleaded, "Director, these boys are young and impulsive. They made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Please, show mercy and let them off this time." Fong Liye joined in. Addressing Chung Dahu, "Director, please calm down. Let bygones be bygones. We are willing to cover any medical expenses." Chung Dahu snorted, shoving Fong Liye aside, his anger flaring. "Look at this bump on my head. Do you think I can just let it go?" Suddenly, he sneered, glancing at Du Bing and Fong Xiang. "If you want me to calm down, I have a condition." Du Jianxing and Fong Liye exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with hope. "Director, please state your terms. We will do our best to comply." Chung Dahu grinned maliciously, pointing at Fong Xiang. "Fong Liye, this is your son, right? I have no ill feelings towards him. Just let him beat that Du kid, and I will forgive him. As for the Du kid, he can just wait for the labor reform facility." Fong Liye was instantly frozen in place, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Should he allow Fong Xiang to beat Du Bing, knowing the consequences when the military police arrived? But if he refused, both boys would be taken away. "To hell with this." Fong Xiang roared like an enraged tiger, lunging forward and delivering a kick to Chung Dahu's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "I would never harm my own brother. I'll deal with you first. Help me, brother-in-law." Chung Dahu scrambled to Lu Rini's side, panic written across his face. Lu Rini, equally furious, slammed his hand on the table. "This is outrageous. Right in front of me, you dare to commit violence. Du Jiansheng, Fong Liye, you are complicit in your children's crimes and will face the consequences when the military police arrive." Fong Liye trembled in fear, chasing after Fong Xiang to reprimand him. "You little brat. Do you think that just because you've spent a few months at the Military God Academy, you can disregard the law? I am going to teach you a lesson today." "Uncle Fong." Du Bing stepped in front of Fong Liye, his expression serious. "There's no need for you to be anxious. We came here knowing the potential consequences. It seems that Director Chung and Director Lu have not fully grasped the situation." Lu Rini scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Du Bing. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me? If you refuse to admit your wrongs, we shall see how you fare when the military police arrive. Let us wait and see," Du Bing replied, shaking his head with a cold smile. He knew that his parents had no grievances with Chung Dahu, yet Chung had instigated violence against them. Du Bing suspected that someone was plotting against him. Had he merely been an ordinary student of the Military God Academy, he might have chosen to endure the humiliation until he had amassed enough power to retaliate. However, he was far more than just a student, a fact Lu Rini remained oblivious to. To Du Bing, his parents represented his only ties in this world, and he would not allow anyone to harm them in any way. "A dragon has its scales. Touch them, and you shall perish." Du Bing was determined to escalate the situation, to uncover the mastermind behind these events and eliminate the threat entirely. However, Du Jianxing and the others were unaware of his true intentions, feeling anxious, yet knowing that appealing to Chung and Lu was futile. They could only hope that the military police would handle the situation with justice. As time passed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air, growing louder as it approached. Those standing at the door shouted, "The military police have arrived." Lu Rini and Chung Dahu exchanged glances of delight, Chung Dahu shooting Du Bing a glare. "Your time is up. Step aside. The military police are conducting an investigation. All bystanders, retreat." Several men in military uniforms entered, led by a stout middle-aged man. Director Zhu, you have finally arrived. Lu Renyi rushed forward to shake his hand, then pointed at Du Bing and Feng Xian. These two rascals, one is Du Bing, and the other is Feng Xian. Zhu Maokai nodded slightly, frowning as he glanced at Du Bing, feeling a strange familiarity yet unable to place him. What exactly is going on here? Director Lu, please elaborate. Lu Renyi signaled to Cheng Dahu, who rushed forward to lament. Director Zhu, you must help me. Here's what happened. Two of our older workers had a dispute with some young ones, resulting in a fight. The older workers were at a disadvantage, and when their sons returned, they barged into my home and assaulted me. Look at those people on the ground. They are still unconscious. Zhu Maocai's face contorted with anger upon hearing this. Such audacity. Take the assailants away for thorough questioning. Du Bing smirked, speaking slowly. Director Zhu, it has been a while. It seems your judgment remains as biased as ever. I wonder how many innocent people have been wronged and sent to labor reform facilities under your watch. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Have we met? Zhu Maokai shot a suspicious glance at Du Bing, feeling increasingly convinced that he recognized him, yet could not recall where. Du Bing chuckled. Of course we have met. Over 3 months ago, at number 6 middle school, you came to arrest people over the Yang Chenglin incident. Have you forgotten? It's you. Zhu Maocai's eyes widened in realization as he recalled who Du Bing was. Reflecting on that day, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, having narrowly avoided a confrontation with the discipline committee. It was indeed an incident instigated by Du Bing. To his astonishment, trouble had once again found its way to him through Du Bing, prompting a sly smile to curve upon Zhu Maocai's lips. Last time, luck had favored you, encountering the discipline committee while they were on duty, which saved your skin. Yet, here you are again, stubbornly repeating your mistakes and maliciously injuring others. If I do not uphold justice this time, how can I face those you have harmed? Zhu Maokai stepped forward, seizing Du Bing by the collar, and coldly declared, Come with me to the Public Security Brigade's interrogation room for a discussion. The couple, Du Jianxing and his wife, turned pale with fear and hurriedly interjected, Director Zhu, it's not what you think. Please allow us to explain. Are you the parents of this boy? While he may not have directly committed a crime, you too must face repercussions for raising a child who harms others. Guards, take them all away. Wait. Du Bing suddenly grasped Zhu Maocai's hand, snorting coldly as he produced a small green booklet from his pocket. Director Zhu, take a good look at this before you consider your actions. He slapped the green booklet against Zhu Maocai's chest, causing Zhu Maokai to pause and release his grip on Du Bing's collar. He had heard from Lu Renyi that Du Bing and Feng Xiang were new cadets at the Military God Academy. Humph. Are you trying to intimidate me with your Military God Academy identification? Zhu Maokai scoffed, but as he opened the green booklet and beheld its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief, his words abruptly silenced. He stared at Du Bing with a look of horror, his expression shifting as he furrowed his brow. This isn't forged, is it? Du Bing let out a derisive laugh, lightly scratching his brow, and in a tone only he and Zhu Maokai could hear, suggested, Why not check the communications for yourself? My identification number is right here. Just connect to the military database, and you can verify it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Maokai felt a surge of belief, though for the sake of caution, he contacted the Public Security Bureau to have the Intelligence Department verify the information. When the response confirmed the details in the green booklet, Zhu Maocai's face contorted with grief, as if he had lost his parents. Didu Commander, I was blind to your stature. Please do not hold this against me. Zhu Maokai respectfully returned the green booklet to Du Bing, while inwardly cursing Lu Renyi for thrusting him into such a predicament. The seemingly inconspicuous youth before him was, in fact, a captain with classified documents. And even the discipline committee had no authority over such individuals. An 18-year-old captain, this was almost beyond belief. Cold sweat beaded on Zhu Maocai's forehead as he realized he had nearly jeopardized his career. Ignorance is no excuse. Du Bing, uninterested in prolonging the matter with Zhu Maokai, tucked the green booklet away and smiled. However, Director Zhu, you must understand the gravity of maliciously injuring a military officer's family, correct? Zhu Maokai trembled, quickly nodding, I understand. I understand. Guards, arrest Cheng Dahu and the others on the ground. Their earlier conversation had been conducted in hushed tones, leaving bystanders oblivious to the details. Chengdao, who had been brimming with confidence, panicked upon hearing that Zhu Maokai intended to arrest him. "Director Zhu, you have the wrong person. It was that kid who assaulted me. He is the real culprit." Lu Rini hastily chimed in. "Director Zhu, are you sure you've got this right?" Zhu Maokai, already seething with anger, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Rini. "Wrong? How dare you?" Chapter 92. The mastermind behind the scenes. A sharp clap echoed through the air, leaving Lu Rini momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at Zhu Kaimao, confusion and disbelief etched across his face. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Had not Director Lu summoned the military police? Why were they not apprehending the culprit, but instead striking Director Lu? Cheng Dahu, jolted from his stupor, hurriedly approached Lu Rini, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Lu Rini cupped his stinging left cheek, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him from the crowd, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Enraged, he pointed at Zhu Kaimao, shouting, "What is the meaning of this, Zhu?" With a derisive sneer, Zhu Kaimao retorted, "What do you think it means? You truly are a fool, living recklessly. Your brother-in-law has maliciously harmed the family of an officer, and you dare to shield him? Do you comprehend the gravity of this crime? It is sufficient for both you and your brother-in-law to languish in a labor reform facility for a lifetime. Even exile would be lenient. Maliciously harm the family of an officer?" Lu Rini was utterly perplexed, asking, "Who is the officer? Aren't those two merely students of the Military God Academy?" Zhu Kaimao glanced at Du Bing, mindful not to disclose Du Bing's identity, for the details of his background were classified. Revealing such information could lead to a court-martial. However, upon seeing Du Bing nod silently, Zhu Kaimao breathed a sigh of relief, declaring, "You must be blind. Officer Du is a young talent, exceptionally gifted. How could you fail to see that?" Officer Du. The mention of this title drew everyone's attention to the refined youth, as there were only two individuals with the surname Du in the room, and only Du Bing could be deemed a young prodigy. Lu Rini's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Du Bing, recalling the young man's earlier words. Coupled with Zhu Caimao's reaction, a chilling realization swept over him, as if he had been plunged into icy waters, rendering him breathless. Maliciously harming the family of an officer was a severe crime, as Zhu Kaimao had indicated. Even exile would be an understatement. What should he do? Lu Rini was momentarily at a loss, but the thought of the influential figure backing him offered a semblance of comfort. His gaze shifted toward Chengdao, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. If necessary, he would have to sacrifice his own kin for the greater good. Chengdao, oblivious to his brother-in-law's intentions, had long wielded power as the workshop director, relying on his relationship with Lu Rini. No one had dared to challenge him until Du Bing had the audacity to strike him in front of so many witnesses, inciting a deep-seated hatred within him. How is this possible? He is merely a new student at the Military God Academy. Cheng Dahu exclaimed incredulously, "Director Zhu, have you been deceived by this boy? He has only been at the academy for 3 months. How could he possibly be an officer? At most, he is a private. Moreover, even if he were an officer, we have our own backing." Silence. Lu Rini's hand struck Cheng Dahu's swollen face, causing the wound to burst and blood to splatter, eliciting a pained cry from Cheng Dahu, who looked at his brother-in-law with a face full of grievance. "You scoundrel! Have you taken benefits from others to speak on behalf of those young workers? How many times have I told you that old workers are the treasures of the factory? You should respect and care for them. Look at the mess you've created today." Feigning outrage, Lu Rini berated Cheng Dahu before hastily approaching Du Bing, bowing in apology. "Officer Du, although Cheng Dahu is my brother-in-law, I assure you that I have no connection to this matter. I was informed that someone intended to harm him, which prompted my swift arrival. I sincerely apologize to you and your family. I hope you can grant me your forgiveness." Du Bing remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. It was evident from Cheng Dahu's earlier words that this incident was entangled with other parties. Lu Rini had struck Cheng Dahu and then resorted to groveling in apology. This charade was merely an attempt to downplay the situation and extricate himself from any blame. "Director Lu, your initial demeanor was quite different. Do you not find this insincerity repugnant?" Lu Rennie's expression faltered, followed by an awkward smile. After being rebuffed by Du Bing, he quickly turned to Du Jianxing, grasping his hand with tears in his eyes, saying, "Old Du, I deeply regret that you have been wronged in this matter. I had no prior knowledge. I was misled by Cheng Dahu. How about this? I will have Cheng Dahu relinquish his position as workshop director, and the young workers will all be dismissed. Additionally, the factory will provide you with 1 million in medical expenses." Du Jiansheng gazed blankly at Du Bing, still reeling from the shock of discovering his son was an officer. To him, Cheng Dahu was a figure he could not afford to provoke. Lu Rennie, as the factory director, was an even more formidable character, someone whose presence was rarely seen. As for Zhu Kaimao, the deputy chief of the security patrol team, he was a figure of immense authority, instilling fear in ordinary people. Yet now, both Lu Rennie and Zhu Kaimao were treating his son with utmost respect, even apologizing. Just how significant was his son's position? "Xiaobing, you should make the decision." Du Bing nodded with a smile, disregarding Lu Rennie entirely as he approached Cheng Dahu. In a chilling tone, he stated, "I present you with 2 options. First, continue to conceal the mastermind behind the plot to harm my parents and bear the blame alongside your brother-in-law, resulting in a life spent in a labor reform facility. Second, reveal the mastermind's identity, and I will absolve you of responsibility. But you must bow an apology to my parents." Cheng Da's face, smeared with blood, appeared grotesque. Yet the prospect of spending the remainder of his life in a labor reform facility filled him with terror. He was unwilling to choose the first option. However, the second option required him to bow an apology to the ordinary workers he had long looked down upon. How could he ever hold his head high in front of acquaintances again? Caught in a mental struggle between the 2 paths, Cheng Dahu hesitated, glancing furtively at his brother-in-law. Lu Rennie. Lu Rennie's expression darkened as he shook his head. At that moment, Du Bing also turned to Lu Rennie, causing Lu Rennie to change his demeanor, eagerly exclaiming, "Officer Du, you must be mistaken. There is no mastermind behind this. It is merely a minor dispute among workers. Cheng Dahu was simply momentarily misled. He accepted benefits and acted foolishly. Be silent." Du Bing shot a frigid glare at Lu Rennie, causing him to shudder as if ensnared by a giant serpent, fearing any movement would lead to his demise. "Lu Rennie, if you dare to interject again, I shall have no choice but to question your involvement." Lu Rennie, intimidated by Du Bing's piercing gaze, instinctively turned away, forgetting that he stood before an 18-year-old youth. Du Bing scoffed, uninterested in further inquiries of Cheng Dahu. He turned directly to Zhu Kaimao, stating, "Director Zhu, I have ample reason to suspect that today's incident was orchestrated. Cheng Dahu's actions indicate a hidden mastermind, but he refuses to divulge the truth. I believe the security department possesses various interrogation techniques. I kindly request you conduct an immediate inquiry." Zhu Maokai nodded, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he addressed Director Du. "This trivial matter shall be handled by me. Please, take a step back. I fear that blood may splatter upon you and stain your garments." Cheng Dahu shuddered at these words, casting a desperate glance toward Lu Rennie, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, please save me." Zhu Maokai shot a sidelong glance at Lu Rennie before gesturing to the several military officers accompanying him, commanding, "Strike him until he speaks the truth." "Yes, Chief." The officers advanced, encircling Cheng Dahu, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of fists and feet connecting with flesh. The anguished cries echoing like the wails of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers outside. They gazed in horror at the composed young man, who moments before had pledged his loyalty to Lu Rennie and promised to serve as a witness, now stealthily slipping away into the crowd. "Ah, please, stop. It hurts. Brother-in-law, save me. I can't endure this any longer." Cheng Dahu's pitiful screams sent a jolt of fear through Lu Rennie, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated Zhu Maokai to heed Du Bing's orders so fervently. If this continued, Cheng Dahu might very well be beaten to death or forced to reveal the truth. Before he could devise a plan, Cheng Dahu cried out in despair, "Stop, stop. I'll confess. I'll tell everything." Zhu Maokai spat, laughing mockingly. "I thought you were made of sterner stuff. I expected you to endure a few more minutes." "Enough. Cease the beating. The officers retreated, leaving Chung Dahu crumpled on the ground, bruised and bloodied, nearly unrecognizable. His breath came in tremors as he slowly extended a hand. Pointing at Lu Rini, "It was he, my brother-in-law, who instructed me to do this." Lu Rini's face paled, and he bellowed, "Chung Dahu, do not speak recklessly." Yet Du Bing merely scoffed, glaring at Lu Rini with cold intensity, commanding, "Continue speaking." At this moment, Chung Dahu, barely conscious, simply wished to survive. Realizing Lu Rini could not assist him, he resorted to self-preservation. "My brother-in-law said a high-ranking official was looking for him, urging him to find an excuse to deal with Du Jianxing and his wife. If possible, it would be best to eliminate them. If not, to ensure their lives would be unbearable. Due to the need for secrecy, and as his brother-in-law, Lu Rini entrusted this task to me." Du Jianxing and his wife trembled at this revelation, initially believing the young men were merely tormenting them. They were shocked to discover that a high-ranking official was entangled in this affair. Fong Xiang, seething with rage, lunged forward, seizing Lu Rini by the throat. "You cunning fox. What a performance. Now reveal who is pulling your strings, or I shall end you." Lu Rini's countenance turned ashen, a grim smile escaping his lips. Chung Dahu had divulged everything, and should he continue to resist, his fate would be dire. Yet he felt compelled to fight for a sliver of hope. "Director Du, if I disclose the name of this high-ranking official, can you assure me that I will not face repercussions?" Du Bing's gaze darkened as he regarded Lu Rini, filled with a desire to strangle the hypocrite himself. However, he still required Lu Rini's testimony to unearth the true mastermind. He nodded. "I can promise not to hold you accountable, but my parents' injuries cannot go unavenged. You must provide compensation, draft a confession, and assist me in identifying the true instigator." Lu Rini closed his eyes, resigned, and nodded in acceptance. "Very well, I agree to all." Chapter 93. A mission arises as Du Bing gazed upon the name of the high-ranking official inscribed in the confession. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Gao Zhuobo, the very individual who covertly incited Lu Rini to harm Du Bing's parents, was none other than Gao Fushuai's father, one of the 5 high-ranking officials of District 12. Upon reflection, Du Bing surmised that after his confrontation with Zhao Wuyang in the fighting arena, he had demanded 5 million energy points from Gao Fushuai, coupled with their prior altercations. It was evident that Gao Fushuai harbored deep resentment but was unable to retaliate directly. Thus, he resorted to using his father's authority to orchestrate a scheme against Du Bing's family, aiming to undermine him. "Since you wish to harm my parents, I shall ensure you do not fare well either," Du Bing thought resolutely. He tucked the confession away, choosing not to share it with his parents or Fong Xiang, understanding that such revelations would only serve to increase their worries and perhaps lead them to counsel him towards an action. "Director Zhu, take these 2 back and detain them. Do not send them to the labor camp just yet. I will need them as witnesses once I have dealt with the mastermind behind this," Du Bing instructed. "Rest assured, Director Du, I will ensure their custody," Zhu Maokai replied, nodding vigorously, not daring to oppose Du Bing's wishes. He commanded his men to handcuff Chung Dahu and Lu Rini and escorted them into the police vehicle before departing. Onlookers at the entrance remained, their gazes toward Du Bing infused with admiration and awe. "All right, everyone disperse." Du Bing waved his hand, and a path was cleared, though many lingered. "Father, mother, let us return home." "Yes, let us go home." Once they arrived at home, Du Jianxing and He Xiuqin could no longer contain their curiosity and began to question Du Bing. "Xiao Bing, what did you show Director Zhu? And when did you become an officer?" The couple scrutinized Du Bing carefully, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with their son, whom they had raised. Observing their reaction, Du Bing decided to alleviate their worries with a small fib. "Father, mother, please do not be alarmed. I never intended to keep this from you. After entering the Military God Academy, I excelled during training and was recruited by a secret division of the military. This is the officer's ID they issued to me." Du Bing handed over the green booklet, and the couple examined it together, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Du Bing, Lieutenant, are you not being sent to become a spy?" "Hee, I did not expect you to know so much, Dad. It could be considered a spy division, but please do not inquire further about my specific duties." These matters are confidential, Du Bing replied. Du Jianqing nodded vigorously, returning the officer's ID to Du Bing. You frightened me today. You should have given me a heads up. I was worried sick. He Xiuqin, still shaken, gazed at her son and asked, who is this high-ranking official behind the scenes? Why does he wish to harm our family? Do not concern yourselves with that. I will handle him, Du Bing said with a glint of determination in his eyes. Utilizing the strength of the security warden's organization, he was confident in dealing with Gao Zhuobo. Father, mother, for your safety, we shall move tomorrow to the military family residential area within the Green Ivy Ecological Park. I now possess the means to provide you with a better life, Du Bing declared. The Green Ivy Ecological Park? The couple was momentarily taken aback by the delightful surprise. They had once thought they would spend their lives in the factory, and their son would follow the same path, working, marrying, and raising children in a similar manner. However, everything was about to change. That very night, Fong Xiang's family visited Du Bing's home, and the two families joyously gathered together. When they heard about the move to the Green Ivy Ecological Park, their excitement reached new heights. Du Jianqing and Fong Liu drank to excess, repeatedly praising their son's successes. Laughter and merriment filled the small metallic abode throughout the night. The next day, Du Bing's family began preparations for their move. Fong Xiang volunteered to assist, but Du Bing only allowed him to carry a few sentimental items, while they traveled in a maglev vehicle toward the Green Ivy Ecological Park. The Green Ivy Ecological Park, a legendary enclave for the affluent, was also a luxurious residential area where Zhao Shuafei's family resided. However, the park was vast, segmented into military family residential areas, ordinary residential zones, and opulent villa districts based on the resident status. The military family area was the largest and most populated, while the luxurious villas housed the fewest residents, with each standalone villa valued in the millions. The ordinary residential area offered various house sizes and decorations, priced between 500,000 to 5 million energy points. Fong Xiang's purpose in visiting was twofold: to see Du Bing's new home and to purchase a house in the ordinary residential area, intending to bring his parents along shortly thereafter. Father, mother, look, this is our new home, Du Bing exclaimed, standing before a quaint two-story house. Du Jianqing, He Xiuqin, and Fong Xiang were momentarily struck dumb by the sight of the whitewashed walls, red-tiled roof, and the flowering trees in the yard. Tears welled in the eyes of Du Jianqing and He Xiuqin as the scenery evoked memories of their previous living conditions: blue skies, white clouds, lush greenery, and fragrant flowers. So beautiful, so lovely. Is this truly our home? Du Bing smiled, surprised by the quality of the residence arranged by the security warden's organization. The military family housing typically consisted of rows of multi-story buildings, while the standalone houses, like Du Bing's, were reserved for high-ranking officers. Fong Xiang looked up at the sky, filled with envy. The view here, while not quite as splendid as the military god academy, is far superior to the ordinary residential areas. Just look at the energy shield above. It mimics the day-night cycle just like the academy. Within the Green Ivy Ecological Park, the military family residential area was enclosed by walls with a single entrance, and the environment was self-sustaining, although it lacked animal life. Conversely, ordinary residential areas did not enjoy such privileges, while luxury villa residents had only the most basic energy barriers to protect their homes from outsiders. Du Bing wrapped an arm around Fong Xiang's shoulders, saying, "Those who reside here are all military families. They deserve a better living environment to ensure their loved ones serve the military with unwavering loyalty. Come, let us explore." Du Jianqing and He Xiuqin eagerly stepped inside, though they were more captivated by the flowers and plants than the interior of the house. Fong Xiang rubbed his nose and said, Bing, when I visit in a few days, you must give me a few plants to take home for my parents. Hee, we are brothers. What is there to discuss about gifts? Bring Uncle Fong and Annie over next time, and take whichever plant you fancy, Du Bing chuckled. Haha, I shall not be polite then. By the way, accompany me to the ordinary residential area to select a house. I will bring my parents over soon. Certainly. Du Bing accompanied Fong Xiang in selecting a residence. That night, he intended to invite Fong Xiang for dinner, yet Fong Xiang, Eager to return home and share the joyous news with his parents, drove off in his maglev sports car. Later that evening, Du Bing and his family sat around the dining table, enjoying a delightful meal. The dishes were all prepared by Du Bing's mother, who, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "I haven't cooked in over a decade. I might have forgotten how to do it. If it doesn't taste good, please don't mock me." Du Jianxing said little, promptly using his chopsticks to take a bite, swallowing it almost without chewing. He smiled, saying, "After all these years, it's the first time our family has gathered to enjoy a proper home-cooked meal." As he spoke, He Xiuqin's eyes turned misty. Looking at Du Bing, she gently caressed his head and said, "The one who has suffered the most is our little Bing. For so many years, I, as his mother, have not prepared a decent meal for him or sewn him a new outfit. Mom, on such a joyous occasion, why bring this up?" Du Bing felt a pang in his heart. He could sense his mother's pain and guilt. In this era of great change, ordinary people could only go with the flow, living at the bottom of the societal ladder. Sometimes, merely existing is a form of happiness. All right, let us not dwell on that. Come, little Bing, eat more meat. He Xiuqin wiped her tears and served Du Bing a portion of stir-fried meat. Just as he was about to eat, he felt a slight tremor in his palm, and a message surged into his mind. "Du Bing, where are you now?" "Their essay mission. Boss wants everyone at the branch." It was a message from Li Xinxiang. What mission? Didn't they say that abilities below C rank are exempt from missions? Du Bing's heart raced. He had learned at the security guard's headquarters that anyone whose ability level or physical fitness reached C rank must participate in missions assigned by the headquarters. Du Bing had deliberately refrained from rapidly enhancing his physical abilities, hoping to spend more time with his parents, yet he hadn't anticipated that a mission would still arise. "I'm not sure of the details. The boss rarely calls branch meetings. It seems something significant has happened. Okay, I'm currently in the military family residential area of the Green Lotus Ecological Park. Then I want Teeny to pick you up. The branch is located in Villa 408 of the luxurious residential area in Green Lotus Ecological Park. I'll send you the map of the branch. Once you arrive, use your biointelligence brain to send a message to this number, and they will let you in. We'll meet there." After the communication ended, Du Bing glanced at his parents, who remained oblivious to any change in his expression. Seeing the blissful smiles on their faces filled Du Bing with a profound sense of contentment. As long as his parents could live happily, even if he were to perish while on a mission, he would have no regrets. "Dad, Mom, I'm full. I have a classmate who also lives in Green Lotus Ecological Park. I'd like to go out and chat with him." Du Jianxing and He Xiuqin, without any suspicion, nodded and said, "Go ahead, but don't come back too late." "Okay, I understand." Du Bing left home and walked toward the luxurious residential area. Following the directions from the biointelligence brain, he soon located the security guard's organization branch in Beidou City. Villa 408 must be here. Du Bing sent a message using the contact number provided by Li Xinxiang. Security guards, newcomer Du Bing reporting for duty. In a flash, almost immediately after sending the message, the energy shield outside the villa retracted, and a reply came through. "Please enter." Chapter 94. The Annihilation Crisis. As the energy shield enveloping the villa was lifted, the interior was revealed. A luxurious four-story villa stood majestically, surrounded by lush green lawns adorned with various sculptures, both of animals and human figures. The grand entrance was firmly closed when Du Bing approached. However, it swung open with a whoosh at his presence. In the center of the first-floor hall, 4 eccentrically dressed individuals were gathered around a square table, completely engrossed in their activities, oblivious to Du Bing's arrival. 8,000. Bang. West wind. Eat. A tube. Eat. Combined. Goodness, you little rascal, how did you win again? Hee hee. Hurry up and pay me. Less chatter. A petite girl clad in children's attire with long black hair leapt onto a chair, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Now, the smoke man owes me 80,000 energy points. Dragon sister owes me 30,000, and daddy owes me 47,000. Transfer the money quickly. You clever little girl, I'm done playing." A man with an explosive hairstyle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, shook his head in resignation. He then turned to Du Bing with a smile. "Hello, Du Bing." Du Bing nodded quickly. recognizing this man's voice as the same one from the earlier communication. The man with the explosive hair approached Du Bing, shook his hand, and introduced himself. I am Smoke Man, the leader of the Beta branch. The boss, Thor, has already sent me your information. You're quite impressive, young man, with 3 types of abilities. You've achieved mid-level D rank in 2 of them in such a short time since awakening. Du Bing smiled awkwardly, somewhat unaccustomed to the smell of smoke wafting from the man. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate Smoke Man, as being the leader of a branch indicated at least a B-level ability. Seemingly noticing Du Bing's discomfort, Smoke Man chuckled and flicked the remaining half of his cigarette into the air, where it exploded into a cloud of ash. This is my ability, thermal detonation. I can rapidly heat any object until it explodes. Du Bing nodded, surprised, casting a glance at Smoke Man. It seemed that their abilities had a complementary nature. Fire could heat, while ice could cool. Smoke Man continued, let me introduce the others. That stunning red-haired beauty is Fire Dragon Girl. Her ability is flame manipulation, and she is a late C-level ability user. Upon entering the villa, Du Bing had already noticed the red-haired woman, as she reminded him of Sophie, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. However, this woman was of Chinese descent, wearing a red wig, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old, with an alluring figure clad in tight black leather. Her lips were painted with deep red gloss, and her black eyeshadow accentuated her seductive charm. Hello, handsome. You can call me Dragon Sister or Little Dragon Girl. The red-haired woman feigned shyness, casting a coy glance at Du Bing, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Another man at the mahjong table could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Fire Dragon Girl, you're nearing 30. How can you pretend to be young with this little guy? Little Dragon Girl? I think you should be called Little Lobster instead." This man, around 30 years old, had a scruffy chin and was dressed in a cartoonish outfit, cradling a baby in his arms. While feeding the infant, he cheerfully introduced himself. I and Appos, Daddy, a professional homemaker, and my ability is water manipulation, late C level. This is my precious son, Mia. He pointed at the baby, his face radiating happiness. Du Bing couldn't help but feel bemused. The members of the Beidou branch seemed even more unreliable than those at the security base headquarters, as one of them had brought a child to a meeting. Big brother, do you want some candy? A sudden, clear voice chimed from behind Du Bing. He turned to see a black-haired little girl wearing round black-framed glasses, holding a palm-sized colorful lollipop, licking it with an innocent expression. Du Bing was momentarily stunned and glanced back at the mahjong table, where another identical little girl was waving and smiling at him. Are you twins? He inquired. The girl with the lollipop giggled and shook her head. No, she is my clone. The other girl at the mahjong table angrily pointed at her, declaring, No, you are my clone. At that moment, the sound of playful chasing echoed from the second floor, and 2 more black-haired little girls came running down, one clutching a small white rabbit toy and the other wielding a silver dagger. Return my toy, or I won't go easy on you, the girl with the dagger threatened. Why should I? This is my toy. If you have the guts, come and take it. In a fit of anger, the girl with the silver dagger hurled her weapon toward the one with the rabbit. Watch out, Du Bing exclaimed, extending his right hand to freeze the dagger midair. The girl with the rabbit quickly darted behind Du Bing, sticking her tongue out at the girl who threw the dagger, teasing, You missed. You missed. Du Bing was bewildered, as all 4 little girls bore an uncanny resemblance, from their attire to their demeanor. Smoke Man chuckled and said, Little ghost, stop your antics and quickly gather your clones. The girl with the lollipop giggled and waved her hand at the other 3, softly saying, Come back. The 3 little girls suddenly transformed into shadows and merged back into her body, leaving Du Bing in astonishment. The little girl smiled sweetly at Du Bing, saying, Big brother, my name is Little Ghost, and my ability is Clone Technique. The 3 you just saw were my clones, and the one in front of you is also a clone. Clone Technique. Du Bing's mouth twitched. He initially thought the abilities of Yan Jingjing and Song Siyu were peculiar enough, yet he was now faced with another extraordinary case. Where's your true self? The little girl licked her lollipop and replied with an air of resignation, At home, doing homework. Du Bing couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was truly whimsical. He suspected her statement was merely a jest, as it was unlikely for a clone to be out playing while the true self remained at home doing homework. Smoke Man affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, tousling her smooth locks in a display of endearment. Don't mind what this little rascal says. She is the youngest in our Beidou branch team, only 12 years old. Yet she is already at mid-level C rank. Her ability is cloning, and her clones possess the same physical attributes as her. Currently, she has 4 clones, making her the most resilient among us. The little girl giggled with pride. As long as my true self is alive, no matter how many clones die, I can recreate them after a while. Du Bing was taken aback. This little girl, so young, was already a C-level ability user, and the fact that she had a nickname indicated she had completed at least one mission. In the security organization, only members who had executed missions would have code names, and they typically did not refer to each other by their real names, preferring to use their aliases. As a C-level ability user with 4 clones, Little Ghost was equivalent to 5 C-level users. However, aside from her cloning ability, she possessed no other powers, meaning she had to rely on physical strength or high-energy weapons for offensive capabilities. The most terrifying aspect is that as long as her true self remains alive, she can cultivate her avatars anew, which essentially grants her immortality. Du Bing was astonished to discover that a mere branch of the Northern Dipper harbored such hidden talents. The shock within him was palpable. Greetings, I am Du Bing, possessing powers in ice, fire, and metal, classified as a D-level ability user. Yet I have not participated in any missions thus far. The Fire Dragon woman chuckled, declaring that her sister has a penchant for young men, and playfully suggested that when missions commence, she could partner with him. Du Bing awkwardly smiled, reminded by her playful nickname of Little Bing Bing of the madman Zhou Zifeng, who always delighted in calling people by such endearing monikers. After a brief period of casual conversation, they became more familiar with each other. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Shingan arrived at the Northern Dipper branch. With this, the team was complete. The leader, Smoke Man, members Fire Dragon Woman, Daddy, Little Lolita, alongside Du Bing and Li Shingan, who came for the meeting, totaling 6 individuals. While the number may seem scant, it is, in fact, substantial, as Little Lolita alone is equivalent to 5 C-level ability users. In the conference room on the 2nd floor, the communication intelligence system connected to the headquarters of the security guardians, projecting a 3-dimensional virtual screen that displayed the scene within the headquarters meeting room. The team leader, Thunder God Zhou Hongwei, alongside the Madman, Sword Saint, Yin Jingjing, Song Xiu, Yin Xuejing, Shui Qianjiao, and Zhou Fan, were all present. Now that all representatives from the 8 underground city branches have gathered, we shall officially commence the meeting. Within the virtual screen, Zhou Hongwei's expression was grave as he spoke in a low tone, indicating that many of you are likely aware that our nation, Huaxia, is currently engaged in a state of war with Japan. This conflict has persisted for over 2 months, resulting in significant losses on both sides, and we find ourselves in a stalemate. Du Bing felt a jolt of surprise. Although he had learned from Gu Shuai about the outbreak of war between Huaxia and Japan, he was unaware that it had been ongoing for 2 months. The sudden mention of this war by Zhou Hongwei led him to wonder if the forthcoming mission would be related to this conflict. The expressions of everyone in the Northern Dipper branch turned serious. If the mission were indeed connected to the war, the danger involved would undoubtedly be high. I can sense your curiosity regarding the origins of this war. According to reports from our undercover agents in Japan's underground cities, Japan has developed a perpetual motion machine, which could potentially establish them as the 2nd power on Earth after the United States, capable of creating underwater cities. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Li Shingan's countenance darkened instantaneously as he murmured, "The perpetual motion machine is crucial for constructing underwater cities. Should Japan succeed in this endeavor, they will undoubtedly exploit underwater resources on a grand scale, rapidly expanding their influence. As a neighboring nation and a historical adversary, if Japan seizes these resources first, Huaxia could face an existential crisis." Chapter 95. The Death Level Mission, the Perpetual Motion Machine, a concept that Du Bing had encountered during his high school physics classes, is described in textbooks as a mechanical device capable of continuous motion and work output without the need for external energy input. or under conditions with only a single heat source. Perpetual motion machines are categorized into two types. The first type, which performs work indefinitely without energy consumption, contradicts the law of conservation of energy, and the second type, which draws heat continuously from the natural world, such as seawater or air, converting it into mechanical energy without temperature differentials, thereby violating the second law of thermodynamics. Both types of perpetual motion machines have been deemed impossible by scientists due to their contravention of objective scientific principles. However, in 2055, the United States made a resounding statement that silenced all skeptics of perpetual motion machines by successfully creating the first such device on Earth. Utilizing the technology of the perpetual motion machine, the United States swiftly established the first underwater city, known as the City of Freedom, on the seabed of the Pacific Ocean. This advancement allowed the nation to exploit various underwater resources, including manganese nodules, deep-sea oil and gas, hydrothermal deposits, and natural gas hydrates, placing it at the forefront of the world's for major powers and positioning it as the most likely candidate for enduring legacy. Now, Japan has also succeeded in creating a perpetual motion machine. If Japan successfully constructs its underwater city, it will ascend to become the second most powerful nation on Earth. The true threat lies not merely in the construction of an underwater city, but in the possibility that Japan could utilize perpetual motion technology to build multiple underwater cities in succession. Over the years, if it had not been for the Russian Empire's naval presence restraining the United States, the latter would have likely continued its subterranean construction, fearing the ire of the global community. The emergence of a second nation capable of constructing underwater cities would inevitably lead to fierce competition between the United States and Japan for resource exploitation, potentially leaving little room for other powers to survive. Consequently, upon receiving this alarming intelligence, the United States promptly dispatched its navy to the coastal waters of Japan, prepared to engage in warfare to thwart Japan's underwater city ambitions. The underwater realm occupies over 70% of the Earth's surface and remains humanity's only untapped reservoir of resources. The nation that first establishes an underwater city will secure the rights to its development. Du Bing realized that this impending conflict was indeed unavoidable. The melting of polar ice caps is an unstoppable force. Should the oceans inundate the continents, all subterranean cities would be submerged, rendering them lifeless if not constructed to withstand underwater conditions. Although Japan is a small nation with a population significantly lower than that of the United States, its technological prowess remains among the world's best, and its military strength is formidable. Japan has long prepared various strategies for building underwater cities, allying with surviving pirates from Southeast Asia, providing them with powerful naval vessels and weaponry, and promising them residency in the new underwater cities. This alliance has led to relentless attacks on the U.S. Navy, resulting in heavy casualties. Zhou Hongwei's expression sharpened, and he spoke with a commanding tone. Today, I received directives indicating that it would be impossible to defeat Japan's military head-on in a short time frame. Therefore, I hope our guardians can infiltrate Japan's underground city, locate the perpetual motion machine, and destroy it to disrupt Japan's plans for underwater city construction. Infiltrating Japan's underground city? It is certain that Japan will guard the perpetual motion machine with utmost vigilance, possibly deploying S-class elites for its protection. The likelihood of successfully sabotaging it seems nearly impossible. To venture alone with such a small group would be akin to courting death. Du Bing faintly heard the sounds of commotion, likely from other ability users in different divisions. Even the members of the Big Dipper division appeared troubled. Japan, despite its limited territory and population, has constructed its underground city with remarkable fortification, resembling a military stronghold. The prospect of breaching their stronghold to conduct sabotage is undoubtedly a perilous task, fraught with the potential for irrevocable loss. Zhou Hongwei seemed to anticipate the trepidation among the members. His voice resonated with inspiring conviction. As guardians, we are the protectors of our people. In times of national peril, what we need are courageous warriors willing to sacrifice for the future of our country. I, Zhou Hongwei, am prepared to fight for my parents, my children, and all my fellow citizens, even if it means facing death. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The mission is classified as death level. Zhou Hongwei's gaze swept over the 8 holographic projection screens before him, each displaying familiar faces of comrades who had fought alongside him through life and death. He spoke gravely, stating that according to organizational regulations, all C-class and above ability users must participate in the mission, while those below C-class and non-combat personnel may opt out. If there are any special circumstances, they may voice them now, and I may grant exemptions on a case-by-case basis. The Guardians organization categorizes missions by danger level into 5 tiers: Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, and Death. Yellow missions are the least dangerous, typically manageable by C-class ability users. Xian missions present greater risks, requiring B-class users. Earth-level missions necessitate A-class users, aided by B-class. Heaven-level missions demand the involvement of S-class elites, supported by A-class users. Lastly, Death-level missions. While the previous 4 levels pose risks, they generally do not threaten life. Death-level missions, however, carry the potential for even S-class users to perish. While those below A-class face near certain death, silence enveloped the members of each division as they confronted the reality of a death-level mission. No one could remain calm in the face of such peril, for participation could mean never returning home to their loved ones. Within the Big Dipper division, the nanny glanced mournfully at his sleeping infant son, tears glistening in his eyes. His son, Mia Mia, was only 6 months old. His wife had tragically died during childbirth while he was on a mission, unable to bid her farewell. Yinan shot a glance at the nanny and abruptly stood, addressing the screen. "Boss, I hope you can excuse the nanny from this mission. His parents are elderly, and his son is merely 6 months old. Moreover, he is only a C-class ability user. His participation would be tantamount to a death sentence." Zhou Hongwei, gazing at the sleeping child on the nanny's lap, silently nodded. The nanny may be excused. But just as Zhou Hongwei spoke, a sharp voice interrupted. "If that's the case, then may I also be exempt? I have parents to care for, and my girlfriend is pregnant." Instantly, several others voiced similar concerns, requesting exemptions due to family difficulties, including one B-class ability user. Zhou Hongwei's expression darkened, his silence heavy with disapproval. Yet, the madman could no longer restrain himself, springing to his feet and vehemently denouncing the individuals on the screen. "Bah! Who among us is not born of a mother and father? If we are to heed your words, none should participate. We might as well await Japan to construct those underwater cities and ultimately perish. You may as well gather your family for a reunion in hell, you cowardly turtles." A voice, laced with an unsettling chill, interjected. "Madman, do refrain from such harsh words. We are merely stating the truth," came the retort. The madman shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. "Truth? Oh please, you old demon. You were just saying you wouldn't join us, yet your faction is the largest. Truly, a bear is only as fierce as its den. Madman, stop your roundabout insults. I, the old demon, am not one to fear death," the cold voice snapped, visibly irked. "Indeed, you are not afraid of death, for you are a cowardly demon," the madman coldly replied. Observing the chaotic scene, Zhou Hongwei's face darkened with anger as he bellowed. "Enough! Silence! I summoned you not to hear your bickering." At this moment, the nanny stood up, his demeanor calm as he proclaimed, "Boss, I shall partake in this mission. We are brothers in life and death. I cannot simply hide away while you risk your lives. My parents and son will be looked after by the state. But if I do not fight, what future will they have if the nation falls?" Sword St. Zhang Jiren rose, praising, "Nanny, well said. We are not risking our lives for others, but for our parents, wives, children, and the generations to come. Even if we perish, our legacy will endure." Li Shenxiang, his expression austere, stood, raising his hand. "Boss, though my physical strength is only D-grade, I possess the capability to eliminate B-grade superpowered beings. I hope you will permit me to join this mission." Yin Shuejing adjusted his spectacles and smiled. "Though I have been categorized as a non-combatant, my physical prowess is at least C-grade. I too will join this mission. I am eager to see what this perpetual motion machine looks like, and upon my return, I shall construct one myself." Zhou Fan, with a broad smile, remarked, "Who would have thought my debut would be a deathly mission? How befitting for a genius such as myself. After all, I intend to take over the boss's role in the future. Both Yin Jingjing and Song Siyu, two delicate young ladies, stepped forward, resolutely declaring, defending our homeland is everyone's duty. As C-grade superpowered individuals, we too shall engage in battle. Yin Jingjing possessed the powers of X-ray vision and healing, while Song Siyu wielded telepathy. Both had consistently been assigned to non-combat roles. Though Xue Qianjiao remained silent, Du Bing could perceive her unwavering resolve in her steadfast gaze. At that moment, the little girl clenched her tiny fist and shouted, "For the lollipops! Down with Japanese imperialism!" The other members recognized the little girl, and her words elicited laughter, lightening the previously heavy atmosphere. I too will join. I have often heard my grandfather recount tales of fighting the Japanese. Upon my return, I shall share my own story with him. Laughter echoed as Du Bing clenched his fists, raising his head to Zhou Hongwei. "Boss, please allow me to partake in the mission." Chapter 96. Is it him? Du Bing. Through the screen, Zhou Hongwei gazed at the delicate young man before him, furrowing his brow slightly. "You are a D-class ability user. Since you have not met the requirements for the mission, you need not participate." Zhou Fan chuckled, waving at Du Bing through the screen. "Ha, Du Bing. With your low level of strength, it's best you stay home and await our good news." Zhou Fan felt a twinge of pride. When he and Du Bing joined the security guard organization, Du Bing had advanced to D-class in just 10 days, while he remained at E-class. After Du Bing departed, Zhou Fan trained rigorously using the madman's extreme training method. Although he struggled initially, after a month, he adapted. And following 2 additional months of training and the consumption of a considerable amount of energy liquid, his physical abilities reached the level of a C-class ability user. Zhou Fan's plant and illusion abilities also progressed to the late D-class stage. He was confident that if he were to compete against Du Bing now, Du Bing would not stand a chance. The madman scratched his messy hair and gestured. "Du Bing, you should heed the boss's advice." Hearing the other's persuasion, Du Bing felt even more humiliated. Everyone was striving hard. Even non-combat personnel like Yin Jingjing and Song Siyu were participating, yet he alone remained behind. Even if no one else voiced it, Du Bing felt embarrassed. "Boss, my physical strength has now reached 10 times that of an ordinary person, and my speed has reached 75 ms. If I consume sufficient energy liquid, I can elevate my physical abilities to C-class within a few days. Please allow me to join." After 3 months of physical training, aided by a microgravity sensor, Du Bing's physical strength had indeed increased to 10 times that of an ordinary individual, even without energy liquid, subsisting on regular vegetables and meat. He could now lift a 500-kilogram barbell solely with his physical strength, without relying on metallic abilities. However, while his strength had improved significantly, his explosive speed had not increased as rapidly, rising only from 63 ms to 75 ms. Leaving him still some distance from the C-class threshold of 100 ms. Upon hearing Du Bing's words, a previously sharp voice interjected again. "Boss, since the newcomer is so eager, why not let him participate? With his current physical condition and the absorption of energy liquid, he might reach the C-class level in just a day or 2. Another voice chimed in. "This newcomer truly has no fear, while others seek to avoid danger. He rushes forward." Zhou Hongwei remained silent for a moment, his gaze towards Du Bing laden with complexity. Deep down, he did not wish for Du Bing to participate. The potential of Du Bing's abilities was rated beyond S-class, given time to grow, even if he, as the captain, were to perish. The security guard organization would not vanish as long as an S-class powerhouse was present. However, with Du Bing's insistence, if he were to refuse him again, it might appear to others that Zhou Hongwei was showing favoritism, leading to perceptions of injustice. Such a scenario would inevitably cause discord within the organization, jeopardizing the mission's success. Contemplating this, Zhou Hongwei nodded. "Very well, since you are so determined, I shall grant your request. Tomorrow, I will send energy liquid your way so that you may enhance your strength. As for the others, if there is anything else you wish to accomplish, do so promptly." Fire Dragon asked, "Boss, when will we embark on this mission?" "Within half a month," he replied. I will be communicating with the military in the coming days to acquire more intelligence about the underground cities in Japan and collaborate with them to formulate a specific plan. Once the plan is complete, I will immediately inform everyone to gather at the base for departure. Zhou Hongwei surveyed the group once more. This meeting is concluded. Dismissed. The three-dimensional virtual projection screen abruptly darkened as it retracted into the communication brain. The smoke man lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs until the gravity of his expression gradually eased. Kid, you must exercise caution during this mission. Once you enter the underground city in Japan, keep your true self hidden. The little girl nodded, behaving more seriously this time. Though she possessed the ability to create clones, there were limitations to the distance between her true self and her clones. They could not exceed 100 kilometers apart, or else the clones would vanish. Hide and seek is my forte, she declared. After exchanging a few more words, Du Bing and the godly gunman took their leave, while the smoke man and his companions usually resided in the division. Upon exiting the villa, Du Bing curiously glanced at the godly gunman and asked, "By the way, Li Gu, why has your physical condition always been at the D-class level?" The godly gunman stiffened, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes as if recalling unpleasant memories. Du Bing cautiously inquired, "Li Gu, did I ask something I shouldn't have?" The godly gunman shook his head, taking a deep breath. "It's nothing, just some past memories. You should know that I gained my abilities after genetic modification." "Yes." Du Bing nodded, having heard the madman mention it before. The military was focused on developing super soldiers, which fell into three categories. The first was the genetically modified soldiers, such as Li Godly Gunman and Xue Qianjiao, who were among the earliest batch, facing a high mortality rate with only 1 in 100 likely to succeed. The second was the mech soldiers, equipped with mechanical armor and various high-energy weaponry, making them formidable on the battlefield. The third category consisted of martial artists, whose strength gradually increased with the enhancement of their energy. A powerful martial artist relies solely on physical combat, capable of executing various formidable techniques, and when cultivated to a great extent, can rival ability users. However, individuals with the talent for martial arts are few, and those who can reach the top tiers are even rarer, limiting the widespread propagation of martial arts. Gu Shuai from the impoverished background, Qian Jiang from the Iron Blood Elite Society, and Zhao Wuyang are all martial artists, yet their individual power remains insignificant on the battlefield, which is why Gu Shuai chose to become a mech soldier. The godly gunman slowly continued. 13 years ago, the military discovered that the stronger an individual's physical condition, the higher the success rate of genetic modification and the more perfect the integration. Thus, they developed a serum known as the enhancer. The enhancer? Du Bing was taken aback. From its name, the serum appeared to be for enhancing physical capabilities. The godly gunman nodded. Indeed, it is the enhancer. Once injected, even ordinary individuals can reach the E-class threshold within a short time without any training, and some outstanding soldiers can even attain D-class. That's remarkable, Du Bing exclaimed, shocked. If ordinary people could reach the E-class threshold with a single injection, wouldn't everyone become super soldiers? However, the godly gunman continued, the enhancer has a significant drawback. Those injected with it may experience an increase in power, but will exhaust their physical potential, severely shortening their lifespan, with many unable to live past 35. Du Bing's heart trembled at this revelation, unable to suppress his astonishment. Unable to live past 35? This isn't an enhancer, it's a death sentence. A cold smile emerged on the godly gunman's stern face as he spoke with a hint of desolation. Among the 18 genetically modified soldiers who successfully integrated with me, some died on the battlefield, while others succumbed at 35 due to bodily deterioration. I am already 34 this year. This revelation made Du Bing shudder, gazing at the solemn man before him, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Li, the sharpshooter, likely wished to participate in this mission, hoping to make one final contribution to the country he cherished before his time drew to a close. He spoke softly, expressing his desire to die honorably on the battlefield rather than alone in a hospital bed. Take the time to be with your family these days, he advised. With that, he left Du Bing with a solitary, melancholic silhouette as he entered his maglev sports car and departed. That night, Du Bing returned home and felt a deep sense of satisfaction upon seeing the smiles on his parents' faces. Their happiness was his driving force. After a night of honing his abilities, Du Bing went to the North Star division of the security guards the next day, as the energy liquid had arrived. To his surprise, the person delivering the energy liquid was Zhou Fan, who had returned home to visit his parents and brought the liquid for Du Bing. The energy liquid was most effective when consumed after intense exercise. In the training room of the North Star division, Du Bing activated a mini-gravity sensor and worked out under 3 times the normal gravity. After a mere 3 hours, he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. He quickly took out a bottle of the energy liquid, its light blue hue shimmering enticingly. Upon consumption, the liquid was rapidly absorbed by his cells, filling him with warmth and vitality, as if his cells were splitting, growing, and becoming more vigorous and energized. The effects of the energy liquid were subtle yet profound, composed of various high-concentration compressed substances, likely stored within his cells. He estimated that within a few days, his physical condition would ascend to a sea-level standard. Du Bing felt confident in this transformation, and as he contemplated the imminent mission, his desire for formidable strength intensified. Checking the time, it was already 10:55. Today was the day he was to meet Hu Jianxing, and it was time to depart. After showering at the division, he changed his attire and drove his second-hand maglev sports car toward the shopping mall. Upon arriving outside the Zishuan CAF, he noted that he had just a few minutes before noon, standing at a nearby street corner. He peered through the CAF's glass window and saw a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes seated inside, sipping coffee and anxiously glancing at his watch. He was indeed punctual. Du Bing walked directly into the CAF, which appeared somewhat desolate that day, with only Hu Jianxing and a woman resembling a young mother present. Upon seeing Du Bing enter, Hu Jianxing beamed and waved him over. "Waiter, another cup of Lanza coffee," he ordered. However, Du Bing waved off the waiter, shaking his head. "No need, I do not enjoy coffee." Returning to this CAF reminded Du Bing of his conversation with Zhao Shuqing on a previous occasion. Now, not only had he enrolled in the Military God Academy, but he had also moved into the Green Ivy Eco Park, a development Zhao Shuqing likely did not foresee. "Let us get straight to the point. Why did you save me? Was it because I hold some value to you?" Hu Jianxing shook his head with a smile. Glancing at the woman sitting not far from him, Du Bing turned his gaze, only to find the woman looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Her expression filled with deep emotion. Hu Jianxing then asked her, "Aunt, what do you think? Is it him?"